Claire unexpectedly traverses into a magical realm, initially believing she could settle down as a noble. However, she soon finds herself confronted by debt collectors, leaving her no choice but to return to her own viscounty. Fortunately, she is a magician and possesses the ability to engage in cross-dimensional trade. Thus, she resolves to develop her viscounty, acquiring strength-enhancing potions and martial arts techniques that significantly reduce the awakening time of the knights under her command. Years later, the common folk in her territory express their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thanks to our Lord, we have been rescued from our dire circumstances and have learned what it truly means to live." Merchants visiting her land cannot help but exclaim, "This is the greatest city I have ever seen, bar none." Lord Claire, your renown is known far and wide, from the Western Orc Kingdom to the sunlit Merfolk Kingdom. Chapter 1. The Transaction. Master, we shall enter the Viscounty at dawn, and should arrive in Nafa City by tomorrow afternoon, remarked a distinguished but slightly gray-haired butler who peered into the carriage. Claire Griffin nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Reagan." "Then please rest well." With that, Reagan withdrew. Having spent nearly half a month in this world, Claire was reminiscent of the typical narrative of others who had traversed here. Initially, he had resigned himself to fate, as his original identity was rather respectable. His father was a viscount, and he was the sole heir. However, within mere days, his father passed away, leaving no inheritance behind. The assets in the capital were claimed by creditors, forcing him to sell off some properties to settle debts. Fortunately, his father had not been reckless enough to sell the viscounty, leaving Claire with Nafa City. The Griffin family's glory had stemmed from this city, not due to any illustrious ancestors, but because the viscount of the previous generation discovered a magical mine on their land. Noble law dictated that all within a noble's territory belonged to that lord. Thus, the Griffin family flourished, eventually relocating to the capital while leaving subordinates to oversee their domain. Alas, all mines eventually run dry. The magical mine had sustained operations for about 50 years by the time it reached Claire's father's generation. It had been exhausted. However, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is far easier than the reverse. Consequently, after the original master's demise, numerous creditors came knocking. Nonetheless, after liquidating the assets in the capital, the Griffin family found themselves in a relatively stable position. Claire was somewhat hopeful about arriving in Nafa City, as the Griffin Viscounty, being on the kingdom's frontier, boasted a larger land area than some earldoms. Nafa City, Claire murmured to himself, a city with a most auspicious name. After closing his eyes for an hour or two, he suddenly opened them wide at midnight. "It's time," he whispered to himself. With a mere thought, a translucent panel appeared before Hyman interface, visible only to him, serving as his unique advantage in this world. This rudimentary data panel featured a single button labeled Start Transaction and no other functions. His gaze shifted to the upper right corner of the panel. Available transaction attempts. 1. Just as I surmised, this cross-dimensional trade refreshes weekly, Claire mused internally. He mentally uttered, "Start transaction." Immediately, the once simplistic panel erupted with a swirling ripple, emanating an arcane aura. Stealing another glance at the panel's upper right corner, he noticed that his transaction point had been deducted. The whirlpool continued to spin, and Claire, unfazed, understood this was merely the second instance of his trade, searching for individuals from other worlds. After several seconds, the whirlpool abruptly ceased, parting like murky water, revealing a visage on the panel. Claire narrowed his eyes at the matched Tratter-dusty, sweat-streaked, middle-aged man in a cowboy hat and loose-knit sweater. A Western cowboy? Claire mused inwardly, scrutinizing the man, who bore dark, congealed blood stains on his leather jacket, hinting at a violent past. The man raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm Monroe, and you are?" "Antonio," Claire replied, adopting a pseudonym. He then adopted a cool demeanor, akin to a seasoned trader. "We have 5 minutes for this transaction. Let's expedite things. What do you have that might interest me?" Monroe chuckled awkwardly. "Since we're both seasoned traders, let's be forthright." He then produced a yellowed glass cup from his coat, presenting it to Claire with a flourish, boasting, "This is a priceless treasure from the distant east. What do you think?" Claire's eye twitched. He felt insulted. Setting aside his status as a newcomer, being in a world of swords and sorcery, even a novice magician would possess glassware far superior to this. If he traded for such a trivial item, his weekly opportunity would be squandered. Noticing Claire's silence, Monroe's expression faltered. He had successfully deceived many traders with these glass cups, but it seemed he had finally encountered someone knowledgeable. Yet, he persisted. Look at the crystal clarity. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Claire glanced at the time. Over a minute had passed and could no longer contain himself. Show me what's on your waist. Monroe hesitated, then retrieved a revolver from his belt and displayed it before Claire. Are you interested? I spent a fortune on this weapon. A single shot can take down a man. Claire raised a hand to halt Monroe's self-promotion. Enough. That's a Colt revolver designed for single-handed use, typically equipped with 5 to 6 chambers for sequential firing. After a brief description, Claire observed the man. Do I still need to elaborate? Monroe's face grew increasingly awkward. Most of what you said is correct. But who is Colt? This gun is a Davenport revolver. Claire's pupils dilated. It appeared this world differed significantly from the one he had previously inhabited, as Monroe should have been familiar with the Colt revolver. A trader I encountered during a prior transaction was an arms dealer. I didn't acquire it then, but it seems there's little else in your world that would pique my interest. So, shall we trade? Claire fabricated the narrative effortlessly. Trade? Absolutely. Monroe's face lit up with a smile. But what treasures can you offer in exchange? Claire's eyes flickered as he reached into his coat, producing 3 transparent vials containing a blue solution. Monroe's smile visibly faltered for a moment, realizing that the other party had already possessed glass, while he had just been trying to deceive them. However, his thick skin allowed him to quickly cast aside the fleeting awkwardness. What is this? Monroe inquired. Claire remained silent, drawing a dagger from his waist, one of the few possessions not pawned off, its handle adorned with embedded gemstones. Without hesitation, Claire drew the blade across his forearm, creating a deep gash from which blood immediately flowed, cascading down to his elbow under the force of gravity. Monroe, wide-eyed in disbelief, wondered what this individual was doing so far at the slightest provocation. Yet, Claire swiftly poured 1/10 of a blue solution from a vial and applied it to the freshly inflicted wound. A sharp sting accompanied the act, but Claire maintained an expression devoid of emotion. After approximately 5 seconds, he withdrew his hand, revealing that the wound had fully healed, leaving no trace behind. Monroe's eyes widened further in their world. Magic was non-existent. What Claire demonstrated before him seemed miraculous, and he began to lament the waste of that precious blue solution. However, this was merely a rudimentary healing potion that Claire could concoct with ease. Any ordinary apprentice mage could produce it, with a cost not exceeding 3 silver coins. Are you certain you wish to trade such a treasure with me? Monroe's thoughts became muddled. Such statements should not be uttered during a transaction. Yet his confusion was understandable, for in their realm, this was a life-saving elixir. In the event of an injury during a duel, one could only pray to divine providence to prevent the wound from worsening. Now, even if shot, one could simply apply the potion and retaliate against their foe. Even if he had no use for it himself, selling a vial of this potion could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins, allowing him to abandon his life of struggle and become a wealthy gentleman. Certainly, but not merely in exchange for your pistol. Please do go on. Monroe eagerly adopted a respectful tone. How many bullets do you possess? I currently have over 300 at home, Monroe replied hastily. Very well, 1 vial of potion for 1 pistol, and the remainder of the used potion for 300 bullets, Claire stated nonchalantly. Imagining the possibilities, a joyful smile spread across Monroe's face as he hurriedly rummaged through his room for his pistol and ammunition. Claire, too, was not idle. He placed the vial into the trading space, waiting for Monroe to present all his items in return. On the previously rudimentary panel, several lines appeared detailing the revolver and bullets. This is a weapon from the Albert Worlder revolver, known for its formidable power. After a cursory glance, Claire lifted his gaze to Monroe, who nodded in acknowledgement, having completed his review. Both parties simultaneously accessed the trading items, and the 3 vials of potion in their respective trading spaces transformed into 2 revolvers and a large bag filled with gleaming golden bullets. Chapter 2. The Knight Captain. After the conclusion of the trade, merely a minute remained. Across from him, Monroe beamed with delight, cradling 3 vials of blue liquid as if they were precious treasures. He quickly sought out a cloth to safeguard them, fearing they might be jostled. Suddenly, He smacked his forehead, seemingly struck by a momentous thought. Would you like to become friends with me? Monroe flashed a sycophantic smile. Friends? Claire responded, a hint of confusion coloring his expression. Indeed, if we each contribute a trading point, we can establish a fixed friendship, allowing us to specify matching in future encounters. This was relayed to me by a trader I previously met. Claire was unaware that during the trade, he possessed no surplus trading points, thus rendering the option of a fixed friendship moot. Apologies, but I have no excess trading points, Claire replied. A look of disappointment immediately crossed Monroe's face. He genuinely desired to keep a trading partner like Claire close at hand. While Claire expressed his lack of points, even if he had some to spare, he would not engage in a transaction with Monroe. The reason was simple. The other party's world level was far too low, hardly warranting the expenditure of even a single trading point to forge a friendship. Claire had gleaned knowledge from the memories of the original owner regarding this world. When warriors reached the level of golden knights, the bullets he recalled were nearly ineffectual against them, unless one were to employ an RPG rocket launcher, but that was another story. Moreover, it was evident that the current era lacked such weaponry. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the previously established high-definition cross-dimensional communication automatically ceased. Claire extracted the firearms and ammunition from the trading space, aware that it would become unusable after the trade was finalized. Leaving behind a revolver and a single bullet, he stowed the rest into his spatial ring. The spatial ring had long been a product of the truth-seeking mages in this world and could be mass-produced. The one Claire possessed offered a volume of 10 cubic meters and was valued at 100,000 gold coins, a purchase made during more prosperous times by his ancestors. Presently, Claire could not afford such luxuries. Each time he utilized this spatial ring, he felt a twinge of gratitude that his frugal father had not pawned it. After extracting the revolver's cylinder, Claire inserted the bullet, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a dagger from the spatial ring and etching a white mark into the chamber where the bullet was placed. Both the dagger and the 3 vials of basic healing potions had been discreetly taken from the ring, as he had aimed to conceal their existence during the trade. After admiring the revolver for a while, Claire indulged in its allure, succumbing to the fascination that firearms evoke in men. As the saying goes, a gun is swift from 7 paces away. However, Claire refrained from testing it out immediately. There would be ample opportunities in the future. He did not wish to startle Reagan, the steward, who waited outside the carriage. In the knights' territory of Nafa City, the knights were thoroughly intoxicated. Sprawled across the ground and tables, their bodies splayed in disarray as liquor soaked into their clothes and dripped onto the floor. Upon hearing a particular remark, Dean could not help but frown. He had been enjoying a merry drink, and now someone had to utter such disheartening words. The vice-captain, Hant, forced a smile. Yes, but after all, it is the Lord Viscount. They have sent word in advance. We should at least go to greet him. Slap. Dean, already in a foul mood, struck Hant across the face with a resounding blow. Since when did it become your place to make decisions? Is Nafa City governed by you or by me? Are you the captain, or am I? You're merely a vice-captain, and you're instructing me on how to conduct myself. Humph. Dean huffed. What does it matter whether I go to greet him or not? I intend to show him who truly manages Nafa City now that they have been absent for so long. Without my influence, he can expect no easy days ahead. Of course, while he lacked the courage to harm Claire, he could exploit the fact that Claire was but a child. Open rebellion was not feasible, but subtle machinations could easily be devised. Noticing that his subordinates failed to echo his sentiments, Dean shot them a cold glance. What does this mean? Are you not willing to follow me anymore? The knights below immediately rallied, proclaiming, Captain, you speak the truth. You have lived in Nafa City for so long, and the newly arrived lord is still quite young. He surely needs your assistance. Indeed, he should be grateful to you, they chimed in unison. Though a flicker of trepidation loomed within them regarding the incoming lord, the fear of commoners towards nobility was deeply ingrained in their very blood. Yet, Dean's imposing presence overshadowed their concerns, especially since he was a silver knight. Together, they were no match for him. Even if they disagreed, what could they do? In the corner, Vice-Captain Hant watched Dean's spirited demeanor with a gentle sigh. Since the Viscount's family had relocated to the capital 50 years prior, Nafa City had become a plaything for Dean and his cohorts. Though Hant had benefited somewhat from this arrangement, he could not claim to be virtuous. At least he possessed some semblance of a moral compass compared to Dean. All he could do now was wish the new lord the best of luck. After a bumpy journey in the carriage, Claire awoke from a semi-slumber after nearly 4 to 5 hours, squinting against the light. He yawned, stretching. Sleeping in a carriage is truly an unfit endeavor. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Claire called out, "Reagan." Moments later, Reagan, the steward, opened the carriage curtain, poking his head adorned with a white beard and hair through the opening. His square face exuded reliability. "Have we entered the Viscount's territory?" Claire inquired. "Yes, young master. We have entered your viscountcy. We should reach Nafa City in just a few hours," Reagan replied respectfully. Given the considerable amount of furniture they transported, their speed could hardly be deemed swift. Moreover, they had chosen ordinary horses. Had they opted for magical beasts worth hundreds of gold coins, their pace would have been considerably faster. Yet, neither Claire nor Reagan could afford such luxuries. "Where are we now?" Claire asked. "This is the nearest village to Nafa City. Primarily engaged in wheat cultivation and the rearing of livestock such as horses, cattle, and sheep. Additionally," Reagan added, "all the land here belongs to you, young master." Claire's interest piqued. His words echoed the infamous landlord class. After stretching once more in the carriage, he yawned again. "I'm quite weary from sitting in the carriage for so long. Let us pause here and rest for a while. I wish to disembark and take a look around." Claire hesitated, finding it difficult to accept the term commoners applied to the villagers. Subsequently, he stood and approached Reagan, gently patting his shoulder. "They are not mere commoners. They are my subjects. I will ensure they live better than anywhere else in the world. Now, let us proceed. I wish to survey my territory." Claire's tone held an undeniable command, prompting Reagan to instinctively step aside. Claire then emerged from the carriage, savoring the fresh air outside. With a leap that signaled a new chapter, Claire descended from the carriage and began to stretch, his body stiff from prolonged confinement within the vehicle. Upon seeing his young master disembark, Reagan commanded the team to rest. Yet, during this respite, he found himself surreptitiously glancing toward Claire. It seemed that his young master had undergone a remarkable transformation. He exuded a newfound confidence, and his words ignited a fervor within those who listened. Truly, he was a scion of the Griffin family, harboring ambitions that were both extraordinary and lofty. Lost in his own reverie, Reagan observed Claire as he meandered about, his curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar territory. Having spent his formative years in the South, where he had encountered rice fields, this was his inaugural experience with wheat. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint, delicate fragrance of the grain. As Claire wandered, his attention was suddenly captured by a small dark shape. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a little sheep, its once pristine fleece now soiled from rolling about in the dirt. Chapter 3. Mary merely cast a fleeting glance, as Claire had yet to make a move. Suddenly, she noticed a little girl emerging from nowhere, who swiftly scooped up a lamb into her arms. Gazing at Claire with a wary expression, the child, a 6 or 7-year-old with chestnut hair and a somewhat pallid complexion, appeared slightly malnourished. However, her lively eyes and delicate features rendered her quite endearing. Yet, Claire was not one to harbor ill intentions towards a young girl. "Hello," Claire greeted with a friendly smile, waving in salutation. However, the girl, timid and hesitant, did not reciprocate. Instead, she observed Claire with her bright, expressive eyes, her wariness diminishing as she deemed this older brother unlikely to be a thief seeking her lamb. Noticing her silence, Claire continued to maintain his amicable demeanor. "My name is Claire. What is yours?" The girl glanced down at the lamb in her arms, then back at Claire, before lowering her head and whispering, "Mary." Her voice was so faint that had Claire not been attentive, he would have missed it entirely. Nonetheless, her willingness to share her name indicated a budding fondness for him. After all, Claire's original appearance was quite pleasant, and his affable smile made it reasonable for a young girl to feel a sense of affinity towards him. Taking a few tentative steps closer, Claire felt reassured when the girl did not flee. He approached Mary gradually, half squatting to produce a brightly wrapped piece of candy from his pocket, extending it to her. "Would you like to have this candy?" Claire observed as Mary instinctively swallowed hard. Though she had tasted sweets before, they had only been dark, unappealing confections. She had never encountered such colorful candy. The thought of it being far more delectable than her usual treats was tantalizing. Despite her hesitation, Mary's small hand reached out involuntarily, her eager eyes sparkling with desire. "Mary, don't take that." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a boy, taller than Claire, sprinted over from a distance, yanking Mary away from Claire and swatting the candy from his hand to the ground. Clan pulled his sister several meters away, shielding her behind him with a scrutinizing glare directed at Claire, as though he were a villain. Claire, however, remained unfazed, recognizing this as merely a brother's protective instinct. He was not so petty as to take offense. Yet, Mary's attention seemed focused elsewhere. Her expression one of sorrow as she gazed at the candy now lying on the ground, licking her lips. It had been months since she had tasted even the dark sugar. Claire noticed Mary's gaze and promptly picked up the fallen candy. The wrapper was intact, so it was not damaged. Without a second thought, he tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into his mouth. At that moment, even Clan could not suppress a swallow, and Mary's mouth nearly watered at the sight. "See, the candy is perfectly fine," Claire explained. "How old are you?" he asked, curious about Clan's impressive height and youthful features, wanting to strike up a connection. Claire nodded slightly, realizing they were of similar ages, yet Clan towered over him. The strength he had just demonstrated was considerable. However, Claire understood that as a novice magician, it would be foolish to compare himself to warriors in terms of stature or muscle. "Are you a knight?" Claire inquired further. "Not yet. I'm still far from being a squire," Clan replied, shaking his head, though his eyes sparkled with hope. "But one day, I will become a great knight." "Oh," Claire, intrigued by this declaration, asked, "Why is that?" "Because once I become a knight, my family will have enough to eat, and our circumstances will improve." Clan's simple yet earnest wish caused his cheeks to flush with embarrassment, but it was indeed his aspiration, one he had diligently worked towards. At that moment, Claire noticed that even this tall, sturdy brother bore a slightly pallid and emaciated visage, mirroring his sister's malnourished state. After a brief silence, Claire flashed a gentle smile. "Your aspiration is indeed noble. It will surely come to fruition." "Really?" Clan's excitement grew with the encouragement. "Yes, while I cannot say if you will become a knight, I can assure you that having enough to eat is entirely achievable," Claire murmured, recalling a saying from his previous life. The most essential aspect of life is simply to have enough to eat. Having become the lord of this territory, it was his duty to ensure his subjects were well fed. "And what about my dream? Is it also grand?" Clan pressed, having faced mockery in the past when sharing his dreams, yet sensing that Claire was different. "I find it quite admirable. Protecting your family is indeed one of the noblest pursuits," Claire replied. "Yes." Clan nodded vigorously in agreement. Claire then produced 2 more colorful candies from his pocket, as if conjuring magic, and cheerfully asked, "Would you like some candy now?" Clan hesitated. Although Claire's demeanor seemed benign, his mother had warned him against accepting gifts from strangers. Claire chuckled to himself, bemused by how difficult it was to offer a mere piece of candy. "Clan, Mary, where are you?" "Mother, we are here," Mary exclaimed, bouncing up and waving. Soon, a woman rushed over, enveloping Mary in her arms and positioning herself protectively behind the significantly taller Clan, eyeing Claire with apprehension. Claire hesitated, unsure why offering a piece of candy was proving so challenging. With Mary's brother and now their mother present, he wondered if their father might soon appear as well. Before Claire could speak, the woman grasped her children's hands and began to retreat, her gaze fixed on Claire, wary of any sudden movement. It was evident she was highly cautious of outsiders. At that moment, Reagan arrived, calling out, "Young master, where are you? It's time to depart." Before Claire could respond, Reagan spotted him and hurried over, standing respectfully behind Claire. As he opened his mouth to counsel Claire, he noticed the trio of mother and children before him. Reagan instinctively frowned. "Young master, why are you mingling with these commoners?" He caught himself mid-sentence, recalling Claire's earlier words, and quickly corrected himself. "What do you want? Why are you here?" The woman, sensing Reagan's arrival, grew even more vigilant, picking up a stone from the ground and aiming it at them. Reagan's anger flared, pointing at the trio. "Do you have any idea who he is? The sole heir of the Griffin family, and you dare to threaten him with a stone." However, Clan and the others remained oblivious to the significance of the Griffin family, still regarding Claire with suspicion. Mary, however, sensed that it was likely not something pleasant. "You are risking your lives," Reagan warned. Though he intended to elaborate, Claire raised his hand, silencing him. Claire observed a profound transformation in the woman's expression following Reagan's menacing words, shifting from vigilance to sheer terror, the fear evident on her face. With a thud, the woman immediately dropped the stone she held, pulling her son and daughter down to their knees, embodying an extreme humility. "Noble lord, we acknowledge our wrongs. We are almost able to pay this month's taxes. I beseech you, grant us a few more days," she pleaded pitifully, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor aimed at protecting her children. The abject humiliation stirred discomfort within Claire. Such scenes were foreign to him from his previous life. As he glanced at the 2 children, who had knelt beside their mother, Their previously normal gazes morphed into expressions of fear upon realizing his noble status. The sister curled into her mother's embrace, her earlier vivacity replaced by overwhelming dread. The woman dared not lift her head, remaining prostrate on the ground, desperately imploring, "Please, do not impose any further taxes, or our family will not survive." In her mind, it was the noble's taxation that had rendered them unable to afford food. Claire felt a tremor within as he regarded the mother and her children. His expression grew cold. The sight of such abject misery was too painful to endure, prompting him to turn away. "Reagan, give them 10 silver coins," he murmured, believing that this amount would suffice for their sustenance for a month or two. Although Reagan was puzzled, he complied, retrieving 10 silver coins from his pocket and tossing them on the ground as Claire walked away. "This is a gift from the young master. Do not forget to express your gratitude." "Thank you. Thank you," the woman exclaimed repeatedly. It was only after Claire had distanced himself that she rose with her children. Chapter 4. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is quick. Upon returning to the carriage, Claire inquired, "Isn't our viscountcy supposed to collect taxes every 6 months?" Reagan paused momentarily. As the steward of the Griffin family, he should have had a comprehensive understanding of affairs here before arriving at the viscountcy. "Indeed, our viscountcy does collect taxes biannually." "Have all the taxes been submitted? How much in total?" However, when the viscountcy was still engaged in the extraction of magical or annual revenues reached millions of gold coins, which rendered the Griffin viscount indifferent to the mere tens of thousands in taxes. "Oh," Claire replied softly, his tone neither warm nor cold. Yet Reagan sensed his master's discontent from his tone and felt equally displeased. Indeed, after the Viscount had vacated the territory, the subordinates had revealed their predatory nature, daring to embezzle the Viscount's wealth and impose additional taxes without consent. In the fields, a woman picked up 10 silver coins discarded on the ground, a faint smile illuminating her face. These coins could sustain her family of 4 for the month. However, she quickly concealed her smile, grasped her child's hand, and hurried away. Her sister, Mary, looked up at her mother and asked, "Is that older brother a bad person?" Clan muttered nearby, "I think he is quite nice. He even gave us money." The woman's expression hardened immediately. "Just because someone gives you a little kindness, you deem them a good person? Do not forget what I've told you. Those nobles are ruthless predators. Even if that man gave us money, he is simply a somewhat better villain." Mary, unable to comprehend her mother's term somewhat better villain, gazed longingly at the silver coins in her mother's hand, swallowing hard. "Mom, can we buy candy now that we have money?" "Eat, eat." Always thinking about eating, the woman said, playfully poking her daughter's forehead. "We must save this money. Who knows what other schemes those nobles might devise to increase taxes? We must ensure we have enough to eat." Mary, feeling aggrieved by her mother's poke, tears streamed down her cheeks as she yanked her mother's hand away and ran off. "Humph, you are the real villain. That big brother was willing to share candy with me, yet you want to even spend money on black sugar. You're the worst. I won't be nice to you anymore." The woman watched her daughter run away, her eyes flickering as she opened her mouth but could not find the words to scold her. Nodding slightly, Clan also dashed after his sister. Before them stood a city encircled by towering walls, constructed from robust stones. Although the city appeared quite new and imposing, surpassing many countships, Claire sensed an air of decay. As they approached the city gate, not a soul could be seen. Nafa City had flourished during the era of magical or extraction, only to plummet once the resources were depleted. Many residents had since relocated, which explained Claire's perception of desolation. At the city gate, the deputy captain, Hunter, could only force a smile, inwardly lamenting, "He only came because the Viscount is here, otherwise he would not have shown up." Enraged, Reagan pointed at the knights across from him and vented his frustrations. After sufficiently releasing his anger, he turned to the carriage to explain. A sly smile crept across Claire's face. It was evident they were merely attempting to assert dominance over them. Reagan paused, realizing this insight only after his master's prompt. Claire stepped out of the carriage, surveying the 50 or so knights from an elevated position. Upon seeing Claire, the knights instinctively lowered their heads, respectfully addressing him as my Lord Viscount. Claire nodded and turned to the deputy captain, Hunter, stating casually, "Have someone inform your captain to continue with his affairs. I have all the time in the world to wait for his arrival." Hunter looked up at Claire, stunned by his striking appearance and commanding presence. It took several moments for him to regain his composure, after which he dispatched someone to notify the captain. "In the barracks." "Huh. He says he'll wait for me?" Dean smirked, amusement dancing at the corner of his mouth. Tell him I'm busy and that he should continue waiting. Let us see how long he can endure. Captain, the Viscount said he has all the time in the world and will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Ha ha ha. Does he think I wouldn't dare enter without him? Just a little brat, Dean remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Let him wait. It's only been a few minutes, and he hasn't felt the full weight of my authority yet. Hours passed, and as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the towering walls basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. It's about time, let us go. The knight who had delivered the message sighed with relief, realizing that if this continued, they might miss dinner. Claire reclined in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the city gate, lost in thought. Young master, the captain is approaching, Reagan whispered. Claire finally snapped out of his reverie, leaping from the carriage to squint at the oncoming knight captain. Dean's presence was imposing. As a silver knight, his mere aura could intimidate even ferocious beasts. Yet this young boy before him appeared unaffected by his presence. My apologies, my Lord Viscount. I was delayed due to pressing matters. Please forgive me. Although Captain Dean spoke respectfully, his tone lacked genuine reverence and carried a hint of provocation, as if to say, I came late on purpose. What can you do about it? No worries. Take your time with your duties, Claire replied, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Dean, dismissive, thought, yes, just a child. A little intimidation and he succumbs. However, Claire's next words left him utterly astounded. Since you're so busy, perhaps you should relinquish your position as captain of the knights. It wouldn't do to hinder your work, would it? Claire stated nonchalantly. Dean's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not one to maintain composure, and upon hearing those words, he erupted with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Claire. How dare you revoke my position? Knights are appointed by nobles. As a knight of the Griffin family, it is entirely within my rights to dismiss you. Moreover, given your attitude today, it is evident you are unfit for the role of captain. Allowing your lord to wait is unbecoming of a knight commander, is it not? Claire spoke the truth. The rights and responsibilities of knights are bestowed by nobles, and dismissal is merely a matter of words. You cannot strip me of my position. Dean was beside himself. Since the last Viscount had departed for the royal capital, the non-hereditary title of knight had been passed down from his grandfather. Losing this position was something he could not accept. By what right do you revoke my post? I have been the heir to the captaincy since birth. That is how it shall always be. The air around Dean began to ripple with tension. I exclaimed, get lost. A glint of murderous intent appeared in Claire's eyes. It was his first day in Nafa City, and no unforeseen occurrences were to be tolerated. You are the one who should leave. Nafa City is my territory, Dean roared, drawing a massive sword from his waist. Crimson energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire being, and soon, this energy coiled around the sword, rendering him akin to a frenzied beast bereft of reason. The vice-captain, Hunter, observed from the sidelines, as a faint red aura erupted from his own body. He rushed forward. Captain, we cannot lay a hand on the noble. If a viscount were to perish on his territory, especially at the hands of his knights, their lives would be forfeit. The other nobles would undoubtedly hang these rebellious knights publicly at the city gates. Even if a killing were unavoidable, it must not be executed in front of so many witnesses. After all, he was still within Nafa City, and there remained a sliver of hope for resolution. Yet, as such thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Dean's eyes. Claire shrugged and chuckled. Are you afraid? Dean suppressed his fury, striving to maintain his composure and refrain from engaging in dialogue. Finding the situation dull, Claire waved his hand behind him. Then let us depart, Reagan. Reagan then led his horse towards the city gates, with Claire leisurely following beside him. As they brushed past each other, Claire suddenly called out to Dean, Hey, huh? Dean instinctively turned his head. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated through the air. The energy swirling around Dean dissipated in an instant, causing him to stagger backward. A glance downward revealed that the distance between Claire and Dean was precisely within 7 paces. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces. Yet within 7 paces, it strikes both quickly and accurately. Chapter 5. Whoever has money to earn. After a moment of stunned silence, all present were taken aback. My lord. Vice-Captain Hunter was the first to kneel before Claire, bowing deeply. The sight of Dean, a silver knight, falling before him was simply too shocking. Following Hunter's lead, over 50 knights also knelt before Claire, their heads bowed in humility, hoping the young Viscount would spare them any wrath. Claire, rather than avoiding their gaze, regarded them with an indifferent stare that radiated an unyielding authority. Without a command, none dared to lift their heads, instead prostrating themselves before him. Claire pointed at Hunter, declaring, "From now on, you shall be the captain of the knights." Hunter, incredulous, lifted his head, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, "My lord, are you referring to me?" "Indeed," Claire replied, glancing at the corpse beneath his feet. "Dispose of it." Though Dean had ultimately ceased his attack, Claire had no intention of allowing those with ill intentions to linger, especially as his arrival in Nafa City necessitated an assertion of power. The appointment of a knight captain was most timely. He instructed Reagan to lead the carriage through the throng of knights and enter the city gates. Hunter quickly regained his composure, calling out to Claire, "My lord, what shall we do with the body?" The moment his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the group, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed breaths, fear evident in their eyes. This young Viscount was exceedingly ruthless, far beyond what one might expect from a mere 16-year-old. Claire chuckled lightly, envisioning the former knight captain's severed head as a daily reminder of the consequences of opposing him. Despite it being his first act of killing, Claire felt little emotional upheaval. After all, it was an act of self-defense, albeit executed with excessive force. He presumed the deceased bore no grievances. The Viscount's estate, situated at the heart of Nafa City, was the finest structure within the city. Upon entering, one could not miss the towering castle, a construction dating back to the affluent days of the Griffin family. It was both new and resplendent. However, accustomed as he was to the skyscrapers and diverse architecture of his past life, Claire felt little astonishment. Upon entering the estate, Claire allowed Reagan to lead the accompanying knights in a thorough cleaning of the interior before arranging the heavy furnishings. By the time they concluded, the moon hung high in the night sky. Claire spent half an hour gazing at the moon from a pavilion until Reagan finally declared the estate ready. "Young master, everything is in order. You may enter now," Reagan said. "Very well," Claire replied with a subtle nod, stepping into the castle. The structure boasted 6 floors, in addition to a basement, making a total of 7 levels with over 50 rooms. Outside, there was a lawn comparable in size to a football field, adorned with a plethora of flowers and a gazebo. Compared to the villas of his previous life, this was indeed luxurious. Claire took a brief tour of the castle he would soon inhabit. Reagan followed closely behind, whispering his apologies. "For today, this is all we can manage, young master. I shall recruit some maids at dawn." "Understood," Claire replied, a non-committal sound escaping him. No maids are to enter the basement or the top floor. He intended to use the basement for experiments, being a novice mage himself, while the top floor would serve as a study and storage for his transactions. "Understood. What will the maid's compensation be?" Reagan inquired. "Room and board, along with 500 copper coins per month," Claire stated. Given the current purchasing power, 3 or 4 copper coins could provide sufficient sustenance for a family of 5, with monthly food expenses reaching around 15 silver coins. In Nafa City, an adult male typically earned only a handful of silver coins per month. Without his mother's income, survival would be nearly impossible. This income level placed them among the poorest of the poor, with even beggars in the capital faring better. However, working at the Viscount's estate would not only provide financial compensation, but also alleviate some household burdens. Young girls, unable to perform laborious tasks, would find maid servitude a favorable option. Thus, 500 copper coins was not an insignificant sum. Reagan would be reluctant to part with it were it not for the need to maintain the Griffin family's reputation. "Let us double it to 10 silver coins," Claire suggested softly. Reagan blinked in surprise before exclaiming, "You truly are a benevolent lord. Your subjects will surely rejoice in your generosity." Claire then inquired, "How much do we have remaining?" "Over 20,000 gold coins," Reagan replied. "Indeed. But are you suggesting we raise taxes?" Reagan tentatively asked. "No, I intend to lower them." "That is entirely inadvisable, young master," Reagan protested, urgency creeping into his voice. "We have only just arrived in the Viscountcy, and our funds are already insufficient. If you reduce taxes—" He trailed off. The implication clear. They could not maintain nobility's lifestyle and would become a laughingstock among the other lords. Claire placed a reassuring hand on Reagan's shoulder, recalling the mother and child they had encountered. "What is it, my lord?" "Their tax collection is now monthly, and over the years, there has been little left to extract. No matter how much we raise taxes, our revenue will not increase. If we do not squeeze the commoners, who else can we target?" Reagan queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Claire suddenly had a revelation, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "Indeed, We must investigate the affairs of this bureaucrat and ascertain how many of our gold coins he has embezzled. There was no need to discern whether corruption existed. It sufficed to uncover the extent of it. Without the bureaucrat's complicity, Claire found it implausible that tax collection could become so oppressive. My lord. Reagan's expression was troubled. Yet Claire was unperturbed. He had anticipated such a scenario. No need to rush. Let us note this for future investigation. After all, the Viscountcy was currently comprised solely of himself and Reagan, with no additional hands available. Even if Reagan were tasked to investigate, he would be at a loss as to where to begin. Recruiting maids was not urgent. It could coincide with the announcement of the tax reductions. As you command. With nightfall approaching, Claire suggested, let us retire for the evening. Very well, young master. Good night. On the roof of the 6th floor, Claire gazed through a transparent window at the moon outside. This moon appeared quite different from the one he had known on Earth, larger and casting an ethereal blue glow. Claire reclined in her chair, absent-mindedly rubbing her chin, pondering whether the notion of the moon orbiting the Earth still held any truth in this world. As she lounged, swaying gently, her thoughts wandered aimlessly until, before she realized it, Claire had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. Hail to the esteemed Viscount. Not long after awakening the following day, Reagan was roused by a knock at the door. He had long mastered the intricacies of his routine and was well aware that this was the precise moment he would rise. After descending with Reagan, he soon presented a meticulously arranged breakfast. Yet, the flavors fell rather flat, perhaps due to Claire's unfamiliarity with the local cuisine, or the stark contrast experienced after transitioning from a culinary paradise to this foreign realm. With no maid yet hired, the breakfast was entirely prepared by Reagan himself, who had become quite adept at managing the various household tasks within the castle. Has the administrative officer arrived? Young master. I instructed him to wait in the parlor early this morning. You may meet him after your meal. There's no need. Let him come in now. Claire tossed a piece of sliced meat into his mouth. As you wish. Before long, Reagan entered with a middle-aged man whose attire was somewhat disheveled and dirty. However, upon glancing at the man's fingers, Claire scoffed. There was not a speck of dirt beneath his nails. Could a mere lack of cleanliness signify diligence or poverty? Frank, upon hearing Claire's derisive laugh, felt his heart tighten. He had heard of yesterday's events. The newly arrived Viscount had dispatched the captain of the knights on his very first day. A silver-ranked knight, no less. He himself was merely an ordinary man, yet to even cultivate his fighting spirit. Terrified, he knelt on one knee, trembling as he greeted. Your Excellency, the Viscount. My name is Frank. I have managed the taxes of the Viscountcy for these past years. Please, inquire about anything you wish to know. Claire remained silent, savoring his breakfast, while Frank was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. The uncertainty was utterly terrifying. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Claire had nearly finished his breakfast, while Frank remained kneeling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, each droplet a testament to his fear. Let us proceed to the conference hall, Claire finally declared, rising from the dining area. Reagan followed closely behind, and only then did Frank dare to stand. If he had harbored any intentions of concealing the truth upon his arrival, those thoughts had evaporated. This youthful Viscount was far from the naive figure he had imagined. Claire took his seat at the head of the table, listening to Frank's report. Though his expression remained cheerful, inwardly he felt an overwhelming frustration. Goodness! Not only must one pay to enter the city, but taxes are also levied on marriage and childbirth. Is this the foreign realm's version of population control? Furthermore, the previous biannual tax collection has been altered to a monthly schedule, with the amount increased sixfold, alongside a plethora of bizarre taxes. It appears they are employing every conceivable means to oppress the common folk. Once Frank concluded his report, he was drenched in sweat. Yet he found the courage to defend himself. Your Excellency, these decrees were established by the previous 2 administrative officers. I bear no responsibility for them. Claire composed himself and waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Eliminate those unnecessary taxes, retaining only the essential ones, and modify the collection period from 6 months to 1 year. Master, do you not possess a powerful magical weapon? Why not use it to? Reagan gestured across his throat with a swift motion. If one were to claim that the administrative officers were not corrupt, Reagan would wholeheartedly disagree. After all, those previous officers were none other than his father and grandfather. Claire sighed deeply, reclining on the soft sofa, gazing at the ceiling as he murmured. There is no need for haste. By the way, during this recruitment, ensure we hire a scribe proficient in reading and arithmetic. Understood. Reagan bowed respectfully. As Reagan stepped back, he suddenly recalled something and paused. Young master, that Hant has confiscated the property of the former captain of the Knights, bringing over his entire estate of over 50,000 gold coins. Claire chuckled softly. Hant was indeed a clever man, instinctively taking action without needing to be instructed. However, the fact that the captain's wealth surpassed his own treasury by several thousand was rather mocking. Claire waved his hand, indicating he understood. All right, go about your business. Claire's directives were swiftly executed, owing much to Dean, who had sacrificed his life the day prior. Otherwise, the administrative officer might have attempted to delay matters, becoming the first to perish in service to the Viscountcy. At the city gate, hundreds of commoners gathered, staring anxiously at the two newly posted notices. What do they say? Surely it cannot be another tax increase? If taxes rise again, we won't even be able to afford food. Quickly, find someone who can read. The taxes are already excessive. If they increase, even if our ancestors lived here, we will have to relocate. Indeed, these nobles are insatiable. My poor sister starved to death during the last tax hike. Voices of discontent surged, with the crowd fervently denouncing the noble's avarice. Look, I've brought Uncle Robin. He has lived in the big city and can read. A 13 or 14-year-old boy tugged at the sleeve of a middle-aged man. The crowd parted for Uncle Robin, who was held in genuine respect for his literacy and never looked down upon others for it. Robin approached the notices, a bemused expression on his face as he had been pulled from his work at home. Uncle Robin, you must look. Is it another tax increase? Upon hearing the term tax increase, Robin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Hold on, let me put on my glasses and see. After retrieving his glasses, Robin squinted at the notices, his expression soon transforming into one of sheer astonishment, mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief. It's over. Even Uncle Robin is terrified by this tax increase. What are we to do? We have no food at home, and my mother is ill, with our income already diminished. An increase in taxes means we cannot survive. A young girl sank to her knees in tears, lamenting her lack of experience in the marketplace, which rendered her unemployable. Oh, poor Yuna. These wretched nobles. I have lost all hope in NAF City. The crowd murmured in despair, many contemplating leaving NAF City in search of sustenance in other noble territories, where survival might still be possible. Uncle Robin, what do the notices say? A young boy tugged at Robin's shirt. Do not be afraid of what I am about to say. We have already endured numerous tax increases. We are not afraid. Just speak plainly, Uncle Robin. They reduced the taxes. What? Reduced taxes? Is that all? Wait, what? The commoners, who had lived here for decades without ever encountering their lord, could only recall the tales told by their forebears of a lord residing in the royal capital. This is true. Robin, in an excited tone, meticulously informed the crowd about the tax laws promulgated by Claire. Instantly, the people were engulfed in euphoria, erupting into cheers, with some even dancing in the streets. How wonderful it is that we no longer have to pay to enter the city. No fees for marrying, and no charges for the tall wheat. Yes, I must tell my father who is working in the fields. Everyone, please wait. Robin called out to halt the jubilant crowd. He was equally elated and shared with them the benefits and requirements outlined in the recruitment announcement. Free meals and lodging, along with 10 silver coins. If I weren't a man, I would want to join. If you can read and do arithmetic, you can apply as well. Forget it. Those letters are all crooked and look like the scrawl of a ghost. Who could possibly decipher them? Ah, the previously sobbing Eunice suddenly exclaimed, covering her nose as she cried out, Uncle Robin, may I go to the Viscount's estate to be a maid? Robin approached her, gently stroking the head of the weeping Yuna, his neighbor whom he had watched grow up. Seeing her in such distress tugged at his heartstrings. He softly comforted her. You are of the right age and meet the criteria. You can certainly try to apply. Can I really? Yuna's tear-streaked face appeared pitifully vulnerable. Of course. The Viscount is kind-hearted, and you are naturally diligent. You will surely succeed. The crowd rallied around her with encouragement. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Praise the Viscount. The others quickly echoed, Praise the Viscount. May the Lord protect you forever. You are our beacon in the night. Your noble name shall be spread across the seas. Chapter 7. Recruiting Maid's Mother. Mother. Clan burst through the door in a flurry. At that moment, the woman Claire had encountered earlier was lovingly arranging Mary's hair. Seeing her typically quiet son in such a state of agitation, she inquired, What has happened? Why are you in such a rush? What? The woman stood up, visibly shaken. Is what you say true? Tears welled in her eyes as she clasped her hands in prayer, exclaiming, Thank the Lord for bestowing this blessing upon us. Had Claire been present, he would have rolled his eyes. After all, it was he who had granted the tax exemption. Yet she chose to express her gratitude to the Lord instead. The trio was filled with excitement, so much so that the woman momentarily forgot about fixing her daughter's hair. "I must tell your father this wonderful news," she declared. "Oh, and there is one more announcement." She paused at the doorway. "What else is there?" "The Lord is seeking to hire 15 maids, providing food and lodging along with a monthly wage of 10 silver coins." While the woman did not react as strongly, Mary jumped up, exclaiming, "Brother, can I be a maid? I promise to work hard. Then I can earn money to buy sweets." Clan patted her small head gently. "They require maids who are at least 16 years old. You are only 6, which means you have 10 more years to wait." Mary's cheerful face suddenly fell. But after a moment, she thought of a bright idea. "Then can I apply to be a maid in 10 years? The money I earn can buy sweets for you." Initially pouting, her expression brightened with joy as she hugged the woman's hand and exclaimed, "I love you, Mama. Let's go tell Papa this good news." With that, she took the woman's hand and dashed out, prompting the mother to follow suit with a smile. As news of the tax exemption spread, a wave of joy surged through the city of Nafu. In front of the Viscount's estate, a multitude of young maidens had gathered, eagerly lining up for the recruitment. "Form a line, one at a time," Reagan bellowed from the elevated steps of the estate. The girls quickly organized themselves into a long queue that extended beyond the door, those at the back rising on their toes to catch a glimpse of what was unfolding ahead. Claire glanced at the sky. It was midday, and the sun blazed down, causing the young maidens to endure the heat as they stood in line. Reagan let them in for the recruitment inside the castle. "But, young master," Reagan clearly hesitated to allow these commoners into the castle. "There are no buts. If the floor gets dirty, the maids can clean it up." To Claire, the value of a person always outweighed material concerns. "At your command. You are truly a benevolent lord," Reagan praised. Ignoring Reagan's incessant flattery, Claire stepped into the castle. The maidens at the back whispered, "What happened? Why is everyone moving?" "The Viscount has permitted us to enter for the recruitment." "Wonderful. Was that young man who just passed by the Viscount? He is so handsome, just like a true noble," one girl shyly remarked. "Indeed, and the Viscount seems so kind. Working in his castle must be a joy." Glancing around, another sighed, "But with so many applicants, I fear our chances are slim." Enough talk. It's our turn to enter. Inside, the young maidens were seated in the hall, waiting anxiously. Despite the lavish sofas that adorned the room, none dared to sit. The opulence around them only heightened their feelings of inadequacy, making them even more nervous. The recruitment began in earnest, with maidens being called into the meeting hall one by one. Claire remained seated, entrusting the recruitment process to Reagan, who possessed decades of experience in such matters. "What skills do you possess?" Reagan inquired. I am very diligent. I can do anything." "Be specific. Can you cook, clean, wash clothes?" Reagan's barrage of questions left the girl bewildered, her mind racing as she exited the hall without fully grasping what had just transpired. "What skills do you have?" "I know nothing, but I can learn." Reagan's expression darkened as he waved her away. He sought capable maids, not students in need of instruction. Claire, however, smiled at the girl's audacity. It was commendable that she had the courage to apply despite lacking experience. "What skills do you possess?" "I am the eldest daughter at home. I can cook, do laundry, and tend to the pigs." "What dishes can you prepare?" "Roasted meat, bread, broth." The girl trailed off, struggling to recall more. "Is that all?" "That's what we eat at home." With a dismissive wave, Reagan replied, "You may leave." "Will I be hired?" The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. Reagan sighed, pending. "I think she is quite good," Claire interjected with a smile. "As long as she can help manage the castle's daily affairs, there will be time for her to learn. I fear they may not serve you well." "I do not require service. I merely wish for the castle to be maintained in order." Reagan sighed again, clearly exasperated. "Rest assured, you are here to guide them. And I trust you will teach them well," Claire encouraged, patting Reagan's shoulder. In that instant, Reagan's demeanor visibly brightened, rejuvenated by his master's words. "Do not worry. I will not betray your trust." Next, at that moment, a slender girl with black hair and brown eyes timidly entered and took a seat across from Claire and Reagan, appearing quite anxious. Reagan's brow furrowed, not only due to her nervousness, but also because the other applicants were taller and seemed more capable, presenting a stark contrast to this girl, whose appearance, while pleasant, did not fit his preconceived notion of a maid. "Good day, my lords. I am Yuna." After a brief introduction, she fell silent, adopting a submissive demeanor. Reagan was about to dismiss her when Claire intervened. Although her appearance was distinctly different, The black hair and brown eyes sparked a sense of familiarity within him. Is your hair natural? Yes. Yuna nodded vigorously but soon felt her response was too brief and added, Mother says my black hair is beautiful. Claire chuckled softly, agreeing, Indeed, it is. What skills do you possess? I can sweep, cook, and do laundry. As she spoke, Yuna shrank back slightly, adding hurriedly, Even if I don't know how. I can learn quickly. Observing the girl's flushed face, Claire found a hint of amusement reminiscent of teasing younger students back in his previous life. What makes you stand out compared to the others? They appeared to be taller and undoubtedly stronger than you. In comparison, they could perform tasks more proficiently than you. What reason do I have to hire you? Yuna's petite face flushed once again. She had never encountered such a daunting challenge. I can accept a lower wage and work additional hours, but please, can it not be less than 3 silver coins? Yuna pleaded with her large, sorrowful eyes fixed on Claire. Why? Yuna murmured, gripping the hem of her garment, her gaze cast downward. My mother is ill, and I need to save money for her medicine. Claire spoke softly. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Yuna rose and slowly made her way to the door. Though timid, she felt a twinge of defiance and summoned her courage to ask, So, have I been eliminated? Pending. Once outside, Yuna took a deep breath, her small face contorted in sorrow. If the Lord was so demanding, she surely would not succeed. Master, do we hire this maid? Reagan inquired, noting that this was the first girl to pique the master's interest. Though she fell short in several respects, if the master liked her, she certainly deserved to be employed. Hire her, just like the other maids, no special treatment. And indeed, grant her the same 10 silver coin remuneration. Understood. As the morning passed, the recruitment of maids was completed. Claire finally grasped the essence of the aristocratic class's cruelty as he beheld the 15 maids, impeccably attired in their uniforms, standing before him. Yet, being occupied was preferable to idleness. When one becomes idle, they become useless. Claire found himself in such a state. Reclining in a chair, staring at the ceiling and contemplating when the following week would arrive, for only then could he engage in the next transaction. Chapter 8. The Nobility. By noon, the maid had already busied herself, and Claire awoke from his slumber. Descending the stairs, Reagan promptly approached him. Young master, no one has come to apply for the position of clerk you wish to fill. Is it the remuneration that is insufficient? Did we not set it at 50 silver coins? That is not the issue. While your offered wage is considered generous among the nobility, it appears that within Nava City, there are likely no literate or numerate individuals. Otherwise, they would have already come forth to apply. Claire pondered for a moment, surprised to discover that the basic education here had regressed to such an extent. It seemed the plan to establish a primary school would need to be postponed. There's no rush. If we truly cannot find anyone, we could recruit from other noble territories. At your command. Following Claire downstairs, Reagan had already instructed the maids to prepare lunch. The meal was crafted under his guidance, as he had little faith in the culinary skills of the newly hired maids. Seated at the dining table, Claire gazed at the sizable roast before him. Although his appetite was not particularly strong, he nonetheless cut a piece with knife and fork and tasted it. Delicious, Claire remarked, acknowledging that while it did not rival the exquisite dishes of his past life, it was certainly an improvement over the previous meal. Yuna, blushing and lowering her gaze, stepped forward and exclaimed, Thank you, young master. Is this your creation? Claire inquired, recalling the dark-haired girl who had applied for the position. Yes, it was Butler Reagan who taught me how to prepare it. Yuna replied in a voice barely above a whisper. You did well, Claire smiled. However, Reagan's demeanor turned stern as he reprimanded. Who permitted you to disturb the young master while he dines? Leave at once. Yuna flinched like a startled deer, her body trembling slightly before she fled the dining room. Claire sighed in exasperation. There's no need to be so harsh with them. Discipline is paramount. It is the rule, Reagan replied, and Claire chose not to argue further. After all, this was Reagan's duty. He understood that gradually instilling modern ideals would take time. It was unrealistic to expect Reagan to transform his mindset overnight. Her cooking is commendable. Let her manage the kitchen from now on. I concur, Reagan bowed in agreement. Meanwhile, Yuna, having escaped, gasped for breath, thinking to herself, how dreadful Butler Reagan is. This is the 7th time I've been scolded. I was berated for being clumsy while cooking, but the young master is kind and not nearly as difficult as he was during the interview. He spoke so gently just now, with a smile creeping onto her face. Yuna felt immensely fortunate to be working at the Viscount's estate. Young master, there is a matter to discuss. Speak. The minor nobles and some merchants in the city planned to host a welcome banquet for you this evening. In the kingdom, noble lands could be sold and bought reasonably. Many nobles who had lost their fiefs resorted to selling their territories to others. Were it not for Griffin's fortunes stemming from magical mines, he too might have had to sell this remote viscountcy after relocating to the capital. No, Claire waved his hand dismissively. If they wish to hold a banquet, why refuse? They likely want to curry favor after witnessing my handling of the captain of the knights. However, if they attend the banquet, it would be prudent to prepare some gifts. Would it not? Indeed. Welcome, Lord Wilbur. He presents a gift to the Viscount valued at 500 gold coins. The Frost Blade. Reagan announced from the doorway, deliberately addressing the gathering minor nobles outside. The nobles outside were astonished, glancing at the gifts in their hands, which barely amounted to a few dozen gold coins, pale in comparison to Lord Wilbur's offering. Furthermore, Reagan's loud declaration made it painfully clear that if their gifts were inferior, their standing among the nobility would be jeopardized. Not only were they surprised, but even Lord Wilbur, who had just presented his gift, was taken aback. Surely he was aware that the sword he gifted was worth only about 50 or 60 gold coins at most. Had the Viscount steward made an error? At this moment, Baron Eugene stepped forward with his gift, though his expression was less than relaxed. Reagan accepted the gift box with a chuckle. Welcome, Baron Eugene. He presents a gift to the Viscount valued at 100 gold coins, a nightweave robe, along with a ruby-studded ring valued at 450 gold coins. Baron Eugene appeared somewhat embarrassed, discreetly covering his right thumb to prevent others from noticing that the ruby ring was hastily obtained. Subsequently, 6 or 7 more nobles and several wealthy merchants from Nafa City arrived, each presenting gifts valued at no less than 500 gold coins. Even the previously frugal bureaucrat offered a bracelet worth over 700 gold coins. Lord Wilbur, the first to present a gift, grew increasingly apprehensive. Once all the nobles had entered, he discreetly approached Reagan to supplement his earlier offering by adding a gift worth over 400 gold coins, finally exhaling in relief. As Reagan continued to receive gifts, a smile crept across his face, secretly rejoicing. Were it not for the young master teaching me this method, I might have received gifts totaling less than 1,000 gold coins. Now, it exceeds 5,000. The banquet was held in the parlor, adorned with an array of delicacies, all hastily prepared by Reagan and the maids. Though he did not welcome these nobles, the Griffin family's reputation must be upheld. As the nobles and merchants entered, they found Claire seated at the head of the table. Good day, Viscount. Good day, Viscount. Please, take your seats, Claire gestured, not rising from his chair. The nobles' faces momentarily stiffened, yet having navigated the world for years, they quickly masked their surprise with forced smiles and settled into their seats. After a round of pleasantries, a silent exchange ensued among the gathered nobles and merchants, all eyes eventually shifting to Baron Eugene. Such a conspicuous act could not escape Claire's notice, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking, are they attempting a coup? Cough, cough. Baron Eugene cleared his throat, straightening his posture as he addressed Claire. Viscount, I believe the abolition of so many taxes is unwise. Does Baron Eugene have an opinion on the matter? Please, share. Claire nearly burst into laughter. How dare they discuss the city's development? Upon his arrival in Nafa City, he had almost mistaken it for a long-abandoned ghost town. Seeing Claire's lack of reaction, Eugene pressed on. If the Viscount were to reinstate the previous tax rates, we would be willing to pay additional taxes, potentially boosting revenues to 4 or 5 times the original amount. The other nobles chimed in. Indeed. Indeed. Baron Eugene makes a valid point. In their eyes, it was merely an opportunity for another to claim a share of the peasants' earnings, and they could afford to receive a little less. After all, it was a no-risk endeavor. Claire's eyes narrowed. How audacious to propose bribing me with my own money. Yet the notion of tax reduction was suggested by Frank, who had served as a bureaucrat for over a decade. Surely his insights held some merit. Claire squinted at Frank, the official who had donned splendid garments today, in stark contrast to the tattered attire he wore just yesterday. Chapter 9. Russian Roulette. As Claire spoke, all eyes turned to the official Frank, who was utterly bewildered and gazing around in confusion. What do you mean I proposed that? I never said such a thing. Besides, wasn't it you who instructed me to handle the tax reductions? How had the blame shifted to him? If he were not in the prime of his life, Frank might have suspected a lapse in his memory. However, the solution seemed straightforward. If he simply denied it, the matter would be resolved. Yet, the issue lay in his lack of courage. He was smiling at himself and recalling the recent demise of the knight Captain Dean. Frank felt that if he were to deny it, his fate would not fare better than Dean's. "Is this how it is, Mr. Frank?" Baron Eugene inquired in a tone that was both oppressive and commanding. Beads of sweat formed on Frank's forehead as he glanced apprehensively at the threatening Baron Eugene and his companions, then at the smiling Viscount. He swallowed hard, feeling quite anxious. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought to himself, "Umph." Baron Eugene scoffed, clearly unconvinced by this ridiculous tale. After all, the funds that had been divided included Frank's share. He could not be foolish enough to curry favor with Claire. The expressions of the other nobles were equally grim, their brows furrowed in disdain at the treacherous official. Ahem, although Frank has served as an official for many years, he is only human and can make mistakes. "We believe that the tax reduction is inappropriate, Lord Viscount." Baron Eugene deftly shifted the focus away from Frank. "Is that how you all feel?" Claire inquired with curious wide eyes. "Yes, yes." The other nobles nodded in agreement. Sensing Claire's wavering resolve, Baron Eugene quickly added, "Do not worry, my lord. We have already devised a strategy for you. Simply claim that you wish to hold a Sweet 16 celebration, but you lack the funds and thus require a tax increase." "Oh, I see," Claire exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. "You truly do care for my interests." "It is merely my duty," Baron Eugene replied with a smile. "However, I still feel there is something amiss," Claire mused, stroking her chin. "What if we let the divine decide?" "What do you mean by that?" A sudden clap resounded as Claire withdrew a revolver from her spatial ring and slammed it onto the table. This magical weapon was the very one she had used to eliminate Dean yesterday. "Let us play a game," she declared. Despite their confusion, the guests asked in unison. "What game?" Claire revealed a mysterious smile. "Russian roulette." "Russian roulette?" The others echoed, incredulously. "Indeed, allow me to demonstrate the rules." Claire retrieved a bullet from her spatial ring and loaded it into the chamber with a click, aiming at a large decorative suit of armor positioned at the entrance. She pulled the trigger. A deafening bang echoed through the room, causing the nobles to leap from their seats, visibly shaken. When they regained their composure, they beheld the suit of armor, now toppled with a gaping hole where the bullet had struck. Although it was merely an ornament, it was crafted from iron. The room fell into stunned silence. The sheer power of the weapon was evident, and it was no wonder Dean had met his end. Frank, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a grave fate, was grateful he had not defied the Viscount's wishes. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the consequences of such a bullet striking him. Satisfied with the intimidation effect, Claire spun the chamber again, rapidly loading another bullet. "There are 6 chambers, and I've placed 1 bullet, which gives a 1 in 6 chance." As Baron Eugene gazed at the revolver, Claire pushed toward him. He instinctively shrank back into the sofa, fear etched in his eyes. Despite the seemingly low odds, how could he, as a noble, gamble his life on such a game? 1 in 6 is quite a significant probability, Claire coaxed. "My lord, I suddenly recall urgent matters at home. I must take my leave," Baron Eugene stammered, rising hurriedly, his legs trembling. The other nobles and merchants quickly followed suit, each citing their own pressing concerns. In a frantic rush, they squeezed toward the door, clearly unnerved by the atmosphere. Claire remained seated, her voice languid as she bid them farewell. "Take care now." Once the bothersome nobles had vacated the premises, Claire finally stood, and Reagan approached her. "Master, how could you present such a dangerous item to them? What if they concoct a plan against you?" Reagan's expression was filled with concern. Claire casually picked up the revolver from the table and examined the chamber. The white mark she had inscribed indicated where the bullet was loaded, with 3 empty chambers remaining. If they intended to use it against her, she could swiftly draw another revolver from her spatial ring and turn them to Swiss cheese. "Fear not. Did you not see how terrified they were? They didn't even dare touch the gun," Claire replied, frowning as she glanced at the sofa where the nobles had sat, waving her hand dismissively as she discarded it, suspecting that one of them had soiled it in fright. Reagan looked over and indeed spotted a wet stain on the sofa, prompting him to frown and direct a maid to remove it. Claire strolled toward the upper floors, with Reagan closely following. "Master, why not collaborate with them?" Their tone suggested they were willing to share some wealth with you. Reagan's brow was furrowed, feeling unworthy of his position as the Griffin family's steward, struggling to understand the situation without his master's insight. "Do you recall what I told you before?" Reagan's eyes brightened. "You mean to seize wealth from those who have it?" At that moment, Claire reached the balcony on the 5th floor, offering a view of the departing nobles from the estate. The nobles below raised their gaze to Claire, respectfully doffing their hats in acknowledgement. "Good day, my lord," they greeted. Claire leaned against the balcony, smiling and waving back at them. Chapter 10. The barracks. After the demise of Knight Captain Dean, Hunter was appointed as captain by Claire, and he appeared to be revitalized, even executing tasks with newfound efficiency. "Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain." Hunter couldn't help but smile knowingly, nodding at the knights beside him. The sensation of being a knight captain was exhilarating, making him feel a decade younger. He waved back, greeting, "Good morning." However, while acknowledging his subordinates, Hunter's gaze inadvertently caught a dark shadow in his peripheral vision. The severed head of former Knight Captain Dean hung at the entrance of the barracks. The mere sight of it soured his mood. Despite their enmity, the sight of that head hanging there felt awkward, as if it were a harbinger of his own fate. Every time he saw Hunter, Dean's head seemed to desire nothing short of destruction, as if to rid itself of the incessant annoyance. At that moment, Hunter was drawn into the idle chatter among the soldiers. "Did you hear about yesterday's incident? You mean the game of Russian roulette played by the Lord and those nobles? I heard one noble was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. With a 1 in 6 chance, I would have certainly tried it." The knights, serving their lord, maintained little connection with the local nobility, allowing them to mock freely. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Lord is coming." Hunter turned towards the entrance, noticing the carriage from the Lord's estate had arrived. This was the very carriage the Lord had used previously, leaving a deep impression on him. He hurried forward and knelt before the carriage. "Welcome, my lord, to inspect our night brigade." Claire leaped down from the carriage and waved his hand dismissively, signaling Hunter to rise. "If you had informed me in advance, I would have ensured a grand welcoming ceremony," Hunter said earnestly. "No need to be anxious." "My visit was spontaneous," Claire replied as he entered the barracks. Inside, only a mere dozen of the 50 knights were present, with the rest unaccounted for. Hunter's heart sank, and he exclaimed, "My lord, give me 5 minutes, and I will have those rascals assembled." Claire waved him off. "Go ahead, I have ample time." Hunter's eyelids twitched. It seemed Claire had uttered similar words before Dean's death. He rushed into the barracks, instructing the present knights to mount their horses and gather those who were at home. Leaning against a flagpole, Claire observed the disarray of the barracks, lost in thought. 13 minutes passed before the knights finally assembled, most of them in disheveled attire, with some even appearing in their nightclothes. As captain, Hunter felt a wave of shame wash over him. The promised 5 minutes had turned into 13, and he could hardly bear to look at the ragtag group, wishing to poke them with a spear for their lack of discipline. Nevertheless, he stepped forward. "My lord, your 54 knights are assembled." Claire scratched his nose. "Let them introduce themselves. I have yet to memorize their names." Relieved that Claire did not seem inclined to hold him accountable, Hunter called out, "Knight Captain Hunter, Bronze Peak Knight, Knight Mark, Apprentice Knight, Knight Byron." Untrained in combat, one by one, the 54 knights proclaimed their names and ranks, causing Claire's brow to furrow deeper. He glanced at Hunter and softly said, "As captain, you may summarize." Hunter surveyed his team, steeling himself. "Your knights number 54. Among them, there is 1 bronze knight, 3 apprentice knights, and the remaining 50 have yet to master any combat skills." Upon hearing this, Reagan, who had accompanied Claire, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "As knights of the Lord's domain, you cannot even cultivate combat skills? You can't even reach the level of apprentice knights? What face do you have to call yourselves knights?" Hunter hung his head in shame. It was indeed disgraceful. He lacked the confidence to retort, knowing that knights from other domains had at least reached the bronze level, while 50 of his had yet to grasp combat skills. Claire addressed the assembly of knights loudly, "I will grant you 3 more days. If any of you fail to advance to apprentice knight status within this time frame, you will automatically exit the Knight Brigade." He then placed a pamphlet against Hunter's chest. Speaking softly, "From today onward, train them according to the methods outlined here." The knights widened their eyes in disbelief. It felt like a test of endurance. Their knightly titles had been inherited from their ancestors, requiring no cultivation of combat skills. To ask them to train now felt like a death sentence. Before they could voice their objections, Claire continued, "Reagan, here." Reagan responded eagerly, his expression animated. "If you have any commands, please instruct. Post a recruitment notice for knights. Some may think that without them, this place cannot function." "Yes," Reagan replied enthusiastically, his voice growing louder, chest swelling with pride. His youthful dream had always been to become a knight under the previous lord, but the former lord's indulgence in pleasures had thwarted any intentions of assembling a knight brigade, leaving him to serve as the Griffin family steward. Claire patted Hunter on the shoulder. "Do you understand what you must do?" Hunter's pupils contracted, staring at Claire. Hoping to glean some answers from his expression, he truly did not know what to do. I will take my leave now. I will return in 3 days. Hoping to see more apprentice knights among you. Claire mounted the carriage, heading back to the Lord's estate, while Hunter remained, gazing at the receding vehicle, puzzled by Claire's words. Captain, what was that book he gave you? The other knights inquired as they gathered around. In less than 2 minutes, they frowned in concern. No way. We really have to train like that? Isn't that going to kill us? Indeed, the training intensity in my father's generation was not this severe. My grandfather's generation might have been able to handle it. After all, he was a bronze knight. Which of our grandfathers was not a bronze knight? Otherwise, how could they have served as knights? My grandfather was a silver knight, and now he has fallen in with all of you. Let's not dwell on that. We should focus on how to advance to apprentice knights. They scratched their heads, realizing 3 days was hardly enough time. Many hadn't practiced their combat skills in ages. I suspect the Lord just wants to eliminate us. Impossible. There are so many of us. Where would he find new knights? Did he not say so? Post a notice. Please. Our ancestors were all knights. Can anyone in Nafa City match our conditions? They can barely afford to eat, let alone train. Then you won't train? Not training. Let's just go have some fun. Yay. Within these 3 days, not all desisted from training. Some abandoned it after a single day, while others, despite persevering for the entire duration, failed to attain the rank of squire. Swiftly, the 3 days elapsed, and Claire once more graced the military camp with his presence. Forewarned of his arrival, the reception this time was markedly improved compared to his initial visit. At least Claire was spared the protracted wait for the knights to assemble, though their bearing remained nonchalant, devoid of proper military posture. A hint of amusement flickered across Claire's countenance. Approaching Hant, he inquired, "Has anyone achieved a breakthrough?" Hant shook his head. "No, sir." He, too, was curious to witness how the Viscount would handle the situation, harboring similar sentiments to those who believed Claire would never dismiss them en masse. "I see," Claire murmured, pursing his lips. "Then, I request that those knights who have not attained the rank of squire relinquish their military accoutrements and depart the premises." His pronouncement elicited expressions of astonishment from the knights. "What? How can you do this? My ancestors have been knights of Nafa City for generations. Lord Viscount, you cannot do this. Indeed, we are loyal knights, sworn to your service." The knights erupted in a cacophony of impassioned protests, their voices laden with indignation. Had they not been mindful of Claire's status as Viscount, they might have already surged forward in defiance. With a swift gesture, Claire produced a revolver in his right hand. In the ensuing instant, the raucous clamor subsided into an eerie silence. The knights recognized the revolver, the very weapon that had felled the previous captain, and they were well aware of its lethal capabilities. "You have 10 minutes to vacate these premises. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences." The knights, thoroughly intimidated, exchanged apprehensive glances, ultimately pinning their hopes on Captain Hant. "Captain, please intercede on our behalf. Plead with the Viscount. Indeed, 3 days is far too brief. Given more time, we might yet be able to cultivate our battle aura. Captain Hant, we have served together for over a decade. We implore you to beseech the Viscount." The knights who had failed to advance to the rank of squire pleaded with Hant, neglecting Claire's directive to gather their belongings and depart. Instead, they encircled Hant, pressing him from all sides. Hant appeared flustered, his resolve wavering. "Captain Hant, your words carry more weight than ours. Please appeal to the Viscount." "Indeed, Captain, you are the sole bronze-ranked knight in the Viscount's domain. Surely, the Viscount will heed your counsel. Yes, your strength is unparalleled. The Viscount will undoubtedly grant you deference." Hant's resolve weakened further. "Indeed," he mused, "I am now the captain of the knights, and the most formidable knight in the Viscount's territory. The Viscount will undoubtedly require my assistance in future endeavors. Surely, he would grant my request in this trivial matter. Moreover," he continued, "if I fail to voice my support, my subordinates will undoubtedly cast aspersions upon my character, branding me a coward." With newfound resolve, Hant advanced toward Claire, intending to intercede on behalf of his subordinates. He had barely taken a few steps when his body froze. Click! Thud! Hant's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees, disregarding any semblance of dignity. He recognized that his life was paramount. "The manual I entrusted to you 3 days ago, did you adhere to its training regimen?" Claire inquired softly. "And no, sir," Hant stammered, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow. He had witnessed firsthand the lethal capabilities of this magical weapon, The very one that had claimed the life of the previous captain. Very well, Claire replied. Since you have failed to fulfill the task I assigned to you, you are deserving of punishment. There is a single bullet within the cylinder. You face a 1 in 6 chance of death. Do you accept this punishment? Hant closed his eyes, nodding tremulously. I accept, sir. Excellent. Claire stepped forward, pressing the barrel of the revolver against Hant's forehead. At the moment of contact, Hant's body visibly shuddered, his eyes darting shut, and his lips murmuring a string of fervent prayers. What is the most indispensable attribute of a knight? Claire demanded. Hant opened his mouth, his voice trembling as he replied. Courage. Louder. Courage. Very well. Then open your eyes wide. Understood, sir. Hant roared, his eyes widening, his countenance a mask of stoic acceptance. Click. The trigger was pulled, the cylinder rotating with a metallic grind, but the dreaded explosion never materialized. Hant's body slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, his face ashen. He was utterly spent, the specter of the unknown, the brush with death, having taken its toll. Claire brandished the revolver once more. Hant, is it? Yes, sir. Hant scrambled to his feet, his posture obsequious. Do you know why you were appointed captain of the knights? Hant shook his head, then quickly nodded, unwilling to betray his ignorance to Claire. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, he ventured, because I was the only one who charged forward? Claire shook his head. Hant's heart skipped a beat as he racked his brain for alternative explanations. Because I was the strongest knight present? He inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Claire shook his head again. Hant was at a loss. His face contorted in despair, he lowered his head further. I beseech you, sir, enlighten me. Claire cast a condescending glance upon him. Because I appointed you. That is why you are the captain of the knights. Hant's body shuddered, and in the depths of his being, a profound realization dawned. He experienced a moment of transcendent clarity. Indeed, he thought, my ascension to the rank of captain was not solely predicated on my strength or my actions on that fateful day, though they undoubtedly played a role. The decisive factor was the Viscount's appointment. He bestowed upon me the title of captain, entrusting me with the authority inherent in that position. Therefore, I am not irreplaceable. I may be the captain of the knights, but another could easily assume the role. My strength and all other attributes are inconsequential. With the Viscount's decree, anyone could become captain. Hant felt as though he had grasped the fundamental truth of the universe, his entire being suffused with fervent excitement. It seems you are an astute individual, capable of comprehending my words, Claire remarked with a faint smile. He preferred dealing with intelligent minds, as it obviated the need for protracted explanations. Click. Claire's finger tightened on the trigger once more. Based on your succumbing to the persuasion of those individuals and attempting to dissuade me, do you believe you warrant another punishment? Hant's eyelids flickered, but he no longer exhibited the abject terror and discomposure of before. His voice resolute, he declared, I implore the Lord to inflict punishment. Claire chuckled, diverting the muzzle of the gun from Hant's head and aiming it instead at the head impaled at the entrance of the military camp. Bang! A tongue of fire erupted from the revolver, the deafening report reverberating through the air. The severed head, struck by the bullet, swung wildly before plummeting to the ground. Everyone present was petrified. Even Reagan, who trailed behind Claire, was startled by the sound, despite having experienced it on several occasions. Considering that this is your first transgression, I shall overlook it, Claire said softly. He had discerned from the markings that the shot was destined to be lethal. Hant struck his head heavily, and tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes. As for the reason behind his tears, he himself could not ascertain. Perhaps it was a celebration of having survived a calamity, or perhaps it was for some other reason altogether. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 12, Truth and Justice. Do you now understand what must be done? Claire whispered softly. Understood, my lord. Hunter replied loudly, rising to his feet and turning to face the comrades who had previously encouraged him. His demeanor was now stern and resolute, a transformation that marked a stark contrast to the Hunter of old. Captain, a team member murmured hesitantly. Now, you have 3 minutes to vacate the camp, or I shall not hesitate to act. Hunter declared, a faint crimson aura emanating from him. An invisible pressure enveloped those team members who had yet to harness their own fighting spirit, leaving them awestruck and bewildered by the drastic change in their captain within such a brief span of time. Some attempted to reason with him. Captain, we have worked together for over a decade. Silence. I am no longer your captain. Hunter retorted fiercely. You are no longer knights of the Griffin Viscountcy. If you wish to reclaim your titles, you must first ascend to the rank of squire and await recruitment. Noticing the lingering hesitation among the group, Hunter swung his great sword, unleashing a crimson blade of energy that cleaved a massive fissure into the ground before him. Boom. The crowd recoiled in shock, gazing at Hunter with wide eyes. You have 2 minutes left. If you do not leave, do not blame me for my actions. Hunter reiterated. As they departed, some, still indignant, hurled insults at him. After all these years of camaraderie, to think you would treat us this way for the sake of a title. Humph. Let us see how long you remain in this position. You are merely a dog to the Lord. Before Hunter could respond, the man fled the camp. Adept in the art of taunting, yet knowing he would stand no chance against Hunter in a confrontation. Thus he hastily escaped to avoid retribution. However, Hunter paid no heed to the taunt, but stood still with his sword, waiting for the dismissed team members to leave. Once they had gone, he knelt on one knee. My lord, as you commanded, they have all departed. Seeing Hunter's actions, Claire nodded in satisfaction. He now had a reliable individual within the Viscountcy. How is the recruitment of new knights progressing? Claire inquired, looking at Hunter. Those who have come to enlist are already arranged in the hall. Please follow me, my lord. Hunter replied, leading Claire to a building within the camp, the hall where knights typically convened for meetings, though it had been long since it had seen use. Claire entered the somewhat dilapidated hall, his frown deepening as he surveyed the scene before him. The number of those present who had come to enlist was shockingly fewer than 20, and their physical condition left much to be desired. Among them stood a notably corpulent individual. Scanning the room, Claire noted the absence of the young man named Kron, whom he had seen previously, a robust 16-year-old standing over 6 feet tall. Surely he would be a far superior candidate than those before him, especially given his aspiration to become a knight. Noticing Claire's furrowed brow, Hunter hastily explained, these are the most qualified individuals in Nafa City. Those wishing to enlist are of even lesser caliber. Nafa City. Claire seized upon a key phrase. Why not recruit from the nearby villages as well? Hunter appeared somewhat troubled but pressed on. My lord, the youths in those villages lack sufficient provisions to train as knights. The training is grueling, demanding a substantial amount of food daily, and those from the villages typically come from impoverished backgrounds that cannot sustain such needs. Claire questioned, puzzled. When recruiting soldiers, are they expected to provide their own food? I recall that knights receive a fixed salary, and a rather generous one at that, several gold coins each month. Indeed, but prior to achieving noble status, all expenses must be borne by the individual, Hunter clarified. Claire clicked his tongue in disapproval. This vile aristocracy seeks to shirk the initial investment in knightly training, expecting to profit without contribution. Hunter's eyes glimmered with surprise, yet he complied with Claire's directives. Preparing to disband the assembly. Reissue a recruitment announcement targeting all eligible youths within the Viscountcy. Eliminate the stipulation regarding self-supplied food. I shall provide complimentary provisions, along with a monthly wage of 500 copper coins. Upon promotion to Bronze Knight, the salary shall increase to 5 gold coins per month. Hunter's jaw dropped in astonishment, soon followed by exhilaration. Yes, my lord. He realized the magnitude of potential knights this revision could attract to the camp. Claire patted Hunter's shoulder. You shall be responsible for selecting the most promising candidates. Ensure that my investment of 500 copper coins and provisions yields fruitful results. I vow to fulfill this task. My lord, I shall cultivate the strongest knightly force for you. Hunter exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Claire turned to leave, softly stating, this hall is in dire need of repairs, and the training equipment is outdated as well. Remember to procure funds from Butler Reagan. Expenses must be judiciously managed. Hunter shuddered slightly, sensing the ambition and foresight of the new Viscount, which appeared distinct from that of other nobles. His own fervor ignited. He pledged, I shall not disappoint you, my lord. It is my duty. Exiting the camp, Reagan trailed behind Claire, hesitant to speak. He had maintained this demeanor within the confines of the camp. Speak freely. There is no need to hold back, Claire urged, noticing Reagan's reluctance. My lord, such actions will deplete a significant amount of gold coins, Reagan lamented. Isn't money meant to be spent? Claire replied. I just stated that while we must be frugal where necessary, we cannot afford to skimp on essential expenditures. Do you think I dismissed those who have yet to harness their fighting spirit because they were too weak? Is that not the case? Reagan speculated. Claire chuckled lightly. No, it is because they have lingered within the Viscountcy for so long. Even if they lack ties to the noble merchants, they will not fully trust me as the new lord. I require a knightly force that will heed only my commands. Thus, I must revamp the camp, imprinting my distinct mark upon it. Reagan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Claire halted and turned to Reagan, asking, "Do you understand what truth and justice are?" Reagan was taken aback, pondering the question. "What do you mean by truth and justice?" Claire smiled gently. "The fist embodies truth, the victor embodies justice. And what of Hunter? Can he be trusted?" Reagan inquired. Chapter 13 Thank the Lord. Hant stood at the entrance of the military camp alongside the other 3 apprentice knights, watching Claire's carriage gradually fade into the distance. Though puzzled, Nick still retrieved Dean's head, which had been struck by Claire's lance. At this moment, Dean's head had become a desiccated skull, covered only by a thin layer of skin. Hant accepted it without hesitation, disregarding the bloodstains, and tied it up again with a rope before forcefully tossing it. He hung Dean's head at the front of the military camp. "Captain, what are you doing?" Nick exclaimed in astonishment. Hant licked his lips, reminding himself to stay alert. He then looked up at the suspended head, now aware of how Dean had met his demise and how he had ascended to the position of the new captain of knights. Someone had just called him the Lord's dog, and he thought, indeed, he now aspired to be the Lord's dog, for a dog at least gets to eat meat, right? But should he become the enemy of the Lord, the consequences would be akin to that of this hanging head. Some people wish to become dogs, but could not even achieve that. He chuckled to himself. "Captain, what should we do next?" Nick asked Hant, while the other 2 apprentice knights gazed at the empty camp, feeling a sense of desolation. Originally, there had been over 50 knights, but now only the 4 of them remained, leaving them with a sense of loneliness. Hant shouted, "Now, mount your horses. Spread the word about the regulation that the Lord has just amended. By tonight, every eligible youth in the Viscount's territory must be informed. The Knights of the Griffin Viscounty shall, under the Lord's guidance, make a name for themselves throughout the world." Hearing their captain's impassioned words, the 3 knights felt their blood surge with enthusiasm and quickly set out to find their steeds, mounting up. With a flurry of dust, the camp's entrance erupted as they galloped off in 4 different directions. In a village north of Nafa City, the merry family of 4 gathered at home for dinner, illuminated by the faint glow of a candle. Unlike the noble families who possessed magical lamps to brighten entire houses, the villagers relied solely on the dim light of candles. Clan extended his hand, offering a piece of black sugar to Mary. Her lively eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted it, licking it with delight. "Thank you, brother. I love you the most." However, as she savored the candy, Mary couldn't help but think of the older brother who had given her rainbow candies a few days prior. Surely, those rainbow candies must be far tastier and sweeter than this black sugar. But she quickly shook her head, asserting to herself, "The black sugar my brother bought is the sweetest. My brother is the best." Seeing his sister relish the black sugar brought a smile to Clan's face. But he soon appeared lost in thought, his mood darkening. The woman cast a worried glance at Clan, then turned to her husband, seeking his intervention. The man sighed and patted Clan's shoulder with his large hand, offering comfort. "It's all right. Once we gather enough grain next year and the Viscount recruits knights again, you will surely become an excellent knight." The woman chimed in, Yes. The Viscount has exempted so many taxes. By next year, we will have plenty of grain and money. Then, Clan, you can go to Nafa City and become a knight." Clan's eyes flickered with mixed emotions, and after a moment, he managed a faint smile. "All right, it's okay. Let's eat." Yet, deep down, he understood that even with the tax exemptions, a child from an ordinary farming family had little hope of becoming a knight. Training would require more than just wheat bread. It necessitated special potions and a substantial amount of meat to cultivate combat energy and advance to an apprentice knight. Of course, should one go to extreme lengths to scrape together resources, it might be possible to become a knight, but it would leave the family in dire straits, and his innate determination would not allow him to resort to such measures. Mary, licking her candy, looked up at her brother and sensed a hint of sadness from him that seemed incongruous with his expression. "Brother." Mary reached out her small hand to grasp Clan's thumb. His attention was drawn to her, and he smiled as he asked, "Is the black sugar good?" Mary tightened her grip on Clan's hand, her other hand forming a fist in an encouraging gesture as she declared, "Brother, you must persevere." Clan was taken aback. In the past, when he practiced with a wooden sword in the courtyard, Mary had always encouraged him in this manner. Now, however, it struck him as unbearably poignant. Tears welled up in Clan's eyes, but he quickly shut them tight, stifling his emotions as he gently ruffled Mary's hair, unable to utter a word. The couple, witnessing their son with his head bowed, felt a heavy ache in their hearts. Clan's singular aspiration throughout his life had been to become a true knight, and now that he had finally been granted an opportunity, he found himself forced to relinquish it due to family circumstances, which weighed heavily on their hearts as parents. "Father, tomorrow morning I'll go with you to harvest wheat." Clan's voice was choked. He shook his head and looked up at his parents, who finally noticed his eyes had turned red. "I won't practice anymore. Honestly, being a knight isn't that great." The couple exchanged wide-eyed glances, both understanding that becoming a knight had been Clan's dream since childhood. Was he truly prepared to give that up? Clan had come to a realization. The older boy had once said that he wished to become a knight to protect his family and ensure they had enough to eat. With the Viscount's tax reductions, he believed they should have enough food, making his knightly aspirations feel less significant. Moreover, the profession of a knight seemed ill-suited for a child from an ordinary family. One should aspire to what their background permitted, avoiding lofty ambitions. The couple exchanged glances, opening their mouths as if to say something, but found no comforting words to offer. "Let's eat. Remember to call me to help with the wheat harvest tomorrow," Clan said with a smile. "All right," the man replied slowly. Clan nodded and chewed on the black bread in silence. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the door as a boy, similar in age to Clan, burst in, panting heavily with excitement. "Ike, what brings you here?" Clan quickly stood and approached him. Ike was a peer from the same village, and since he was a year older, Clan referred to him as brother. Huh. Ike continued to catch his breath, yet his excitement remained palpable. "Good news. Good news, Clan." "What is it?" Clan asked, puzzled. He had not seen Ike this animated during the last tax exemption announcement. "The Viscount has issued another decree. Knights are being recruited again. This is different from before. The Viscount has amended a regulation. We can train in the military camp for free. It's all complimentary." Clan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and he quickly inquired, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Come with me. There's even a knight who rode into our village personally," Ike exclaimed, tugging at Clan's hand as he pulled him outside. Kron cast a yearning glance at his parents, who promptly waved him off, urging him to go. After Kron departed, the household, rather than feeling diminished by his absence, exuded a newfound joy. The couple wore radiant smiles, and although Mary was unaware of the specifics, the cheerful atmosphere heightened her appetite. "The noble Viscount is truly a remarkable man," the husband mused, realizing that his son's wish was finally within reach. The wife immediately concurred. "The Viscount is the finest noble I have ever encountered. When I go to church next week to pray, I shall certainly ask the Lord for his continued health and safety." Upon mentioning this, the couple joined their hands in prayer, expressing gratitude for the sustenance bestowed upon them. Mary, mimicking their actions, chimed in, "Thank you, Lord, for our food." Then, with one eye cautiously opened to sneak a glance at her parents, she whispered, "O Lord, if you could grant me sweets every day, you would truly be the best." Chapter 14. Proud Melly. After the 4 knights conveyed the news to all the villages, the eligible youths within those villages began their journey to Nafa City. In the darkness of the night, sparks of light could be seen converging towards Nafa City, the youthful travelers making their way through the night. Those living closer to the city walked on foot, while those from farther villages shared a horse-drawn carriage to reach their destination, for this was an opportunity too precious to miss. Training in the military camp not only required no fees, but also provided a stipend, enticing even those who had never contemplated becoming knights. Working at home, they earned scarcely 500 copper coins a month, and joining the military would alleviate the burden of food on their families. This win-win situation made every eligible youth yearn to become a knight of the Viscount's domain. By dawn, Nafa City was bustling with youths from various regions. A scene far grander than the last recruitment of maids by Claire, with a much larger turnout. In 2 days, the next transaction would commence, Claire pondered. Distractedly, he skillfully produced a blue potion from his flask, a basic healing potion used in previous transactions, a concoction he could create effortlessly even when preoccupied. Now, he was determined to discover the optimal configuration for this potion, seeking to achieve mass production. Generally, magical potions could only be crafted by wizards. If he could produce them in abundance, the Viscount's treasury would surely flourish. A potion costing less than 3 silver coins could fetch nearly 3 gold coins in a magic shop, a staggering profit of almost 100 times that ignited his ambition. Claire was in no rush, stowing the potion he had just brewed into his spatial ring and continuing his research. The recruitment of knights concluded as the sun dipped below the horizon, and Captain Hant wore a satisfied smile. This time, he had discovered several promising candidates, albeit they appeared somewhat frail, being the sons of common villagers. However, once they entered the military camp and received adequate nutrition, their chances of becoming knights were substantial. A total of 57 youths had been recruited, bringing their number to 61 when combined with the original 4. The faces of the youths were alight with excitement. Even the mundane regulations were met with rapt attention. Congratulations, you have become pre-selected knights. However, to truly become knights, you must rely on your own efforts. If you do not strive, you may end up like the last batch, eliminated by the Viscount. Do you understand? Captain Hant declared loudly. Understood. The youths replied in unison, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Excellent. Here is some good news. Tomorrow, the Viscount will personally come to inspect you. Perform well. Hant announced, and the youths erupted with excitement. Although they had never met the Viscount, they had heard tales of his benevolence, such as tax reductions and his handsome appearance. Understood. Good. Now rest well. Rise promptly at 5:30 tomorrow. After scanning the group, Hant noted that not a single voice of dissent was heard. If it were his previous team, they would have surely protested, questioning the early wake-up time. However, for these youths, rising at 5:30 was no great challenge. They often awoke even earlier to assist with farm work, especially when there was monetary compensation involved. Understood, Captain. The youths chorused in unison. Hant exchanged a knowing glance with his 3 companions. This was what a true military camp felt like, unlike the disorderly mess he had previously experienced. Now sleep well. Ensure you rise on time tomorrow. Hant lowered his voice as he and his companions departed. Once the 4 left, the youths remained wide awake, their excitement palpable. Despite lying in bed, their minds raced as they greeted one another and engaged in lively chatter. Too exhilarated to fall asleep, they finally drifted off after what felt like an eternity, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. At dawn, a carriage emerged from the Viscount's manor. This time driven by a new coachman, a lad who had been eliminated during the night recruitment and had been chosen as the new driver, relieving the Viscount's steward. Reagan, from the daily chore. The new coachman was content, while his monthly earnings of 400 copper coins paled in comparison to that of a knight. It was still a decent sum without the arduous training. As the carriage passed through the market, pedestrians instinctively stepped aside upon seeing the Viscount's carriage, facilitating Claire's journey. After the carriage had moved on, those behind craned their necks, having not yet caught a glimpse of the Viscount, who had been in town for nearly a week. The distance between the military camp and the Viscount's manor was not far, and in mere minutes. They approached the camp. Suddenly, Claire caught sight of a familiar figure and called out, "Stop." Whoa. The carriage skidded to a halt, leaving a long white mark on the ground. "What's wrong, young master?" Reagan asked anxiously. "Nothing serious," Claire waved dismissively. "Just ran into an acquaintance? Reagan was puzzled. Did the young master have friends in Napa City? Melly was bouncing towards the military camp with a bamboo basket perched atop her head, her chubby little hand supporting it. Suddenly, she felt the weight of the basket lift, prompting her to stop and gaze upward. A familiar face came into view, though she couldn't quite recognize it from this angle. She took a few steps back, and upon a clearer view, her eyes lit up with joy. "Big brother, you are here in Napa City too." "Indeed," Claire replied, lifting the bamboo basket she had been carrying, which still bore some weight. "What brings you here?" Claire asked with a warm smile. "I came to find my brother." Melly puffed out her chest with pride. "He is a knight now. The wish he told you about has come true." As she spoke, it was as if she herself were the one who had seen her wish fulfilled. "Oh," Claire feigned surprise. "That is impressive." "Of course." Melly beamed, nearly tilting her head back in pride. Her innocent and unpretentious pride was endearing, prompting Claire to ruffle her hair affectionately. "Hee," Melly giggled. "Big brother, where are you going?" "Forget about my destination for now. Your home isn't close to Napa City." "Did you come here alone?" Claire squinted, probing further. "Ah." Well, Melly suddenly appeared nervous. Did you sneak away from your parents?" Claire continued his inquiries. Melly's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a caught thief. Yet in her desperation, she concocted a clever excuse. "I came to bring my brother some food." "Yes, that's right. Even though the Viscount provides meals, I worried my brother wouldn't like them, so I brought some treats from home," she exclaimed, presenting her case with fervor. In truth, it was due to the fact that Mary had not seen her brother for an entire day that she suddenly yearned for him, prompting her to dash out of her home. Fortunately, along the way, she encountered kind-hearted individuals who pointed her toward the military camp. Otherwise, she would still be aimlessly wandering within the confines of Napa City. Claire lifted the cloth covering the bamboo basket, revealing the wheat bread and a piece of dark roasted meat inside, causing the corners of her mouth to twitch involuntarily. The young boys stood in a daze, none daring to make the first move, staring blankly at one another. Hurry, eat. Food is made for you to consume. How can you train without sufficient strength? Hant bellowed. After his loud proclamation, the boys finally seized their knives and forks, beginning to tackle the food before them. Observing the ravenous young men, Hant felt his own appetite stir, and he too plunged into his meal. This breakfast alone cost at least 2 gold coins, Hant mused. Yet it also indicated the determination of the esteemed Viscount to support the military camp with great resolve. Chapter 15. Hooray! Let us go? Claire took the initiative to grasp Mellie's small hand. Mellie, with her big eyes wide open, looked at him in confusion. Where are we going, big brother? We are going to find your brother. Are we heading to the military camp too? Mellie's face lit up with joy as she sprinted ahead, tugging Claire along. Claire sighed, reflecting on how easily she trusted others. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any ill-intentioned individuals along the way, or she might have ended up in a precarious situation. Hooray! Mellie exclaimed in excitement. This is my first time riding in a carriage. As the carriage resumed its journey, Mellie leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the scenery outside. Wow, so this is what it feels like to ride in a carriage. It's so relaxing. I don't even have to walk. Her eyes shimmered with longing. By the way, do you still want candy? Claire pulled out some rainbow candies from his pocket, waving them in front of Mellie. Mellie wiped the drool from her mouth and exclaimed, I want it. Claire placed the candies in her hand and asked, Do you know how to unwrap the candy wrapper? Mellie nodded vigorously, yes. I saw you unwrap it last time. After several attempts, Mellie finally managed to peel off the wrapper, mumbling, Everything is fine, but why is it wrapped in rainbow paper? The black sugar wasn't tea. Once she placed the candy in her mouth, a blissful smile spread across her face. The sweet and sour flavor was far more delightful than the black sugar. This thought instantly filled her with guilt. She had previously believed her brother's black sugar was the best, yet here she was, so easily swayed. All right, brother. Mellie seemed to have remembered something. She turned to Claire and asked, Big brother, can you give me one more piece of candy? Just one. I want my brother to try it too. Claire chuckled softly, producing 2 more rainbow-wrapped candies and placing them in Mellie's hand. Here are 2 for you to share with your brother later. Hooray! Mellie waved her arms in excitement. Inside the military camp, the 57 young boys were already donned in their training uniforms, standing in neat formation. What are we doing? One boy whispered. Oh, I almost forgot. But will the Lord actually come? I've never seen him before, another boy replied excitedly. Neither have I, Hunt shouted at the 2 of them. What are you 2 whispering about? Have you forgotten the rules I told you yesterday? No talking while in formation. Now do 100 push-ups. Yes, Captain. The boys responded in unison. The other boys, startled, straightened their backs and stared ahead, not daring to move. Kron stood in the front row, though slightly frail. He was favored by the captain and had received multiple praises during recruitment. His stance was the most proper among the group. Anticipation filled Kron as he wondered what the Lord, who had done so many good deeds, would look like. Girls who had failed to be recruited said that the Lord was not an old man, but rather quite handsome. Lost in thought, a carriage rolled into the camp. Kron dared not turn his head, but caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision. 3 figures emerged from the carriage. The one in front must be the Lord, followed by the steward, Reagan. But who was that short figure, standing under a meter tall? Kron felt puzzled, recognizing the figure as familiar. Yet he couldn't quite place it due to the angle. Claire entered the military camp holding Mellie's hand. Mellie, with her wide eyes, curiously glanced around. It was her first time in a night training camp, having only heard about it from her brother. Yes, the crowd shouted, saluting Claire in imitation of Hunt. Suddenly, Kron stiffened. As Claire approached, he finally recognized the familiar figure, his sister, Mellie. How did she end up here? Why is she following the Lord? Wait, the Lord. Kron quickly shifted his gaze to Claire, exclaiming in surprise, Ah? Hunt frowned, feeling a tightness in his chest. He had previously held a favorable opinion of Kron, but now, at this critical moment, a mishap had occurred. Claire waved at Kron with a smile, greeting him. Looks like your dream has come true. Kron was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to respond, but remembered they were in the military camp and quickly closed his mouth, nodding vigorously. However, his heart was tumultuous. The big brother he had seen earlier was actually the Lord. Moreover, he had spoken to them and even given them candy. Kron thought to himself, I knew he couldn't be a bad person. Mother said he was just a comparatively good bad guy. Furthermore, the Lord had fulfilled his promises, first ensuring they had enough to eat, then encouraging Kron that he could become a knight, and now it was all coming true. Lost in these thoughts, Kron felt a surge of excitement, his blood boiling. He never imagined he would serve as a knight under such a lord. Hunt glanced at Kron in surprise, not expecting him to know the lord, and his anger dissipated, enhancing Kron's importance in his eyes. Even Melly, who had been holding Claire's hand, now stared wide-eyed, looking up at Claire in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the big brother who had been chatting with her was actually the lord. What's wrong? Claire chuckled, ruffling Melly's hair. Is big brother the lord? Melly asked, bewildered. Yes, isn't he that impressive? Claire replied with a smile. Hunt surveyed the other boys and tentatively asked, my lord, would you like to see our training? Claire nodded gently. Yesterday, Hunt had secured a substantial sum from Reagan to upgrade the training facilities, while repairs for the buildings were set aside for later. With a command from Hunt, the 57 boys immediately turned around, first running 2 laps around the 2-kilometer track, followed by obstacle courses, crawling through mud pits, and weighted climbs, engaging in a variety of training exercises. Soon, they formed 3 groups, 5 or 6 sprinting ahead, the middle group being the largest, and the last group comprised of some fair-skinned boys from the city, lacking the physical prowess of those who had worked on farms since childhood. Kron was among the front runners, executing each jump and body shift with precision. Hunt noticed Claire's gaze and remarked softly, that boy is also one of my favorites. He is likely to be the first to cultivate combat energy. Considering their training regimen, Hunt pondered aloud, how soon can they become apprentice knights? After a moment of thought, he replied, 2 years, my lord. If you grant me 2 years, I assure you that most of them will achieve the rank of apprentice knight. 2 years, Claire mused, pursing his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. Hunt quickly sensed this and eagerly replied, 1.5 years. Give me 1.5 years, and I guarantee I can fulfill the task. Claire waved his hand, no need to rush. Proceed with your methods. Hunt let out a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, it takes 4 to 5 years to train a squire. The 2 years he just mentioned were only made possible due to the generous provisions provided by the Lord. Compared to others, 2 years is already remarkably swift. Even some noble scions who have not trained in martial arts would hesitate to assert that they could achieve the rank of squire within that time frame. Nevertheless, Claire was somewhat dissatisfied. 2 years exceeded his expectations. He was reluctant to wait 2 years before reforming the entire city of Nafu. However, hastening growth is never advisable. And after weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 16. The new transaction after 5 or 6 minutes. Clan was the first to reach the finish line, leaning against his legs and gasping for breath. Following closely behind him was Yak, a fellow villager. Melly, filled with concern, furrowed her brow and nearly tore at the hem of her clothes with her small hands. Let us take a break, Claire suggested softly. Hunter promptly ordered the runners who had reached the finish line to rest. Claire gently nudged Melly and whispered, go find your brother. Oh. Melly, realizing too late, rushed over, her tiny hands outstretched to embrace Clan, only to be stopped as he pressed a hand on her little head. Don't hug me, I'm covered in mud. Humph, bad brother. You want to let Melly hug you. She pouted, hands on her hips. Clan poked her forehead. What are you doing here? And with Lord Viscount, no less. At this, Melly's eyes brightened as she excitedly grasped Clan's hand. I didn't know big brother was a Viscount. He brought me here on the way. Clan poked her head again. How did you get here? You haven't told me yet. Melly lowered her head, gazing at her feet, silent. Did you sneak out of the house? Did you not tell mother? Melly, flustered, exclaimed, I came to bring you delicious food. She opened her bamboo basket, revealing small wheat bread and dark roasted meat. Clan glanced at it and smiled, taking a piece, though it couldn't compare to the gourmet food he had in the morning. It was indeed a treat for his family. But Melly misses her brother. Tears welled in her eyes. It felt like she might perish from not seeing him for just a day. Oh, speaking of candy, Melly suddenly remembered something. Pulling out 2 rainbow candies that Claire had given her earlier, she handed one to Clan, saying, Here, this is the candy Melly wants to give to big brother. Clan was taken aback, glancing at the candy in his hand, about to speak when Melly insisted, Hurry and eat it, or Melly will get angry. It's really delicious. Clan placed the candy into his pocket, gently ruffling her hair. I just finished training. I can't eat now. Let us wait until tonight. Melly's little face fell, but she quickly perked up again, reminding him, Then you must eat it. The two chatted for a while longer, but their respite was all too brief. Get up. You rascals. You've rested long enough. Hunter's authoritative voice boomed. Clan immediately stood, performing a knightly salute. Thank you, Lord Viscount. Claire nodded lightly, then led Melly to the carriage. Melly, understanding that she might disturb her brother's training, obediently followed Claire into the carriage. Inside the Viscount's estate, Melly gazed at the grand castle, feeling somewhat out of place. Even the smallest room was far larger and more splendid than her home. However, after Claire departed, Melly sat on the sofa for a while, sneakily enjoying several fruits. And her tension eased, especially since one of the maids was an older sister from her village, which made her feel more at ease. Wandering through the Viscount's estate, Melly followed her nose to the kitchen, where she encountered Yuna, who was preparing lunch. They chatted amiably and quickly became good friends. As night fell and the moon hung in the branches, Claire finally emerged from the laboratory in the basement. After shaking off the blood on his hands and washing them at the basin, his brow remained furrowed. It seemed that creating a potion for rapid cultivation of fighting spirit was no simple task. He had already lost dozens of experimental mice without making any headway. Claire sighed. Upon seeing his master, Reagan immediately approached. "Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to dine?" Claire nodded and walked towards the dining room. After a short while at the table, a honey-glazed pork chop was placed before him. He casually cut a piece and glanced at Yuna, contemplating that he should teach her how to prepare some Chinese dishes on a day when he had time. Otherwise, eating the same fare every day would surely lead him to depression. Noticing Claire's gaze, Yuna blushed and lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. Dinner concluded swiftly, and after wiping his mouth with a napkin, Claire inquired, "What time is it?" Claire stood and walked towards the stairs, instructing, "Do not let anyone go to the 6th floor." Today marked the awaited trading opportunity he had been anticipating for a week. Initially, he had deliberated whether to hold off and make friends during the next transaction, but it seemed wiser to proceed this time. Understood. Reagan stayed behind to direct the maids in cleaning the dining room. As the moon perched atop the highest tower, Claire gazed through the large transparent glass. Catching a full view of the moon, he paused his reading as the clock struck 12. Claire felt a shift, and a rudimentary data panel appeared in his line of sight. Looking at the upper right corner, he saw that the trading points had indeed changed to 1. Without hesitation, Claire declared, "Commence the transaction." The familiar swirling vortex reappeared, emanating an otherworldly aura. Even now, fully acquainted with the original owner's magical knowledge, Claire could not fathom how this interdimensional transaction was conducted. His gaze remained fixed on the vortex before him, patiently awaiting its outcome. He hoped to match with a more favorable trader this time. Chapter 17. The transaction. After staring at the vortex for a good 3 to 4 minutes, it finally began to shift. Suddenly, just as it had before, the vortex came to a halt, as if the murky water had been stirred aside. The scene gradually clarified, and Claire focused intently on what lay before her. An ancient world? Claire pondered. The figure before her appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in garments reminiscent of a bygone era. His attire looked as though it hadn't seen a wash in ages, and even through the screen, Claire could almost detect a foul odor emanating from him. His face was equally disheveled. Claire furrowed her brow slightly. If this were merely an ordinary ancient world, then there was little of interest to her. "Greetings, young man," he said. "Hello, I am Antonio. May I know your name?" Claire continued to use her alias habitually. "Call me Chin-Han. Let us get straight to the point. Do you have anything to trade?" Claire feigned indifference, resting her chin on her hand. "What do you desire?" "I possess a miraculous elixir for treating external injuries." "What do you have to offer?" "A miraculous elixir for treating external injuries?" Chin-Han echoed, seemingly unimpressed. Just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Claire with an apologetic smile. "Pardon me. Please wait a moment while I shake off my pursuers." "Huh," Claire replied, puzzled. She then watched as the man, Chin-Han, leaped into the air, lightly tapping his toes on a protruding rock before soaring up to a mountain peak several dozen meters high within seconds. Claire widened her eyes in astonishment, thinking, a martial arts world? As Chin-Han lay flat on the ground, a group of several dozen horse-riding martial artists approached from a distance, shouting in anger. "We must catch that little thief. He dares to steal our sect's ultimate technique, the 5 elements breathing method. This is not the first time he has committed such an act. Our 5 elements sect is the 4th to fall victim to his thievery. If he weren't so adept at evading capture, he would have been eliminated by other sects long ago. If we fail to apprehend him this time, we shall join forces with the other 4 sects to issue a bounty. Let us see where he can hide." Indeed, Chin-Han has no fear of being struck by lightning for his misdeeds. As the angry shouts faded into the distance, Chin-Han confirmed that no one was around and scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. My apologies for the interruption. Let us resume our discussion on trade. What have you done to warrant such a large number of pursuers? Claire inquired. Nothing more than stealing their sect's martial arts technique. They are so petty. No wonder their 5-element sect cannot grow stronger. But it's no concern. They would need to train for another 30 years to catch up with my skills. Shin Han replied with a smirk. What is the purpose of their technique? Claire asked. It seems to enhance physical abilities. There are plenty of such techniques available. But I must say, their 5 elements breathing method has its merits. Compared to other techniques, it yields results more efficiently, yet it remains a foundational practice. I wonder if it could be traded for 100 taels of gold. Foundational practice? Claire seized upon the key phrase, contemplating, when it comes to physical enhancement. The martial arts world is undoubtedly at the forefront. Moreover, since it is a foundational practice, it might prove useful for advancing to the rank of a novice knight. Elated by her thoughts, Claire directly asked, I am quite interested in your techniques. Shall we trade? Certainly, that is no issue. I initially stole this technique to sell it, and trading with anyone is the same. It depends on whether you can present me with a treasure that stirs my interest. If it's merely the elixir you mentioned, I must decline. We are not lacking in such items here. Indeed, as Shin Han stated, the martial arts world is not short of healing potions. Furthermore, he had no need for them. Usually, his adversaries could not catch up to him, let alone injure him. In over a decade of his career, the only injury he sustained was from a mad dog while sleeping in a dilapidated temple. Claire licked her lips, narrowing her eyes. Pondering her predicament, it appeared that her basic healing potion did not pique his interest. What could she offer that might captivate him? Suddenly, she recalled that he had mentioned wanting to exchange techniques for gold. He was in need of money, which might facilitate the trade. Please wait. I shall retrieve a treasure, Claire declared, rising to her feet. She adjusted the trading screen to align with her reclined chair, ensuring he would not see what unfolded next. After taking a few steps, she paused, turned, and rummaged through a cabinet, producing a gift from the nobles. She carelessly tossed a golden cup onto the ground, then placed the glass cup within it, closing the lid to reveal a stunning crystal goblet. The golden cup rolled across the marble floor and came to rest at Claire's feet. With a swift kick, the golden cup was sent several meters away. What treasure have you brought? Shin Han inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the ornate box in Claire's hands. Its exterior suggested that the contents within were of considerable value, worthy of its elegant facade. Claire cautiously opened the box to reveal the glass cup, observing Shin Han's expression closely. Indeed, at the moment the glass cup appeared, Shin Han's eyelids twitched slightly, though he quickly regained his composure, suppressing any exaggerated reaction. Perfect. It seems the world he hails from has yet to produce glass. Claire began to weave her tale. This is a treasure from the kingdom of the merfolk in the far eastern sea, a crystal goblet. I assume your world has its own varieties of glass, but I doubt you have seen one as translucent as this. Shin Han's eyes widened in fascination as he gazed at the glass cup, his throat involuntarily swallowing. It was not just that he had never seen one. He had never even heard of such a thing. Common glass is typically yellow or green. Where would one find such a transparent goblet? Even the most ordinary glass is worth a fortune. If he could trade for this crystal goblet, he would be set for life. Claire continued her embellishment. This was crafted from crystal sourced from the depths of the abyss, a possession exclusive to the royal family of the merfolk. I paid a hefty sum to acquire it. Stop right there. I am indeed very interested in this item. Let us proceed with the trade, Shin Han urged, his voice urgent as the countdown timer in the upper corner approached 1 minute. If they delayed further, the trading passage would close. Patience, Claire replied with a smile, closing the ornate box and tucking it away. Shin Han's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Patience. I am in a hurry. I also possess a small circulation technique I pilfered from Wugong Mountain, which can enhance one's mental acuity. It is said that with advanced practice, one can cultivate a spirit that transcends the confines of the physical body. Claire remained silent, smiling enigmatically. Shin Han glanced anxiously at the countdown timer, exclaiming, The martial arts techniques I previously stole have all been sold. I only have these 2 left. What else do you desire? Along with the movement technique you just demonstrated. Claire whispered softly. Shin Han's eyes widened in shock. But that is my family's ancestral technique. Then it must be accompanied by a sum of gold. Deal, Claire declared, retrieving an empty vial from her spatial ring. Shin Han's eyes gleamed once more. Deal. Chapter 18. Advancement. As the transaction concluded and 3 ancient books appeared in his trading space, Claire's gaze shifted to Shin Han. who was joyfully cradling a glass cup and a test tube. Claire couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The cowboy's earlier trick had proven quite effective. Despite possessing a unique ability for cross-border trading, Chen Han's pursuit seemed to be nothing more than the mundane desire for wealth, which struck Claire as rather pedestrian. Chen Han gingerly tucked the newly acquired glass cup into his embrace, and with a bit of time remaining, he engaged Claire in casual conversation. "Do you have any regular trading friends?" Claire inquired, still contemplating whether to save a few trading points to become friends. "What do you mean by regular trading friends?" Chen Han scratched his head, puzzled. "Is that even possible?" Claire reiterated the information the cowboy had shared with him. "So, if I have a few trading points, I can become a regular friend?" Chen Han pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the idea. "Never mind. We can only trade once a year. I simply lack the patience to wait 2 years for that." Claire's eyelids fluttered. However, before he could delve deeper into his inquiries, the cross-border high-definition call automatically terminated as the time elapsed. Trading once a year? Claire mused, realizing that their trading intervals differed significantly. Was it due to the variance in worlds, or perhaps there were personal conditions that subtly altered the trading cadence? Or maybe it was a matter of differing world timelines, allowing him to accumulate trading points within a week while Chen Han could only gather a few in a year. After considerable contemplation, Claire dismissed the thoughts, recognizing that the information was too scant to draw any useful conclusions. He retrieved the 3 books from the trading space, and as he did so, a radiant light enveloped them. Claire stepped back in astonishment, watching the books seemingly flip through their pages as if manipulated by an unseen force. Soon, they flipped from the beginning to the end, and the light faded into the void, leaving the books devoid of their previous enchantment, settling onto the table. After a few minutes of observation to ensure there was no danger, Claire approached and gently lifted the cover of one book. It dawned on him. What he had witnessed was a translation of the text. With newfound assurance, Claire picked up the book. The text had transformed into the language of this world, evidently altered by the divine white light he had just encountered. As he perused its contents, he murmured, or perhaps, "This is how artifacts from another realm adapt to the rules of this world?" The text within the book was not the archaic script he had anticipated, but rather remarkably accessible, even transforming specialized terminology from the martial arts world into terms like knight and chi. Claire's attention then shifted to the other 2 tomes on the table. Mage's mental energy manipulation technique? He mused, recognizing it as akin to the previous small circulatory method. He picked up the ancient book, intending only to skim through, yet soon found himself engrossed in its teachings. The mental energy cultivation method described within was fundamentally different from the magical practices of this world. However, after reading, Claire felt a surge of excitement. This approach seemed viable. Although the methods diverged, the ultimate goal of cultivating mental energy remained attainable. Once finished with that book, he turned to examine the last one concerning body techniques. However, after a few pages, he set it aside, realizing it too was focused on knightly combat techniques. Yet, it appeared that this world lacked a concept of martial arts techniques altogether. Disregarding the late hour, Claire resumed his study of the tome on mental energy cultivation, meticulously following its instructions for practice. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the tallest structure in Nafa City, the spire of the Viscount's domain. Reagan, as he did daily, skillfully made his way to the 6th floor, prepared to knock on the door of the young master's chamber to rouse Claire for breakfast. "Good morning, Reagan," Claire greeted as he emerged, stretching lazily before descending the stairs. "Young master, good morning," Reagan stammered, momentarily frozen. Not due to the early hour, but because of a peculiar sensation. The young master seemed different today, more vibrant and spirited. After a quick wash, Claire settled onto the sofa in the living room, assessing his condition. An invisible wave of mental energy was radiating outward. This was the reason for Reagan's earlier observation. Following the techniques outlined in the book throughout the night, Claire had remarkably advanced from a novice mage to an intermediate mage. Typically, such a leap would require 2 to 3 years of diligent accumulation. But this book had propelled Claire's mental energy to a level sufficient for his advancement within a single night. Of course, such dramatic growth was unlikely to be repeated. Yet maintaining a steady ascent in mental energy could support his progression to advanced mage. However, Claire estimated that the cultivation methods within the book would become less effective at the advanced mage level. Beyond that point, he would need to rely on his own efforts or discover alternate methodologies. With a snap of his fingers, a flame ignited before him, visibly radiating waves of intense heat. He conjured a magical hand to lift a glass cup from the table, one of the minor spells frequently employed in experiments. As he gently approached the cup, it softened within mere seconds, yielding to gravity as it elongated into a thin strand of glass. Claire's eyes widened. The flame's temperature had exceeded 600 degrees, rendering the glass malleable, a clear indication that his power as an intermediate mage could indeed rival that of a silver-ranked knight. While novice mages might struggle against knights in combat, this ability alone could inflict substantial damage on a silver knight. Claire reveled in his newfound strength for a moment, but his smile soon faltered. After all, just a week ago, he had dispatched a silver knight with a firearm. It seemed his prowess as an intermediate mage still paled in comparison to the impact of a gun. In light of this realization, his earlier excitement dimmed. He needed to advance to an advanced mage as soon as possible. From what he understood, ordinary firearms posed little threat to gold-ranked knights and were utterly ineffective against advanced mages. Once he reached that level, he would be positioned in the mid-tier of mages, significantly widening the gap between himself and knights. Typically, it would take 3 gold-ranked knights to contend with a single advanced mage. After a simple breakfast, Claire instructed Reagan to prepare the carriage for another visit to the military camp. If the mental energy cultivation method he had acquired proved beneficial, then the other 2 books on knightly techniques should also yield some utility. Upon entering the hall, Claire spotted a familiar figure on the floor, diligently scrubbing the ground with a small cloth, her legs pumping energetically to push the cloth across the surface. Claire looked on in surprise at Reagan, who had not yet had the chance to inquire, but Mary, cleaning the floor, greeted him first. "Good morning, big brother." "Good morning, Grandpa Reagan." Claire unexpectedly glanced at Reagan beside her, questioning, "Have you, with your prominent brows and large eyes, betrayed the revolution? I recall that you used to hold a particular disdain for commoners like Melly." Chapter 19, The Little Maid After Taking Another Round. Reagan observed that the maids were diligently performing their duties, and he nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his role as the butler of the Griffin family was not in vain. However, he soon noticed a small head peeking intermittently at the entrance of the Viscount's residence. "What are you doing here?" Reagan inquired with a frown. Although this little girl was a guest of the young master, he couldn't shake the feeling that commoners were unworthy of associating with him. Melly timidly shrank back, for the old man with the white beard did not appear as amiable as a big brother. "Are you here to see the young master?" Melly shook her head vigorously. "No, Melly is here to play with Una." As the butler of the Viscount's residence, Reagan was well aware of the names of the 15 maids, and he recognized that Una was the black-haired cook whose dishes the young master particularly enjoyed. "Una is still working and cannot play with you," Reagan said, hoping to dissuade Melly from lingering at the entrance. "Oh," Melly nodded her little head and then asked, "When will she be done with her work?" Reagan rubbed his temples in exasperation and explained, "Even when she finishes, she won't have time to play with you." "Why not?" "Yesterday, Una played with Melly for a long time after finishing her work," Melly asked curiously, her big eyes wide with interest. "This child is quite bothersome," Reagan thought, feeling a headache coming on. "She is very busy and has no time to play with you." He wished for Melly to abandon the idea altogether. "Oh." Melly's spirits dampened as she lowered her head. Reagan thought she might finally give up, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Melly asked, "Can I wait here then?" "Suit yourself," he replied dismissively and walked away. Yet, as he worked, he found himself occasionally thinking about the little girl waiting at the door, his heart becoming increasingly unsettled. She wouldn't still be waiting, would she? A normal person would have left by now. With his mind filled with doubts, Reagan stealthily approached the living room entrance, concealing himself as he peered out cautiously. In front of the Viscount's grand entrance, Melly stared at the small stones at her feet, kicking them gently with her foot while using her fingers to draw strange patterns on the ground. Occasionally, she would look up at the Viscount's residence, hoping to see some change within. Reagan watched her for about 10 minutes, and she showed no signs of leaving. With a sigh, he decided to approach her. "Why are you still here?" This time, his tone was considerably gentler than before. Melly took a step back, feeling a bit intimidated by the old man, and quietly replied, "But you said I could stay here." Reagan touched his face, pondering, "Am I really that frightening?" "I meant, why aren't you at home?" "There's no one to play with me at home. My brother is training at the military camp, and my parents won't let me help in the fields. So I wanted to find Una to play with." "What about the other children in your village?" "They are all older than me and don't want to play with me. My brother used to play with me, but now Una is the only one who is willing to spend time with me." Hearing this, Reagan felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl and hesitated over whether to let her in. However, without the young master's permission, He knew he shouldn't allow anyone into the Viscount's residence. Just then, Melly asked, "Grandpa, what do you do in the Viscount's residence?" At that, Reagan instinctively puffed out his chest. "I am the butler of the Viscount's residence." "Butler?" Melly tilted her head in confusion. "What does that do?" Reagan gritted his teeth, contemplating how to explain, and finally said, "It's a very important job. Una was hired by me." "Really? That is amazing." Melly's eyes lit up. Hearing such direct praise made Reagan feel a swell of happiness. After all, no one had ever complimented him so openly before, and the sincerity in a child's admiration was particularly delightful. Indeed, Reagan beamed, nearly lifting his head in pride, as being the butler of the Griffin family was his greatest achievement. Melly hopped excitedly in front of him, pointing at herself with her tiny fingers. "Butler Grandpa, can Melly be a maid in the Viscount's residence?" Her eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed eagerly at Reagan. He hesitated. Initially, he had harbored a prejudice against Melly due to her humble background, yet as they conversed, that bias had gradually faded. Despite Claire's influence on him, Melly's demeanor was endearing. And who could truly dislike a sweet and charming little girl? Melly pouted. "Previously, I wanted to apply to be a maid, but my brother said I was too small to be one. Since you are responsible for hiring maids, can you see if Melly could become one?" Reagan stroked his white beard thoughtfully. After all, it was just a few words that could bring joy to this little girl. Why not indulge her? "Of course. I believe that when you grow up, you will undoubtedly become an excellent maid." "Yay." Melly leaped up in joy. Reagan couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. This little girl was not so bothersome after all. "So how do you reward me?" Reagan pondered, staring blankly at the rainbow candy in his hand. "I was going to eat it, but then I thought Una might not have tasted it, so I wanted to bring it for her to try. But since I can't go in, and Una can't come out, I'll reward you with this candy since you said I could be a maid." "Reward?" Reagan echoed, astonished, for it had been a long time since anyone had used that word in reference to him. "Yes, whenever I behave well. My mother buys black sugar as a reward for me, and now I also have candy, so I want to reward you, Butler Grandpa." Looking at the innocent and radiant little girl, Reagan tightened his grip around the piece of candy, a smile once again gracing his face. Melly glanced up at the sky. Though the sun had not yet risen, the dawn was breaking. She then brushed off the dirt from her clothes. "What are you doing?" Reagan asked. "Aren't you waiting?" He felt a sudden urgency. Melly looked up at him, puzzled, her expression akin to that of a confused child. This after tidying her clothes, she turned to leave. "Wait," Reagan called out abruptly. Would you like to come in?" He gestured towards the interior of the Viscount's residence. Melly's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I really go in?" "Well, consider it an early experience as a maid." "A little maid?" "That could be said, but without pay. However, I can provide 3 meals." "Yay. Thank you, Butler Grandpa." "I'm called Reagan. Thank you, Grandpa Reagan." Reagan straightened his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he would with the maids, and stepped into the Viscount's residence. "Stop dawdling. Come in." "Yay, yay, yay," Melly exclaimed, following him with her hands waving excitedly. In the unseen angle of Mary's perspective, Reagan, who walked ahead, revealed a blissful smile. If he were to have a granddaughter, she would likely be of a similar age. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. Claire gently ruffled Mary's little head, asking, "What brings you here to work?" Mary replied earnestly, "Grandpa Reagan said I could be a little maid, and then he would give me food." Reagan, usually composed and steady, now appeared somewhat flustered. "Young master, can we let her work in the Viscount's residence?" Mary gazed at Claire with wide, hopeful eyes. "Big brother." Claire felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Do you think I am so unfeeling? We can forego this meal, and Mary doesn't need to work. She can come and play whenever she wishes." "No." Mary shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum. "Mama said one shouldn't accept favors without reason. I can support myself. Look how clean I've made this floor." "All right." Claire pursed his lips and whispered to Reagan, "Let her do less work. Just a token effort will suffice." "Understood." Reagan nodded repeatedly. Mary raised her little hand again. "What is it?" "Once I finish my work, can I go play with Una?" "Of course," Claire responded. "Have you informed your parents that you're here?" "Not yet." Mary's voice was barely a whisper. "Reagan, please go tell her parents she is here to avoid any worry. Also, summon Captain Hant to come over." Claire decided against making the trip to the barracks himself, reasoning that as a Viscount, it was perfectly normal to have his subordinates run errands. "Yes, sir." Reagan placed his right hand over his heart and gave a slight bow. After Reagan left, Claire patted Mary's little head. "Go and play with Una." "But I haven't finished my work yet." Mary tugged at the cloth as she looked at the unfinished floor. Mary hesitated, and Claire encouraged her. Don't worry. I'll help you keep it a secret from Reagan. Just go play. No. Mary resolutely shook her head. I'll finish my work before I play. I don't want to betray Grandpa Reagan's trust. It's not easy to become a maid in the Viscount's residence. I can't leave a bad impression. Claire was somewhat surprised, but did not push the matter further. Then do your best. Once you finish this spot, you can go find Una. Okay. Mary cheered herself on. On the way to the Viscount's residence, Hant was puzzled, unsure why he was summoned by the Lord during training. Nevertheless, he promptly delegated his training tasks to 3 apprentice knights and hurried over. Upon entering the living room, he spotted a little girl scrubbing the floor with her backside in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Claire's younger sister, who had visited the barracks with the Lord the day before. Are you here to see Big Brother? Mary asked with wide eyes. Yes, the Lord summoned me. Big Brother is in the meeting room. Could you tiptoe over? That spot is where I worked hard to clean. Mary pleaded. Hant glanced at the gleaming floor and scratched his head, deciding to remove his shoes and carry them as he stepped carefully past. Mary sighed in relief. Had he walked over without care, she would have had to clean it again, delaying her playtime with Una. Arriving at the meeting room door, Hant nervously adjusted his attire, ensuring everything was in order before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Claire's voice resonated from within. Hant cautiously pushed open the door to the meeting room, and his eyes immediately fell upon Claire seated at the head of the table. Today, the Lord seemed different from yesterday. There was a depth to him, an inscrutability. Good day, my lord. Hant saluted with the formality befitting a knight. Have a seat. Claire gestured to the chair beside him. Hant felt a surge of joy as he promptly took his seat, realizing his significance in the Lord's eyes. Claire wasted no time and slid a book across the table towards Hant. Hant glanced at the title, Battle Chi Breathing Techniques. What is this? He mused internally. This is something I researched yesterday. See if it proves useful. Claire claimed authorship of the techniques, knowing it would be difficult to explain their origin otherwise. He intended to craft an image of himself as an all-capable genius. Hant took the book, contemplating what to say to avoid embarrassing the Lord. After all, the study of Battle Chi had been thoroughly explored. Even those at the Sword Saint level might struggle to offer groundbreaking suggestions, let alone the Lord who had never practiced it. Yet, as the Lord's loyal servant, he had to find a way to praise it, even if it were nonsensical. With this mindset, Hant opened the book's cover, appreciating the high-quality texture of the binding. Initially planning to skim through, he quickly flipped through a few pages before abruptly freezing. As if struck by a revelation, he returned to the first page and scrutinized it closely. As he delved deeper into the text, the astonishment grew. His breaths became audible. This is an entirely new path. Previously, cultivating Battle Chi required relentless self-exploitation to reach one's limits, at which point one could awaken their Battle Chi through established techniques. However, this book proposed an alternative approach, first feeling the faint Battle Chi within oneself, then guiding it according to the book's teachings to gradually cultivate it. Even after awakening their Battle Chi, one could continue to follow the prescribed pathways to expand their capacity and recover more rapidly. This was the most astonishing aspect. One could enhance their Battle Chi and physical prowess without the need for grueling training. Such methodologies were entirely absent from Hant's understanding. Unbeknownst to him, Hant became completely engrossed in the book's teachings, even beginning to guide his own Battle Chi within his body as if no one were watching. Claire took a sip from his drink, observing that the foundational techniques he had acquired were proving immensely valuable, as Hant was now spontaneously practicing them. However, he bore no ill will. He remembered being in a similar state of enthusiasm when he first encountered the mental cultivation techniques the previous night. As Hant followed the book's guidance, an incredible aura began to emanate from him. The more pages he read, the more potent his presence became, until even the drink on Claire's table began to tremble, ripples forming on the surface. Upon finishing the last page, Hant closed his eyes, attempting to guide his Battle Chi through a complete cycle. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Hant's aura intensified with each passing moment until suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his Battle Chi erupted like crashing waves, shattering the chair he sat upon into splinters that scattered in all directions. Claire's eyes flickered as he remained reclined on the sofa, making no excessive movements. He merely waved his hand lightly, conjuring a transparent windshield that shielded him from the debris. Hunt stared in disbelief at his own body, feeling the breath of energy within him. His voice brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed, I have ascended to the rank of Silver Knight. Chapter 21. Cultivation technique after the initial excitement. Hant regained his composure and knelt on one knee before Claire, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." His lowered head was filled with shame. He had just doubted the utility of the book presented by his lord. However, it became evident that he had underestimated Claire, although he previously considered himself a loyal servant. His allegiance to Claire had now transcended mere loyalty, evolving into a level of faith. The Lord was omnipotent. "Rise," Claire commanded, waving his hand. Upon standing, Hant noticed that the force of his recent breakthrough had shattered the chair he had been sitting on, which only added to his embarrassment. He decided to ignore the incident. With this set of cultivation techniques, how long will it take for those youths to become apprentice knights? Claire inquired, for this was the matter that held his utmost concern. Hant pondered for a moment, and as his thoughts progressed, his excitement grew. "If we combine this technique with our Viscount's combat training methods, I am confident that most of the knights will be able to cultivate their fighting spirit within half a month." After saying this, Hant felt a twinge of hesitation and added, "For exemplary knights like Clan, reaching the status of apprentice knight within a week is also feasible." "Oh." Claire's eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that his armed forces would soon be of great use. "Very well, I entrust this task to you. Remember, do not let this information leak." "Understood, my lord," Hant replied. Claire then produced another book from his spatial ring, presenting it to Hant. "This is a technique for body movement. You should teach this as well." With trembling hands, Hant accepted the book, his heart racing with excitement. Having already witnessed the marvels of the fighting spirit book, he was certain this body movement technique would be equally impressive. "Understood." Hant saluted and bowed before exiting the room. Once Hant departed, Claire propped his chin on one hand, reclining on the sofa. He was acutely aware of the implications of this technique. It could facilitate rapid cultivation of fighting spirit, and if discovered by other lords, they would likely exert pressure on him to relinquish it. Nevertheless, he held great trust in those youths, most hailed from impoverished villages, lacking exposure to the world. Yet their integrity was genuine. He believed there was no need to guard against the possibility of them leaking this technique. Moreover, he had just instructed Hant to keep the information confidential. Given Hant's loyalty, he should be capable of maintaining secrecy. Ultimately, Claire sighed, reflecting on his lack of strength. If he were more powerful, he would not have to harbor such concerns. While this technique could indeed accelerate the cultivation of fighting spirit, it was not sufficient to alter the world. Fighting spirit had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and numerous extraordinary cultivation methods had emerged. After all, even the most apprenticed knights could not withstand a single strike from a golden knight. What good was rapid advancement if they merely became cannon fodder? Furthermore, what he possessed was merely a foundational technique. Hant's ascent to Silver Knight status had primarily resulted from his own diligent accumulation, with the technique serving merely as a catalyst. In truth, the speed of cultivation from this breathing technique did not surpass that of the Viscount's established method. However, the two techniques were complementary and could be practiced in tandem, significantly enhancing the overall speed of cultivation. The name of the Golden Lion family in the royal capital derived from that very fighting spirit cultivation method. Generally, members of this family, upon reaching adulthood, attained the strength of golden knights. Yet, despite such a formidable cultivation method, other nobles dared not covet it. The Golden Lion family was a lineage of military merit, and any who dared to covet their techniques would face severe repercussions if even a whisper of their intentions reached the ears of the family. Thus, Claire concluded that his strength remained insufficient. Some treasures must be concealed. Hant, now holding the two books, was filled with exhilaration. He envisioned the glory of the Griffin Viscountcy illuminating the entire kingdom, his face flushed with excitement as he clutched the books to his chest, fearful of losing them. He swiftly exited the Viscount's residence, only to realize that he had forgotten something. La 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 la. La la la. If I just clean the floor one more time, Melly's work will be complete, and then I can go play with Yuna. Melly's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought. However, as she entered the living room, her cleaning cloth slipped from her grasp, leaving her astonished. A veil of tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. With a pout, she exclaimed, "Woo-woo. Who left such long footprints? Woo-woo. They're covered in mud. I'll have to clean again. When would she be able to play with Yuna? Woo-woo." As Melly squatted down, tears streaming down her cheeks, she resumed wiping the floor. She wiped her eyes with her arm, forcing a smile. "It's all right. Melly is working hard." Reagan, observing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of confusion but decided to report to the young master that the task had been completed. "Just keep working. I've spoken to your parents, so you can stay here without worry. Woo-woo, when will it ever be finished? Reagan found Claire and recounted the events. Claire nodded and instructed. Please clean the conference room and replace the chairs, can't just damage one. Reagan hesitated, unsure how to explain Melly's tears, and opted for the excuse, I'll go check. Go ahead. As noon approached, Melly finally finished cleaning the living room floor, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, admiring her work. She couldn't help but chuckle at her accomplishment. Melly did great. She finished such a hard job. However, this was also the busiest time for Yuna, who was preparing Claire's lunch. Thus, Melly could only follow her, chatting happily. Even so, she was content, trailing behind Yuna with a bright smile, her previous grievances forgotten. Chapter 22. Culinary display, sir. It is time for lunch, Reagan reminded. Claire set down the book in his hands and nodded, following Reagan into the dining room. The table was adorned with 5 or 6 exquisite dishes, with maids standing by to serve. At the end of the line, he spotted Mary, peering curiously at the restaurant's decor with wide eyes, having come along with Yuna. However, the offerings were the same old Western cuisine, which Claire found rather unpalatable. Come, Mary. Let us eat together, he called. Perhaps having someone beside him would stimulate his appetite. Mary shook her head vigorously. I've already eaten, big brother. You go ahead. She cast a glance at Reagan behind Claire, who nodded in approval, indicating she understood the rules. Claire was also aware that the maids dined separately, and even Reagan had already had his meal before him. Very well then, Claire said, picking up his knife and fork, listlessly slicing into the meat on his plate. He sighed inwardly, alas, another day of meat. Eating it once or twice is fine, but every day is simply tiresome. As he pondered, he cut another piece of meat and slowly brought it to his mouth. After just a few chews, he slammed his knife and fork onto the table with a loud bang. Yuna jumped in surprise. She had tasted every dish she prepared and found nothing amiss. Why then? Did the Viscount suddenly appear angry? No, I cannot eat this. Claire stood up, exclaiming that while eating it for a day or two was tolerable, a lifetime of such fare would surely be intolerable. Surely the Viscount does not find the food to his liking. I am finished. I cannot be dismissed, can I? Yuna quivered, stepping forward. Viscount, what is it that does not suit your palate? I can prepare another dish. Claire was taken aback, not realizing he had frightened the young maid. He quickly reassured her, it's fine, your cooking is delightful. I simply wish to change the flavor. Then please, allow me to make another for you. Yuna insisted promptly. Claire chuckled lightly, confidence brimming in his tone. What I desire, you cannot prepare. I will do my utmost. Please. Just instruct me, Yuna persisted, eager to avoid dismissal. You may learn. I shall teach you. Ah? Yuna responded in surprise. Ah? Reagan echoed, equally astonished. Mary glanced between Yuna and Reagan, confused. Huh? I will demonstrate first. You may observe and learn, Claire reiterated. He was indeed skilled in the culinary arts. Thanks to his upbringing in a previous life where he was not coddled, but rather encouraged to be self-sufficient. While peers of his age still called for their mothers to cook chicken legs, he had already ventured to the market, haggling with vendors. Often, when the adults were preoccupied, he would take to the kitchen himself. After leading an independent life, his culinary skills had only flourished. Perhaps this was why he found the local cuisine so unpalatable. Had I never seen the light, perhaps I could endure the darkness. Sir Reagan interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Claire raised a hand to halt his lengthy discourse. There is no need for persuasion. I have made my decision. Outside the kitchen, all the maids of the Viscount's estate gathered, peering through the glass window at Claire, chattering excitedly. Meanwhile, Reagan, Yuna, and Mary entered the kitchen as the butler. Reagan naturally followed, while Yuna needed to learn, and Mary, well, no one objected to her presence, so she trailed behind Yuna. Claire began by opening the jars of spices, sampling each to determine their properties and find suitable matches. Fortunately, while some spices differed, most were comparable. Though modern flavor enhancers like MSG or chicken essence were absent, basic staples such as salt, sugar, vinegar, and chili were available, albeit seldom used, with most jars still full. After acclimating to the kitchen tools, Claire commenced the preparations for his cooking. Reagan stood by, his face a mask of worry. He had watched Claire grow up, but had never seen him cook. Yuna too felt uncertain. In her mind, nobles were not expected to possess such basic skills. I hope the Viscount does not injure himself, she thought. Mary had no preconceived notions, yet she found it hard to believe that Claire could create a delicious dish. Such feats were reserved for grown-ups like mothers. How could a young man produce something delectable? Garlic, garlic, Claire murmured, searching through the ingredients until he located the garlic. Knowing its absence would diminish his efforts by half. With a swift motion, he seared the meat, placing it into a pot to simmer before cutting it into smaller pieces. He added oil to the pan, and as it bubbled, he introduced the diced meat, which sizzled delightfully. Once the meat was seared to perfection, he removed it, leaving the remaining oil to saute the aromatics, adding sugar for caramelization, then returning the meat along with water to simmer on low heat. Reagan could hardly believe his eyes as Claire maneuvered through the cooking process with such finesse, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Yuna, on tiptoe, closely observed Claire's every move, mentally noting each step and shedding her earlier skepticism. His knife skills, slicing, chopping, dicing, were impeccable, and he even remembered to toss the ingredients with flair. The fragrant aroma of the food wafted through the kitchen, causing the maids outside to salivate, while Mary's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at the completed dishes, oblivious to the drool trickling down her chin. "All right," Claire announced, presenting the final dish of braised pork. In total, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried pork with green peppers, steamed fish, and beef brisket stew, along with a seaweed egg drop soup. It was fortunate that the Viscount's territory was near the sea, allowing for the use of seaweed. Otherwise, Claire would have been at a loss for that particular soup. "Please, do taste," Claire urged, observing the astonishment on their faces. The 5 dishes were a feast for the senses. Reagan, merely watching, felt his mouth watering, but still maintained a semblance of composure. "Mary wants to taste," Mary exclaimed, bouncing on her toes to ensure Claire noticed her. "Very well, Mary shall sample first," Claire said, handing her a spoon. Mary stood atop a chair, stretching to reach the table. She scooped a spoonful of soup, slurping it eagerly, her eyes lighting up instantly, before hastily reaching for the next dish. "Yummy!" Each bite seemed to illuminate her eyes, and after exclaiming her delight, she turned her attention to another dish. Reagan, watching in growing concern, urged, "Don't just gaze in wonder. Say something." In under 10 seconds, Mary had sampled 2 dishes, prompting Reagan to abandon his decorum as he snatched a spoon for himself. "Sir, I too wish to taste," he exclaimed, popping a piece of braised pork into his mouth, echoing Mary's delight with a yummy. Yuna, glancing at Claire, joined the duo, taking a spoonful of her own, eager to partake in the culinary revelry. The maids outside pressed their faces against the glass window, their expressions contorted in a mixture of longing and envy. "You needn't stand out there any longer. Come in and join us for a meal," Claire invited. As soon as the words left her lips, the maids rushed inside like a swarm. Mary, noticing the commotion, quickly stuffed a large piece of succulent red braised meat into her mouth, fearing she might be outpaced by the older girls. "Don't be hasty. It should be savored with rice, or perhaps accompanied by bread," Claire mused, though she had no intention of indulging in such unconventional pairings herself. Rice was still cultivated in this world, albeit not as commonly as wheat. However, being part of a viscount's household, some was certainly available. The several plates of food were swiftly devoured by the group of 10 or so, prompting Claire to refrain from preparing more and instead step aside to guide Yuna. The other maids cheered Yuna on, encouraging her, "You must master this skill. That way, we too can enjoy it in the future." Chapter 23. You are indeed one of the Viscount's household. In the following days, Claire relished the flavors of her homeland. Although Yuna's culinary skills were still somewhat lacking, the taste of her dishes had improved significantly compared to the meals Claire had previously consumed. Both Claire and the maids residing within the castle experienced a rise in their happiness levels. Claire often instructed the maids to move out the lounge chairs so they could sit in the shade of the small courtyard outside the castle. Engrossed in several tomes on magic, the study of magic proved to be quite intoxicating. The magicians in this world resembled the scientists of her past life, not only mastering spells that could be addictive but also drawn to the pursuit of truth. As Claire became absorbed in one of the books, her attention was inadvertently diverted by 2 figures in her peripheral vision. On one side of the Viscount's estate, Reagan and Yuna stood facing each other, with Yuna's head bowed, as if she were being reprimanded. It is human nature to be curious, and Claire immediately perked up her ears. The 2 were not far from her, and their conversation was audible. Reagan exclaimed in frustration, "What? You wish to receive half a month's wages in advance? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Yuna, still with her head down, appeared too timid to respond, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Observing her demeanor, Reagan softened his tone, asking, Why do you require this advance payment? Since Mary's arrival, Reagan had noticed a gradual improvement in his temperament. Had this been the past, he would have dismissed any such request outright. Yuna remained with her head lowered, meekly explaining, "My mother's condition has worsened, and I wish to pay for her treatment in advance. I beg you. I promise I will work diligently and will not slack off." A flicker of compassion crossed Reagan's eyes as he sighed. Yuna had mentioned during her interview that one of her primary motivations for seeking employment was to gather funds for her mother's medical expenses. "How much do you require for your mother's treatment?" Reagan inquired. 6 silver coins. Yuna replied. "Even if you were to receive a full month's wages, that would only amount to 5 silver coins, which is insufficient." Reagan sighed again, stepping into the castle while Yuna stood there, uncertain and bewildered. "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to hand you the money?" He snapped. "I will give you the 6 silver coins, but if you do not take your work seriously, there are many others who would gladly take your place. Do you understand?" Yuna was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Reagan. "Thank you. Esteemed steward, stop the tears. It would be unseemly for the young master to witness such a display. Follow me," Reagan instructed as he walked into the castle, with Yuna promptly trailing behind. Once they disappeared from view, Claire chuckled softly. Despite Reagan's fierce exterior, he was essentially a good person. She shook her head and returned to her reading. As dinner time arrived, Claire took her seat and gazed at the familiar dishes from her homeland. Her appetite ignited. Indeed, the reputation of this country as a gastronomic paradise was well-deserved. Even the simplest of home-cooked meals far surpassed what she had previously tasted here. While chewing on a morsel of meat, Claire's gaze drifted to Yuna, who appeared lost in thought, her expression clouded with melancholy. Since Claire had entered the dining hall, Yuna had been in this state. "Yuna," Claire called softly. Yuna remained oblivious, immersed in her reverie. Reagan, noticing her distraction, raised his voice. "Yuna, the young master is calling you." "Ah, is there something wrong with the dish, my lord? I shall prepare another." Yuna exclaimed as she reached for the food on the table. Claire halted her. "No, the food is fine. But what is troubling you? You seem dazed. Did you not rest well?" At the mention of rest, Yuna's expression darkened further, yet she mustered a weak smile. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am fine. If there is an issue, do not hesitate to speak. As a maid of the Viscount's household, you are one of us, and we will assist you with whatever we can," Claire gently reassured her. Though she had been trying to hold back, Claire's inquiry shattered Yuna's facade of strength. Collapsing to the floor, Yuna began to weep uncontrollably. "Wah! My mother is going to die, and I don't want her to go." Tears streamed down her face, soaking her sleeves. Mary, taken aback, could only watch in shock. While she had sensed Yuna's distress today, she had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Uncertain, Mary reached out to stroke Yuna's dark hair. Claire looked at Reagan in astonishment, who appeared equally perplexed. "Didn't I give you money this morning and grant you 3 hours off to take your mother to the doctor?" Yuna buried her face in her hands, sobbing. "The doctor said there is no hope. I truly do not know what to do." Upon hearing Reagan's words, Yuna's cries intensified, her body shaking with despair. Claire shot Reagan a disapproving glare. "Is this how you comfort someone?" Then, kneeling before Yuna, she offered solace. "Do not worry. Tell me your mother's symptoms, and perhaps I can provide treatment." Yuna trembled, slowly lifting her gaze towards Claire, resembling a drowning person grasping for a lifeline. "Really?" Yuna's voice was laced with desperation, willing to believe even if it were a false hope. "Of course, I am a magician. There are ailments that doctors cannot cure, which I might be able to heal," Claire said, offering a reassuring smile. "Now, tell me your mother's symptoms so I can assess the situation." "Oh, okay." Yuna detailed her mother's symptoms with utmost clarity. "Is there a chance of recovery?" she promptly inquired. "If my assumptions are correct, there should be no problem," Claire responded as she took Yuna's hand and stood up. "Lead me to your mother." "Yes." Yuna quickly stood, her eyes glistening with hope. "My mother is still at the clinic in the city. Please, my lord, follow me." "Young master, I will prepare the carriage," Reagan said hastily. "No need. It's merely a short walk. I have yet to stroll through Nalfa City," Claire replied. Yuna, gripping Claire's hand, hurried ahead, eager to present Claire to her mother. Claire matched her pace, but as they exited the Viscount's estate, an unpleasant odor assaulted her senses. The streets were littered with refuse and excrement, making Claire feel quite uncomfortable. Yet, such was the reality of cities in this century, devoid of proper sewage systems or dedicated sanitation workers. Claire frowned as she followed Yuna, navigating several streets before stopping in front of a clinic. Upon arrival, Claire's frown deepened. The clinic resembled a refuse heap from the outside, with various disordered items strewn about, creating a chaotic appearance, accompanied by a stench even worse than that of the streets. What kind of environment is this? How can this be called a hospital? A miracle would be needed to recover here, Claire mused inwardly. Chapter 24. The quack. As Claire continued to shield her nose, a gaunt, bearded man clad in a tattered black robe approached them. With an air of misplaced enthusiasm, he inquired, "Are you here for a consultation?" "I'm the doctor here, Moses." Claire scrutinized his disheveled appearance, her brow furrowing in disbelief. He bore no semblance to a physician, but rather resembled a sewer cleaner, and a foul odor wafted from him. Dr. Moses then noticed Una beside Claire, his expression morphing into one of disdain, as if he were swatting away an irritating fly. His initial warmth towards Claire stemmed from the assumption that she was a benefactor, and her opulent attire suggested that she deserved his cordiality. However, upon realizing she was merely accompanying the girl, he deemed her far less significant. Despite Yuna's modest means, the singular clinic in Nafacheng conferred considerable authority upon this physician. Few dared to antagonize him unless they were assured of perpetual health. Yuna led Claire into the clinic, and upon entering, Claire was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness from the overwhelming stench, even more pungent than outside. Dr. Moses followed closely behind, his beady eyes vigilant, as if fearing they might pilfer his medical instruments. Inside, Claire discerned an interior vastly different from the hospitals of her previous life. This establishment resembled a shabby inn, uncomfortable and disquieting after prolonged exposure. Yuna hurried to a bedside where a woman in her 40s lay, her lips pale and eyes glazed over, barely able to recognize her daughter. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" the woman asked weakly. "Mother, it's all right. I brought someone who can heal you," Yuna replied, tears welling up at the sight of her ailing mother. Claire maintained her frown, noting the yellowed sheets and blankets that had evidently not been changed. Was this truly a hospital? Upon hearing Yuna's words, Dr. Moses finally grasped the situation. This well-dressed woman was not a patient, but rather a rival seeking to usurp his clientele. "What is the meaning of this?" he thundered, slamming his hand on the table. "Do you doubt my medical skills? Have you brought someone from outside to treat your mother?" Claire retorted, "What do you mean? If you cannot heal her, should she not seek help elsewhere? What kind of doctor are you? Huh? Who in Nafacheng does not know that I, Moses, am the sole physician? Are you new to this city? Being a doctor requires more than just skill." Moses brandished a finger menacingly toward Claire, but she deftly sidestepped his advance. With a derisive smile, Claire scoffed, "What arrogance! You are nothing but a toad boasting of its own croak. Regardless, you cannot take my patient," Moses interjected, blocking their path to the exit. "If she dies under my care, it will fall upon my shoulders." Claire's gaze turned icy. "Let me say this once more, step aside. Can you truly bear the responsibility if she perishes here?" Moses remained unfazed. "People like her are expendable. If she dies, so be it. She lacks the means to seek divine healing, and as Nafacheng's only doctor, if I cannot heal her, it is her fate. Perhaps it is the will of the Lord." Claire's anger flared. She had never encountered such brazen arrogance. Her voice grew cold. "I will repeat myself. Move aside." As her mental energy surged forth, it manifested an oppressive aura that forced Moses to stumble back in fear. You. Moses stammered, his finger trembling in accusation. Yet he realized that if he did not yield, he might meet his demise. With a stern expression, Claire commanded, "Yuna, help your mother. We are leaving." "All right," Yuna replied, feeling a profound sense of security in Claire's presence. As she lifted the covers from her mother, she hesitated, glancing at Moses. "Doctor, may I remove these IVs from my mother?" Moses scoffed but approached, reluctant to allow the woman to abscond with his medical equipment. Claire, still puzzled, murmured, "IVs?" Turning, she saw a needle protruding from Yuna's mother's arm, not delivering fluids, but rather leaking blood into a metal bucket at the foot of the bed. Claire was taken aback by the scene. What kind of treatment is this? In a blink, Moses yanked the needle free and retrieved a foul-smelling substance from a small jar, preparing to apply it to the wound. Claire intervened, kicking his hand away. "What are you doing? What is that in your hand? You know nothing. This is bloodletting. I doubt you are even a doctor if you do not recognize this." Moses retorted angrily, brandishing the putrid substance. "This is cow dung, meant to dress the wound. If you don't understand, step aside." As he advanced to spread the dung on the injury, Claire's fury boiled over. "You absolute fool. I initially thought you were merely a greedy quack, but I see now that you are a dangerous charlatan who knows nothing of medicine." Bloodletting was already absurd. To smear dung on an open wound was an invitation to infection. A resounding crash echoed through the clinic as a slender figure was flung outside. What do you think you are doing? Moses snarled, his bravado faltering. You dare lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living. Shoo! Silence. Claire gestured for quiet. Let me ask you a question. How long have you practiced medicine in Nafacheng? I have been a doctor for over 20 years. Remove your foot, or you will regret it. 20 years. How many have perished under your care? Claire narrowed her eyes, a hint of menace in her tone. What do you want? Moses trembled, fear creeping into his voice. Do you know why I am the only clinic in Nafacheng? Do you know who stands behind me? Let me go? You cannot afford to provoke me. Is there anyone in Nafacheng I cannot afford to provoke? Claire mused. If you had no support, how could this wretched clinic remain open? In a world where wizards seek truth, medicine has not stagnated. There are skilled physicians in the capital. While the overall standard may not rival that of my former life, there exists excellence in certain realms, unlike the indiscriminate slaughter of patients that you permit. You are no legitimate doctor. You are merely a fraud. Claire drew her revolver with a flick of her wrist, not aiming at the prostrate Moses on the ground, but rather directing the muzzle towards the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Just 3 bullets. With Claire's current prowess as an intermediate mage, she could have conjured them with a mere hammer. Following the gunfire, an ominous, foul liquid oozed from between Moses's legs as he trembled in fear, pleading, "You cannot kill me. I am backed by Baron Eugene." Claire, eyeing the puddle of urine with disdain, stepped back a few paces. Baron Eugene, is it? Fear not. I shall not take your life. At least not at this moment. Chapter 25. Penicillin. Within less than 3 minutes after the gunfire ceased, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves drew near. Leading the charge was Captain Hunt, who had ascended to the rank of Silver Knight, followed closely by a cadre of knights from the barracks, totaling nearly 20, all mounted on their war horses, creating a magnificent spectacle. Claire glanced back and spotted Kron, who was trailing right behind Hunt, and it was evident that he had undergone a significant transformation since their last encounter. Has he been promoted to a trainee knight? Claire mused inwardly. Dismount, Hunt commanded loudly. The knights dismounted in unison, their boots hitting the ground in a harmonious thud. Hunt approached and knelt on one knee. My lord, we rushed here the moment we heard the gunfire. Upon hearing this, the Dr. Moses, who had initially thought he had seen reinforcements, felt a wave of despair wash over him as he stared vacantly at Claire, realizing that this impeccably dressed youth was none other than the Viscount. He had assumed that the arrival was merely an outsider seeking to compete for his business. My lord Viscount, I am wronged, Moses exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he reached out to embrace Claire's leg. Vine whip. Claire swiftly gestured, casting a rudimentary spell. Vivid green vines lashed out, sending Moses sprawling several meters away. He fell to the ground, his body aching, issuing a lamenting cry. Witnessing this, Hunt, though confused by the turn of events, had a clear objective. He waved his hand decisively, ordering, "Find that man." 2 knights stepped forward and, as if capturing a wayward chick, swiftly seized Moses and lifted him up. Claire nodded in satisfaction. Take him away. I will deal with him after I finish my business. Understood. Hunt was about to instruct the knights to escort Moses away when an incongruous voice interrupted. A stout little man with a pair of small mustaches, panting heavily, rushed over. My lord Viscount, please wait. Claire's lips curled into a slight smile. Baron Eugene. Baron Eugene halted 2 meters in front of Claire, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow while gasping for breath. What brings you here, Baron Eugene? Claire feigned ignorance. May I have a word? Eugene glanced around, noticing that a crowd of onlookers had gathered, following him to a secluded corner, as if to engage in some clandestine deal. Eugene began, My lord Viscount, this clinic is my property. Would you consider sparing him for my sake? I can offer you some monetary compensation. What? Claire recoiled a few steps, raising his voice. You want me to let this quack go? Do you know how many lives he has claimed? The crowd erupted in excitement. Sensing the unfolding drama, Claire continued to shout, Are you aware that his methods lead to the tragic deaths of patients? Those who were not critically ill end up half dead under his care. I have seen proper medical practices in the royal capital, and they are nothing like this. Indeed, as Claire asserted, the medical standards in this world were not lacking. It was merely that Nafu City lagged behind, allowing charlatans like Moses to practice medicine. Claire's voice rang out loud enough for everyone to hear, while Eugene's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he gestured for Claire to lower his voice. My lord Viscount, please keep your voice down. Claire stifled a laugh and queried, Baron Eugene, are you suggesting that I let him go because you instigated his malpractice for profit? At that moment, sweat poured down Eugene's forehead, more than from his earlier run, nearly soaking his collar as he scanned the crowd, feeling as if they would devour him whole. No, it's not like that. Eugene hastily distanced himself from Moses, exclaiming, I haven't been to the clinic in ages and had no idea he would behave this way. Thank goodness you, my lord, recognized him as a fraud, or I might have been deceived as well. Moses' countenance turned ashen upon hearing this. If even Eugene abandoned him, who could possibly save him now? My lord Viscount, I support you. Quickly subdue this charlatan, Eugene urged, fearing that Moses might implicate him. Regardless of Moses being taken away, Eugene could always find another doctor. The quality of the physician was of little concern since Nafa City had only this one clinic, and the impoverished populace could not afford to seek treatment from the church's clergy. I knew Baron Eugene was not that kind of person. It seems I misjudged you earlier. Claire smiled, patting him on the shoulder with appreciation. Eugene forced a smile, cursing Claire inwardly. He was no fool and recognized that Claire's actions were deliberate. Claire signaled Captain Hunt to seal off the fraudulent clinic. Eugene panicked. My lord Viscount, what are you doing? Sealing it. This establishment fails to meet any standards of a legitimate clinic, and all the ill-gotten gains of that quack must be confiscated, Claire replied with a smile. Is there a problem, Baron Eugene? In that moment, Eugene felt as if his teeth would shatter. This clinic was a significant source of his wealth, and he could not accept its confiscation lightly. Moreover, he had not yet collected the year's earnings, which amounted to at least 500 or 600 gold coins. Indeed, monopolies were highly lucrative. However, casting a glance at the surrounding knights, he could only swallow his grievances. Everything is fine, he forced out. That is good. Claire turned to the gathering crowd and declared, from now on, any new clinics must be reported to the Viscount's estate. If they lack adequate medical skills, they will not be permitted to operate. Otherwise, what shall we do about quacks like this who endanger lives? Long live the Viscount! Long live the Viscount! The crowd cheered, visibly exhilarated. However, to Eugene, those words felt like a direct affront, as he realized that without this clinic, he could still venture into other areas of Nafa City. But Claire's decree had effectively closed off his escape routes. After sealing off the clinic, Claire instructed a few knights to remain as guards to prevent any vandalism. He mounted his horse and had Reagan bring Una and her mother to the carriage. As he glanced back at Baron Eugene, who was tightly clenching his fists, Claire could discern the animosity in his eyes. Yet, he remained unfazed. Had he not feared that directly confronting Eugene would provoke a collective backlash from all the nobles and merchants in Nafa City, disrupting its normal operations, he would have had the man arrested on the spot. The eradication of the nobility was not an urgent matter. It required a gradual approach. Slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, he would eliminate their minions without their awareness, and only then would he take action against them. After assisting Una's mother into a guest room, Claire turned and descended into the basement. The initial treatment potions were insufficient for such ailments, primarily intended for external injuries. For treating illnesses of this nature, the best remedy was the holy light healing spell from the Church of Light, for they relied on this healing art for their sustenance, followed by various other healing magics. However, in the case of simple sepsis, there was no need to seek assistance from the church's pastors. Claire, as the successor of communism, could not bear the incessant murmurs of those pastors uttering phrases like trust in the Lord in her ear. Half an hour later, Claire emerged with a vial of a transparent solution. This was none other than the renowned penicillin, a name that may be more familiar to some as the penicillin often featured in war films. It is an antibiotic capable of directly disrupting bacterial cell walls and is exceedingly effective in treating sepsis. Although there is a slight chance of allergic reactions if a skin test is not conducted, the likelihood is minimal, nearly negligible. One drawback, however, is that widespread use can lead to increased bacterial resistance, rendering penicillin less effective, a lesson steeped in the harsh realities of the past. Nevertheless, Claire had no intention of using it on a large scale. Her sole aim was to heal Una's mother. After administering the vial of medication, Claire granted Una an extended respite to care for her mother properly. Chapter 26 Announcement Hunt. How many apprentice knights are there in the barracks now? Claire inquired. With an excited tone, Hunt responded, My lord, there are currently 7 apprentice knights. Additionally, 2 knights who were originally apprentices have been promoted. Thus, your knightly entourage now comprises 1 silver knight, 2 bronze knights, and 7 apprentice knights. Claire nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that if this trend continued, the knights would soon be ready for action. At your command. As evening approached, Claire visited the guest room once more, intending to assess the effects of the penicillin. In a non-magical world, synthesizing penicillin would take several weeks. However, in this magical realm where wizards excel in potion making, Claire, being a mage, completed the task in merely half an hour. How is it? Claire asked Yuna, who had been attentively caring for her mother. Thank you, my lord. Yuna bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Mother is much better now. She should fully recover in a few days. That is good to hear, Claire replied, nodding. Now, extend your hand. Yuna appeared puzzled but obediently extended her palm. Clink. Do not worry. Take it. It is rightfully yours, Claire gently said. Take good care of your mother. I shall not intrude further. Yuna bowed once more towards Claire's retreating figure, thanking him. Thank you, my lord. Claire paused, turned his head, and said, from now on, call me young master, like Reagan does. My lord feels rather distant. A faint blush appeared on Yuna's cheeks. All right, young master. Upon exiting, Claire summoned Reagan. In the morning, post another announcement on the city wall. After a glance at the brightly lit Nefu city, he murmured, It is time for my subjects to become acquainted with their lord. At your command, young master. Early the next morning, some individuals entering and exiting Nefu city discovered a new announcement next to the two existing ones at the city gate. A swarm of people gathered, chattering incessantly about the text displayed. What does it say? Why are you pushing to the front if you cannot read? Are you even literate? That is not fair. While I may not read, I can infer. Then tell me what it says. I do not know. Let us wait for someone who can read to arrive. After a few minutes, Robin finally arrived. Previously, he was always brought along by others, but since the arrival of the new lord, his impression had significantly improved, prompting him to come on his own. Make way, I can read, shouted Robin, pushing through the crowd. Uncle Robin is here. Everyone, clear a path. Someone called out from the crowd. Robin quickly reached the front of the city wall, wiped the sweat from his brow, and donned his glasses to scrutinize the newly issued announcement. Uncle Robin, what does it say? Robin gathered his thoughts. The Lord has summoned us to the city gate this afternoon. He intends to execute a criminal here. Who is it? Someone asked, puzzled. I know. The Lord captured that doctor, Moses, from the west side of town yesterday. It must be him who is to be executed. Why? Someone asked anxiously. What will we do if there are no doctors left in Nefu city? Robin hurriedly reassured them. Everyone, do not panic. The announcement states that the doctor cannot actually heal anyone, which is why the Lord has decided to execute him. Is that true? I went to him once for bloodletting. That is shocking. Dr. Moses cannot heal? Due to Claire's previous tax reduction decree, the public's goodwill towards him had risen significantly, and they were inclined to trust the information in the announcement. We'll find out this afternoon. I will come to see. I shall also come to observe. Before the afternoon arrived, a dozen knights had already come to the city gate and constructed a wooden platform. The townsfolk, always eager for entertainment, flocked to the scene, especially given that it was an announcement from the Lord himself. Even before the designated time, the crowd swelled, turning the area before the platform into a sea of people, with more arriving from other areas. Robin had arrived early as well, eagerly awaiting the event. When the appointed time arrived, a splendid carriage emerged from the city and halted beside the wooden platform, surrounded by knights. The crowd recognized that the Lord had arrived. It had been almost half a month since the Lord had come, and they had yet to see his visage in person. Everyone stood on tiptoe, curious to catch a glimpse of their Lord, wondering if he truly possessed the famed looks and extraordinary demeanor as rumored. How many people are present? Claire asked from the carriage. My lord, the majority of the citizens of Nefu city have gathered, along with some villagers from nearby hamlets. Claire lifted the curtain to look outside. The crowd was a vast, undulating mass, reminiscent of a concert from a past life. Is Moses here? Captain Hunt has brought him over. Good. Claire nodded lightly and stepped out of the carriage. The assembled populace finally beheld their lord, igniting a wave of excitement among them. The Lord is merely in his teens, appearing even younger than my own son. That does not diminish his stature in my eyes. Long live the Lord. Yes. The Lord has reduced our taxes significantly. Now my family can eat their fill. Long live the Lord. As Claire ascended the wooden platform, he was taken aback by the overwhelming reception. Although he had anticipated some level of popularity, he had not expected such fervor, reminiscent of infatuated fans from a previous life. Claire raised his hand to signal for quiet. Once the crowd settled, he cast a minor amplification spell so that all could hear his words. Ahem. I am your new lord. As soon as he spoke, The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Long live the Lord. May your reputation echo across the continent. May your benevolence be known far and wide. May the Lord always protect you. Claire, caught between amusement and exasperation, signaled for silence again. I have come today to address an important matter. Please remain quiet for a moment. With a wave of his hand, the knights brought forth Dr. Moses. Shackled and unable to move, his face ashen and devoid of the arrogance he once displayed. I gathered you all here primarily to pass judgment on this individual. At this, Claire paused, observing the crowd's reaction. Isn't that the doctor from the west side, Moses? I've seen him. He is the only doctor in Nifu City. What could have transpired for him to be detained by the Lord? I do not know, but if the Lord claims he is a quack, then he must indeed be a quack. This is a devoted admirer of Claire. He is the only doctor in the city of Nafu, and everyone seeks his care when they fall ill. However, there are still some who remain perplexed. Enough with the senseless chatter. Let us heed the words of the esteemed Viscount. Chapter 27. Are you willing? Once the crowd ceased their discussions, Claire cleared his throat. Many may not comprehend the reason for my summoning. Yet you must recognize this man bound in chains. He is the sole physician within the city of Nafu, though, in truth, he cannot be deemed a doctor at all. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into murmurs once more. Indeed, my mother had also been subjected to bloodletting during her visit. Claire continued, bloodletting is merely a rudimentary treatment. Should you possess the means, he will deceive you into pursuing further treatments, such as enemas with excrement, scalding hot irons on the scalp, emetics, amputations, and so forth. He even applies feces to your wounds, fully aware that such actions lead to bacterial infections, exacerbating your injuries. Yet, if your condition does not worsen, how can he justify the next phase of treatment and extract more wealth from you? The outcome of such malpractice often results in the death of the patient. Claire's outrage was genuine, not feigned. If he were indeed a physician, exorbitant profiteering might be excusable. However, his utter lack of medical skill, coupled with the fact that his actions could lead to the demise of patients, rendered his transgressions deserving of execution, not once, but twice. Is this true? A youth suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, weeping uncontrollably. I painstakingly gathered funds to send my mother to this man, only to have unwittingly cast her into the depths of hell. Those fortunate enough to have survived a visit to the clinic felt an immense wave of relief, grateful for their narrow escape from the clutches of this quack. Meanwhile, the bereaved among the crowd glared at Moses, who knelt trembling on the platform, their eyes ablaze with fury. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, my brother would still be alive. I will kill you. I will slay you, you murderer. A boy, drained of strength, pounded the ground in despair, his voice hoarse with anguish. Return my mother to me, you killer. I will end your life. A torrent of individuals surged forward, eager to exact vengeance upon the quivering Moses, the man responsible for their loved one's suffering. For years, Moses had lived in an exalted position, seldom encountering such a scene. Those who once begged for his medical expertise now appeared as if they intended to devour him whole. Just hearing their voices sent tremors coursing through him. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. The crowd halted their advance, staring in shock, while Moses collapsed, a gaping wound in his chest, falling forward. In his final moments, his eyes reflected sheer terror and regret, not for his misdeeds, but for the fear that accompanied death. Claire surveyed the crowd, softly stating, "Rest assured. I brought him here to face judgment." "Thank you, my lord." A woman sobbed, kneeling on the spot. Her husband had also fallen victim to Moses. "Thank you for avenging us." One by one, others knelt in gratitude, many choked with emotion, unable to speak. This was understandable, for the realization that their loved ones had not simply died but had been murdered was an emotional upheaval beyond the endurance of most. Observing the crowd kneeling before him, Claire pressed his lips together, feeling the weight of responsibility increase, a burden he willingly accepted. He stepped closer to the edge of the wooden platform, now only a few paces from the people below, creating a sense of closeness between the nobleman and the populace. Upon reaching the platform's edge, Claire sat down, as if conversing with a neighbor. The crowd fell silent, their breaths audible, while their hearts surged with fervor, as if they were filled with boundless vitality. They sensed that the words spoken by their Lord today would shape their future and alter their fates. Claire's voice, though soft, resonated with fervor. However, this is not sufficient. I aspire for you not merely to have enough to eat and wear new clothes. I hope for your prosperity, that your children may learn to read and receive proper education. I wish for you to live without the anxiety of tomorrow's meals and to be treated with dignity, not as mere servants. I desire for you to live more joyfully and proudly than the people of any other territory. When asked of your origin, you may proudly declare, I am a subject of the Griffin Viscountcy. Our realm is the happiest place in the nation, the world. The people of the Griffin Viscountcy are the most fortunate in existence. Yet, this cannot be achieved by my efforts alone. Claire spread his arms wide toward the crowd. I hope you will join me in constructing our home. Will you? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, punctuated only by the rapid beating of hearts. Suddenly, a thunderous chorus erupted, reverberating through the air. We are willing. We willingly offer our lives for our Lord. We shall work alongside our Lord to build our home. The crowd flushed with excitement, fervently waving their arms and shouting, their voices echoing throughout the city of Nafu, marking one of the most exhilarating days of their lives. Claire beamed down at the throng, his smile radiant. These words were not mere pleasantries, they came from the depths of his heart. Previously, he may have lacked a clear objective in this world, but from this day forth, he had one: to build the Viscountcy and ensure that those who believed in him could lead prosperous lives. Chapter 28. The tax officer of the Viscountcy. While Claire delivered his impassioned speech, Robin attentively listened from below, joining the crowd in their fervent cheers. He glanced at his beautiful wife, gently clasping her hands, and tenderly remarked, It is nothing. Perhaps the heat of the day has made us a bit restless. Do I not know you well enough? Linda tightened her grip on Robin's hands, expressing her unwavering support. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will stand by you. Are you considering serving the Viscount? He seems quite commendable. Enough. We agreed not to serve the nobility any longer, Robin interjected, cutting off his wife's words. That night, a fire burned within Robin's heart, as if it yearned to burst forth from his chest. Before drifting off to sleep, he recalled Claire's earlier words, but it is unrealistic for me to do this alone. I hope you will join me in building our home. Will you? Suddenly, Robin jolted awake from a dream, unable to recall its contents, yet he vaguely perceived the figure of the Viscount. At that moment, he felt compelled to take action. He turned over in bed. Is something wrong? Linda stirred awake. Robin remained silent for a while before finally speaking. I am going to the Viscount's residence. With that, he rose, donned his finest attire, and stepped out the door. It's only 4 o'clock. You could sleep a little longer. Linda called after him. However, once outside, Robin was impervious to her words, for the fervor within him could not be contained. He believed this would be the most prudent decision he had ever made, without exception. My lord, someone has come to apply for the clerical position, Reagan announced as Claire descended from the 6th floor. Bring them in and prepare breakfast for them in the dining room, said Claire, heading off to freshen up. In the dining room, seated before an array of exquisite dishes, Robin felt somewhat uneasy. Though he had seen the world, he had never encountered such culinary delights, and the enticing aromas made it difficult for him to suppress his salivation. Yet, with Claire still absent, he hesitated to indulge and merely gazed longingly at the feast before him. As footsteps approached, Robin lifted his gaze and immediately stood upon seeing Claire. Good day, my lord. Once seated, Claire observed Robin's dark circles and inquired, You do not appear well, my friend. Robin scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I had been waiting at the Viscount's door for 2 or 3 hours until Reagan awoke. Your speech yesterday was so stirring that I found it difficult to sleep, resulting in my current appearance. Ah, I see, Claire nodded. Let us eat. We can converse while dining. Yes, certainly, Robin replied, somewhat flustered, but he picked up his utensils and began to enjoy the meal. The moment a morsel of meat touched his tongue, he was overwhelmed by its exquisite flavor, far surpassing any meal he had previously savored. He quickly devoured several pieces before remembering the purpose of his visit. Straightening his posture, he addressed Claire earnestly, My lord, I am here to apply for the clerical position mentioned in your recent announcement. Do you meet the requirements outlined? Claire inquired. Indeed, I am literate and proficient in arithmetic. I previously worked as an accountant, which should suffice for your needs, Robin replied. An accountant? Claire's interest piqued. He had not anticipated such talent within Nafa City. However, rather than immediately agreeing, he posed a counter-question. If you fulfill the requirements, why did you not come for an interview when I first announced the position? Robin hesitated, reluctant to disclose his reasons. It is of no consequence. I am merely curious. You need not share if it is uncomfortable, Claire reassured him. Well, it is a bit difficult to articulate, Robin explained. I was an accountant in the Earl of Legion's domain, and honestly, We lived quite well there, though not extravagantly. It was certainly better than most. However, the Earl imposed numerous taxes, leading to the suffering and death of many in the territory. I could not bear it, so I resigned and wandered here. From that moment, I vowed never to serve any noble again, even if it meant starvation. What made you change your mind? Claire queried. I am, after all, one of the nobles you speak of. I contemplated this for a long time, and indeed, as you mentioned, it is quite challenging to accomplish this alone. Therefore, I wish to become your ally, just as you spoke of building our home together yesterday. Are you not afraid I might simply be a noble who speaks empty words? Claire replied with a sly smile. With that, Claire stood and approached Robin, extending his right hand. Robin, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated the gesture, shaking Claire's hand. Then, I welcome you aboard. I hereby appoint you as the tax officer of the Griffin Viscountcy. Upon hearing this, Robin was overwhelmed with excitement. He had merely intended to offer support to Claire, never expecting to be appointed as the tax officer. Though astonished, he instinctively knelt and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Claire chuckled, turning to Reagan. With this, we now have sufficient manpower. You shall oversee him as we begin investigating that administrative officer. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Claire added, we must uncover just how much he has embezzled. That night, 5 days had passed since the last transaction. Claire reclined in his top-floor chair, gazing at the serene blue moon outside the glass window. Habitually, he opened the trading panel, akin to checking one's phone for messages, despite having no pressing matters at hand. However, unlike before, the trading panel displayed unexpected changes. Points that typically appeared weekly had magically manifested. Claire bolted upright in astonishment. Had the time interval shortened? What could be the reason? His mind raced. The only significant change had been his advancement to an intermediate mage, resulting in a considerable enhancement of his mental acuity. Could it be that mental prowess was the key to generating trading points? He recalled Chun Han mentioning that he could only trade once a year, possibly due to insufficient mental strength, which caused such lengthy intervals. After much contemplation, Claire remained uncertain about the accuracy of this hypothesis, given the scant information available. Nevertheless, the reduced interval for acquiring trading points was undoubtedly a positive development. Claire chose not to engage in immediate trading, as the time had indeed shortened, and he possessed no urgent needs. He decided to wait until the next opportunity, hoping to accumulate 2 points for trading, in case he encountered something worthy of a fixed transaction or wished to add a friend. Chapter 29. Even the mightiest lion must rest enough talk. Let us hasten. If we delay, they shall have surged ahead, and we shall miss the spectacle, the child urged, pulling his companion toward the city gate. The remaining adults, idly standing by, followed suit. These past days, they had not been awakened by the clamor of their household clocks, but rather by the rhythmic pounding of the knight's feet echoing from beyond the gates. Each dawn, as the clock struck 5 or 6, a chorus of disciplined shouts resounded. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Outside the gates, a cadre of knights, clad in cumbersome armor, marched with an odd gait. Despite the peculiarity of their steps, their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they covered dozens of meters. Among them, their captain, Hant, donned an imposing suit of armor, wielding a whip as he pursued them. Pick up the pace. Should you fall behind, my whip shall find you, he bellowed, prompting the lagging youths to quicken their pace, eliciting a satisfied smile from Hant. This technique was a gift from the Lord, a martial discipline not to be underestimated, and its efficacy was remarkable. Although the boys bore nearly 100 pounds of armor, their speed rivaled that of a galloping steed. Without the armor, their swiftness would surpass even that of seasoned assassins, and their agility was equally impressive. Hant licked his lips as he observed the exerting youths and suddenly surged forward. With a crack of his whip, he left stinging marks before retreating backward, overtaking the front of the formation. Behold, I can outrun you even in reverse. Keep pushing forward. In unison, the boys shouted, Yes. Hant nodded in approval, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have practiced this discipline nightly. Without it, he would struggle to keep pace with these spirited lads. The youths, urged on by Hant's whip, bore no resentment. Most hailed from villages, unaccustomed to the pampering of wealthy households. This was their dream, and they could hardly harbor disdain for the opportunity. Moreover, their captain had informed them that these 2 training methods were specifically devised by their lord for their benefit. Such techniques were rare, enabling rapid cultivation of fighting spirit and enhancing speed and agility, filling them with immense pride and a sense of honor. Humph, what do you possess? We have 2 unique training methods personally crafted by our Lord, allowing us to cultivate fighting spirit swiftly and enhance our speed. Surely, your rustic territories lack such extraordinary techniques. This mindset subtly elevated their pride and identification with the Viscountcy, albeit their loyalty to Claire had not significantly increased, as their recruitment as knights had nearly reached its zenith. The rhythmic clatter of the knights' footsteps gradually diminished, their figures fading from the public's view. Alas, they've already passed. How swiftly they run, even clad in such heavy armor. A child lamented, suddenly losing his earlier excitement. I envy them so. I too shall become a knight like them. Nay, you cannot. I am the one who shall become a knight. I can. You cannot. Clearly I can. You cannot. Then let us duel. Bring it on. 2 children, armed with wooden sticks, began to wrestle, but their scuffle was swiftly interrupted by their mothers, who brought the young knights to tears. Woe is me. Wait until my mother is gone. We shall duel then. Agreed, cried the other, wiping his tears. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. A loud thud reverberated through the room as Baron Eugene scowled. What a nuisance. Do these knights never tire of their training? Humph. It seems to me they are issuing us a warning, Lord Wilbur remarked coldly. Indeed, this is more than a mere warning. Their small maneuvers have commenced, commented another noble seated opposite Eugene. In this chamber gathered all the nobles of Nefus City alongside several prominent merchants, including officials who once served under Claire. Indeed, just recently, Baron Eugene's clinic was seized by him. Who in Nefus City is unaware that it was Baron Eugene's establishment? He showed no mercy in the closure, even refunding the fees to those lowly commoners, one noble added. After collecting the medical fees, Claire did not deposit them into his treasury, but instead entrusted them to tax officer Robin for distribution back to those who had sought treatment. Humph, Baron Eugene snorted, anger surging within him at the mere mention of the incident, slamming the table once more. What sort of viscount is he? He knows not how to conduct himself as a noble, aligning himself with the commoners. I even heard he delivered a speech at the city gates the other day. Ridiculous. Can a noble truly consort with the rabble? In recent days, the businesses and entertainment venues under these nobles had been thoroughly inspected by Robin and his men, compelling them to rectify their tax discrepancies. Witnessing their hard-earned gold flow into another's coffers, these miserly nobles wished for nothing more than to see Claire devoured whole. Let us not dwell on that, the official Frank interjected. That tax officer has turned his scrutiny upon me as well. The recent tax decrees were issued under my authority, and the revenue was shared among us all. He has taken the account books. Soon, he will uncover how much gold we have illicitly appropriated. Speak up. What shall we do? You alone issued those decrees. Do not attempt to implicate us. Lord Wilbur retorted, eager to distance himself. The other nobles fell silent, unwilling to associate themselves with the matter, for the decrees were your doing, not ours. As for the gold, how could we know it came from those commoners? If you give it to me, I shall accept it. The increased tax revenue is of no concern to me. You, Frank shouted, pointing an accusing finger. Did you not receive that gold? Now that trouble has arisen, you wish for me to bear the burden alone? To hell with you. Enough. Will this bickering yield any results? Frank's words held merit. They had all profited, and should trouble arise, he would certainly not spare them. Wilbur, his face etched with worry, asked, What then shall we do? A cold glint flashed in Eugene's eyes as he declared, Since we cannot resolve the issue, let us eliminate the one who discovered it. The nobles present stared in shock, asking, You mean to eliminate the new tax officer? Precisely. Exchanges of knowing glances among the gathered nobles revealed a hint of satisfaction. Suddenly, Frank interrupted, No, this would only provide a temporary reprieve. To truly resolve this matter, we must. As he trailed off, the implication hung in the air. Understood by all. Eugene narrowed his eyes. Are you aware he possesses that magical weapon? Laughter erupted. Indeed, that is true. Chapter 30. I do not accept the surrender of others outside the Viscount's manor. A pair of eyes fixated intently on Claire's chamber. Nearly an hour after the lights extinguished, he finally sprang into action, deftly vaulting over the manor-s wall. He crept along the castle's outer walls, scaling them like a gecko, silently ascending from the ground floor to the 6th floor, just outside Claire's bedroom. However, instead of hastily opening the window, he pressed his ear against it, confirming the steady rhythm of breathing within. Only then did he deftly pick the lock with a toothpick, slipping into Claire's bedroom like a nimble cat, without making a sound. Crouching beside the bed, he glanced at Claire, who was indeed fast asleep. With measured calm, he slowly extracted a dagger from his pocket, drawing the blade from its sheath. Observing Claire in slumber, the assassin chuckled inwardly, thinking that 500 gold coins would be so easily acquired. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, aimed at Claire's head with blinding speed. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as his wrist was suddenly seized by Claire. Claire looked at him with a wry smile, questioning the wisdom of attempting to assassinate him without first gauging his abilities. As a mage, and a mid-level one at that, Claire's mental energy extended even in sleep, allowing him to sense the intruder the moment he entered his room. Die! The assassin shouted, using his other hand to increase the force of the dagger, attempting to drive it into Claire's eye. Yet, the dagger remained utterly still, showing no sign of advancing. How can this be? The assassin's voice was laced with incredulity. He understood that his target was a mage. But how could a mage possess strength surpassing that of a seasoned warrior like himself? Nothing extraordinary, Claire replied, slapping his hand against the bed and leaping into the air, twisting his body to deliver a kick to the assassin's neck, forcing him back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Claire sprang to his feet, a glimmer of light appearing in his hand as a jeweled dagger materialized. Rubbing his neck, the assassin charged forward, muttering, "I refuse to believe your strength exceeds mine." "Let us test that," Claire countered, advancing first and focusing his mental energy on tracking the assassin's movements. In the instant the assassin reacted, Claire was already prepared. Instead of inflicting wounds upon Claire, the assassin found himself on the receiving end of several cuts. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, bordering on madness. He had honed his skills for nearly a decade. How could someone without training in combat arts possess superior strength? Claire smiled faintly, offering no explanation. "I could tell you that this is my first dose of a strength-enhancing potion, granting me up to tenfold power." He beckoned the assassin closer. "Just wait," the assassin yelled. As a faint crimson aura enveloped him, his presence surging dramatically. "Bronze level?" Claire mused quietly, recognizing that the assassin's ability to wield energy marked him as a bronze-tier opponent. He decided to drop his fighting stance. If the assassin utilized his energy, his strength would surely double. Despite having consumed the strength potion, Claire knew he would not match the assassin in close combat. "Die!" The assassin bellowed, hurling his dagger with force, its sharp tip aimed directly at Claire's forehead. He closed the distance quickly, aware from his intelligence that Claire possessed a ranged magical weapon and that he needed to engage at close quarters to neutralize it. Claire stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade, as he quickly recited an intricate incantation. Windshield. A transparent, mystical barrier appeared before him, deflecting the dagger, which clattered harmlessly to the ground. The assassin's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly drew another dagger and leapt high, aiming to stab Claire. Windwall. Claire waved his hand, summoning a turbulent, transparent wall of wind that surged forward, sending the airborne assassin crashing violently against the wall. Shaking his wrist, Claire reflected on his status as a mid-level mage. Sending a bronze-level assassin to eliminate him felt like an insult. Ugh! The assassin grunted as pain coursed through him, struggling to rise. Windblade. Another sharp gust sliced through the air, inflicting excruciating pain on the assassin's wrist, causing him to involuntarily drop his dagger. "Stop! I surrender." The assassin pleaded, his left hand covertly reaching behind him, intent on delivering a fatal blow while Claire's guard was down. But in the next moment, Claire declared, "I'm afraid I do not accept the surrender of others, especially those still capable of fighting back." The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Claire, who was less than 10 meters away. Was it possible for such a mere child to utter such words? With a sharp crack, spikes erupted from the floor, piercing through the assassin's feet, blood oozing as he collapsed to his knees. "Hurricane spell," Claire exclaimed. "Wait," the assassin weakly protested, raising a hand in a futile attempt to halt Claire. Yet Claire had already completed his incantation, slapping the air, and a whirlwind erupted, lifting the kneeling assassin high into the air, only to send him crashing against the wall with tremendous force. Thud! The assassin fell to the ground, barely clinging to life, his form a mere shadow of its former self. Seeing that his opponent was now incapacitated, Claire approached slowly, apologizing. "My apologies, the wind was too loud. I couldn't hear you. Please continue." The assassin nearly choked on his frustration. "Spare me, and I will reveal who is behind this." "Oh," Claire replied, intrigued. "Isn't it customary in your line of work for your client's information to be valued above your own life?" Cough, cough, "I have no organization, so leaking information is of no consequence," the assassin weakly asserted. When the official Frank sought out assassins, he did not target those of repute. Otherwise, to assassinate a viscount like Claire, even one reduced to such a state, would demand no less than 3,000 gold coins. At that moment, Reagan's anxious voice echoed from outside. "Young master, are you all right?" Claire's confrontation with the assassin had lasted less than a minute, so Reagan's arrival was not too late. As Reagan burst through the door, witnessing the chaos within the once orderly room, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Yet, upon spotting Claire standing amidst the disarray, with a stranger sprawled on the floor, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, a wave of dread soon washed over him. The heir of the Griffin family, his own master, had been brutally attacked within the confines of his own viscountcy. The orchestrators of this heinous act must face the most severe retribution this world can offer. The fallen assassin continued to plead with Claire, "Truly, if you spare my life, I will reveal the identity of those who sent me." Claire merely chuckled. "Even without your confession, I already know who is responsible." The assassin, momentarily stunned, hesitated. Then, with a sudden crack, the sound of gunfire echoed through the room. Blood splattered across Claire, who then approached the window, raising his pistol and firing 5 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 Reagan stood by, utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such formidable presence in his master before. "Master, I shall issue a statement. I was attacked by an assassin last night, yet I emerged unscathed. However, the assassin has escaped, and I urge the citizens of Nafaching to remain vigilant." Reagan glanced at the lifeless body of the assassin sprawled on the floor and did not inquire further, simply responding, "Yes, master. At your command." Reagan, being a competent steward, understood precisely when to speak and when to remain silent. After Reagan withdrew, Claire touched his cheek, rubbing the blood on his hand before casting his gaze out towards the city of Nafaching. He murmured, "I intended to take my time, but it seems I misjudged the urgency. You are more reckless than I anticipated. If you are so unafraid of death, then let the games begin." Chapter 31. Sipping fine wine with the maid on that fateful night, the nobles within the city of Nafu found themselves unable to slumber, as the 5 gunshots reverberated through their hearts, leaving them in a state of restless anxiety. It was not until the following morning, when a notice was posted outside the city, that they could finally exhale a sigh of relief. Upon learning that their identities remained concealed, the nobles truly relaxed, instructing their servants to prepare gifts to express their condolences to the viscount who had been targeted in the assassination attempt. Their primary aim, however, was to gauge whether Claire held any suspicions regarding their involvement. "My Lord Viscount, I present to you this token of sympathy. It is truly alarming that assassins managed to infiltrate your estate." Baron Eugene feigned a look of terror as he spoke. Claire cast a glance at the lavish gift being offered, worth several hundred gold coins. Surely, only those with guilty consciences would bestow such extravagant tokens of sympathy. After all, the last time they had swindled him of 500 gold coins, they had acted as though they had lost their closest kin. Now, they were so eager to present gifts. The other nobles soon followed suit, bringing forth their offerings until the table in the sitting room was heaped with lavish items. "Oh, I did not foresee such an incident occurring," Claire lamented, feigning concern. "Is my Lord Viscount unscathed? We were all deeply worried after hearing the gunfire last night." "It is not just us. Your subjects are also quite anxious," Eugene continued to probe. Claire shook his head. "I was unharmed. When the assailant entered, I was still awake and managed to drive them away with my pistol." He had successfully conveyed the information he intended. The assembled nobles felt a wave of relief wash over them, as it appeared that the confrontation had been a mere chance encounter, ensuring their own anonymity remained intact. "There is no need for concern, my friends. From this night forward, knights will patrol the vicinity of the Viscount's estate every evening. Such occurrences will not repeat," Claire assured them. Eugene's smile faltered for a moment but quickly returned, as this measure effectively thwarted their next assassination plot. Does my Lord Viscount have any suspects in mind?" Lord Wilbur inquired tentatively. These nobles were exceedingly cautious, requiring absolute certainty of their innocence before they could rest easy. Claire narrowed his eyes, realizing that his earlier assessment of them as ineffectual was indeed accurate. This question, even if he had not harbored suspicions before, now raised his vigilance. He tossed the inquiry back to them, causing a momentary pause as they exchanged glances. "Robbers!" Baron Eugene exclaimed. "Indeed, it must be those marauders from outside the city." The other nobles echoed in agreement. "Certainly, my Lord Viscount. You must remain vigilant against those brigands." Claire smiled knowingly. Is that so? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It was the captain of the knights, Hunt, who had grown considerably stronger since Claire's previous visit, radiating an aura that surpassed that of the unfortunate captain who had perished. My lord. Claire surveyed the nobles seated on the sofa, who discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. My lord Viscount, I take my leave. Safe travels. No need for formalities, Claire replied with a warm smile as he waved them off. Once he confirmed their departure, Claire led Hunt into the conference room and inquired, how many squire knights are currently in the military camp? Reporting to you, my lord Viscount. There are presently 31 squire knights, 3 bronze knights, and myself as a silver knight. Claire nodded. While this might not constitute the military strength expected of a viscount's domain, it would suffice for now. How is Clan progressing in his training? Upon mentioning Clan, admiration flickered in Hunt's eyes. He is exceptionally diligent. He should be the next to advance to bronze knight. Claire recalled his last encounter with Clan, who had already been a squire knight. Surprised by Hunt's high regard for him, to what extent can the Viscount's martial training manual allow you to cultivate your skills? This was left by the previous Viscount and is sufficient for us to reach the level of great knights. Claire pondered for a moment. Generally speaking, a few golden knights could uphold a Viscount's prestige, while the next tier of great knights was ample. However, Claire's ambitions extended far beyond this. Utilize it for now. I shall find a way to procure a manual that allows for higher-level cultivation in the future. Claire did not yet possess the financial means. The manual that could elevate them to great knights had been acquired during the Griffin family's most affluent period, costing over 600,000 gold coins. Presently, he could not afford anything of higher caliber without risking his very livelihood. Thank you, my lord Viscount. Hunt internally rejoiced. His initial assumptions proving correct, Claire was indeed intent on reviving the entire viscountcy. And how goes the task I assigned you? At this, Hunt's expression turned serious. Reporting to you. My lord, preparations are complete. Good, Claire responded softly. The two then engaged in earnest discussion within the conference room. Meanwhile, the populace of Nefu City, upon viewing the posted announcement, erupted in fury, nearly reaching a boiling point. What? Our Viscount, who has so graciously alleviated our taxes and endeavored to lead us toward a better life, is under threat of assassination, and within his own estate, no less. This is intolerable. Shortly after the notice was displayed, citizens spontaneously banded together, patrolling both within and outside Nefu City, determined to uncover the identity of the would-be assassin targeting their Viscount. However, by midday, news spread that the marauders from outside the city had dispatched individuals to assassinate the Viscount. This information traveled swiftly, redirecting the populace's animosity from the assassins to the external bandits, who they now cursed vehemently. Having executed their plan, the nobles breathed a sigh of relief, successfully diverting public scrutiny away from themselves. They were no strangers to such tactics, possessing ample experience in swaying public opinion. A modest expenditure to enlist the aid of local gangs to disseminate the narrative was all it took to shift the blame onto others. In the meantime, they reveled in their estates, sipping fine wine and embracing their maids in leisure. Chapter 32. The reward the following day. Claire savored his breakfast within the confines of the Viscount's estate. Shortly thereafter, Reagan entered the room. Young master, Hant wishes to see you. Claire took a sip of his drink and softly replied, bring him in. Moments later, Hant followed Reagan into the room and, upon seeing Claire, knelt excitedly. My lord, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Claire nodded gently. Good. There were no casualties, I presume? None, Hant affirmed. I selected only knights of squire rank and above. We utilized the technique you provided to exit the city, making hardly a sound. No one noticed. Well done, Claire praised. Hant, visibly excited by the compliment, responded. It is my duty to serve the Viscount. Let us dine together. Claire gestured towards the table laden with food. As a reward, please accept this. Claire retrieved a magnificent sword from his spatial ring and presented it to Hant, one of the gifts received from the nobles the day prior. And no, this is merely my duty, Hant quickly declined, recognizing the sword's immense value, worth hundreds of gold coins, and its potential to enhance his prowess significantly. Such excellence deserves recognition. Accepted, Claire insisted with a smile. This is but a trifle. Far greater rewards await in the future. Hant, overwhelmed with emotion, lowered his head further and accepted the sword. Thank you for your generosity, my lord, he exclaimed, filled with zeal. I shall serve you faithfully. It was expected for knights to undertake such tasks. Yet the notion that their lord would reward them stirred a sense of duty within Hant to excel in his future endeavors. Claire smiled subtly. One must feed the horse if one wishes it to run. To him, wealth held little significance, but rewarding his subordinates fostered loyalty and efficiency, an endeavor worth pursuing. In stark contrast to Claire's calm demeanor, the nobles were in a state of frantic agitation. What? The cargo has been robbed. You can't be serious. How could this happen? Our goods were all together. Wait, other nobles' cargo was taken too? Even the knights we hired have been dispatched, not a single one left alive? Even the head of the Silver Knight was severed. Such brutality. The severed head was a precaution taken by Hant to avoid detection of the bullet used. Prepare the horses. I must discuss this matter with Baron Eugene. Back in the same room, the nobles exhibited their anxiety. How could this be? Our goods have been safe for years. The last incident was 6 years ago. Indeed, that previous robbery prompted us to band together and transport our goods collectively, hiring Silver Knights to ensure their safety. Upon hearing of the robbery, their first instinct was not to suspect Claire, but rather the bandits lurking outside the city. For their cargo had often been pillaged before Claire's arrival. In the past, they had sourced their goods independently through their shops, but after several incidents of theft, they resorted to hiring mercenaries for protection, which had proven effective until now. Yet, after several years, their goods had once again fallen victim. The administrative officer remained unfazed. Unlike the nobles, he had no personal stake in the cargo. He interjected, "What if our Viscount sent someone to commit the robbery?" Though he suggested this, he held no belief in his own words. Eugene furrowed his brow and pondered before speaking. That seems unlikely. I worked late into the night and heard no hooves leaving the city gates. Exactly, he has only just arrived. He wouldn't know our caravan's routes. Furthermore, I saw the night squad training this morning, Lord Wilbur added. In mere words, they dispelled any suspicion of Claire as the true culprit. They had considered the possibility. But such an action would be utterly detrimental to Claire, creating unnecessary enmity. Moreover, even if Hant and the others had ridden, it was implausible for them to return in such a short span. They had seen them training outside the city gates, running slower than horses. What they failed to realize was that without their heavy armor, the combination of their techniques and agility could surpass the speed of horses. Frank, the administrative officer, took a sip of wine and remarked with a chuckle, "I only mentioned it casually. Please continue your discussion." His comment, however, sparked a realization among the nobles. Claire now commanded a substantial number of knights, which might provide a potential solution. Frank smirked. He was well aware of his relationship with Claire. He could hardly suggest anything, let alone face Claire without his legs trembling. Why should he be the scapegoat? Such thoughts remained unspoken, and he merely replied, "I shall consider it." The other nobles, recognizing Frank's hesitation, did not press him further, knowing well that he held little sway with Claire. They continued to deliberate on alternative solutions. Before long, Frank, feeling bored and having no stake in the stolen goods, departed, recalling the last time he had visited the Viscount's estate, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chapter 33. Integrity and bravery. Observing the smiling Claire seated before him, the official Frank felt a subtle tremor in his legs. Unlike those foolish nobles, he possessed a keen awareness that Claire was far from the innocent child she appeared to be. She was, in truth, a demon cloaked in human skin. Had it not been for this realization, he would not have previously suggested hiring an assassin to eliminate Claire, as he harbored an incessant dread that as long as Claire remained in the Viscountcy, he would ultimately meet the same fate as the former captain of knights. Official Frank, Claire spoke softly. Frank promptly responded, "Yes, my Lady Viscount." He then cast a glance at Claire's side. Noting the presence of a new face, the newly appointed tax officer, Robin, Frank's heart sank. He had long suspected that Robin would scrutinize the tax documents from the Viscountcy over the years, unveiling potentially incriminating evidence. However, he had not anticipated such swift revelations. Closing his eyes, Frank silently prayed. It was impossible to voluntarily confess at this juncture. He could only hope that Robin was incompetent and had uncovered nothing significant. Noticing Frank's reaction, Claire stifled a chuckle and continued, "Frank, your family has managed the Viscountcy for 3 generations, and you have never failed to submit the annual taxes on time. I commend your diligence." Frank dared not respond, fully aware that more was to come. As anticipated, Claire's tone shifted, growing stern. However, upon investigation by the tax officer, it has come to my attention that the annual tax revenue from the Viscountcy has remained around 100,000. Yet your contributions amount to only approximately 10,000 gold coins. Where, pray tell, Has the remaining 90,000 coins vanished? At Claire's reprimand, Frank involuntarily flinched, instinctively attempting to defend himself. My Lady Viscount, please allow me to explain. The taxation policies were established by my two predecessors and have nothing to do with me. The previous officials were your grandfather and father, correct? So this has nothing to do with you? Claire laughed. Without hesitation, Frank replied, if you wish to apprehend them, I am willing to testify against them. Such an audacious claim, Claire exclaimed. Robin, do enlighten him. Robin stepped forward, perusing through the documents in hand, declaring, the decree mandating taxes on wheat exceeding 70 centimeters was issued during your tenure, as was the childbirth tax and the tax upon reaching adulthood with each revelation. Frank's complexion grew increasingly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Robin continued, in your 13 years of service, you embezzled a total of 963,780 gold coins from the Lady Viscount. Claire smiled faintly, directing her gaze at Frank. Do you dispute this? No, my lady. Frank immediately knelt, crawling forward in desperation. I did not take all of it. Baron Eugene and others were involved. I only took a fraction, not even reaching 10,000 gold coins. With a mere snap of her fingers, Claire conjured a gust of wind that sent Frank tumbling backwards. You claim you barely took 10,000, yet your total assets amount to less than 20,000. How can such words escape your lips? Placing her finger to her lips, Claire shushed him. Do not weep. It is unbecoming. You are, after all, the official of the Viscountcy. All right, I shall not cry. Frank quickly wiped away his tears. I called you here, and I shall grant you a chance at redemption. Otherwise, we would be meeting in a prison cell. Indeed. Frank eagerly nodded in agreement. You claim you are willing to repay all the money? Claire squinted, inquiring. How much do you possess currently? 30,000 gold coins. I am willing to give it all to you. Internally cursing, Claire thought, how is it that the Viscount possesses less than her own official? I require you to undertake a task for me. Upon completion, I shall spare your life, though you will no longer hold your position as an official. Not a problem. My lady, I shall fulfill your request without fail. Frank, the sort of man who would betray his own father and grandfather to save his own skin, felt emboldened. Excellent. I relish conversing with astute individuals like yourself. Only one's life matters. The rest is inconsequential. Your ladyship speaks the truth. The task Claire assigned was met with Frank's hurried smile as he hastily exited the Viscountess' residence. Once Frank departed, Robin hesitated. My lady, will you truly let him go? Claire smiled gently. What do you think? The creaking door drew the attention of the gathered nobles. Is that so? Frank frantically rummaged through his pockets, searching for a handkerchief to wipe his brow, but after several fruitless attempts, he was handed one by a fellow noble. Thank you. He took the handkerchief, hurriedly dabbing at his face. What troubles you? The nobles inquired. As soon as Frank settled himself, he blurted, I just visited the Viscountess estate. The nobles were instantly captivated by his words. The Lady Viscount has agreed to send troops, and we are to meet tomorrow to discuss matters further. Frank did not even realize that he had altered his address to Claire, who he previously referred to simply as her. The faces of the other nobles brightened, raising their goblets in cheer. Why the devil are you asking me? Ask him tomorrow. His conditions are his own business. I am merely the messenger. Frustrated, Frank, resembling a madman, kicked over a wine bottle, shattering it, before storming out, leaving behind a parting remark. That is how it stands. You may choose to attend or not. As Frank departed, the nobles exchanged glances, bewildered. Has he lost his mind? How dare he speak to us in such a manner? Humph. He is merely an official, not even a noble, daring to rage before us. Indeed, even if his ancestors were officials, they were not nobles, and he shall never ascend to nobility. He is inherently inferior to us. Let us not dwell on him, but rather discuss whether we should visit the Viscountess estate tomorrow. Quite right. Chapter 34. The division of profits early in the morning. The entrance of the Viscount's estate was thronged with all the nobles from the affluent city of Nafu. Good morning, Lord Viscount. They greeted, and Claire smiled amiably in return, inviting them to take their seats. Once seated, the maids presented an array of fruits and desserts upon the table, though these delicacies served merely as ornaments, garnering little attention except from children like Mary. The nobles had gathered primarily due to the message conveyed by the official Frank the previous day. Baron Eugene was the first to broach the subject directly. My lord, I heard from Frank that you are willing to assist us in dispatching troops against those bandits. Is this true? Indeed, Claire replied. They previously sent assassins to kill me, and now they have plundered your goods. Clearly, They do not regard us or Nafu with any respect. Upon hearing this, the nobles nodded in agreement, recalling that the rumors of an assassination attempt on Claire had originated from their own circles. Had Claire planned to aid them without reason, they might have suspected a trap. But with the personal threat to themselves, their apprehensions eased. Certainly, my lord. Just 2 days ago, you were attacked, and now our goods have been stolen. Those bandits must be dealt with. Of course, I can send troops, but I require some form of compensation. Claire then revealed his true intention. That is only natural, Eugene assured, thumping his chest. If you don't desire our funds, I would be concerned. My lord, you may demand any sum you wish. As long as it is within our means, we will support you. Eugene, a shrewd man, initially stated that any amount would be acceptable, only to later add the caveat of it being within their capacity, thus providing an excuse to refuse should Claire's demands be excessive. Claire narrowed his eyes and stated, I do not require your money. The assembled nobles were taken aback. You do not want our money? Yet you mention needing compensation? Claire gazed at the ceiling, reflecting deeply. Since the day I was nearly killed by an assassin, I have found it impossible to sleep, struck by the fragility of life. He then turned to the nobles. One cannot simply pass through life without enjoying its pleasures, can one? The nobles nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Thus, that night, I came to a profound realization. One must savor life, for the opinions and judgments of others hold little significance. I had been naive, thinking that as the heir of the Griffin family, I must restore our former glory, but after that night, my perspective has transformed entirely. Life is rife with unpredictability, and I cannot depart this world without having savored its delights, fine wine, beautiful women, and wealth. As he spoke, tears welled in Claire's eyes, as if he were grasping some profound truth. I must apologize to you all. I was too naive, unable to distinguish between myself and the common folk, regarding you as adversaries. Now, I simply wish to enjoy life, to possess great wealth and indulge in the finest wines. Eugene's eyes gleamed with admiration. The realization struck him. Why should he, a noble, associate with the commoners? Claire placed a hand on Eugene's shoulder, declaring, You may continue your practice. Just share the profits with me. Eugene leaped up, raising his wine goblet. Thank you, my lord. Even a 2-part share is better than receiving nothing. The other nobles beamed with joy. It seemed their viscount had finally seen the light. Meanwhile, the official Frank observed from the sidelines, scoffing inwardly, fools. They have all been ensnared by his performance. The smiling facade hides a true devil. Lord Wilbur interjected, having listened intently. All this talk is well and good. But where will the funds come from for the viscount? Curious gazes turned toward Claire, who smiled lightly. Naturally, as before, we shall extract it from the commoners. Oh, taxes? The nobles now believed Claire had undergone a true awakening. No, as a lord, one must act with propriety. The recent attack on me and the theft of your goods provide an excellent pretext. Claire elaborated. We shall cleverly frame this as a military campaign, compelling them to contribute. And what if they are unwilling to contribute? You shall donate first. Only then will they follow suit. The more you contribute, the more they will feel compelled to match your generosity. And after they donate, I will return your contributions in full, while we shall split the funds raised from them at a ratio of 70-30. Who receives the larger share? I shall take 30%, and you shall receive 70. Is it acceptable not to contribute? Of course, but then you forfeit your share of the 70%. The more you give, the greater your stake and returns will be. Upon hearing this, the nobles came to a startling realization. Their viscount was far more cunning than they had anticipated. Agreed, Eugene declared. Now, how much do you wish to contribute? Claire leaned forward slightly. Lord Wilbur raised his hand. I shall contribute 1,000 gold coins. Claire pursed his lips. This fell vastly short of his expectations. He glanced casually at the silent official, Frank, whose skin prickled under the scrutiny. I will contribute 30,000 gold coins. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the nobles. You are mad. 30,000 gold coins. This is absurd. We thought a few thousand would suffice. Have you lost your mind? Wilbur exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Frank. You offer 30 times what I do. Frank appeared indifferent. The amount I choose to donate is my business. You may contribute your 1,000 and be silent. Regardless, your money will be returned, and the less you give, the more I stand to gain. It dawned on the nobles the significance of Claire's earlier words, returned in full. This meant it was a time to showcase their wealth. However, even with this realization, a lingering hesitation remained. After all, losing tens of thousands of gold coins was no trivial matter, even for them. Seeing their uncertainty, Claire decided it was time to speak up. It is perfectly acceptable for you to donate a few hundred or 1,000 coins. I do not wish to impose. 30,000 gold coins would suffice for this endeavor. Yet, Claire's nonchalance only heightened the noble's urgency. Had he pleaded for their contributions, they might have hesitated. But his demeanor suggested he was not in need of their paltry sums, igniting their desire to act. This was a risk-free opportunity, a guaranteed profit. Recalling Claire's earlier sentiments, Eugene slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "I will contribute 50,000 gold coins." Such boldness, Claire commended, adding fuel to the fire. 80,000 gold coins should be sufficient. The rest can be merely symbolic contributions. No, it is our honor to assist the Viscount. How could we contribute less? Another noble chimed in. I will also donate 30,000 gold coins. The remaining nobles, witnessing others placing their bids, swiftly followed suit. 40,000. I bid 30,000. 30,000. 20,000. Ultimately, nearly all the nobles contributed the majority of their fortunes, with only the initial Lord Wilbur remaining steadfast at 1,000 gold coins. Very well. Let us conclude this matter, Claire declared, rising as she clapped her hands. Wait, my lord. Lord Wilbur exclaimed in a flurry. I shall bid 50,000 gold coins. Claire responded with a warm smile. Lord Wilbur, your generosity is truly commendable. Chapter 35. The bandits must be eradicated. At the break of dawn, the townsfolk discovered a new notice affixed to the city wall. Unlike previous occasions, this time no literate individual was needed to read it aloud. Robin had taken his position beneath the notice, elucidating its contents to the passers-by. Within a mere morning, the populace of Nefu City had learned that their lord would soon deliver another speech. By noon, a wooden platform similar to the one used before had been erected, and the crowd gradually began to gather. As the afternoon approached, the nobles arrived in their carriages, but Claire deliberately refrained from providing them with seats, compelling them to stand alongside the commoners, occasionally dabbing at their brows to wipe away the sweat. After enduring nearly 2 hours of waiting, as the sun began its descent, Claire finally made his appearance. Before he could show his face, the nobles heard a thunderous chorus of cheers and applause emanating from the crowd behind him. Claire was far more popular than they had anticipated. Good afternoon, everyone. Claire beamed as he took his place upon the platform. Long live the Viscount. The crowd responded, waving their hands in greeting. Since Claire's last address, most had become his ardent admirers. With a wave of his hand, Claire silenced the crowd. I have summoned you all today primarily to discuss the eradication of bandits. The robbers outside our city have long posed a grave threat to Nefu, even daring to attempt my assassination and plundering our goods. The audience listened intently, fully aware that, as Claire had stated, the bandits' misdeeds extended beyond mere theft. They would sometimes invade villages in search of food and abduct women, inciting a deep-seated hatred within the hearts of the people. Bandits must always be eradicated. Just imagine, while you're at home, sipping fine wine and embracing your maid, you receive word that your goods have been stolen by robbers. Thus, a life without bandits is indeed a prosperous life. Although the commoners were unsure of the implications, they echoed his sentiments. Yes. However, the nobles felt somewhat uneasy, sensing that Claire's words carried a deeper meaning. Baron Eugene, though aware of the underlying tension, knew it was his moment to act. The Viscount speaks wisely. A life devoid of bandits is indeed the desired life. I, Baron Eugene, pledge 50,000 gold coins to this cause. With a flourish, he gestured, and his men promptly began unloading large chests of gold onto the platform, their gleaming coins nearly blinding the onlookers. Goodness! I have never seen so much wealth in my life. I wouldn't have dared to dream of it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They rarely encountered even a single gold coin, let alone such a display of opulence. Following Eugene's lead, other nobles also rose to announce their contributions. The sight of chests overflowing with gold left the commoners speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. However, once the initial astonishment faded, they hastily rummaged through their pockets, eager to contribute what little they could. Though my donation may be modest, I hope it aids the Viscount. One commoner shouted. Me too. We all believe in the Viscount. Echoed others, as coins of copper and silver began to accumulate into small mounds on the platform, with more and more individuals returning from their homes to add to the growing heap. The nobles grinned broadly, reveling in the foolishness of the commoners who willingly offered their money. Yet, Claire felt a twinge of guilt, though he had merely sought a temporary ruse. He could not shake the discomfort it brought him. Nevertheless, he knew that without such tactics, it would be impossible to sway the nobles. The fundraising event continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. In addition to the gold donated by the nobles, the contributions from the populace totaled over 20,000 coins, with even some middle-class families joining in. Ultimately, nearly every individual had contributed at least 10 silver coins. Tomorrow at dawn, the knights shall set forth to eradicate the bandits, Claire proclaimed in the final moments before twilight enveloped the land. Before the sun had fully risen, the main street of Nafu was brimming with people, each holding fruits and flowers, eagerly awaiting the procession. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as the crowd turned their gazes toward the approaching knights. Captain Hant rode at the forefront, clad in heavy armor, his silver attire shimmering brilliantly in the morning light, leading over 60 knights. A formidable sight as they advanced like a torrent of steel. The crowd stood in awe, having never witnessed such an imposing display of knights, especially those from their own Viscount's domain, now embarking on a mission to rid them of bandits. A swell of pride surged within them. The knights gracefully traversed the main street toward the city gates, with the townsfolk following closely behind. Claire had been waiting for them at the gate for quite some time. "Dismount," Hant commanded, and the 60 knights dismounted in perfect unison. Hant approached Claire and knelt, proclaiming, "My lord, your knightly retinue is assembled." The knights behind him mirrored his actions, kneeling as well. Claire accepted the flowers presented by the townsfolk and handed them to Hant, saying, "Rise." "Indeed, my lord." The knights responded, springing to their feet with a clatter of armor that resonated like music to the crowd, who found the sound exhilarating. Wishing they too could don such armor, Claire glanced at the excited faces of the townsfolk, smiled, and waved his hand. Understanding his intent, the people rushed forward, offering their prepared gifts to the knights. The youths, holding their tokens of gratitude, were momentarily taken aback, as was Hant, who had never encountered such warmth from the commoners. In his previous days as a knight, the townsfolk had regarded them with fear. A mere glance from them would often elicit disdain. "Accept these gifts. They symbolize the townspeople's goodwill. Do not feel embarrassed. You fight not solely for me, but for them." Claire's words rang true. Though their mission was not strictly to eradicate bandits, their endeavors were undeniably for the benefit of the people. The youths, holding their fruits and flowers, felt an exhilarating surge of pride, realizing that their roles as knights earned them the affection of the populace. Claire drew his sword and tapped it on Hant's shoulders and head, completing the ceremonial gesture. He then pointed the sword's tip toward the city gates, exclaiming, "Let us depart." The knights swiftly remounted their steeds, saluting Claire with respect before galloping forth into the horizon. Chapter 36. Execution above the wheels as dusk approached. Claire leaned on the balcony outside the study, chin resting on his hand, gazing at the sprawling city of Nafa beneath him. The door creaked open, and Reagan entered, carrying a plate of fruit. "Young master, these are the fruits gifted by the townsfolk this morning. Do try some." "What captures your attention?" Reagan inquired, puzzled. Reagan found himself at a loss for words and merely remarked, after several decades, "It is quite common for the urban area to become dilapidated." "Indeed," Claire nodded, continuing, "What time is it now?" "It is already past 11. At that moment, in the conference hall of the Viscount's residence, only Claire and Hunt remained. "Tomorrow evening, our Viscount's administrative officer will depart. As I understand it, he is likely to set off at night. You know what to do, right?" A glint of coldness flickered in Hunt's eyes. "I know, my lord," Claire continued. "Any who exceed the wheel shall be executed." Hunt hastily praised, "My lord, you are truly benevolent. Those who do not exceed the wheel shall have stones placed beneath their feet." "What did you just say?" Hunt covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken too hastily, and quickly added, "You are indeed a wise lord." At midnight, 3 heavily laden carts, escorted by a band of mercenaries, departed from Nafa City, heading towards the northern city. Suddenly, the mournful cries of the mercenaries echoed from outside the window. What came into view were the gleaming silver armor under the moonlight and a familiar figure at the forefront. "Hunt," Frank exclaimed in shock. "It is I. The Viscount commanded me to let you go. What are you trying to do?" "Indeed, did I not say you could leave? We are now several miles from Nafa City." Hunt replied with a smile, wielding his greatsword. As the two conversed, the mercenaries fell victim to the knights under Hunt's command, their levels of skill vastly unequal. "Claire, I had a pact with you, yet you dare to renege. You scoundrel!" Frank could only shout in impotent rage. With a swift thrust, Hunt's greatsword pierced Frank's chest. "Those who dare to disrespect the Lord shall perish." "Claire, you scoundrel! Demon, I curse you to join me in hell." "Silence! The Lord has a message for you." Hunt extracted his sword. Frank's complexion grew even paler as blood gushed from his chest. Speaking was arduous. Yet he mustered the strength to lift his head, eager to hear Claire's final words. "The Lord says, you shall not be alone on your journey." Frank paused, as if struck by a revelation, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Ha ha. His life ebbed away amidst his maniacal laughter. 60 knights swiftly tidied the scene, leaving no trace behind. As dawn broke, a battalion of knights, their armor stained with blood, re-entered Nafa City. The townsfolk gathered to witness the spectacle. Wow, is that blood on them? It smells pungent. Yet, they look magnificent. Indeed, the bloodstains adorned their armor with a fierce elegance. Claire had arrived at the city gate to welcome them. Upon seeing the knights, he commended, "You have eradicated a malignant presence from Nafa City." The young men smiled knowingly. Understanding the true gravity of Claire's words, they had indeed eliminated a significant threat. Approaching Hunt, Claire whispered, "How much did he take with him?" "Approximately 20,000 gold coins." Hunt replied quietly. Claire's eyes flickered. His entire fortune amounted to 30,000 gold coins, revealing that an additional 20,000 lay hidden at home. "Yes, my lord." At that moment, the nobles approached with smiles on their faces. "Congratulations, Captain Hunt, on your triumphant return." They spoke while casting glances behind the knightly ranks, but could not discern what they sought. Where are our goods?" Lord Wilbur inquired directly. "What goods?" Hunt feigned ignorance. Claire interjected with a smile. "The goods that were seized from these noble gentlemen." "Oh." Hunt pretended to understand. "The robbers claimed that the goods were sold off." "How could that be?" Lord Wilbur shouted. "In just a few days, can that band of thieves possibly have sold off our goods worth tens of thousands?" Hunt shrugged. "That is what they said. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire further." "You." Lord Wilbur pointed an accusing finger at Hunt, ready to unleash a tirade, but Baron Eugene intervened, stifling him. Baron Eugene, seething with anger, sensed impending doom and cautiously prodded Claire. "My lord, when shall we distribute our share?" "Share? What share?" Claire stepped back slightly, donning a smile as he proclaimed loudly, "Oh, you mean the donations." Baron Eugene recognized Claire's familiar demeanor, reminiscent of a prior encounter in the clinic. "I must express my gratitude for the generous contributions from you noble patrons. A staggering 430,000 gold coins. Truly admirable." Claire gestured towards the city gate. "I envision erecting a monument here in your honor, so that future generations may remember your selfless contributions." "Claire." Baron Eugene's teeth nearly ground to dust. With a resounding clash, the knights behind him drew their swords in unison, their fierce gazes fixed upon the nobles, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Clack! The sound of bullets being chambered echoed, and as they turned, the dark gun barrels were already aimed at them. Fear painted the faces of the nobles as they fled the scene in panic. Chapter 37. Working late at night, I am utterly infuriated. How dare that Claire humiliate us in such a manner? Baron Eugene wielded his sword, relentlessly hacking at the furniture within the room. The nobles seated nearby wore expressions of indignation. At this point, how could they not realize that they had been completely outmaneuvered by Claire? "I shall have his life." Baron Eugene continued to slash at the furnishings, venting his fury. He had suffered the greatest loss, a staggering 50,000 gold coins, his substantial fortune. That scoundrel. After a few more furious strikes, he finally paused, panting, yet his mouth continued to spew curses. "Where is that rascal Frank? Why has he shown up?" Eugene inquired. Hands on his hips, Lord Wilby scoffed. "He moved his entire family out of Nafa City last night. It seems he had arranged with Claire to swindle us. And after making off with our money, he fled. Those who left last night are likely already in another territory, and who knows where he has run off to." Fuming, Baron Eugene raised his sword once more, but it took considerable effort for him to regain his composure. The mention of their losses painted their faces with anguish. The money they had contributed was indeed a significant portion of their wealth. Had it not been for that wretched Frank's impulsive donation of 30,000 gold coins, they would not have followed suit so readily, only to see it all fall into Claire's hands. Lord Wilby's eyes darted around, and he whispered, "If things get too dire, we might have to resort to our previous course of action." He gestured at his throat. Baron Eugene's expression brightened momentarily, but was soon interrupted by a sound from outside. Clatter! Curse it! Baron Eugene slammed his fist onto the table. "With all eyes upon us, we cannot seize any opportunity." He had no doubt that the moment he made contact with the assassins, a horde of knights would burst in and bind him. The other nobles instinctively shrank back at the sound of the thundering hooves, fear etched on their faces. The image of knights drawing their swords before them had left an indelible impression, A single charge would have spelled doom for them all. Never mind. It is best not to provoke him. Baron Eugene uttered these words through gritted teeth. The other nobles exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. For they knew that in a direct confrontation, they were no match for Claire. Indeed, the remaining nobles nodded in unison. For the noble laws protected their private property as sacred and inviolable. Even though Claire was a viscount, he could not force them to relinquish their shops through brute strength. Baron, we have a grave situation. A servant burst through the door, panic etched on his face. Baron Eugene rose from the sofa in anger. We are in a meeting. Can it wait until we're done? The servant gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's truly dire, my lord. Baron Eugene furrowed his brow. This servant was typically composed. If he was in such a state, something catastrophic must have occurred. What is it? Speak. The Viscount is distributing goods at the city gate for free, items that we sell in our shops. If this continues, no one will come to buy from us. How can this be? It's impossible. Where did they get those goods to distribute to the commoners? Suddenly, Baron Eugene slapped his forehead, connecting all the dots. Trembling, he exclaimed, could it be there were never any robbers at all? Realizing this, he quickly leapt to his feet, grasping the servant's sleeve. Hurry, prepare the carriage. I must see for myself. The other nobles, though unaware of what had transpired, followed Baron Eugene to the city gate. Upon arriving at the gate, the nobles quickly understood. The carts laden with goods were none other than their own family's vehicles. Claire had brazenly brought them out, leaving the labels intact, all from their supplier. Baron Eugene sank to the ground, dazed, watching the commoners receiving goods from the knights, items that rightfully belonged to them. Baron Eugene, are you all right? A voice of concern broke through. Eugene turned his head. The figure stood in the sunlight, making it impossible to discern his features. Narrowing his eyes, he finally recognized the person before him. Claire. Baron Eugene gritted his teeth. At that moment, Claire crouched down, tugging at Eugene's collar before releasing it. You seem to be in quite a predicament, Baron Eugene. Thanks to you. No, it is your own greed that has led to this, Claire replied with a smile. Have you come to revel in our misfortune? Eugene stood, brushing off his clothes, determined to maintain his noble dignity. No. Claire extended a finger, gesturing. I have come to propose a deal. Do you truly believe we would be foolish enough to engage in a transaction with you again? Lord Wilby interjected. Listen before you decide, Claire continued. I want all your assets in Nafa City. In return, I will provide you with a sum of money, allowing you to thrive in another city. Impossible. Baron Eugene reacted vehemently. The assets in Nafa City were hard-earned. Relocating to another city would mean losing their monopolistic hold. Claire remained unhurried, smiling as he spoke. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? How long can your funds sustain you in Nafa City? He gestured toward the carts behind him, distributing goods. Most of your wealth lies in my hands. I can continue this free distribution for years. During this time, your shops will receive not a single copper coin. Are you sure you want to prolong this struggle? How long can your current funds support you in Nafa City? With that, Claire left them to ponder. His words caused the nobles' gazes to flicker, their minds racing. Indeed, if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Their funds were dwindling, prompting them to pool resources for another shipment. They would not last months, let alone years. Yet Baron Eugene interjected. I am leaving, but the money must not be shortchanged. With one taking the lead, the remaining nobles soon followed suit, agreeing in turn. Smart individuals, indeed. Claire clapped his hands and signaled for the tax officer, Robin, to step forward. Negotiate with him. Robin approached the gathered nobles as they began to haggle, hoping to exchange their properties for sufficient funds to ensure a comfortable life in a new city. Claire merely cast a cursory glance before moving toward the distribution area. As Claire approached, the crowd of commoners knelt. Thank you, my Lord Viscount. Claire, bemused, waved his hand, urging them to rise. Hunt emerged from the crowd of distributors. My lord, how goes it? In the more remote villages, those young rascals have already taken the horse-drawn carts, and it is anticipated that everything will be completed by this afternoon. Good. Claire turned her gaze towards the group of nobles still haggling, and Hant followed suit. Claire, somewhat perplexed, remarked, let us work overtime tonight. Hant, being astute, quickly grasped Claire's intent and flashed a broad smile, exclaiming, Understood, my lord. Claire reciprocated with a smile. These nobles could perish, but not within the confines of Nafa City. One should not presume that the noble laws are enacted frivolously, otherwise. With Hant and his band of knights at hand, it would be a simple matter to dispatch Eugene and his ilk without delay. Chapter 38. Labor as Charity at the Break of Dawn. Hant, clad in bloodstained armor, entered the estate of the Viscount. Upon encountering Claire, he knelt partially. Reporting to the Lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Rise, Claire gestured with a wave of his hand. What are the spoils? They carried a total of 460,000 gold coins. Hant's tone was imbued with excitement. Claire nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the administrative officer, Robin. That amounts to the tax revenue of Nafa City over the past decade, he murmured. He then turned to Reagan, whispering, Frank is deceased. Our Viscountcy is in need of an administrative officer. Reagan bowed slightly, responding, Young master, I will seek a qualified officer from another city. There's no need. Claire shook his head gently. Isn't there a suitable candidate right here? Reagan, puzzled, looked around but could not discern whom Claire referred to. Robin was already the tax officer. Surely Hant would not assume the role of the administrative officer. You. Claire pointed at Reagan. From now on, you shall be the administrative officer of the Viscount's estate. Reagan, taken aback, hurriedly declined. Young master, I. Spare your words. You are a capable steward of the Griffin family, and I believe you can also manage the duties of the Viscountcy. Moreover, this will alleviate my burdens. Reagan's eyes flickered, and ultimately he bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young master, for recognizing this old man. Claire smiled and spoke. Though the nobility within the city has been purged, the common folk still suffer from scarcity and poverty. Thus, I plan to reconstruct the entirety of Nafa City. Claire's declaration stirred a wave of astonishment. Reagan was the first to raise an objection. Young master, the reconstruction of Nafa City will likely incur substantial expenses. As the steward of the Griffin family, he was particularly sensitive to the matter of financial waste. Though Robin remained silent, his expression reflected discontent. The hard-won gold from the nobility should not be squandered on feudal constructions, which bore no relation to the plight of the impoverished citizens. Claire shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Have you ever heard of labor as charity? Reagan and Robin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. They had never encountered such a term. Hant stood by, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. Reagan, do you recall our previous conversation? Money is meant to be spent. It is not for hoarding. Only when it circulates can it generate value. My intent to reconstruct Nafa City serves a dual purpose, primarily to redistribute wealth into the hands of the common folk. The prosperity of a territory does not hinge upon the wealth of its lord, but rather on the affluence of its populace. When the people thrive, the territory flourishes. Claire's explanation left Reagan and Robin astounded. They exchanged looks, each reflecting a shared sense of disbelief, for such notions were unfamiliar to them. Claire continued, My previous statements were not mere rhetoric. I aim to initiate reconstruction, beginning with the sewers, as the refuse and filth on the streets are unbearable and pose a risk of plague. Indeed, Robin nodded vigorously, fully in agreement. Moreover, the establishment of schools and hospitals is imperative. In a decade or two, our Viscountcy could be free of illiteracy and ailments could be treated effectively, preventing the misfortunes of previous quacks. The common people shall live in peace, free from oppression, and the territory shall thrive. As Claire painted this vision, excitement bubbled among the group. Turning his gaze to the three before him, Claire declared, This task I entrust to you. Can it be accomplished? Certainly. We can clear a space from the nobles' estates to establish night schools for adults to learn literacy. That is feasible, Robin affirmed. Being responsible for the estates seized from the nobility, he knew precisely where to allocate the space. No need for that, my lord, Robin exclaimed with enthusiasm. My wife is a teacher. She previously instructed the noble children. She would be more than capable of teaching literacy. As for primary school teachers, we can take our time to find suitable candidates. Claire's eyes brightened. Excellent. You shall oversee this matter. It seems the night school can be established without delay. Oh, by the way, with newfound wealth, let us raise the maid's wages to 25 silver coins. Yes, young master. By noon, Reagan personally brought a large stack of papers to the city gate and began posting them. This was, after all, the duty of an administrative officer. The first notice proclaimed Claire's appointment of him as the administrative officer of the Viscountcy, followed by several announcements regarding labor recruitment. As passers-by noticed the postings, they gathered around, eagerly reading the announcements. Don't push. Didn't you say you couldn't read last time? Yet here you are, crowding in. Move aside. Who in Nafa City can read? I merely wish to get a closer look. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, Reagan cleared his throat and proclaimed, I am now the administrative officer of the Griffin Viscountcy. The citizens looked on with confusion, murmuring among themselves. Who is he? I haven't heard of him before. What happened to the previous officer? I don't know. Why the sudden change? Reagan interrupted their chatter, raising his voice. The previous officer, who imposed arbitrary taxes, has been dismissed by the young master. The Viscount. Oh, the Viscount appointed him. Upon hearing Claire's name, the crowd erupted with excitement. The previous officer deserved punishment. The Viscount has rid us of him. Long live the Viscount. Indeed, the Viscount's appointed officer must be infinitely better than the last. Observing the citizens' praise for the young master, Reagan couldn't help but smile. He then clarified the contents of the subsequent announcements regarding the night school, the reconstruction of Nafa City, and the establishment of new hospitals and primary schools. Upon hearing Reagan's explanations, the crowd erupted once more in fervor. Is it true? Working for a month earns 20 silver coins, and meals are provided. The Viscount's announcements are certainly genuine. Another exclaimed excitedly. It's not the busy season for farming. We can easily spare time for labor. Exactly. With such generous compensation, what does a bit of hard work matter? Our good days are finally upon us. Long live the Viscount. Someone shouted as they ran. In just a few minutes, the entire Nafa city resounded with the chant, Long live the Viscount. Chapter 39. Seeking techniques rather than tools. The construction project has been fervently underway for several days. And thanks to the efforts of hundreds of workers, some buildings are beginning to take shape, soon to be put into use. At this moment, Claire is in his attic, gazing out at the night-lit city of Nafu. For reasons unknown, he has always enjoyed standing at a height, surveying the city that belongs to him. A glance at his trading panel reveals that he has accumulated 2 trading points. However, Claire is in no rush to engage in transactions. Over the past 15 days, he has been entangled in a battle of wits with the nobles, and after tonight, he will once again acquire a trading point. Since he is not pressed for time, he decides to wait until midnight to gather 3 trading points before proceeding. Leaning back, Claire watches the clock on the wall count down. 3, 2, 1. As he reaches 1, he opens the trading panel and, as expected, the 2 trading points transform into 3, just as he had anticipated upon his upgrade. The storage time for trading points has diminished from 7 days to 5. Suddenly, Claire's pupils constrict. He notices a new button labeled Upgrade Trading on the rudimentary trading panel. After scanning the panel several times and finding no other changes, he hesitates briefly before pressing the upgrade button. An upgrade must surely be better than remaining at the same level. In the next moment, the trading panel before Claire abruptly shuts down, leaving only a small spinning circle, reminiscent of the upgrade process on his previous phone. Although there is no indication of when the upgrade will be completed, Claire possesses ample time and decides to pick up a nearby spell book to pass the time. As he observes the panel, Claire purses his lips. This is the true trading panel. The one he used before must have been a trial version. The current trading panel is markedly superior in appearance, far more sophisticated than the previous one, and features several additional buttons, including options for trading and fixed friends. Claire clicks on the Fixed Friends tab, which is entirely empty as he has not added any friends. However, it does display previous trading partners, and he can add them as friends for a small fee of trading points. After glancing at his personal space, which resembles his spatial ring, he realizes that items obtained through trading can be stored directly there without the time constraints that plagued the previous trading space. Turning his attention to the upper right corner, Claire's eyes widen in surprise as he notices that his 3 trading points have inexplicably diminished to 1. Did the upgrade consume his trading points? Claire speculates. Nevertheless, since the points have already been spent, he cannot afford to lament their loss. He promptly clicks Start Trading to observe the changes in the upgraded trading panel. A line of text that had never appeared before materializes in the center of the energy vortex, matching you with a 1-star trading user. Claire mutters to himself. So, after the upgrade, I am considered a 1-star user? The quality of matched users should be higher. So perhaps this upgrade is not a loss after all. As the vortex clears like murky water, a handsome face emerges before Claire. The individual greets him with a radiant smile. Hello. My name is Lanjiao. What is yours? Claire is somewhat taken aback. This is the first time he has encountered such a genuinely cheerful trader. Although previous traders wore smiles, none matched the sincerity of the person before him. Hello. I am Antonio. Claire instinctively uses his alias. Hello, Antonio. Lanjiao beams, and Claire cannot help but feel his mood lift in response to that bright smile. In the course of their conversation, Claire glances at the upper right corner of the panel, where the countdown timer that had previously displayed 1 minute has now vanished. This brief glance, however, does not go unnoticed by Lanjiao, Hu asks playfully. Did you just upgrade to a one-star trader? Lan Zhao scratches his head sheepishly, seemingly embarrassed for having read Claire's thoughts. Usually, trading time limits only apply at 0 level. Once you reach 1 star, those limits disappear. I deduced your status from your habitual glance at the upper right corner. Claire readily admits, I indeed just upgraded. No rush for trading. Let me first introduce you to some intriguing items from our world that may pique your interest, Lan Zhao suggests as he turns to walk further into the room. Lan Zhao picks up an ostrich egg-sized blue egg adorned with mysterious patterns, proclaiming with pride, this is a pet egg I labored to procure from the Anqing forest. While I cannot guarantee what kind of pet will hatch from it, it has been assessed at 3 stars. After placing the blue egg on the table, he retrieves several similar eggs and enthusiastically introduces them. These are 1-star pet eggs. This one is a slime egg, and this is a fire dragon beast egg. If nurtured properly, it could evolve into a lord-class pet. And here we have a water cloud beast egg, along with our local specialty, the electric-tailed cat. As Lan Zhao continues to excitedly describe the pet eggs, his face remains alight with joy. Claire begins to form a hypothesis in his mind regarding the nature of their world. Could you demonstrate their abilities? Claire inquires. Of course. Lan Zhao replies eagerly. Which one would you like to see? I run a pet shop, so I have pets hatched from these eggs on hand. Let us start with the slime, Claire suggests, curious to see if the creature aligns with his world's version. Ha ha ha, stop tickling me, that tickles. Lan Zhao exclaims, holding a slime in front of Claire. Just like the slimes from his own world, Claire notes internally, but he is puzzled as to why this one is so friendly towards humans. In his world, slimes are weak beings, easily defeated by an adult wielding a stick, yet this one approaches Lan Zhao without fear, displaying an odd friendliness. Have you made your decision? Lan Zhao asks, still attempting to free himself from the slime's embrace. I am indeed interested in trading for pets, Claire responds. Have you chosen which one you desire? I recommend the electric-tailed cat. It has a relatively gentle temperament and a degree of offensive capability. Claire shakes his head. Such peculiar creatures abound in his world. Not limited to slimes, but also including colorful dragons, elves, merfolk, and fairies. I am not particularly interested in these pets. Seeking tools is less desirable than seeking techniques. I wish to. Chapter 40. Watercloud Beast. I desire a means to establish a connection with your pets. Claire asserted with candor. Their world was replete with extraordinary creatures akin to magical beasts, yet few possessed the ability to tame the wild and proud beasts. In contrast, for intelligent and orderly beings such as orcs, half-orcs, or the much yearned for beast-eared maidens, mages could forcefully forge a master-servant relationship through a contract. However, this was a coercive bond, far from the amicable relationship shared by the current Blue Zhao and the slime before him. Thus, Claire surmised that the other world must possess a unique method to communicate with pets, enhancing their bond. Otherwise, how could slimes of the same species become so difficult to tame in his world? Blue Zhao blinked in surprise. How do you know that our world has a specialized method for forming contracts with pets? Well, it's not something worth concealing. If you wish for it, it is available for trade. But have you truly considered the electric tail cat? Its ordinary electrical attack can penetrate a 3-centimeter steel plate. Blue Zhao enthusiastically recommended the electric tail cat unique to their region, of which he himself had contracted one and cherished dearly. No, I seek techniques rather than items. If your world cannot offer a path, then let us trade for the means to establish contracts with pets. What do you have to exchange? Blue Zhao inquired. Claire pondered briefly before picking up a nearby spell book, declaring, I shall trade this book with you. What is remarkable about this book? Blue Zhao asked with curiosity. Claire smiled gently. You shall see shortly. With a snap of his fingers, a fireball the size of a human head materialized before him. With another snap, the fireball split into 4 smaller orbs, each now the size of a fist, rotating rapidly. As their speed increased, the spinning fireballs formed a fiery ring. Blue Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed a human wielding flames in such a manner. Only fire-type pets could command such power. Claire was not finished with his display. He clenched his fist, extinguishing the fiery ring, then muttered an incantation, conjuring an electric arc in his palm. Now, observe, does your electric tail cat possess such formidable electrical prowess? After concluding his demonstration, Claire held up the spellbook. All the spells I just used are recorded within this tome. What say you? Can we trade for that method? Absolutely. Blue Zhao exclaimed with excitement. If I could learn the spells within, I could certainly take down elite-level monsters, even unarmed. Then allow me to introduce you to our method of establishing a bond with pets. Blue Zhao continued eagerly. Generally, if a pet is cultivated from an egg, its obedience is at its peak. However, often we must capture our pets from the wild, which necessitates employing this method. It enables a connection with the pet, allowing one to convey emotions and receive theirs in return, thus fostering mutual understanding and simplifying the formation of a contract. Indeed, Claire nodded as he listened, though the actual effectiveness remained to be seen in this world. Let us commence the trade, he murmured, placing his spellbook into the trading space. Very well. However, please hold on. That book is considered a basic tutorial in our realm, and I must search for it, Blue Zhao replied. Noting that higher-level texts instruct on commanding pets in battle, Blue Zhao rummaged through his room, taking several minutes to unearth a rather worn book from the depths of a pile. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. This book is a bit tattered. Perhaps I should offer you a pet egg as well? Your spellbook is surely far more valuable than our basic tutorial. Now that's the spirit of a true merchant. Claire thought to himself. Choose any egg except for the 3-star one. Blue Zhao generously offered. Then I shall take this aquamarine one, Claire casually pointed, opting for a visually appealing choice since it was a gift. Water cloud beast, indeed. I shall place it in the trading space, Blue Zhao said as he gently placed the aquamarine egg into the trade area. Once both parties confirmed, the trade commenced. A book and the aquamarine egg appeared in Claire's trading space, marking the completion of a pleasant transaction. After the transaction concluded, a countdown timer appeared. Blue Zhao imparted key tips on caring for the pet egg and shared some magical techniques with Claire before closing the trading portal. Though Blue Zhao suggested becoming friends, Claire hesitated momentarily, realizing he lacked the necessary trading points and would have to wait until he was more affluent to add him. Claire squinted, quickly grasping the underlying reason. The dimensional match for this 1-star cross-border trade was of an entirely different caliber than previous ones, consuming 3 times the trading points. Thus, after upgrading the trading panel, the energy storage time had also extended to triple its original duration. However, half a month was a wait he could endure. Even 3 to 5 years would be manageable. As a mid-level mage, his lifespan exceeded that of ordinary folk, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, reaching 300 years was well within the realm of possibility. Moreover, his strength was not stagnant. He anticipated that upon advancing to a high-level mage, the energy storage time would further diminish. Claire retrieved the somewhat worn book, and as before, it was enveloped in a radiant light upon its appearance. This was merely the book adapting to the laws of this world, a phenomenon Claire had grown accustomed to. The aquamarine egg, however, showed no such reaction, likely due to the fact that this world already housed magical beasts capable of wielding extraordinary powers. Placing the aquamarine egg on a nearby table, Claire felt no concern for it being damaged. The 6th floor of the castle was generally off-limits to others. He then picked up the transformed book and began to study it meticulously. The profound knowledge from another world was irresistibly captivating. Chapter 41. The Slave Trader. The tutorial in the book was not particularly challenging, as it covered the most fundamental concepts. Claire grasped the essentials within a couple of hours. The realm of magical beasts was vast, and although their utility was not immediately apparent, their significance would undoubtedly manifest in the future. For instance, the royal guard of a neighboring kingdom utilized griffins as mounts, a closely guarded state secret that few kingdoms could master. Claire contemplated the prospect of acquiring a few dragons for his knightly retinue in the future, while purebred dragons were out of reach, as fully grown specimens were legendary beings of the highest order, capable of obliterating even a mid-level mage like Claire with a mere breath. Procuring a few dragonkin, such as hydras, seemed feasible. On a crisp morning, Claire rose early. Typically, mages required little sleep, as meditation sufficed. After breakfast, under Reagan's guidance, Claire visited the construction sites. The workers paused their tasks upon seeing him, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." Claire offered a friendly smile. "Please, continue your work. I am merely here to observe." In the city, professional architects were at hand, so Claire felt no need to concern himself with the specifics. The foundations were laid, and the next phase involved erecting the structures. Claire desired practicality over opulence, and at the current pace, the buildings would likely be completed within a week. The progress was not astonishingly swift, primarily due to the overwhelming number of hands involved. Upon hearing about the establishment of hospitals and schools, the idle populace flocked to assist, with hundreds laboring on each project. Had it not been for the insufficient light after dusk, they might have worked in shifts. In contrast to the rapid development of the hospital and school, the underground sewage system progressed languidly, as the populace lacked experience in such matters. Typically, waste was simply discarded, with little thought given to a proper drainage system. However, following Claire's announcement, the citizens of Nafa City began to voluntarily clean the streets, and the foul stench that once permeated the air had dissipated. Under Claire's guidance, the architects seemed to have grasped something, as they diligently excavated sewage pipelines beneath Nafa City, achieving results that mirrored Claire's expectations. Witnessing the transformation of the city under his stewardship filled Claire with a sense of pride. However, before he could further explore, Reagan approached him with news. "Sir, there is a slave trader outside the city." This world was far more complex than mere feudalism. The Western Orc Empire was home to numerous tribal territories, while the central region was marked by the religiously founded Empire of Light. Thus, while slavery was prohibited in some kingdoms, it was not in Claire's realm. In fact, it was openly practiced, with many nobles keeping slaves for entertainment. "Let us take a look," Claire replied, his curiosity piqued. Most slaves were captured from defeated nations, but as Claire's kingdom was situated far east, it had not engaged in fierce battles with foreign realms. Consequently, slave traders were a rare sight, especially in the remote reaches of his viscounty. Upon exiting the city gates, Claire beheld a lengthy procession of wagons, laden with rows of iron cages. These cages were significantly larger than those he had envisioned, and the captives within were not the humans he had anticipated. Towering figures with horns, resembling giants, were confined inside. Their faces were not particularly unappealing, yet they bore a striking resemblance to bovine features. "Minotaurs?" Claire mused, perplexed. The slave trader, noticing Claire's presence along with a throng of followers, recognized the young man as the lord of the territory. He quickly donned a beaming smile. "Ah, this young master must be the esteemed Viscount." "Indeed," Claire responded nonchalantly, though his gaze remained fixed on the caged minotaurs. He had only seen such creatures in animated tales. The trader, seemingly oblivious to Claire's indifference, brought him closer to the cages. "My lord, are you interested in these minotaurs? You can acquire one for just 6 gold coins. I have 23 available. A mere 120 gold coins will suffice." Claire frowned. The price was not exorbitant, yet he was uncertain of the purpose behind purchasing the minotaurs. Would he employ them for labor? Perhaps to enhance the biodiversity of Nafa City? As he hesitated, a child from the crowd raised a hand, exclaiming, "Mister, do you have any beast-eared girls for sale?" However, the child swiftly redirected his gaze to the trader's face, suggesting that purchasing beast-eared maidens would be preferable to acquiring a herd of minotaurs. "Ah," the trader scratched his head awkwardly. "Those half-beasts were sold in the capital. Only these minotaurs remain." His implication was clear. Had the minotaurs been desirable, you would not have journeyed to such a remote locale to sell them. Nobles typically sought wolf or cat warriors for their guards, and parading a troop of minotaurs would invite ridicule. Noticing Claire's lingering hesitation, the trader hastily added, "Do not fret. While I lack half-beasts, I do have a half-elf. Would you care to take a look?" Intrigued by this mention, Claire replied, "Lead me to her." The trader guided Claire to a smaller cage draped in burlap, significantly less imposing than those housing the minotaurs. Upon unveiling the cage, a half-elf emerged, her alabaster skin and elongated ears reflecting the beauty of the elves from Claire's imagination. As the burlap was pulled aside, sunlight streamed in, causing the half-elf to shield her eyes from the glare. She adopted a frail demeanor, glancing at the trader and then at Claire, before retreating to the corner of the cage, seemingly indifferent to the world outside. "Am I correct in saying that this half-elf resembles the elves of the Enchanted Forest? Are you interested?" Claire, however, questioned, "Shouldn't a half-elf like her have been sold in the capital? How did she end up here?" The trader wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling nervously. "It seems nothing escapes your keen perception, my lord. Despite her delicate appearance, she possesses a fiery spirit and does not speak the common tongue, which is why the nobles in the capital chose not to purchase her. However, if you wish to acquire her, I can offer you a discount. 50 gold coins will suffice." Claire cast a puzzled glance at the other person and inquired, "Why would you assume that I would purchase something that no one else is buying?" Upon hearing this, Claire's eyes flickered momentarily, and she thought to herself, "A practitioner of medicine? How fortuitous, for my own duchy is in need of a physician." Chapter 42. The Minotaur Hammer. The slave trader noticed Claire had halted and intensified his efforts. 30 gold coins is quite a bargain. Just look at how beautiful she is. Even the most exquisite rose bears thorns. I would rather spend 30 gold coins to acquire 5 minotaurs. They possess immense strength, while this half-elf offers nothing of value. She cannot even speak the common tongue. making communication impossible. The slave trader licked his lips, acknowledging the truth in Claire's words. Otherwise, he would not have brought both the half-elf and the minotaurs here. Well, if you are not buying the half-elf, how about these minotaurs? Each one can accomplish the work of several men. They are truly adept laborers. Claire approached the minotaurs, glanced at them briefly, then shook her head. I could purchase them, but it seems unnecessary. With a pained expression, the trader pleaded, please reconsider. I can offer you a discount. Sign. Claire replied, I see you have come a long way. So here is 100 gold coins for all of them. Although her wealth surpassed 500,000 gold coins, she preferred to save where possible. After all, it was merely a few words wasted. As anticipated, the slave trader's expression twisted for a moment, then he resolutely agreed. Deal. Just to clarify, that includes the half-elf. Of course, since I cannot sell her anyway, consider it a gift. Without involving Reagan, Claire effortlessly retrieved a small pouch of gold from her spatial ring and tossed it to the trader. She still possessed the 100 gold coins. May I inquire about something? Is the Orc Empire still at war with us humans? Claire asked casually. The slave trader opened the pouch and counted the coins meticulously, not bothering to look up as he replied. Indeed, these slaves came from that conflict. However, you need not worry. The battle is far from here. Separated by several human kingdoms. It will not reach this place. Claire smiled, not genuinely concerned, merely engaging in small talk. After the trader counted the coins, he beamed with satisfaction. These slaves are now yours. When I acquire new stock, I shall bring them for your consideration. Once the trader had his men unload the iron cages containing the slaves, he departed with his caravan, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Waving his hand to dispel the settling dust, Claire reflected, I had almost forgotten. It seems road construction must be prioritized. Otherwise, aside from the transportation between the capital of Nafu and the surrounding villages, it is quite challenging for other caravans to enter. To develop the entire viscountcy, we cannot rely solely on internal circulation. We must attract external wealth as well. The iron cages were placed on the ground, and the minotaurs inside gazed at the curious onlookers with a mix of intrigue and trepidation, their heads drooping. Can you speak? Claire approached the minotaur that appeared to be the leader. The creature raised its massive head, its round eyes fixated on Claire, exuding a naive and simple charm. Seeing that it remained silent, Claire prodded, Moo? I can speak the common tongue. Does that mean you are now our master since you purchased us? The minotaur inquired. It is good that you can speak, Claire said, sitting cross-legged before it. How were you captured? On the battlefield. We could not withstand your forces and were taken prisoner. The minotaur replied honestly. How did you end up on the battlefield? I thought you minotaurs lived in tribes, and rarely do I see any of you inclined toward war. Our village faced famine, and we had no choice. We heard that the Orc Empire was recruiting soldiers with the promise of food, so we went to war. Is that so? Claire asked, intrigued. The minotaur nodded, affirming, that is indeed the case. With a decisive motion, Claire used a key to unlock the iron cage. This startled the surrounding crowd, who instinctively took several steps back. After all, a minotaur towering over 2 meters could easily crush them in a collision. Yet, the minotaur inside did not rush out. Instead, it advised, perhaps you should lock the cage again. They seem quite afraid of me. Claire nearly laughed at the minotaur's earnestness. Indeed, it was just as depicted in books. Honest, simple, and friendly, not prone to causing trouble. What is your name? Hammer. Claire chuckled. Hammer, is it? Let us formalize a contract. A master-servant contract? We have signed one before, Hammer remarked, glancing at the parchment in Claire's hand, which contained their previous agreement. Those contracts were not mere written agreements. They were magical pacts, allowing Claire to determine their fates, which is why the nobles felt secure purchasing these slaves. This is not a master-servant contract. Rather, it is a labor agreement. You will assist me in constructing the city, and in return, I shall ensure you are well fed. How does that sound? Claire proposed, recognizing the potential of the Minotaur's strength to expedite construction. Well fed. Is that true? Hammer's eyes sparkled with hope. They had fought for food, so surely they would work for it as well. Claire then proceeded to unlock the remaining 22 cages, causing the crowd to dim in astonishment as the Minotaurs emerged, filling the space like living walls. Noticing the curious and astonished expressions of the people, the Minotaurs fidgeted anxiously, standing awkwardly and scratching their heads. Is it true that helping you will ensure we are well fed? Hammer asked again. Certainly, Claire replied with a smile. At that moment, an unexpected rumble emanated from one of the Minotaur's bellies, drawing the attention of the crowd. The Minotaur blushed, wishing to disappear into the ground. No need to worry. We can work after we eat, Hammer hurriedly assured, fearful that Claire might think they were attempting to deceive him for food. Let us eat first. It is difficult to work on an empty stomach. Nafa City had numerous workers daily, so food was plentiful. Soon, a large basket of bread and meat was brought forth from the city. Upon seeing the bread, a chorus of stomach growls echoed, resembling a drumbeat. Yet, without Claire's prompting, the Minotaurs remained in place, salivating quietly. Claire nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their obedience. Go ahead and eat, Claire finally allowed. The Minotaurs did not rush to snatch the food. Instead, they formed an orderly line, with Hammer distributing bread at the front while the others queued behind. Once they received their share, they retreated to enjoy their meal. This orderly behavior reassured Claire. It indicated they could be managed. Coupled with their naturally docile disposition, they should not pose any issues within Nafa City. However, it soon became evident that the large basket of bread was rapidly depleting. Claire instructed for several more baskets of bread and other foods to be brought forth. Before long, the newly supplied food vanished at an astonishing rate, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Can they really consume so much? I could not eat that much even after 3 days of hunger. Will the Viscount be bankrupted by their appetites? Someone began to voice concern for Claire. The onlookers gathered in increasing numbers, and they no longer held any fear of the Minotaurs. Chapter 43, Mental Connection Hiccup. Iron Hammer let out a hearty burp, then sheepishly scratched his head and set down the basket holding bread. Claire stepped forward and inquired, Have you had enough to eat? The Minotaurs patted their round bellies, revealing broad grins. We're full. It's been ages since we've eaten so well. During the battles, we often went without meals. Their previous group had nearly been consumed by their own kind, and Iron Hammer still harbored doubts about whether he had been captured by humans due to the insatiable appetites of his fellow Minotaurs, ultimately abandoned by the orcs on the battlefield. Now that you are satiated, it is time to work, Claire jested. If you do not perform well, you may not feast so generously again. We shall work diligently, Master, Iron Hammer declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Call me Lord or Your Grace, Claire replied, as he was not fond of being addressed as Master. Even the maids in the Viscount's estate referred to him as Young Master or Your Grace. Although Iron Hammer did not fully grasp the meanings of Young Master and Your Grace, he nonetheless emulated Claire, teaching the Minotaurs behind him to echo, We shall work diligently, Your Grace. The thunderous roar nearly deafened Claire, who rubbed his ears before leading the Minotaurs to the construction site. The workers, pausing in their tasks, gazed curiously at the 20-odd colossal creatures. Claire surveyed the scene and realized that having the Minotaurs lay bricks was impractical. Not only would they struggle with the task, but the bricks themselves were no larger than their palms, resembling mere toys in their hands. His gaze finally rested upon the larger building materials. He pointed to the massive marble beams and pillars, asking, Can you lift these? I'll do it, Iron Hammer exclaimed, shoving aside a Minotaur and approaching a large marble slab. Claire observed as Iron Hammer effortlessly lifted the 3 to 4 meter long marble, which appeared to weigh over a ton. If the workers were to attempt this, it would require 5 or 6 of them, and the task would be cumbersome. Yet, Iron Hammer hoisted it with one hand, displaying no sign of strain. Claire's eyes lit up. It seemed his investment of 100 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Where should I take it, Your Grace? Iron Hammer inquired, turning his head. Bring it over here and place it on top, shouted the architect immediately. Oh, Iron Hammer strode over, each step resonating with a deep thud. The other Minotaurs busily followed suit, lifting the larger, cumbersome building materials and placing them according to the architect's instructions. They were acutely aware that failing to work might mean missing out on their next meal. Once things settled down a bit, Claire called for the architect, asking how long the project would take with their assistance. The architect estimated, for a simple building like a hospital, it could be completed in 3 to 4 days. However, a more complex structure like a school will take longer, yet it can be finished within a week. Claire nodded, dismissing the architect with a wave, and then summoned Reagan. Be sure to prepare plenty of food, he instructed, glancing at the industrious Minotaurs. If there wasn't enough, these earnest beasts would go hungry. Reagan nodded, jotting down the note, now serving as the bureaucrat of the Viscount's domain, responsible for such matters. Take care, young master, Reagan said respectfully. Claire did not dare to open the cage containing the half-elf. The slave trader had warned him of her fiery temperament, unlike the docile Minotaurs. So he kept her locked up, employing a levitation spell to transport the large cage to the 6th floor. She remained quiet, not making a sound even as Claire moved her cage upstairs, merely curling up in the corner of the cage, her head bowed in silence. It was midday, and Claire instructed Una to prepare lunch. Then he descended to bring both meals upstairs. Once the lunches were in the room, the half-elf finally reacted, her beautiful eyes shifting from Claire to the food he held. Claire found a low table, placing the food upon it, and moved a lounge chair nearby, intending to share the meal with her. However, as he performed these actions, a thought struck him. Why do I feel as though I am taming a hawk? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Claire pointed to the food on the table and asked the half-elf, "It's time to eat. Do you understand?" Whether she comprehended his words or was merely drawn by the aroma of the food, the half-elf slowly approached from the corner of the cage. Initially hesitant, she eventually succumbed to the enticing scent, and before long, the oddly shaped food was in her mouth. At the moment she tasted the braised pork, Claire noticed a glimmer of light in her eyes, a stark contrast to her previous indifference. Claire smiled, choosing not to say anything further, and simply sat down to eat with her. Before long, her portion of meat was consumed, yet the bowl of rice remained untouched. "This is how you eat," Claire demonstrated, eating a piece of meat accompanied by rice. The half-elf glanced at her empty plate, and then at Claire, tilting her head as if to say her plate was empty. Claire generously shared half of his remaining braised pork with her, and soon the half-elf mimicked Claire's actions, gradually savoring a spoonful of rice with a piece of meat, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Once finished, Claire offered her a friendly smile. "Hello?" She tilted her head again, clearly perplexed by his gesture. "Oh, I forgot you do not speak the common tongue," Claire said, trying to communicate in the language of magic, yet her expression remained one of curiosity. She did not understand that either. Claire scratched his head in frustration. Human magical language originated from the incantations of elves and dragons, which in turn stemmed from the divine beings, leading Claire to assume she would grasp it, even if she did not comprehend the common tongue. Could it be that I need to learn Elvish? He mused, realizing that hiring a physician was becoming increasingly costly. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Blue Zhao had mentioned a method to establish a bond with pets, allowing for the exchange of emotions. Perhaps this could be used to communicate with the half-elf. There was no harm in trying. With this thought, Claire composed himself and approached her, carefully drawing forth a mental thread as described in his books, the thread floating gently towards her forehead. She merely glanced at the mental thread with curiosity, not attempting to evade it. The silk thread smoothly penetrated the body of the other, and in that fleeting moment of intrusion, Claire felt as though her soul had been suddenly unlocked by an unseen force, forging a profound connection between them. Chapter 44, Rona Greetings. Claire waved his hand, conveying a friendly sentiment. The other party tilted her head slightly, seemingly sensing that warmth. Her previously dull gaze became a tad more animated. "Hello," in the next moment. Claire's eyes widened slightly as a melodious yet soft voice resonated in his mind. This mental connection could transcend language for communication. Was this an anomaly caused by the arrival of that book in this world? Or perhaps, during his previous encounter in Lan Zhao's realm, he was only connecting with creatures devoid of a concrete linguistic system, hence the absence of this function? Claire shook his head, dismissing those thoughts for now, deciding to verify them later when time permitted. "Hello, my name is Claire. What is yours?" Claire smiled. Although the mental connection conveyed language, the emotional aspect remained intact. He could clearly sense that the other party was not particularly guarded, so he endeavored to display his friendliness. "What is this? How fascinating. I can feel that you mean me no harm." The half-elf transmitted another message, then added, "My name is Rona." "That is a lovely name," Claire complimented, employing a common tactic to forge connections. "I sense that you do not genuinely find my name pleasant." Rona replied wistfully. Claire momentarily forgot that they were still mentally connected, offering an awkward smile. He hardly understood the nuances of names in Western cultures. "How were you captured?" Claire shifted the topic. "I forgot. I fell asleep in the forest and woke up captured," Rona responded. Claire felt puzzled. Generally speaking, humans rarely ventured into the elven territories, and even half-elves were seldom seen there. Elves, being natural-born magical beings, typically possessed the strength of a mage at adulthood, while half-elves exhibited the power of high-level sorcerers. Their protective nature rendered them averse to human interference. Sensing Claire's confusion, Rona explained directly, "I am a wanderer." Claire immediately dismissed his previous thoughts, realizing he had made a mistake again. To avoid revealing his errant musings, he asked straightforwardly, "Do you possess medical skills?" "Yes," Rona nodded. "I learned some in my village. But our methods differ. We primarily use herbs for healing." Claire nodded. "Ah, akin to traditional Chinese medicine. What is traditional Chinese medicine? Rona inquired with curious eyes. Nothing much, Claire replied dismissively, finding it difficult to control his thoughts. He wished to end this conversation and sever the mental connection soon. I would like to hire you as a physician in Nafa City. Would you be willing? My slave contract is in your hands. You need only give the command. Without concern for my consent. I dislike coercing others, Claire remarked. Unlike the brutish minotaurs, who could be easily managed with food, Rona, being a half-elf, possessed medical expertise far superior to that of human doctors. Thus, Claire hoped she would willingly choose to be Nafa City's physician rather than be forced into it. Rona lifted her gaze to the youthful, refined face before her. She could clearly sense the sincerity in his words and the friendliness of his emotions, an unprecedented warmth she had never encountered before. Previously, humans had scrutinized her with lustful and greedy gazes or looked down upon her with disdain. Never had anyone offered her such genuine kindness. Moreover, he had voluntarily shared food with her, suggesting he was not a malicious individual. However, Rona hesitated. I do not know your language, and your people may be frightened by my appearance. No need for verbal communication. When someone arrives, you simply provide the medicine. The people within the Viscount's domain are quite friendly, and according to our human aesthetics, you are quite beautiful, so they will not fear you, Claire assured with a smile. Rona paused, realizing he was truthful. All right, it's a deal, with a monthly reward of 10 gold coins. I do not require payment. Rona shook her head. Then keep it with me. If you wish to buy something in the future, you can ask me, Claire replied, smiling as he retrieved the master-servant contract from his spatial ring and handed it to her. Rona gazed at the contract in surprise. This now that I am the physician of the Viscount's domain, how can I still be a slave? You have granted me my freedom. Rona looked up at Claire, questioning. You give me this without fear of me running away? Oh, right. Claire suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, after chatting for so long. I almost forgot you were still in that iron cage. With a click, the cage opened, and Rona slowly stepped out. Once outside, Rona stood taller than Claire. Her well-proportioned figure accentuated by her elven heritage and striking golden hair, exuding an air of nobility. Claire endeavored to control his wandering thoughts. Please, feel free to bathe first. The bathing area is to your left upon exiting. I will send a maid to fetch you suitable clothing shortly, he said politely. Rona accepted without hesitation. Most of her days had been spent in the cage, and she could hardly recall the last time she had bathed. Moreover, being a half-elf, she inherited the elves' cleanliness obsession, so a bath was most welcome. After Rona finished bathing, she returned to Claire's room. She approached the egg of the water cloud beast, gently tapping it with her small hand. She could sense the life within, a gift inherited from her elven lineage, endowing her with a mysterious affinity for living beings. In the entire room, this egg intrigued her slightly, but ultimately, she picked it up and walked over to Claire's side. Claire paused his writing, noticing her watching him intently. Although she wished to speak, the language barrier hindered their communication. Thus, he initiated the mental connection again. Do not worry, the hospital will be completed in a few days, and it will be yours to do as you please. I am not in a hurry. I am curious about what you are writing, Rona replied. Her eyes fixed on the manuscript in Claire's hands. She could not even speak the common tongue, let alone comprehend the written word. Claire held up the manuscript from his desk, proudly declaring, this is a textbook I authored myself. He had painstakingly extracted the essence of his previous education, crafting a version of an elementary school textbook for this world. It primarily imparted common knowledge, such as the necessity of boiling water to eliminate harmful bacteria before consumption, as he had observed that most people in the Viscount's territory drank water directly from wells. He also included information regarding the dangers of consuming moldy food. There would also be fables aimed at instilling values of honesty, bravery, and loyalty to the Viscount, but that would come later. For now, Claire focused on imparting essential knowledge. Rona caressed the egg in her arms, asking, how many words can you write in a day? 5,000. Claire responded. Writing a book is a monumental task. 5,000 words is already the human limit. Exceeding that could lead to exhaustion. Chapter 45. The mute physician. Time swiftly elapsed as the bull-headed folk diligently toiled away, endearing themselves to their fellow workers. The construction of public facilities progressed rapidly, with the smallest hospital completed first. Yet, the hospital remained eerily vacant, save for Dr. Rona, who had yet to commence her duties, having ventured into the wilderness to gather herbs. Although the Griffin Earl's territory lay near the coast, it was expansive enough to encompass a moderate mountain range branching from the Beast Mountain Range, teeming with various peculiar herbs and magical beasts. However, its distance from the villages within the Earl's domain and the city of Nafu ensured a semblance of peace. Rona's herb-gathering destination was indeed that very mountain range. Claire, assured of Rona's intent to return, could feel her determination through their mental connection. Being a novice mage herself, Rona was granted the autonomy to forage for herbs. Elves, as favored children of nature, shared an innate familiarity with the forest, a trait that half-elves inherited as well. Consequently, Claire deemed it unnecessary to send knights along, as they would likely lag behind Rona in the dense woods, where the presence of magical beasts could render their protective capabilities moot. During this time, a series of amusing events unfolded. Claire had established a literacy night school, enlisting the wife of the tax officer, Robin, as an instructor. However, the townsfolk showed little interest. Aside from the initial day's curiosity, attendance dwindled to nearly none in the following days. This predicament vexed Reagan, the Earl's administrative officer, who reported the situation to Claire, who found it quite easy to resolve. Claire promptly issued an announcement. Anyone who could read and work for the Earl would earn an additional 5 silver coins. And future job openings in Nafu would require literacy for application. Upon its release, the night school classroom was soon filled to capacity, predominantly with daytime workers eager to earn an extra 5 coins, equivalent to a quarter of their monthly wage, thus promising significant improvements for their families. Even some elderly individuals and women flocked to learn reading and writing. Claire did not expect universal literacy across the Earl's domain. He merely hoped that a quarter of the populace could read, envisioning substantial changes for Nafu. As Claire's version of compulsory education unfolded, literacy rates in the Earl's territory were destined to rise. Eventually, Claire instructed Reagan to increase the salaries of the maids to 20 silver coins per month, recognizing that the previous meager payment of 4 coins was no longer justifiable. Days later, a new announcement appeared alongside the prior one, drawing a crowd eager to read its contents. The chatter buzzed with excitement and competition about who had learned the most characters. Amidst this, news spread that the Earl had procured a doctor, raising concerns about her competence. As the crowd debated, a commotion arose at the entrance when a burly man supported a bloodied individual into the hospital. The man had suffered an injury while building the school and sought Rona's aid. The onlookers parted to allow them entry as Rona paused her organizational tasks to assess the situation. The anxious man implored, "His arm is injured. Please help." The injured man, grimacing in agony and trying to avert his gaze from his mangled arm, emitted sharp breaths of pain. Throughout the process, Rona remained silent, and the men instinctively lowered their voices. Finally, after applying a viscous green substance to the gruesome wound, the man could not suppress a visceral reaction of pain mingled with relief. Yet, he quickly stifled his voice, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After a few minutes, the substance had solidified, and Rona gently peeled it away, revealing skin as smooth and pale as an infant's. The injury had not damaged the bone, making it relatively straightforward to treat. Though Claire possessed the means to heal it with a basic potion, the cost would be substantial, and he could not afford to spend all his time concocting potions in the hospital. The man marveled at his healed arm, exclaiming how miraculous the transformation was. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." The burly man bowed deeply in gratitude, acutely aware that had they encountered the previous incompetent physician, amputation would have likely been the outcome. Having witnessed the depths of despair, they felt a profound appreciation for Rona's skill. Nevertheless, Rona remained stoically focused on her work, adhering to Claire's directive to prioritize healing over communication. Noticing her silence, the 2 men quietly retreated, careful not to disturb her. Before they departed, Rona, recalling Claire's instruction regarding payment, knocked on the table, capturing their attention. She conjured the number 30 in the air with magic and placed a copper coin into a nearby collection box. After completing this task, she sighed with relief, nearly forgetting the earlier stipulation. The men hastily produced 30 copper coins, depositing them into the box while expressing their thanks as they exited. Compared to the 6 silver coins charged by the previous physician, Rona's fee was exceedingly reasonable. Following this incident, rumors began to circulate throughout Nafa City about Rona, a remarkably benevolent healer who could cure any ailment that entered the hospital. However, it was noted with curiosity that she rarely spoke, earning her the moniker of the mute physician. Chapter 46. Drink boiled water. Goodbye, big brother. Mary is off to school. Mary waved at Claire, shouldering the backpack sewn for her by Yuna, and dashed out. Ever since the arrival of over 20 Minotaurs at the construction site, the efficiency of the building project soared, and the school was completed in no time. That group of somewhat simple-minded Minotaurs has nearly transformed into skilled laborers, diligently tackling any task at hand. After finishing the school, they swiftly moved on to excavating the sewage system, with a significant portion of their labor allocated to road repairs. NAF City is currently booming with construction, and there is no shortage of work for them. Claire plans to first construct a road leading to other territories, enabling merchants to access his viscountcy smoothly. Without an influx of external funds, NAF City would stagnate, unable to flourish. Speaking of the school, Claire initially constructed several teaching buildings, followed by numerous dormitories. Children residing far from NAF City could stay at the school without incurring any tuition fees, akin to a version of compulsory education in another world. Although it may not strictly be 9 years, the education provided is certainly free of charge. The only requirement for these children is to bring their own food to the school, which the cafeteria would prepare for them. Naturally, relying solely on that food would be insufficient. Claire must subsidize a considerable amount each month. Nevertheless, these efforts are worthwhile. No child should suffer, and education should never be impoverished. After all the hard work, the school finally opened its doors. Claire did not employ any coercive measures. The residents of the territory willingly sent their children to attend. Previously, they lacked the opportunity, but now that there is a chance for their children to receive free education, they eagerly brought them forth. If the children excel, they could secure employment under the Viscount, ensuring a prosperous future for their families. Mom, you must boil the water, otherwise there will be little bugs in it. Consuming it will make you sick, exclaimed a child. Spoiled by you. Drink it or not, it's your choice. Who told you there are bugs in the water? The woman questioned, hands on her hips, assuming it was merely a playful jest from a neighbor. Hesitating, she glanced at the well water she had drawn from the bucket and ultimately decided to boil it. However, different circumstances arose. Mom, you must boil the water, otherwise I won't drink it. The woman promptly removed her child's pants and spanked him. Who spoiled you? I've been drinking it for so long and have never been ill. Wah, but the teacher said so. Please don't hit me. I won't drink boiled water anymore. The rise of a budding scientist came to an abrupt end. Although this knowledge was imparted at school, some individuals still habitually drank unboiled water, a matter of ingrained custom rather than disrespect for Claire. In the past, considerable time and effort were devoted to promoting the practice of boiling water in Huagua. The audience for these discussions included not only students, but also their parents and evening school attendees. Anyone with free time in NAF City was welcome to attend. Once the news spread, the populace of the Viscountcy became excited once more. They would witness another lecture from the Viscount, recalling how invigorating the last one was. I wonder what this one will be about. We'll find out when we get there. Are you going? Of course. I'm bored this afternoon anyway. As the designated time approached, people streamed into the school, filling the playground as they stood on tiptoe, eagerly anticipating Claire's arrival on stage. When the time came, Claire ascended the podium. As the principal of the school, he had prepared his speech materials early in the principal's office. Upon Claire's appearance, he was met with thunderous applause. Long live the Viscount. The crowd's enthusiasm was palpable, and Claire smiled, often feeling their warmth. He raised his hand to calm the crowd, then cast an amplification spell, addressing them. Hello everyone. I gathered you here primarily to discuss some knowledge regarding hygiene. The children attending school nodded in understanding. The teaching materials are all authored by me, and they are genuine, hence I am not misleading you. Are you aware of the ongoing sewage project? You know I invested a substantial amount into its development. But do you understand why I did so? A hand was raised in the crowd, to keep the streets free of garbage and filth, so it doesn't smell when walking along. Claire acknowledged the response with a nod, but pointed out that it didn't address the root issue. Eliminating unpleasant odors is one aspect, but would you truly find happiness living in such an environment? What impact would it have on your health? The crowd understood this aspect, and the person who raised their hand replied, we would get sick. Exactly. You all know that rotting food is inedible because it harbors maggots, and decaying food can lead to illness. If you live in a foul-smelling environment for an extended period, your health will inevitably deteriorate. You may know this, yet struggle to comprehend why drinking boiled water is essential. Some might argue, I've drunk raw water for years without issue. This belief is misguided. You might have lived to 50, but perhaps you would have died at 40. While the diseases caused by unboiled water may not seem immediately perilous, they insidiously harm your body. There are times when you feel perfectly fine, yet suddenly fall ill. This could very well stem from the dangers of consuming raw water. Consider this. If there were a decaying corpse in the water, would you drink it? The crowd shook their heads in unison no. But if I presented you with water that had been tainted by a corpse, could you discern whether it was clean or contaminated? Again, the crowd responded negatively, unable to distinguish between the two. Consuming rotten food leads to illness due to the harmful bacteria it contains, which, when introduced to water, also contaminates it. Unfortunately, we cannot perceive such dangers with the naked eye, thus drinking raw water can result in sickness. Claire had made every effort to explain in simple terms. Delving deeper might confuse the populace. This was precisely why a 9-year compulsory education was vital. He wished for his subjects to grasp even the most fundamental concepts. Of course, harmful bacteria can be found on numerous substances, and the most effective method to eliminate them is through high temperatures. So, do you all know what to do? The crowd raised their hands enthusiastically, shouting, "Boil water! Drink boiled water!" Hearing this, Claire smiled with satisfaction, realizing his efforts had not been in vain. In a few days, he would procure a microscope to demonstrate to them, which would provide even greater clarity. After all, if Antony van Leeuwenhoek could craft a microscope by hand, as a mid-level mage, creating one should not pose a significant challenge for him. Reagan approached promptly. "Young master, you have worked hard. We should recruit more individuals to share these responsibilities. It is not feasible to summon so many each time an announcement is made. The affairs of NAF City will only increase, and I cannot attend to every minor detail myself." Understood. Reagan nodded. Indeed. He had been rather overwhelmed by the demands of recent days. As the sole civil servant managing the affairs of the entire city of Nafu, the burden was truly exhausting. After Claire departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. "What are you so proud of? If you could articulate your thoughts as clearly as the Lord Viscount, would I not heed your words?" The woman scolded. "Stop. Don't even think about fleeing. Mother, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." The young boy exclaimed as he covered his head and fled the scene. Chapter 47. Pastor Omar, this is a small token of my devotion to the Lord. Please accept it. A woman took 10 copper coins from her bosom and placed them in Omar's hand. A benevolent smile graced Pastor Omar's face. "May the Lord bless you and your family." The woman's face lit up with joy, and she produced 5 more copper coins, saying, "I wish to offer a bit more. Please convey my request to the Lord for his blessings upon the noble Viscount." The woman hesitated, defending the Viscount. Surely he is too busy. But he will come by in due time. Pastor Omar smiled gently, choosing to bypass the topic. "Why did your husband and children not accompany you today?" The woman, a particularly devout parishioner, regularly attended services with her husband and children. "They are quite occupied. My husband is working for the Viscount, and my son is currently attending the school established by him. It is study time now, so they could not come with me." Pastor Omar furrowed his brow. Are these matters more important than attending worship? If their hearts are not in it, they risk eternal damnation. At this, the woman's expression turned to one of panic. "They truly are too busy. I will ensure they come to pray on another day." Pastor Omar nodded in satisfaction. "The Lord will bless you." As it was not a day for worship, the church fell silent after the woman departed, leaving Omar alone within its walls. He stepped outside, weighing the 15 copper coins in his hand, gazing sorrowfully at the Viscount's estate, the emblematic structure of Nafa City. The situation had become dire, with the town engulfed in chaos, leaving the faithful with little time for prayer. Those who did not believe in the Lord would ultimately face damnation. He had heard from the parishioners that a doctor had been summoned to treat ailments at a mere cost of several copper coins, thereby severing the main source of income for the church. It was known that he charged at least 30 silver coins for each healing light spell. Ever since the hospital opened, business had dwindled, and there were hardly any parishioners coming to receive the light's cleansing. "Oh, great and supreme Lord of Light, forgive my earlier indiscretion." Pastor Omar began to repent. The most egregious offense was the school that barred children from coming to pray, effectively shackling their freedom, an atrocious sin. If this continued, the younger generation of Nafa City would surely be doomed under his influence. Should they be swayed by the school's teachings, their faith in the Lord would diminish, or worse, they might forsake it altogether, turning Nafa City into a haven for faithless demons. As Omar pondered these grave matters, he resolved not to let Nafa City succumb to Claire's grasp. He would rescue the children from the school's clutches. In that moment, he embodied the spirit of a savior. His heart surged with fervor and purpose as he tucked the copper coins into his pocket and strode purposefully toward the school. Upon entering the campus, Omar found that most students had come to pray alongside their parents, making them somewhat familiar with him. Under his guidance, hundreds of students quickly gathered, gazing up at him from the platform. With a voice filled with righteous fervor, he declared, "Children, I have come to save you. Your bodies are shackled within this school, and your souls are likewise bound here. Consider how many days have passed since you last visited the church to pray. Your lack of piety will surely displease the Lord. But fear not. I have come to liberate you." A young boy, rubbing his sore behind, raised his hand and protested, "No, we are quite eager to come. The teachers here are wonderful and speak kindly, unlike my mother who scolds me. The knowledge is fascinating. I absolutely love it here." His sore behind was a result of the previous night's punishment from his mother for not running fast enough. Pastor Omar shot the boy a disapproving glance. "Wisdom is a gift from the God of light, innate within us. What knowledge can you truly acquire here?" The boy opened his mouth. "Do you know why you shouldn't drink raw water?" "What raw water? What cannot be drunk?" "Do you know what might be in water that could make someone ill?" "Water is simply water, composed of water elements. What could possibly make one sick?" Sigh. "The pastor seems less knowledgeable than I," the boy retorted. Recalling what Claire had taught them a few days prior, Pastor Omar's face flushed with anger and his brows furrowed. You speak nonsense. Illness is a trial bestowed by the Lord. As long as you serve him faithfully and come to church to receive the light as baptism, you will be unharmed. There is no such thing as illness causing bacteria in water." In a moment of exasperation, the boy exclaimed, "Then why can doctors heal illnesses?" Upon uttering this, he felt a surge of pride for having caught the pastor in a contradiction. Perhaps this was what his teacher meant by the benefits of critical thinking. You. Pastor Omar stammered, pointing at the boy. "Those who question the Lord shall never enter the kingdom of God." Ultimately, Nafa City was too remote, and Pastor Omar was too weak. Had this been in the capital, a cardinal would have easily justified such claims. In truth, the bacteria were trials created by the Lord to test one's loyalty. Only those who truly believed could persevere. The existence of doctors was a manifestation of the Lord's compassion. He could not bear to see his servants suffer so greatly. And with so few priests to attend to the faithful, he granted doctors the ability to heal. Science requires falsifiability, while religion does not. Which is why it can always find a way to justify itself. "What is your name?" Pastor Omar demanded, stepping down from the platform in a fit of anger. Before he could take more than a few steps, a figure blocked his path. It was Reagan. Concerned about the school's affairs, he frequently visited to check on things. Today, he sensed something amiss as students rushed toward the platform, initially thinking Claire had returned to the school. Upon arriving, he realized it was Pastor Omar, spouting nonsense. "Pastor Omar, our students need to attend class. Please step outside," Reagan said with a smile, now bearing a hint of Claire's demeanor. Confronted by Reagan, Pastor Omar regained his composure, realizing his earlier impulsiveness. With Reagan standing in his way, he had no choice but to relent and walked away, promising to return another day. However, just as he stepped out of the school gates, Reagan dispatched 2 knights from the barracks to serve as security, ensuring that those religious zealots would not infiltrate once more. Chapter 48. Unusual glances, however. Before he could even enter the campus, he was intercepted by 2 knights stationed at the gate. "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am?" "I am the sole priest in the city of Nafu," Omar exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Yet, the knights showed no inclination to allow him passage. Their loyalty lay with Claire, not the Church of Light. They stood resolutely before him, like 2 immovable walls, blocking his entry. "Do you not realize that obstructing a priest's preaching could condemn you to hell?" Omar continued to rant at the gate for several minutes. However, he was merely a missionary priest, wielding only a handful of divine spells, primarily healing light, and a few soothing supportive spells. He had never mastered any offensive magic, and had he possessed any significant aptitude, he would not have been dispatched to such a remote barony. Moreover, the church's enforcement was not composed of missionary priests like him, but rather specialized holy knights and priests skilled in offensive magic, tasked with combating those who disrespected the divine. After several fruitless minutes of shouting at the gate, seeing no sign of being let in, he stomped away in anger, feeling exasperated that he could not even enter the school. Upon returning to the church, Omar paced back and forth, his agitation growing. He felt a pent-up frustration within him that desperately sought release. Slamming his thigh, he exclaimed, "Blast it! If I cannot go to the school, am I to be barred from the hospital as well?" With this thought, he promptly left the church, striding purposefully toward the hospital. As he walked, passers-by greeted him, "Greetings, Father Omar." He smiled back, responding, "May the Lord bless you." With each nod of acknowledgement, his confidence swelled. It seemed his long-standing reputation in Nafu was not in vain. After all, the Viscount had only recently arrived. What could he possibly use to compete with Omar? However, as he approached the hospital, he sensed trouble. The crowd gathered was overwhelming, with a line stretching from inside the facility all the way to the entrance. This was merely the queue for patients. Add to that the curious onlookers watching how Rona administered her treatments, and the throng grew even larger. Stay calm, Omar. The larger the crowd, the better. It provides the perfect opportunity to expose her wickedness, he reassured himself. The people surrounding the hospital turned their attention to him upon his arrival. Clearing his throat, he called out, "What are you all doing here?" With a furrowed brow, he entered the hospital and immediately spotted Rona extracting a fragrant herbal paste from a mortar and applying it to a patient's wound. His expression shifted to one of horror as he pointed at Rona, shouting, "This is the method of the devil. She is not a doctor, but a witch cloaked in human skin. Oh no, just look at her pointed ears. She may not even be human." Father Omar. Someone in the crowd hesitated before speaking. The Viscount said those pointed ears are a trait of the half-elven kin. Oh, Omar scratched his head, realizing his ignorance. The priestly academy had not covered such knowledge. The queue of patients wavered, uncertain. If Omar's healing light could match the fees here, many would gladly seek salvation at the church, yet Omar's charges were an exorbitant 100 times that of Rona's. Although the Viscount had raised everyone's wages, such expenses were still untenable. What is going on here? Omar, seeing that the crowd showed no sign of leaving, shouted in anger. If you accept treatment from this evil witch, you will be forsaken by the Lord. You shall not enter the kingdom of God, but descend straight to hell. At this proclamation, the crowd finally hesitated. As the only priest in Nafu, Omar held the ultimate authority over doctrine, and the uneducated populace was easily swayed by his words. A satisfied smile crept across Omar's face. This tactic had never failed him. Whenever he invoked the fear of divine abandonment, the faithful would tremble in fear. Rona, curious, lifted her head to glance outside, noticing the crowd had ceased entering. With a puzzled tilt of her head, she remained unaware of the exchange that had just transpired, as she did not understand the common tongue. However, she welcomed the quiet and returned to her task, knowing well that her skills extended beyond merely treating wounds. With her clan's healing magic, she could even aid those afflicted with ailments like sepsis, as was the case with Yuna's mother. Though Rona continued her work, Omar felt increasingly unsettled. How could the crowd ignore his words? This was intolerable, especially considering she was a wicked witch deceiving the faithful out of their earnings. She must be punished. Fueled by indignation, he stormed inside, extending his hand toward Rona in accusation. Yet, despite his fury, Omar hesitated at the threshold, remaining outside the hospital, vocally denouncing Rona as a demon. The onlookers were thrown into a state of unease. Was what Father Omar claimed true? Was Rona truly a demon? Yet, in tales, demons often disguise themselves as beautiful and benevolent beings to lead the unsuspecting into ruin. Perhaps even the Viscount had fallen under her spell. I do not know what to do, many in the crowd murmured, as if faced with an impossible choice between trusting Claire or abandoning their long-held beliefs. Yet, several devout followers cast fearful glances toward Rona. Rona pressed her lips together. Having endured a time as a slave, she was particularly sensitive to the unusual gazes upon her, feeling a twinge of fear. After spending days in Nafu, she had begun to feel a sense of belonging. As Claire had said, these people were kind, and her only duty was to heal. Sometimes, she received small tokens of gratitude from her patients, and she had contemplated remaining here indefinitely. However, the strange looks now made her question her naivety. She was, after all, of a different race. What are you all doing here? Did we not agree to queue? Claire's voice rang out from behind the crowd, bringing Rona a momentary sense of reassurance. Chapter 49. A thrilling game. The crowd parted to make way as Claire entered. She glanced at the smug Omar standing at the entrance, then cast her eyes upon Rona inside the hospital, whose expression bore a hint of melancholy. It dawned on her what had transpired. Humph, the arrival of the esteemed Viscount is quite timely. Despite Claire's presence, Omar showed no signs of retreat. This woman is a demon. I hope you burn her to ashes. Upon hearing this, Claire's gaze turned icy. After all, I went to great lengths to summon the doctor. And you wish to see her incinerated with a mere utterance? Clearly, Omar lacked the ability to read the room and continued to boast, stating that if the Viscount spent too long in the company of such a demon, he would be barred from entering the kingdom of the divine after death. This method of intimidation had proven effective in the past. Whenever nobles were present, his threats would elicit a plethora of gold coins and penance. However, he was dealing with Claire, who paid him no heed and strode directly into the hospital. Utilizing her mental threads, Claire connected with Rona. "Are you all right?" she silently inquired. Upon sensing the gentle emotions emanating from Claire, Rona managed to calm herself. Shaking her head, she replied, "I am fine, but I don't know what that person said. Now, no one wishes to come for treatment." She hesitated before looking up at Claire, pondering, "Is it because of me that this has affected you? As I mentioned before, I am half-elf, and they may not accept me as their physician." Claire smiled reassuringly. "The populace is easily swayed. They are not inherently bad. The true villain is that man. Do not fret. I shall resolve this matter swiftly. As long as you are willing, you will forever be the physician of Nafa City." Rona nodded in agreement. "Viscount." Omar's tone rose several octaves. Claire had just ignored him and walked inside to seek out that witch, completely disregarding him. "Omar, the priest. Is it?" Claire turned to him, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Indeed, I am the only priest in Nafa City, the messenger of the divine," Omar declared with pride. Claire approached him, leaning in to whisper, "Let us converse elsewhere. It is rather inconvenient to discuss matters here with so many years around. I will grant you what you desire." Omar glanced around, noticing the throng of people, and nodded. "Very well, where shall we go?" "Let us speak within the hospital," Claire suggested. However, Omar cast a fearful glance at Rona, clearly reluctant to enter. Claire perceived his apprehension and reassured him, "Fear not, I am here. She would not dare to harm you." Her smile widened further. Encouraged by Claire's demeanor, Omar felt a swell of pride. "Very well then." Seeing him acquiesce, Claire addressed the crowd, "There seems to be a misunderstanding here. I wish to clarify this with Priest Omar." With that, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, she guided Omar into the hospital. They traversed through the hall and deeper inside, eventually turning right into a room filled with herbs. Omar glanced around, realizing they were deep enough, and suggested, "This room will suffice for our discussion." "Very well, I shall follow your lead." As Omar stepped inside, Claire closed the door, causing the light within to dim rapidly. Omar, still with an air of arrogance, began, "Viscount, what do you wish to say?" "Ah, ouch." Before he could finish his sentence, Claire delivered a swift kick to his backside, causing Omar to yelp in agony and roll across the floor several times. "What the hell? I have tolerated you for far too long." Claire seethed through gritted teeth. Had it not been for the crowd outside, she would not have bothered with pleasantries. The reason she lured him here was due to the overwhelming influence of the Church of Light. Should she kill him on the spot, the consequences could be severe. At best, it would be a noble slaying a priest in a fit of rage, resulting in a fine. Such justifications for war had been exploited by religious zealots before. The most infamous being a king who, after openly mocking the deity at a banquet, became the pretext for a holy war that led to the annihilation of his kingdom. Thus, Claire's principle in dealing with such religious matters was simple: "I do not interfere with you. Do not trouble me." Yet, it was clear that this oblivious Omar had crossed a dangerous line. After rolling several times, Omar managed to regain his footing and roared in indignation. "Do you realize what you are doing? You are laying hands on a messenger of the divine. Scoundrels like you shall be devoured by demons in hell." Ugh. Omar's mouth was abruptly silenced by Claire's gun barrel. "Spare me your drivel. I am a sorceress." Upon hearing this, Omar ceased his protests, suddenly finding Claire's earlier kick to be quite justified. Clerics and other religious figures often considered sorcerers to be madmen, believing that deities could be observed and analyzed to extract certain principles for their own use. Conversely, sorcerers viewed these clerics as delusional, seeing gods merely as powerful sorcerers who foolishly sacrifice their lives for such entities. "What do you intend to do?" Omar retorted defiantly. Had Omar not come seeking trouble, Claire would never have engaged with the church's affairs. Not a chance. Preaching is our freedom. No one can strip us of our right to spread the word. Omar puffed out his chest. "Are you planning to kill me? Do not hastily dismiss my proposal. Since you believe in the divine, let us play a game." Claire then explained the rules of Russian roulette to him. With a flourish, she opened the chamber and loaded a bullet. Omar watched her intently, unable to suppress the instinctive swallow that followed. A 1 in 6 chance. Omar reassured himself. "God will protect you." Click. Claire inserted another bullet. Beads of sweat formed on Omar's brow, yet he held firm. A 1 in 3 chance. "Stay strong. You serve the divine daily. He will safeguard you." Click. A third bullet was added. Omar's teeth began to chatter as his mental fortitude crumbled. A mere 1 in 2 chance. Flipping a coin yields the same odds. This is trivial. Click. A 4th bullet was loaded. At last, Omar could no longer contain himself, letting out a terrified roar. What do you intend to do? Do you have any idea how grave the sin of killing a cleric is? The Pope will send knights to raise Nafa city, and even you, as a viscount, will be hanged at the city gates. What killing of a cleric? I was merely attempting to have a civil conversation, yet you attacked me, seeking to end my life. And I merely defended myself. Claire responded with an ever brighter smile. The Church of Light is not so powerful as to permit priests to slay at will. And this was why she had brought Omar here. In this room, it was just the two of them, and whatever transpired could easily be spun by her words. No one will believe you. Fear not. After I dispose of you, I shall inflict a wound upon my chest and place the dagger in your hand. The onlookers outside will only see you wielding a deadly weapon. Remember, only the living can tell their tale. As the next pastor arrives, perhaps someone will place flowers upon your grave, hoping he differs from you and proves more obedient. Pastor Omar, in a state of panic, realized that if Claire were to kill him in public, there would be witnesses leaving behind incriminating evidence. Surrounded by emptiness, he found no one to affirm that he was the true victim. Why had he been so foolish as to accompany him to this desolate place? Click. The 5th bullet was loaded. Omar, in a moment of despair, resolved to embrace his fate, closing his eyes and proclaiming loudly, "Even if there is but a 1 in 6 chance, I still believe the Lord will protect me. The Lord is omnipotent." Click. The sound of yet another bullet being chambered echoed ominously. Omar's eyes flew open in terror, his expression one of betrayal as he looked at Claire. "Did you not promise we would play Russian roulette? How is it that all 6 chambers are filled? Only moments ago, he had a glimmer of hope with a 1 in 6 chance of survival. Now, he was left with no chance at all." Claire displayed the fully loaded chamber and explained, "Given that you are a messenger of God, let us forego the trivialities of chance and indulge in something more exhilarating. Let us wager on a misfire." Omar's mind screamed in despair. "I am surely destined to die. This scoundrel never intended to spare me. He desires my demise. Do not thank me. I am more than willing to escort you to the kingdom of heaven," Claire said with a disarmingly sweet smile, his finger poised on the trigger. "Wait," Omar suddenly shouted, evidently having come to a realization in this moment of life and death. "The Lord has also spoken. The wise are often adept at heeding the counsel of others. I believe, my lord, that your recent suggestion holds merit." Chapter 50, I will not leave here indeed. Omar could only nod in agreement now. "Of course, do not think about reporting me after you get out," Claire remarked, narrowing her eyes. "Building hospitals and schools is not something that can be used against me. Moreover, only the two of us are aware of what transpires here. As a noble, it would require evidence to unjustly accuse me." Sweat beaded on Omar's forehead. He had indeed entertained such thoughts. After admonishing him to prevent the fool from causing himself trouble, the next step was to entice him. "Reverend Omar, what are your monthly expenses?" Claire proposed. "I shall grant you 50 gold coins each month, which you need not offer as tribute, but may keep for yourself." Claire smiled, knowing that throughout history, wealth has swayed hearts. Were Omar not a minister of the church, Claire would have hesitated to part with such a sum. This money was akin to a means of averting disaster. It was better to keep Omar on side than risk encountering a more troublesome priest in the future. Omar's eyes widened in astonishment. "Thank you, my lord the Viscount. Do you understand the purpose of this money?" Claire inquired. Omar patted his chest, assuring, "I promise to remain faithfully in the church, devoted to serving the Lord." His earlier grievances about the hospital and school arose from their impact on the church's revenue, which directly affected his income. While faith held significance, as Claire stated, the church's mission did not conflict with that of hospitals and schools. Omar instinctively shook his head, but quickly realized he was a priest and fervently nodded. To proclaim the Lord's greatness to the world, faith leads to the kingdom of God, while the unbelievers shall descend into hell. Claire chuckled softly, shaking his head. "During my time in the capital, I encountered many priests, none of whom were as radical as you. Even in preaching, they were subtle." At that, Claire fell silent. He had no desire to encourage this man to preach further. Omar lowered his head in shame. If he were as capable as the priests in the capital, he would not have been dispatched to such a remote area as the Viscount's domain. "All right, let us go. We must provide the public with an explanation." With both intimidation and enticement in play, Claire was confident that Omar would no longer pose a problem for him. Exiting the room, Claire amicably grasped Omar's hand, stepping out with a friendly demeanor. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have just engaged in a thorough discussion with Reverend Omar and have resolved the misunderstanding. As he spoke, he pressed down firmly on Omar's palm, smiling at the crowd. Upon seeing the gazes of the populace directed at him and glancing at Claire's benign smile, Omar stepped forward. Indeed, the Viscount has clarified matters. This doctor is neither an evil witch nor a demon. You may come here for treatment with peace of mind. Once the words left Omar's lips, Claire released his grip and placed a hand on Omar's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. I told you it was a misunderstanding. I misjudged the Viscount. I should have trusted him. How could someone so formidable be swayed by demons? Exactly. And Dr. Rona is so kind. She cannot possibly be a demon. It seemed clear that Reverend Omar had erred. The situation was finally resolved. However, it was unprecedented for Omar, a minister, to make such a mistake. Omar pressed his lips together, casting a complex gaze at the murmuring crowd. Ideally, a priest, as a messenger of God, should never be wrong. If they were, only higher ecclesiastical authorities could recognize and punish the error. This was akin to ancient emperors, who could not afford to be mistaken, lest their authority wane and the common folk lose their reverence. Similarly, in religion, God cannot err, and thus neither can his messengers. Otherwise, the sanctity of faith would be jeopardized. Omar's smile returned. Then I shall take my leave. After Omar departed, Claire turned to Rona, establishing a mental connection. The issue is resolved. You can now focus on treating the patients with ease. Indeed, Rona replied, glancing at the crowd outside. Their previous doubts and fears had dissipated, replaced by expressions of guilt for having misjudged her. Claire surveyed the hospital courtyard, which had blossomed with flowers since its construction just days prior. Pointing to the climbing plants adorning the stone wall, he inquired, "Did you plant these?" As a half-elf, Rona held a particular affection for flora, possessing magic that hastened the growth of seeds. Thus, within a few days, she had transformed the courtyard into a quaint garden. Claire chuckled, "Of course not. I mentioned that the hospital belongs to you. Plant whatever you desire. These flowers are indeed beautiful." "Thank you," Rona murmured softly, sensing the sincerity in Claire's praise. "You have worked hard during this time. You are the sole doctor in all of Nafa City. It must be quite taxing. Be patient. In due time, other doctors will arrive, and you will not be so overwhelmed." With nearly 100,000 residents in the Viscount's territory, it was impractical for Rona to manage alone. Claire envisioned Rona as the ace physician while recruiting additional doctors from other regions to open their own practices. If a particularly challenging ailment arose, they could then consult Rona for treatment. Rona nodded. "I do not find it burdensome. I truly enjoy this work and this life. I no longer wander aimlessly. And you have treated me well." She hesitated, then added, "I will not leave here." Claire paused, a smile gracing his lips. "You should take some time to learn the common tongue." Several dozen miles away from Nafa City, a caravan of merchants, led by a line of azure-scaled horses, steadily approached the city. Chapter 51. Baron Shan Young Master. A merchant caravan has arrived outside the city, selling goods within Nafa City, reported Reagan. Claire's interest was piqued. Another caravan? What are they selling? It seems they are transporting goods from prosperous cities to the relatively impoverished territories. I noticed several items that can only be found in the royal capital, Reagan explained. Claire's curiosity deepened. He had anticipated a standard merchant caravan, akin to those noble shops that previously operated in Nafa City, which primarily sold essential goods like brown sugar, grain, and daily necessities. Such items, being vital for daily life, generated substantial profits when monopolized. There was even a magic shop, albeit catering mainly to nobles, and its inventory was rather meager. Originally run by Baron Eugene, it had now been handed over to Claire. Unfortunately, with the nobility eliminated by Claire, the magical potions remained unsold. In larger cities, however, shops of every kind flourished. Not only magic stores but also establishments dedicated to martial arts techniques and training methods, as well as services for weapon enchantments. Thus, it was evident that Nafa City still had a long way to go. Setting aside his spellbook, Claire remarked, "Let us go take a look." Under Reagan's guidance, Claire swiftly located the caravan. The long line of wagons, extending over 10 meters, was hard to miss. At that moment, the caravan was surrounded by the residents of Nafa City, who eagerly exchanged money for goods, their faces alight with excitement, clearly satisfied with the offerings. Yet, Claire felt a twinge of discomfort. He had painstakingly distributed money to the locals through labor compensation, intending to stimulate internal circulation within the territory. Now, a merchant caravan had come to reap the benefits of his efforts. Despite this slight annoyance, Claire welcomed the caravan. Without such merchants selling goods in Nafa City, the city would struggle to develop. Are you the Viscount? A youthful figure, appearing around 18 or 19, approached with a pleasant smile. Claire regarded him with curiosity. And you are? With a grin, the young man replied, Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the head of this caravan, and the third son of Count Ansale. Baron Sean. Their family titles were not inherited in the traditional manner, but rather based on the profitability of their merchant ventures. Thus, while Sean bore the title of Baron, it was merely nominal, lacking any fiefdom, unlike Claire. Noticing Claire's expression, Sean understood that he was likely familiar with his family's name. This is my first time trading. Would you like to see if there is anything in the caravan that piques your interest? If not, please let me know, and I will bring it next time. Claire was taken aback. It was evident that Sean's family, built on commerce, had raised a remarkably polished young man. Their mutual politeness elicited a smile from both. Please, show me your caravan, Claire requested. Certainly. Viscount, please follow me, Sean replied as he led the way. Reaching the side of a wagon, Sean instructed his subordinates to unload several heavy crates, which thudded heavily upon landing. Once opened, Sean revealed the contents to Claire. Before him lay a suit of silver armor, adorned with shimmering, mystical engravings. As a mage, Claire immediately recognized it as enchanted armor. Sean affirmed his thoughts. Esteemed Viscount, this armor has been enchanted by a novice mage, reducing its weight by 50% while enhancing its durability. An ordinary bronze knight would struggle to pierce it without a full-force strike. Allow me to demonstrate, Sean commanded his men. Despite the wide array of goods in his caravan, he knew that a significant portion of his profits came from the purchases made by lords with territories. Upon Sean's order, his subordinates brandished iron swords and hammers, striking the armor with all their might, confident in their product's quality. The swords merely bounced off, leaving only minor scratches, while the hammers produced a few insignificant dents. Claire's eyes lit up. He was quite satisfied with the armor's sturdiness. If the former captain of his knight squad had worn such armor, even his pistol might not have been sufficient to take him down. After the demonstration, Sean presented the armor to Claire, who reached out to lift it, eager to gauge its weight. Viscount, even with a 50% weight reduction, it remains quite heavy. Be cautious, Sean warned, but before he could finish, Claire effortlessly lifted the armor, weighing it in his hand. It was not overly burdensome. A knight advancing to the bronze rank would find it manageable. Sean looked on in astonishment. Claire didn't appear to be a knight or warrior, yet his strength was remarkable. Returning the armor, Claire observed, Are you satisfied with this piece? Very much so. Do you have other accessories? Claire inquired. Of course. Sean, sensing a lucrative deal, beamed. We also have enchanted great swords and halberds, as well as the latest fashion and perfumes from the royal capital, diving pearls from Blue Wave City, allowing one to breathe underwater. There are magical scrolls from Rilly City and the Brilliant Yellow or from Yada City, which greatly enhances the quality of weapons when incorporated into the forging process. Sean continued to introduce the myriad goods in his caravan, many of which piqued Claire's interest. Recognizing the potential for future transactions, Claire decided to purchase several items, spending a total of 20,000 gold coins. Thankfully, he had acquired a fortune from the nobles, or else he would have felt the pinch. Beaming, Sean inquired. The armor is 300 gold coins per set, the greatsword 150, and the halberd 200. How many sets would you like, esteemed Viscount? 100 sets of armor and greatswords, and 10 halberds, Claire replied quietly. Although he currently had only 60 knights, he anticipated growth. Sean's grin widened. He had expected Claire to buy only around 10 sets of armor for a few knights. Instead, he had ordered 100 sets, along with 100 greatswords and 10 halberds. This trip had proven more profitable than his previous ventures across 3 or 4 cities combined. The total comes to 47,000 gold coins, but I can offer you a discount. 45,000 will suffice, Sean proposed. Truly a profitable venture, Claire thought bitterly. Nevertheless, he gestured for Reagan to accompany him to collect the funds. Previously, he had spent merely 100 gold coins on the Minotaurs and Rona. Now, his expenses had skyrocketed into the tens of thousands. Nonetheless, there was no excessive scrutiny in her heart. What needed to be saved was saved, and what required expenditure was duly spent. Take, for instance, the investments in the construction of schools, hospitals, and underground drainage systems. Claire's contributions alone exceeded 50,000 gold coins. A portion of this sum was allocated for laborers' wages, while another segment was dedicated to the procurement of building materials sourced from elsewhere. Chapter 52. Goiter. After the transaction concluded, The two engaged in casual conversation. How long do you plan to stay in Nafa City? Claire inquired casually. Had it not been for Sharn's finger gesture, Claire might not have noticed the slight robustness of the other's neck, a clear sign of goiter, which would likely grow more pronounced over time. Though it was not yet severe, Claire's gaze was suddenly illuminated as she recalled something. Goiter, a condition caused by iodine deficiency, was typically rare in her previous world due to the universal iodization of salt. It appeared that the inhabitants here were still unaware of the underlying cause of goiter. Generally, those afflicted had no recourse but to seek the church's healing through the priest's light. Although Claire found the Church of Light bothersome, she had to concede that they were quite adept at healing, as their spells were effective for ailments of all sorts. Conversely, for those ailments where the root cause was unknown, doctors often struggled to provide treatment. Sharn's goiter was a case in point. He was left helpless, reliant on mages who possessed healing spells or forced to seek baptism of light in the church. If one could not afford such treatment, surgical removal of the swollen tissue was the last resort, a procedure fraught with high mortality risk. Claire's thoughts turned to the prospect of adding iodine to salt. Nafa City lacked any industrial backbone to generate gold from external sources, and this presented a potentially lucrative opportunity. The more she contemplated, the brighter her eyes shone. Increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this endeavor, if the salt industry were established as a key sector in Nafa City, not only could it attract gold from outside, but it would also create job opportunities for the residents of the Viscountcy, thereby providing a new source of income. This initiative could stimulate the city's growth and ensure a continuous influx of merchant caravans seeking to purchase salt. Don't rush. Let me show you around Nafa City first, Claire said with a smile. Although Sharn was unaware of Claire's intentions, he nodded, acknowledging, "Thank you. I would like to explore your city." As Claire guided Sharn through the bustling streets of Nafa City, they navigated toward areas teeming with people, greeted warmly by the residents who recognized Claire. "Good day, my Lord Viscount." "Hello, my Lord Viscount," chirped a small boy, waving enthusiastically. Claire returned each greeting with a smile, while Sharn grew increasingly astonished. Although he had encountered friendly subjects in other cities, the sincerity and warmth displayed by the residents of Nafa City were unparalleled. Each person's face radiated excitement and gratitude. Eager for even a fleeting moment in the presence of Claire, Sharn gazed deeply at Claire, feeling an unspoken distinction between them. An intangible sense that Claire possessed a greatness beyond his own. Claire then took Sharn on a tour of the ongoing sewer construction and made a special detour to circle around Rona's hospital before finally coming to a halt. "What do you think? How does it feel?" Claire asked with an inviting smile. Sharn took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings before expressing his heartfelt admiration. "Truly, my Lord Viscount, you have cultivated Nafa City into a place where everyone can thrive in happiness. I have visited numerous cities, some far wealthier than this. Yet the smiles on their residents' faces pale in comparison. When they encounter their lord, the respect they show is nowhere near what your people demonstrate toward you." These were Sharn's sincere impressions. The cleanliness of the city was remarkable, and the prospect of constructing sewer systems was something he had only witnessed in larger metropolises. "You are a remarkable lord." Claire, taken aback by Sharn's effusive praise, was left pondering. "What are you saying? I merely took you on a brief tour and made a point to visit the hospital. Did you truly see all that?" "What do you mean?" Sharn replied, furrowing his brow as he racked his brain for any missed accolades. Claire smiled knowingly. "Did you notice that none of them suffer from the same affliction as you?" In regions afflicted by iodine deficiency, goiter was often prevalent, so Sharn had not been overly concerned about his condition, as he had witnessed many others endure the same ailment throughout his life. However, as Claire pointed out, during his entire journey, he had yet to encounter anyone else afflicted by goiter. This was highly unusual. In his previous travels as a merchant, he had frequently seen multiple patients suffering from the condition, especially in crowded areas Claire had taken him through, and there were none in the hospital either. Upon realizing this, Claire remarked, "We have the means to treat this condition here. Are you interested?" At that moment, Sharn could hardly contain his excitement. Goiter was a common ailment, and possessing a remedy could lead to substantial profits. His hopes of inheriting the title of Count would soar. However, he tempered his enthusiasm, asking, "Is this remedy expensive?" This was indeed the crux of the matter. Although physicians were often at a loss, the church's priests could heal goiter. Thus, the target demographic for this remedy would be families who could afford the priest's treatment or impoverished households unable to pay for it. If the price were too high, there would be no market for it. "It's not expensive at all. One could say it's quite affordable, merely a handful of copper coins," Claire replied with a smile. The reason the residents of Nafa City did not suffer from goiter was due to the coastal location of the Viscountcy, where seaweeds, nori, and kelp were abundant in iodine, preventing the disease from manifesting. In contrast, those residing inland, devoid of seafood, were frequently afflicted. Claire's plan was to extract iodine from the seaweed and combine it with salt to create iodized salt for sale, priced slightly higher than common salt. Surely, at that price, buyers would be willing to purchase it. That's splendid, Shorten exclaimed eagerly. Can you show it to me now? No rush. Take a few days to recuperate. And I will bring it to you then, Claire replied, realizing she had no iodized salt on hand and needed time to prepare it. Of course, no hurry, Shorten agreed, understanding as a businessman that Claire required time for preparations. That over there is the hospital. Your injured guards can receive treatment there for just a few dozen copper coins, Claire pointed out, refraining from mentioning any favors as Rona would not understand the common tongue and would simply respond, "What are you saying? I don't understand. Pay up." "I shall take my leave now. I wish you a pleasant time in Nafa City," Claire concluded. Shorten beamed, waving fervently, "Goodbye, my Lord Viscount." Once Claire departed, Shorten could no longer contain his excitement, waving his arms joyously. Hooray! This trip to Nafa City not only promised him a fortune of thousands of gold coins, but also unveiled an extraordinary opportunity. He was determined to surpass the two who preceded him and become the next count. Chapter 53. The resurgence of the 3-7 profit-sharing seek to procure some kelp and seaweed, and additionally, find a carpenter in the city to custom-make several hundred exquisite wooden boxes for salt. The more luxurious, the better. Forget it, Claire sighed. I shall design the boxes myself. You can take the blueprints over to them, and they can produce them accordingly. Claire did not harbor any expectations of the carpenters in Nafa City being able to craft such refined boxes. He would have to take matters into his own hands. 2 hours later, he retrieved the blueprints, insisting that the boxes must be completed within 2 days, allowing the construction site to pause momentarily. Understood, Reagan replied, having never witnessed Claire's urgency and dedication towards a task before. Following Claire's orders, Reagan promptly gathered a team and drove a cart towards the coastal village within the Viscountcy. While Nafa City did have kelp and seaweed, it fell short of Claire's requirements, necessitating a trip to the seaside village for procurement. Upon returning, Claire handed Reagan the meticulously designed blueprints, which featured the letter Nafa embossed on the front of the elegant wooden box. Reagan pointed at the letter, puzzled. What is this? Claire chuckled. You wouldn't understand the concept of brand effect. This is crucial for the development of Nafa City. There must be no errors. Very well, my lord. I shall handle this diligently. That day, Claire remained in the laboratory in the basement with a heap of seaweed and kelp, investigating how to extract iodine from the kelp. Fortunately, he was already familiar with the principles, and with the aid of the magical elements in this world, he successfully extracted iodine by evening. Regarding salt, Claire purchased a substantial quantity within Nafa City and dissolved it, negating the need to transport seawater from afar. After 2 days of relentless effort, Claire finally produced iodized salt. He had not slept during this time. The first day was dedicated to researching iodine extraction, while the second day was consumed by the laborious production of iodized salt. The first day was taxing, but the second day drained him of his magical energy multiple times before he managed to extract nearly a ton of iodized salt. Once finished, he instructed Reagan to summon Shorten while he took a bath. Before Claire had finished bathing, Shorten arrived eagerly at the Viscount's residence, waiting in the parlor. Sorry for the wait, Claire said as he emerged. Not at all, Shorten replied, still wearing a smile, rubbing his hands in anticipation. My lord, I wonder about the medicine you mentioned. Claire did not hasten to reveal the contents, instead pointing at Shorten's neck. Why isn't your ailment healed yet? Should I fetch the priest to treat you? Shorten immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, I've intentionally refrained from treatment to see how effective this medicine is. That may disappoint you, Claire said, as he slowly opened the exquisite wooden box. This was not a medicine and would not serve a curative purpose. Its primary function was to prevent goiter. Shorten's eyes widened as he leaned closer, initially thinking Claire was jesting. He pointed at the iodized salt inside. Isn't this just salt? Indeed, yet not merely salt. Claire pushed the salt towards him. This is not ordinary salt. Shorten picked it up, scrutinized it multiple times, and then dipped a finger in to taste it, recoiling at the overwhelming salinity. This is just regular salt, he thought, though he kept this sentiment to himself. Do you doubt its efficacy? Claire inquired directly. Shorten smiled sheepishly, acknowledging the truth in his skepticism. It was akin to someone presenting a glass of water and claiming it could cure cancer. Who would believe such a thing? You must have wandered around Nafa City these past 2 days. Have you encountered anyone with symptoms like yours? Shar nodded, confirming he had indeed roamed Nafa City to ascertain whether others suffered from goiter. He had instructed his subordinates to observe the ordinary citizens purchasing goods, and there were indeed no residents afflicted with such an ailment. This corroborated Claire's prior assertions that he possessed a remedy for goiter. However, he mused, this salt seems too unreliable. He had consumed salt throughout his journey, yet still succumbed to this peculiar affliction. Do you know why you developed this condition? Claire retorted. Sharn shook his head. As a merchant, he was hardly a physician and could not possibly know. I believe your body has long lacked a vital element known as iodine. A deficiency in this substance can lead to various health issues. Goiter is merely one manifestation. It can also result in complications such as miscarriages and mental sluggishness, though goiter tends to be the most conspicuous. Sharn remained skeptical. How can that be? Claire offered a gentle smile. Why not? A person who abstains from meat will become weak, while one who neglects fruits and vegetables may experience bleeding gums. These are all examples. Claire refrained from delving into the roles of vitamin C and protein, as he doubted Sharn would comprehend. He then nudged the box containing the iodized salt towards Sharn. Isn't the absence of other patients in Nafa City with your symptoms proof enough? Doesn't tea that affirm the efficacy of this iodized salt? After hearing Claire's words, Sharn pondered, then took up the wooden box again, lightly dipping his finger into the iodized salt and savoring it. After a moment, he set the box down. My lord, you've convinced me. Does this salt in Nafa City possess such properties? Perhaps I could allocate a caravan specifically for distributing this special iodized salt. Not yet. The salt I possess is iodized salt, but this business holds great potential. In the future, Nafa City will produce this iodized salt. Shar nodded, refraining from probing deeper into the matter of why the residents of Nafa City did not suffer from goiter. As a professional merchant, he understood the importance of discretion. My lord, how much iodized salt do you have on hand? I shall purchase it all, approximately a ton. Each wooden box holds 2 kilograms of salt, and we have about 500 boxes. What is the price per box? As business was discussed, Sharn's expression became focused. There is no charge. All of it is a gift to you. Claire beamed, knowing that aside from the cost of the iodized salt, the wood used for the boxes was the finest in Nafa City, with each box costing over 5 silver coins to produce. A gift? Sharn exclaimed, having already been astonished by many things since arriving in Nafa City, yet nothing compared to this. Who gives away goods for free? Sharn was not foolish enough to question the 3/7 profit share. This iodized salt belonged solely to Claire now, and how could he, as a mere distributor, expect to take 70%? After contemplating, he realized this arrangement would not leave him at a loss. Instead, it would provide additional funds for other ventures, so why not? Deal. Sharn extended his right hand, intending to shake on the agreement with Claire. However, Claire did not extend her hand. Instead, she supported her chin and inquired, how do you intend to market this iodized salt? Chapter 54. A price most reasonable. Sharn displayed the wooden box in his palm, remarking, this iodized salt can only be used for prevention, which indeed makes it rather challenging to promote. The average person is unlikely to trust its efficacy. He continued, my intention is to transport this batch of salt to a location with advanced transportation and communication, and then sell it at a price slightly higher than other salts, coupled with effective advertising. After a certain period, when all those who purchased our product remain unaffected by the disease, I will then amplify our marketing efforts. At that point, the iodized salt will spread to other cities, establishing a consensus that our product genuinely prevents goiter. He paused, contemplating the future of nationwide distribution for large-scale sales. Upon concluding his thoughts, Sharn looked up at Claire, eager to gauge her reaction. He believed his plan, though recently conceived and somewhat rudimentary, was fundamentally sound and practically reliable. However, Claire's countenance betrayed no sign of emotion. She listened politely to his exposition. Sharn felt a flicker of uncertainty and began to calculate. It would likely take about 6 months, but this investment of time was worthwhile, as it could yield channels throughout the entire kingdom, with annual profits from this single product reaching into the millions, equivalent to Claire's ancestors' earnings during their tenure as mine owners. I'm not suggesting your plan is flawed. Rather, its implementation is too slow, Claire remarked softly. Coupling this with her previous statements, Sharn discerned her underlying message and promptly inquired, then, my lord, do you have a more effective approach? Leaning forward, Claire replied, The most advanced transportation and communication hub in the kingdom is the capital. We should select it as our initial city. Shorten nodded in agreement. Claire's suggestion was conventional and had indeed been on his radar, though not as his top choice due to the fierce competition among merchants. The significance of advanced communication was paramount. Without it, even if the iodized salt proved effective, its reputation would fail to spread. Claire continued, unlike your previous assertion, I believe our iodized salt targets a clientele beyond the ordinary masses. Shorten interjected. While it can prevent goiter, it's still merely salt. Selling it at an exorbitant price will hinder sales, let alone allow others to recognize its benefits. No, Claire countered, shaking her finger and tapping the wooden box on the table. What do you think of the design of this box? Shorten, somewhat baffled by the relevance, replied. It's quite exquisite. It could even serve to store jewelry. The box's cost was around 5 silver coins, indicating that the initial target demographic was not the common populace. First, you should establish a shop in the capital, ensuring it is as opulent and extravagant as possible. Outfitted with every luxury imaginable, so intimidating that the average person would hesitate to enter. Yet, the sole product on sale will be our iodized salt. Shorten remained puzzled. Even with such allure, it would only attract a handful of curious customers, making widespread sales difficult. Patience, Claire interjected, listen further. For the first few days, do not concern yourself with sales figures. Your main task will be to identify renowned doctors within the capital and gift them some iodized salt. Why would they accept? They are generally reluctant to gamble their reputations. Shorten followed Claire's line of thought. Do you know how much the doctors in the capital earn annually? 100 coins? 200? Claire continued. During my time in the capital, I found that the average doctor's salary hovers around 100 gold coins, while slightly more prominent physicians might earn 300 to 400, with very few exceeding 500. The presence of clergy fundamentally restricts doctors' earnings, even in the capital, where substantial wealth is elusive. At this, Shorten chuckled, realizing he had underestimated the allure of wealth. His breath quickened as he envisioned the potential success of Claire's plan, acknowledging it to be far more effective than his initial proposal. No, Claire gently disavowed. Shorten was taken aback. Logically, her argument seemed sound. However, he respectfully urged, please enlighten me. A spark ignited in Shorten's mind as he swiftly grasped the underlying logic. He excitedly exclaimed, I see. We should incite a public debate between the two physicians, elevating the matter to a level of notoriety throughout the capital. As long as they continue their discourse in the newspapers, the topic will remain fervently alive, and the efficacy of our iodized salt will become known to all. He admired his father, who had taught him the value of clever thinking. Claire smiled subtly and continued, that alone is insufficient. You should provide the knowledge we discussed to the most distinguished physician, urging him to compose a new article and perpetuate the debate. What knowledge? Shorten inquired. Information on iodine. The detrimental effects of iodine deficiency, such as mental retardation, stunting, deafness, paralysis, miscarriages, and impairments to both intellect and physique. Claire smiled slightly as she elaborated. Then, you may employ someone to exaggerate this information, spreading it liberally throughout the capital, particularly concerning the cognitive and physical detriments. If you're unscrupulous, you might even assert that neglecting iodized salt could lead to intellectual impairment. Shorten gasped, envisioning the tumult that would ensue from such revelations. Earlier, he had worried about selling a ton of salt. Now, his only concern was how long the demand would persist. He was confident that the knowledge he promoted was legitimate. Iodine deficiency indeed causes various ailments, and iodine is an essential trace element for the human body. Thus, he felt no guilt. Those nobles consuming his salt owed him nothing less than a statue in his honor. What price should we set for this box of iodized salt? It must be at least 3 gold coins, correct? Shorten tentatively proposed, which was already a staggering increase compared to ordinary salt. The cost of the box alone exceeded 5 silver coins. 15 gold coins? The thought sent a thrill through Shorten, realizing this marked a 10,000-fold increase. My household sugar sells for 3 gold coins per kilogram. Shorten gritted his teeth. 50 gold coins. A treasure that enhances intelligence. 75 gold coins. There are only 500 boxes of iodized salt available in the entire capital. 100 gold coins. Claire finally revealed a satisfied smile. I find this price agreeable. What do you think? Shorten was not merely pleased. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, and he too smiled. This price is indeed most reasonable. Furthermore, Claire's intention to sell iodized salt aimed to establish a foundational industry in Nafa City. Volume was essential, while continuing a boutique approach was feasible. The profits would only benefit him, leaving the citizens below to languish in hardship. Chapter 55. The robbers strike. Claire bid farewell to Shorten at the city gates. My lord, you shall remain in the tranquility of Nafa City, awaiting the good news. With your methods, it would be quite difficult not to earn a profit. Even after a day had passed, recalling Claire's plans filled Shorten with excitement. His neck had returned to its normal state. And after confirming with Claire that the iodine salts could only prevent ailments without offering any therapeutic benefits, Shorten sought out the priest, Omar, at the church for treatment. As they engaged in light conversation, their subordinates were busy transporting the iodine salts destined for the capital. Under the guidance of their young master, the workers meticulously stacked the wooden boxes onto a dedicated cart. Once the cargo was loaded and their chatter had subsided, Shorten took his leave of Claire. Do not rush off, Claire called out, waving his hand. 60 knights clad in shining armor emerged from within Nafa City. You mentioned being harassed by robbers on your way here. Allow my knights to escort you on your journey. Claire smiled. Shorten glanced at the 60 knights behind Claire, a sight he seldom encountered. Although he had sold the armor, it looked remarkably impressive on these warriors, particularly in such numbers. Thank you, my lord. Shorten did not refuse, recognizing the significant value of the iodine salts. After leaving the Viscount's territory, he planned to recruit additional mercenaries from other cities for further protection. There is no need for such formality. We are partners. When you visit next, there should be no robber disturbances, Claire replied with a smile, intending to clear the Viscountcy of bandits in the coming days, as their presence hindered the development of the territory. Even with repaired roads, small merchant caravans would not dare to enter. The journey from Nafa City to the next territory was relatively brief, taking merely 2 to 3 hours, during which Shorten's caravan covered nearly half the distance. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shorten turned to Hant and inquired, May I ask you something? Please do, Hant responded respectfully, sensing his lord's high regard for the visiting merchant. After a moment of contemplation, Shorten asked, What sort of person do you believe our Viscount to be? Upon hearing this, Hant, the captain of the Silver Knights, appeared momentarily taken aback. However, he soon recalled a pivotal moment that had awakened his loyalty. Do you know why you are the captain? Because it was my destiny that you became the captain. This declaration solidified Hant's unwavering allegiance to Claire. After eradicating the corrupt elements within Nafa City, he witnessed a remarkable transformation in the city. Is something troubling you? Shorten gently nudged Hant, who had fallen into deep thought. Shorten was surprised by Hant's high opinion of Claire. Though he himself held Claire in high esteem, he had not anticipated Hant's reverence bordering on devotion. Noticing Shorten's astonishment, Hant gestured towards the young sentinels nearby. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them. Their admiration for our Lord may very well surpass mine. No need. I believe you. Shorten waved his hand, his respect for Claire soaring even higher. A few hundred meters away, atop a small hill, a ragtag group of robbers, appearing somewhat disheveled and grimy, watched the slowly advancing caravan. Boss, they have a contingent of knights with them, exclaimed a one-eyed man draped in a burlap hood. The robber leader, sporting a bushy beard, fit the common image of a bandit. The underlings began to chatter amongst themselves. Those knights must have come from Nafa City. There are over 50 of them. Perhaps we should retreat. This is a tough nut to crack. We can wait for the next caravan. I suggest we raid a home. Nafa City must be unguarded now, one suggested. The bearded leader furrowed his brow and scolded, Enough. If they close the city gates, you'll find yourself standing there, exposed to arrows. He continued, We cannot let this caravan escape. It is the longest I have ever seen, and last time we clashed with them, I noticed their goods, valuable items. This caravan alone is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. We cannot let it slip away. Had Shorten overheard this comparison of his goods to those of smaller merchants, he would have been indignant. The total value of his merchandise exceeded 500,000 gold coins. What about the knights from Nafa City? The one-eyed man asked. The bearded leader, still recalling the knights from a month prior, replied confidently, I will deal with their captain. The rest are yours. He patted his chest, revealing his own status as a silver knight. Long live the boss. Charge. The gang cheered as their leader spurred his horse and drew his sword, leading the charge. Meanwhile, Shorten and his companions noticed the bandits approach, who were making no effort to conceal themselves. Alert! Robbers are approaching from the west. Hant shouted as he drew his sword. The knights from Nafa City quickly formed an organized defensive line, while Shorten's guards prepared for battle, archers taking positions atop the carts, bows drawn and aimed. Warriors radiated a fierce red aura as they focused on the oncoming robbers. Shorten's heart raced. He retrieved several magical scrolls from his spatial ring, a vital asset that allowed him to trade goods across territories. Ranging from 1st to 4th level, he was prepared to unleash his treasured 5th level scroll. Capable of unleashing a devastating area of effect magic attack akin to a sorcerer's full-power meteor strike. As Sharn prepared to tear open a scroll, Hant intervened. "My lord, this trouble originates from our territory. Please allow us to handle it, lest our lord be displeased with us." Hant's voice was resolute, prompting Sharn to ease his grip. Chapter 56. Unable to penetrate. Knights of Lord Griffin, seize your weapons and slay these marauders who trespass upon our lands. Hant proclaimed, raising his greatsword high. The bandits, witnessing the orderly knights who were not frightened away, felt a flicker of unease, though they could not yet discern the source of their trepidation. The bearded leader brandished his sword, urging, "Charge! Break their ranks! Slay these spineless cowards of Nafa City." With this command, the bandits dismissed their unease and spurred their steeds to gallop faster. "Roar! I shall slay 10. Allow me to demonstrate true carnage." Hant, with a flick of his wrist, positioned his greatsword across his chest and surged forward, targeting the bearded leader. Clang! The sound of clashing metal resounded as their swords met, forcing the bearded leader back a step. Upon inspecting his sword, he noticed a new notch where they had collided, while Hant's blade remained gleaming, reflecting the sunlight with a silvery sheen. "How can this be?" the bearded leader uttered in disbelief, turning his gaze to Hant. "You managed to withstand my strike. You must be a silver tier knight, the captain of these knights." "Enough with the idle chatter," Hant retorted coldly, spurring his warhorse forward once more. Both were silver tier knights, and within mere moments, they exchanged blows several times, each encounter leaving the bearded leader at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the leather armor safeguarding his vital areas, he would have sustained far greater injuries from Hant's relentless assault. "Damn it!" the bearded leader cursed, his sword now scarred and battered, nearly resembling a saw. He concentrated his inner energy, channeling it into his sword, enveloping it in a surge of power before swinging it fiercely towards Hant's exposed flank. "Die!" The bearded leader's visage contorted into a grotesque grin. Clang! What was that? The bearded leader caught a glimpse of a rectangular object flashing past him. Upon glancing back at Hant, he realized his strike had indeed found its mark, cleaving a gaping wound in Hant's armor. Yet, where had the front half of his sword gone? The object that had zipped past his peripheral vision was his own sword? Panic finally gripped the bearded leader's expression. What kind of armor was this, that his sword had been severed? However, his plight was relatively fortunate compared to the fate of the over 200 henchmen he had brought along, who were faring far worse. Not only did they have to fend off the arrows from the Shan Guard, but they also had to contend with the armored knights. It was akin to a tank charging into a crowd, utterly unstoppable, yet capable of sweeping away anyone in its path. The more astute of his men quickly abandoned their knightly opponents to engage others. The boss had claimed that only 2 or 3 of the knights in Nafa City were of bronze rank. Surely, with a change of foe, luck would favor them. Alas, this one is also bronze. Another swap then. How can this one also be bronze? My luck is abysmal. Damn it, this is the 7th knight I've faced. And they are all of the same rank. Finally, the realization dawned upon him. All 50-odd knights before him were indeed bronze tier knights. "Boss, we cannot fight them. These knights are all bronze tier," the one-eyed man shouted to the bearded leader. A chill ran down the bearded leader's spine as he glanced around. Nearly 70 of his men had already fallen, while not a single armored knight had been harmed. He then cast a glance at the half-sword he clutched, barely able to fend off Hant's onslaught. If this continued, he would surely be defeated. He had hoped to rely on his henchmen to dispatch the knights and assist him, but they were in a far worse state than he was. At this juncture, retreat was the only option. With a swift motion, he deflected Hant's strike and pulled his steed back a few meters. A wave of his hand signaled, "Stop fighting. We are no match for them. Let us flee." The bearded leader, being a man of honesty, had no qualms in admitting defeat. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. Several bandits cast their weapons at the knights, attempting to create a diversion for their escape. As the bandits broke free from the melee with the knights, they quickly retreated several meters, adjusting their posture to ride away. Shan stepped forward, ready to tear open a magical scroll, now aligning himself with Claire's group, eager to assist in dealing with the marauders. However, Hant halted him. "Your Excellency, there is no need to waste such a treasure. We shall return shortly." He then commanded the knights to form a pursuit formation in the direction the bearded bandits had fled. The distance between them diminished rapidly. The knights rode upon the steeds procured by Claire, while the bandits mounted mere ordinary horses, their speeds vastly disparate. "Boss, this is bad. They are gaining on us," the one-eyed man reported. "What madness is this? Why are they pursuing us?" The bearded leader retorted angrily. Typically, when robbers were outmatched and retreated, the guards would let them go, as their primary duty was to protect goods. Chasing them could lead to injury. He had never encountered anyone like Hant, who pursued relentlessly. "They are getting closer." The one-eyed man could almost envision the armored knights swinging their swords at him. "Where are the archers? Where the hell are the archers? Fire!" The bearded leader bellowed, urging everyone to hurl any weapons they could muster. The archers within the bandit ranks drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows, while others brandished their daggers and small swords to throw. "Boss, we can't penetrate their defense." "Fool, aim for their horses. Without their mounts, they cannot pursue us." Another barrage of arrows rained down, and several steeds in the lead fell under the assault. The one-eyed man exclaimed, "Exciting news, boss. We have taken down several horses." "Boss, they have halted." The one-eyed man's tone bore a note of exhilaration, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. The bearded leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. This had been the most arduous battle he had ever fought. "Boss, they have dismounted. This is bad. They are running even faster on foot." "What nonsense are you spouting?" the bearded leader snapped, turning to see 60 knights approaching with an unusual gait, the distance between them closing rapidly, until he beheld Hant leaping high, sword raised for a devastating strike. Chapter 57. The infamous bearded bandit. Upon the posting of the announcement, the populace within the Viscount's domain erupted once more into a fervor. Numerous villages beyond the confines of Nafa City had previously fallen prey to the ravages of these marauders, who not only plundered wealth but also abducted women. Before Claire's arrival, the knight captain responsible for the safety of the Viscount's lands, Dean, had turned a blind eye to such occurrences, believing that as long as Nafa City remained unassailed, he would face no personal repercussions. His negligence only emboldened the brigands, compelling even noblemen to hire their own guards for the transportation of goods. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Viscount's territory, with the people eagerly anticipating the public execution scheduled for the following noon. Their hatred for these bandits ran deep, devoid of any sympathy. Some would gladly wield swords as executioners if given the chance. As noon arrived the next day, Claire dispatched his men to escort the captured bandits to the hastily constructed wooden platform, deeming the school square an inappropriate venue for such grim proceedings. Upon ascending the platform, Claire surveyed the crowd below, noting the scarcity of children. Most were boarding students, and even those whose parents were present were disinclined to expose their offspring to such a bloody spectacle. The assembled crowd vociferously called for the execution of the captives, chanting phrases like "hang them," "do not let them escape." Claire nodded, signaling the knights to bring forth the prisoners. With a kick to their legs, the captured bandits knelt before the crowd, their eyes still gleaming with defiance, though their mouths were silenced by rags. "My subjects," Claire proclaimed, "I have previously asserted that a life devoid of bandits is a life worth living. My words have come to fruition. Long live the Viscount." The crowd echoed, "Indeed, a life without bandits is indeed a life worth living. Long live the Viscount. May your renown endure through the ages." The crowd erupted in praise, and Claire raised his hand to quell their enthusiasm. "These bandits were apprehended yesterday by our noble knight captain, Hant, and his gallant knights. Captain Hant is magnificent. Magnificent. I shall encourage my son to become a knight," a man boasted, pride swelling in his chest as he pointed to the armored knight standing behind the Viscount. "Captain Hant is 1,000 times better than the previous captain." The crowd resounded with applause, and Hant could not suppress a smile, pride and honor swelling within the knights as they basked in the acknowledgement of their deeds. Yet, the bearded bandit stared at Claire in shock, incredulity written across his face. "What are you saying? I have not heard of any such events." He opened his mouth, attempting to protest. He acknowledged his involvement in the robberies, but vehemently denied the other accusations. However, his words were muffled by the cloth stuffed into his mouth, rendering him incapable of articulating his defense. Following Claire's condemnation of their crimes, the bearded bandit struggled against his bonds, writhing towards Claire in a desperate bid for vindication. Yet, he barely managed to move half a meter before a knight pressed him down with a boot. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Claire executed each bandit in succession. Indifferent to the expenditure of ammunition, he anticipated that once he ascended to the rank of High Mage, the bullets would scarcely penetrate his magical shield. With ropes around their necks, he hung them along the main thoroughfare leading into the Viscount's domain, proclaiming, "Let all bandits understand the fate that awaits those who dare to wreak havoc in my lands." Additionally, this served a pragmatic purpose. It would assure merchants of safe passage into the Viscount's territory for trade. Without such assurances, many small caravans would hesitate to incur the costs of employing mercenaries, which would adversely affect the development of the Viscount's lands. After the executions, Claire commanded Hant to lead the knights in a thorough sweep of the entire Viscount's territory, ensuring no bandits remained unaccounted for. However, once Hant departed, Claire felt a pang of concern. He had heard of the skirmishes and knew that ultimately, Hant and his men had pursued the enemy on foot. As their steeds were not as swift as Hant's, how splendid it would be to have draconic beasts at our disposal, particularly a few two-headed dragons, Claire mused, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Draconic beasts, possessing the bloodline of dragons, were mounts only the most powerful counts or dukes could afford, and their training was notoriously arduous. Typically, only 1 in 10 could be deemed suitable as a steed. Yet, despite the high costs, the benefits of such mounts were unparalleled. Capable of trampling foes with a single charge, and some were even rumored to wield draconic magic. Their innate bloodline pressure would instill fear in any non-draconic mount, causing them to flee before a battle even commenced. Upon returning to the Viscount's estate, Claire summoned the foreman of the construction site, where the Minotaur, Iron Hammer, now held a position of leadership. Though the Minotaurs were incapable of delicate tasks, their immense strength proved invaluable. Over time, they had adapted their way of life and were welcomed by the simple folk of Nafa City, who accepted them as one of their own. Now, the Minotaurs, despite their different appearance, could comfortably sit with humans on the construction site, sharing drinks and tales as proud members of the working class. Claire nodded in greeting, unfurling blueprints to discuss the salt refinery he intended to establish. "Cease your current tasks and construct the buildings depicted on this blueprint," Claire instructed, pointing to the plans. Though labor-intensive, the task was not overly complex. "Where will such a large structure be erected, my lord?" inquired a foreman architect. "The Northern District," Claire replied. While the ideal location for a factory would be along the coast, due to proximity to raw materials, he chose to position it within Nafa City. He envisioned transforming the Northern District into an industrial hub. That area, now largely abandoned, held ample usable space, once prosperous during the days of the magical mines. Many transient residents had departed following the depletion of resources, leaving behind dilapidated neighborhoods. Presently, the only bustling areas were the Central District housing the Viscount's estate and the southern residential quarters. After scrutinizing the blueprints, the architect affirmed, "No problem. How many days will it take? Can it be expedited? This is crucial for the development of Nafa City." Upon hearing this, the foreman buzzed with excitement. The Viscount was planning something new, the nature of which remained a mystery, yet they sensed it would be beneficial. The architect gritted his teeth. "If we work overtime, it can be completed within 5 days. That won't do. The Viscount has indicated its importance. We can work through the night, alternating shifts. Indeed, we are more than willing. At the very least, it will take 4 days. Any less may compromise the quality." The architect has already prepared himself for a few sleepless nights, or perhaps none at all. "Very well. You may seek the magical lamp from Reagan to illuminate the night more brightly, but do exercise caution," Claire murmured. He was not exploiting them, in fact. His workload over these 4 days had only been slightly greater than theirs, not less. He had not slept for 2 days since sending Sharn away, and had since been immersed in the salt-making machinery in the basement. Now, he had begun to grasp some understanding, and he believed that with 4 days of wakefulness, he should be able to accomplish his task. Chapter 58. Target customers. The rationale behind the creation of machinery lies entirely in the pursuit of enhanced efficiency in mass production and the elevation of the quality of iodized salt. It is impractical to rely solely on human labor for every step of the process, as they may not always perform adequately. Claire's research into salt production machinery has resulted in semi-automated equipment, which still necessitates human involvement in numerous stages. His desire for complete automation is hindered by the limitations of his knowledge and the technology available in this foreign realm. The local technological advancements are predominantly focused on magic, with little emphasis on industrialization, akin to starting from scratch. The employment opportunities generated by a foundational industry extend beyond factory workers. For instance, carpenters are required to produce wooden boxes for iodized salt, and the timber they need must be sourced from trees felled by laborers. Additionally, The raw materials essential for salt production, such as seawater, seaweed, and kelp, necessitate collection by individuals. As long as the salt factory demands these resources, corresponding upstream job opportunities will arise, directly or indirectly creating hundreds of jobs. Should this development continue, the economy of Nafa City could flourish remarkably. This underscores the significant impact a foundational industry can have on the growth of a city. If such numerous benefits did not exist, Claire would not be so eager to establish a factory and sell iodized salt. However, Claire's immediate challenge remains the salt production machinery. The process of extracting salt from seawater is more complex than anticipated. It is not merely a matter of evaporating seawater. The seawater contains numerous impurities that must be repeatedly refined and crystallized to filter out these contaminants, yielding clean sea salt. Even after achieving clean sea salt, it remains inedible due to harmful heavy metals. To obtain edible salt, one must exploit the varying solubility of these metals at different temperatures, repeatedly dissolving them in water to remove the contaminants. Ultimately, the final step involves adding a suitable amount of iodine, marking the successful production of iodized salt. The first step is to address the heat source. Claire meticulously inscribed a modified fire magic array onto the furnace of the heating machine, capable of emitting sufficient heat to boil seawater into coarse salt. There is no need for his constant presence at the factory. By connecting a primary monster crystal core or a magical ore, the energy can sustain the machine for an entire month. This alleviates the inconvenience of burning firewood and facilitates better temperature control, minimizing the risk of accidents. Similarly, the kinetic energy for the conveyor belt is supplied by these magical ores and monster crystal cores. Furthermore, Claire successfully developed machinery for iodine extraction, and the iodination process is also mechanized. The subsequent tasks, such as precipitating heavy metals at varying temperatures, pouring water, and handling the metal-laden wastewater, will still require human labor. Utilizing magic for these tasks is not only challenging given Claire's current level, but may not yield results surpassing those achieved by skilled workers. Even in his previous life, advanced factories still employed workers, and Claire cannot claim that his machines are more advanced than those of the past. At the very least, these machines operate independently, and workers must transport the raw materials they produce to extract iodized salt. After several days of diligent work, Claire finally completed the machinery. Unlike the machines of his previous life, these exude a unique aura due to their magical design. Nevertheless, Claire is quite satisfied, as this represents the fruits of his labor over the past few days. In the royal capital, a newly established opulent shop stands amidst the bustling streets. Drawing curious glances from passers-by, the store has just opened, and the nature of its merchandise remains a mystery. But its lavish decor suggests that the products within are far from inexpensive. Many are deterred from entering simply by the grandeur of the establishment. Yet, in a city teeming with people, a few curious souls venture inside. "What do you sell here?" inquired a middle-aged man, portly and wearing monocles, who entered while leaning on a cane. "This shop is new, isn't it? I've never seen it before." "Welcome," a staff member replied with a beaming smile. "Please, follow me. Here are our products." As the monocled man approached the display table, he exclaimed, "Isn't this just salt?" "Indeed, but this salt possesses remarkable properties. It can prevent goiter," the salesperson enthusiastically elaborated. Listening to the staff's description and glancing at the salt's packaging, the man mused that purchasing a box might not be a bad idea. "It sounds promising. How much for one?" he asked. The salesperson, who had been speaking fluently, suddenly faltered, stammering, 100. 100 coins? Why say 100 silver coins? That sounds excessive," he retorted. "I'll pay." "Sir, no, it is 100 gold coins for a box," the salesperson clarified. "What?" The man, astonished, jumped up. "This is robbery. You dare sell a box of salt for 100 gold coins? Greedy scoundrels. This shop won't last long." Cursing under his breath, the man exited the store. He owned a restaurant in the royal capital. While not a wealthy magnate, he was financially stable. However, purchasing a box of salt for 100 gold coins was beyond his means, even if the salt could prevent goiter. Visiting a priest for treatment would cost him only 4 or 5 gold coins. Why would he spend so much on salt? Upon seeing Sean, the salesperson lamented, "Boss, that was the 5th customer. They all think our prices are exorbitant, and we can't sell anything. Should we lower the price? I guarantee I can sell it for 3 gold coins." Yet Sean remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "Just continue your work. Attend to customers as they come. Do not fret about these matters. If they cannot afford it, then these products are not meant for them." Sean harbored no concerns about the sale of the items. He had already contacted all the doctors, investing a significant 8,000 gold coins. Starting tonight, once the advertisements hit the newspapers tomorrow, everyone in the royal capital would be informed of the availability of iodized salt. The recent incident did not trouble him at all. This batch of iodized salt was not intended for ordinary merchants, but rather to establish a reputation. Indeed, this batch of iodized salt was not being marketed as a seasoning or medicinal product, but rather as a luxury item targeted at the elite nobility. The plan was to financially incentivize the doctors to issue reports validating the efficacy of iodized salt. Once the reports were published, many would express interest in the iodized salt sold in his shop, although they were not the ultimate target customers. Most of these individuals would likely turn away upon seeing the price of iodized salt. As 100 gold coins is still prohibitively expensive, far better to spend a few coins at the church for a blessing. However, these individuals were not the final clientele. Different target customers naturally correspond to varying price points. While one might consider a pair of shoes to be worth a few hundred coins, luxury items can command prices in the thousands. A simple canvas bag may suffice for carrying items. Yet some are willing to pay tens of thousands for a Hermes bag that holds little. Diamonds may appear as mere stones. Yet some are prepared to pay millions for them. Sometimes, if one perceives a product as expensive, it signifies that the intended clientele is not among them. What truly matters lies ahead, and it is precisely this aspect that Sean admires most about Claire. The dissemination of panic intertwines iodized salt with intelligence, life, and health, creating a psychological suggestion among the populace. If one's child does not consume this iodized salt, it may imply a lower intelligence compared to their peers. If one's wife refrains from it, the risk of miscarriage may loom. If one neglects it, their physical strength may falter in comparison to others. As the panic spreads, those who initially deemed iodized salt unworthy swiftly alter their perceptions, convincing themselves that spending 100 gold coins on it is not such a loss after all. Do not underestimate the power of fear. During the pandemic in Claire's previous life, mere rumors could inflate the price of staple rice several-fold, and news of a mask shortage sent prices soaring by dozens of times. Now, when panic directly correlates with intelligence, the nobility are undoubtedly willing to invest. As their daily expenditures exceed 100 gold coins, they cannot allow their children to start behind others. Moreover, there lies the final tactic: scarcity. With only 500 boxes available, while some may find the price steep, the wealthy do not share that sentiment. Should you hesitate, they will purchase them all, leaving you with nothing. Consequently, every noble household in the capital possesses this item, while yours remains devoid of it, stripping you of the face to greet others. This is precisely why Sean harbors no concerns regarding the sale of the iodized salt at 100 gold coins. The unfolding events are merely a matter of time. Chapter 59. A hasty retreat before the sun had risen. Claire stepped out of her room, clutching a peculiar black seed, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Over the past few days, she had been so preoccupied that she only realized her trading points had accumulated when it was too late. Since she could also use trading points to add friends from her list, Claire decided against saving them and commenced her trading endeavors. This black seed was the result of her transactions, for which she had exchanged 2 bottles of basic healing potions, an expenditure amounting to 6 gold coins. However, this was her first encounter with such a lackluster trader, a young girl. After inquiring about the world on the other side, Claire discovered it was a realm devoted to agriculture, devoid of anything she truly needed. If only there had been hybrid rice, a high-yield staple, it might have sufficed. But alas, it was not to be found. Adhering to the principle of not leaving without picking up something, Claire proceeded with the trade, acquiring the black seed, which she examined closely but could discern no extraordinary qualities. It appeared that not every transaction would yield the desired results. Claire mentally prepared herself for future trades, hoping to mitigate disappointment. Nevertheless, she remained optimistic about the seed's potential and resolved to present it to Rona for cultivation, curious to see if it held any peculiarities. The young girl had been quite attached to this seed, and had it not been for Claire's clever persuasion, she might not have agreed to the exchange. As for the salt factory, it was nearly operational. Claire had just completed the installation of her machinery, and once Reagan hired the necessary personnel, they could commence production immediately. Fortunately, the recruitment process no longer required posting notices, as Reagan had finally secured a few literate individuals capable of assisting him. Claire prioritized literacy as a criterion for employment, aiming to encourage the adults of Nafacheng to attend night school and learn to read. Literate workers would also adapt quickly to operating machinery, demonstrating their readiness to endure hardships, ensuring they could easily learn even as machines evolved. The remuneration was generous, 30 silver coins per month per worker, roughly equivalent to the base wage in larger cities. Any higher might yield negative repercussions, not due to Claire's inability to pay, but rather the potential adverse effects of excessive compensation. Rona's hospital was a short carriage ride from the Viscount's estate, and upon arriving, Claire noticed a sign indicating temporary closure for the day. Has she gone to gather herbs? He mused. In recent days, Claire had also recruited several qualified doctors to establish clinics throughout Nafacheng, alleviating Rona's workload. She now primarily handled complex medical cases that the other doctors could not resolve, allowing her to enjoy a more leisurely existence in her verdant courtyard. Later that afternoon, Claire returned to the salt factory, personally instructing the newly hired workers on machine operation and the meticulous process of separating heavy metal-laden wastewater. He meticulously clarified every detail of the procedure. After observing them complete the process, he nodded in approval, though their movements were still somewhat uncoordinated. However, he was confident that with a few days of practice, they would become proficient. As night fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gray pall over Nafacheng. The carriage arrived at the hospital, and Claire disembarked, noting the lights illuminating the interior. He instructed the driver to wait and proceeded inside alone. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with an iron tang in the air. Blood? He thought, instinctively drawing his revolver while clutching a Tier 3 magic scroll, leaning against the wall to cast a probing spell. To his surprise, the magic revealed only a single life force within. Cautiously, Claire ventured inside, where he found Rona, pale and leaning against a medicine cabinet, rummaging for herbs to treat her wounds. Rona attempted to continue her search, but Claire interjected firmly, "Stop. Allow me to handle this." Though Rona did not fully comprehend his words, she ceased her efforts. Upon closer inspection, Claire noted the severity of her injuries, a deep gash on her back exposing bone and several gaping wounds on her chest, resembling the thickness of steel pipes. The rest of her body bore numerous claw marks, which had scabbed over, suggesting she had attempted to treat herself. However, the most critical injuries were still bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Claire summoned a magical hand to draw a nearby bed closer and gently placed Rona upon it, establishing a mental connection. "Stay still. I have potions for emergency treatment," he conveyed. Rona opened her mouth, unable to articulate her thoughts, and simply nodded in response. Claire produced an ample supply of basic healing potions from his space ring and began pouring them over her wounds as if bathing her in healing elixirs. These potions were remnants of his earlier experimentation, and he felt no remorse in using them. After nearly 40 to 50 bottles, Rona's bleeding finally ceased. Next, he retrieved some intermediate healing potions, which he had a 40% failure rate in crafting. These were far more precious than the basic potions, and he had not even used them during his previous transactions. He administered nearly 10 bottles to her most grievous wounds, which began to appear less severe. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Claire acknowledged that he had done his utmost. After all, he was a mage, not a physician. "How do you feel now? Should I summon a priest?" he inquired with concern. Rona's complexion remained pale, though it had improved slightly. "I can manage the remaining injuries myself." "Thank you," she replied, her voice softening as she uttered the last two words. "There is no need for such formality between us," Claire responded gently. However, as he spoke, his voice dwindled, and his gaze inadvertently drifted from Rona's face. Following his gaze, Rona glanced down at her own body, her cheeks flushing crimson. I'll go change," she stammered before hastily retreating to her bedroom. Watching Rona flee in a fluster, Claire awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that his intentions had merely been to save her. Chapter 60. The Gale Wolf King. Did you not go to gather herbs? How is it that you have returned injured? Claire inquired with concern. Rona, still enveloped in the embarrassment of recent events, felt her cheeks flush as she recounted her encounter with the magical beast during her herb gathering. Claire's eyes flickered. This was the precious treasure of Nafa City, and any mishap could not be tolerated. "In the future, let a few knights accompany you for your safety," she suggested. Rona shook her head, insisting it was merely an accident. She was still unaccustomed to the idea of having someone protect her. "Very well, but please inform me of the area where you were attacked. Tomorrow, I shall send Hunter and a team, along with magical scrolls, to eliminate any beasts that pose a threat to you. You are a vital part of Nafa City and its finest doctor. How can we ignore such an assault? Tell me, What type of beast attacked you? After a moment of hesitation, Rona confessed, a pack of gale wolves. I had not noticed them in that area before. They must have recently wandered in. Gale wolves? Claire echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. Rona nodded, explaining, yes, there were over 100 of them, along with a level 2 gale wolf king. The wounds I sustained were inflicted by it. Claire's eyes brightened at this revelation. Had you not mentioned it? I would have had one less reason to seek vengeance. To you, they are over 100 ferocious beasts. To me, they are over 100 steeds faster than Hunter and his men. I had been pondering where to procure such mounts, and now they have delivered themselves to us. Enough of that, Claire declared with a wave of her hand. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Oh, right. I came to find you for a reason. Claire produced a black seed from her pocket. This is for you. See what it can yield. What is this? Rona asked, taking the seed and examining it. A magical plant? Claire shook her head. I am uncertain. I found it while packing, likely passed down from my ancestors. Do you think it is a magical plant? Rona closed her eyes, concentrating, and confirmed, there is indeed magical energy flowing within it. It must be a magical plant. Claire smiled slightly, pleased to discover that this seed was not entirely without merit. Then I leave it in your capable hands. I have no idea what it may grow into. Rona nodded, storing the black seed away. With her magic that accelerated plant growth, she would soon discern what kind of magical plant it was. Rest well, we depart together at dawn, Claire said with a smile before bidding Rona farewell and exiting the courtyard. Claire, I only learned that one sentence, Rona murmured weakly. Claire suddenly remembered that she had urged Rona to learn the common tongue and blinked. Your pronunciation is not quite correct. Rona's face reddened once more. She had worked diligently to master it. Claire chuckled and slipped away, hoping to avoid Rona's embarrassment leading her to throw something at him. The following day, Claire set out from Nafa City astride a warhorse, accompanied by Hunter and over 30 knights, with Rona guiding them towards the branch of the Beast Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, everyone dismounted and began their ascent. Claire cast a lightness spell upon herself, managing to keep pace with the others. Suddenly, Rona called for a halt. Stop. I can smell them here. They must have departed less than 2 hours ago. Claire nodded to Hunter, who immediately organized the knights to set traps. Meanwhile, Claire set up several magical arrays on the ground to ensnare the wolf pack, while Rona searched for herbs nearby to mask their scent. Thus, they awaited in silence. Now, Claire commanded, and Hunter led the charge. Claire and Rona followed closely behind. Upon arrival, they found that more than half of the wolf pack had already fallen into the traps. A singular wolf, markedly different from the others and radiating a silvery glow, was relentlessly battering against the magical array, attempting to free its kin. This was precisely why Claire had set traps. Merely ambushing them would not suffice, as the wolves could easily escape using their speed, especially in the forest, where Claire and her companions would struggle to pursue. By ensnaring over half of the pack, the Wolf King could not abandon them without suffering significant losses, leaving it no choice but to confront Claire and her allies directly. Go. Engage those cubs that remain free, Hunter ordered, and the armored knights charged forward. Hunter's gaze, however, remained fixed on the Gale Wolf King, which had ceased its assault on the magical array, its malevolent eyes scanning Hunter intently. With a fearsome howl, the Gale Wolf King unleashed its fury. It clawed at the ground, transforming its form into a streak of silver wind that surged toward Hunter. With his pupils dilating, Hunter could scarcely perceive the beast's movement and raised his great sword defensively. The impact echoed as Hunter was pushed back 2 or 3 steps, while the Gale Wolf King's lips curled into a mocking grin, preparing for another strike. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning shot from Claire's fingertips, aimed directly at the Wolf King's head. The beast leapt back, narrowly avoiding the strike, and the spot it had occupied was left with a gaping crater. Having evaded the attack, the Wolf King shifted its attention from Hunter to Claire, its demeanor now tinged with caution, as it began to slowly retreat. However, Hunter recognized that this retreat was but a ruse. The wolf was gathering strength. He swiftly moved to shield Claire. In the next instant, the Wolf King lunged toward Claire. But Hunter intercepted it, taking a vicious claw strike to his chest that rent 3 gaping holes through his armor, exposing flesh and blood. Hunter exhaled sharply, relieved that the armor had absorbed much of the blow. Had it struck Lord Claire, the consequences would have been dire. Rona, witnessing Hunter's injury, immediately cast a healing spell, mending his wounds almost instantaneously. Seeing its attack thwarted and its adversary healed, the Wolf King bared its teeth in fury, a powerful aura emanating from its form. Hunter moved, This is a magical attack. Your armor lacks the necessary enchantments to withstand it, Claire warned, detecting the impending danger through the beast's aura. True enough, as the Wolf King opened its jaws, a blade of wind formed, rushing toward Hunter at blinding speed. Thanks to Claire's warning, Hunter managed to roll aside just in time to evade the onslaught. Claire retaliated, conjuring her own wind blade and launching it toward the Wolf King's projectile. The two forces collided, shattering Claire's wind blade into fragments, but the Wolf King's attack was deflected, veering off course and obliterating an unknown number of trees, causing devastation comparable to Claire's earlier lightning strike. Chapter 61. I did not anticipate your choice with a failed strike. The Wolf King let out a long howl towards the heavens. A woo. The remaining wolves, still untrapped, understood the signal and raised their heads, preparing to unleash their windblade magic. Claire's eyes flickered as he glanced at the armored knights, swiftly retrieving a magic scroll from his spatial ring and tossing it into Rona's hands. There was no time for mental connection. He could only shout at the knights. There's a level 2 defensive magic above. Go assist them. Rona tore open the scroll, and a golden light flashed, revealing a translucent wall radiating a golden hue in front of the wolf pack. The wind blades rained down in succession, crashing against the barrier with a series of explosive sounds, yet the golden shield remained steadfast. Witnessing this, the Wolf King glared fiercely at Claire, emitting a reluctant growl. Die. Whelp. Hunt charged forward, colliding with the Wolf King and sending him several meters back. Although Hunt was of the same caliber as the Wolf King, humans often found themselves at a disadvantage against magical beasts, typically requiring 3 to 5 individuals to hold their ground. Consequently, Hunt soon fell behind, forced to defend with his great sword. However, with Claire joining the fray, the tide began to turn. Each time the Wolf King attempted an attack, Claire discerned his intentions, interrupting his strikes with magic, forcing him to constantly contend with both Claire and Hunt. Should this continue, defeat would be inevitable. As the Wolf King trembled in battle, he was once again pushed back by Claire's magic. With bared, sharp teeth, he glared at Claire, only to be met with another spell that struck him squarely in the face. The Wolf King lowered his body slightly, prompting Hunt to swing his great sword. Just as he was about to land a blow, a flash of silver light caused the Wolf King's figure to vanish, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of metal scraping. Is this a natural ability? Claire murmured. Each magical beast possesses its unique innate ability. The swift wind wolves likely had the capacity to rapidly increase their speed. Even from over 10 meters away, he had only glimpsed a fleeting silver light dart behind Hunt. Boom. 3 claw marks and a gaping wound appeared on Hunt's shoulder, penetrating to the bone. Had it not been for his armor, that strike could have easily torn half of him apart. The sound of impact echoed as Hunt was sent sprawling, crashing against a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. Lord, be careful, Hunt shouted suddenly, realizing that the Wolf King, after repelling him, was not pursuing him but instead charging toward Claire with incredible speed. Claire barely caught a glimpse of the silver flash racing towards him. The effect of lightness technique still lingered. Claire leapt backward, firing several low-level spells at the Wolf King, though each was effortlessly dodged. As they drew closer, the Wolf King envisioned tearing this human into shreds, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Claire remained unfazed, mentally counting down the distance. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. This distance is sufficient. He should not escape. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and the agile form of the Wolf King suddenly faltered. It had moved too swiftly to comprehend what had just transpired, yet its body instinctively reacted, losing all forward momentum. Thunderstrike. Claire raised a hand to the sky, summoning a bolt of azure lightning that struck the Wolf King, causing its body to convulse violently. Claire observed the now incapacitated Wolf King and nodded, confident that victory was assured. The remaining wolves, witnessing their leader's defeat, quickly lost their will to fight and were swiftly subdued by the knights. Though the Wolf King's body lay immobilized, his consciousness remained, continuously baring his teeth and barking defiantly at Claire. Claire, not indulging the beast, seized Hunt's greatsword and pressed it to the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King's fierce gaze visibly softened, and his howls ceased, replaced by whimpering sounds. Claire smiled inwardly, pleased that fear hinted at the potential for taming. If he showed no fear, it might prove to be a more challenging endeavor. Hunt continued to suppress the Wolf King while Claire prepared to establish a mental connection. That accursed human has ambushed us, the Wolf King thought. I should have retreated with the pack from the very beginning. How despicable to attack with unknown tricks. Am I to perish here? This vile human. Stop your cursing. I can't hear you, Claire interjected. The Wolf King, taken aback, glanced around before settling his gaze on the smiling human before him. Don't look around. It's me, Claire stated plainly. How can he speak our language? No, he hasn't even opened his mouth. Where's that voice coming from? Confusion filled the Wolf King's mind. This is a form of mental connection, but you wouldn't understand. The fact that we can communicate suffices. Don't overthink it. I can read your thoughts, Claire revealed. Realizing that this mental connection functions similarly to telepathy, albeit a two-way form. The Wolf King, not lingering on his confusion, bared his teeth and growled at Claire. What do you intend to do with me? I want you to be my mount, Claire replied with a chuckle. The Wolf King erupted in fury, retorting with unwavering conviction. Impossible. I am the Wolf King. I would rather die than become a mount for you humans. Even in death? Claire echoed, deliberately shaking the great sword in his grip. The Wolf King's heart sank as he sensed the genuine killing intent conveyed by his adversary. Even in death, I will not become your mount, he repeated, though his tone had weakened. Do not rush. I shall present you with 3 options. Listen carefully before choosing. First, lead your pack to submit to me. Claire began, but was interrupted by the Wolf King's defiant growl. That is impossible. We magical beasts could never be slaves to humans. Disregarding the interruption, Claire continued. The second option is death. I am curious to see how many from your pack possess your stubbornness. The third option is also quite appealing. I will let you go. I choose the third. Have you already made your choice before I finish speaking? Indeed. Life is precious. Love is even more so. For the sake of freedom. Both can be forsaken. Claire slowly raised the great sword, directing it towards the Wolf King. To be honest, I did not expect you to choose this option. To set you free, it must first involve your castration. The Wolf King. What nonsense are you spouting? Wait. The Wolf King's body trembled. Perhaps we can discuss this further. Are you truly not reconsidering? You could gain both freedom and life. That would be quite the bargain, Claire said with a grin. Though aware of the mockery, the Wolf King felt intimidated and refrained from retorting, silently cursing. Damn it. This human is truly a demon. Claire's great sword descended once more. A reminder I had previously given you. Do not indulge in foolish thoughts, for I am well aware. No. The Wolf King has faltered. Chapter 62. Do not overthink. As it moved closer to the Wolf King's groin, his body instinctively recoiled. When it approached his neck, he felt a chill. Let me think, the Wolf King murmured. However, Claire did not afford him the opportunity. 3 seconds. If you cannot make a choice, I shall choose for you. The Wolf King's heart raced. Sensing Claire's intent. Damn it, this fellow seems to want to castrate me. 3, 2. Claire raised his massive sword, opening his mouth to speak. 1. I will obey you. The Wolf King roared in desperation. Yet, as the words left his lips, another thought flashed through his mind. Pretending to comply would merely buy him time to eliminate this detestable human later. Claire tilted his head, lifting the sword high above the Wolf King's head. I have warned you twice now. Do not overthink. Why do you never listen? Before the last word could settle, the sword came crashing down, stopping just a mere 3 centimeters from the Wolf King's face, splattering mud across him and instilling fear within. This is merely a warning. Claire raised the sword again, this time aiming for the Wolf King's groin, speaking in a deceptively gentle tone. Take a moment to feel this strike. I am not jesting. The Wolf King detected a faint killing intent in Claire's tone, and through their emotional connection, he fully grasped Claire's intent to castrate him and subsequently eliminate him. The notion of being allowed to leave was nothing but absurdity. There was no third option, only mockery. If he failed to make a choice now, the consequences were all too clear. This was the core function of their mental link. It could foster deep friendships with companions or be wielded as a threat, as Claire was doing now. Once their minds were intertwined, both parties revealed their trump cards, leaving no room for maneuver. In this transaction, Claire held all the power. The Wolf King's life was no longer in his own hands. He could feel that refusal would certainly lead to his demise. And even his fleeting thoughts were laid bare. There was no possibility of feigned compliance. The difficulty in taming many magical beasts stemmed from this very issue, the inability to communicate. Even if a beast possessed intelligence comparable to humans, without communication, negotiations like those with the Wolf King were impossible. Additionally, some beasts were inherently rebellious, preferring death to servitude. Others believed themselves so significant that humans could never kill them. Indeed, nobles, having captured rare beasts, would rather not kill them, opting instead for endless compromises. Ultimately, if they could not be mounts, they could serve as ornamental pets. Some beasts feigned submission after being beaten and tormented, only to turn against their captors at critical moments. Thus, trust between beasts and humans was virtually non-existent, and due to such uncertainties, few dared to bring them into battle. However, the dynamic between Claire and the Wolf King was different. The Wolf King understood that refusal would lead to death. He sensed Claire's unwavering resolve. Any thoughts of pretense were futile, leaving him with only two choices, to obey or to die. Cunning as the wind, the Wolf King quickly made his decision. I choose the latter. Upon hearing this, Claire leaned in, fixing his gaze upon the Wolf King for a moment before nodding. This was no lie, otherwise, that sword would come crashing down. I shall not grant you many chances. The Wolf King internally scoffed. I knew you wouldn't give me a chance. That's why I agreed. If I could negotiate like with other humans, I wouldn't entertain you at all. Claire tilted his head slightly, swinging the sword a few times. The Wolf King awkwardly forced a conciliatory smile, cursing himself for forgetting that his thoughts could be read. Wise ones understand the times. Claire muttered, though the Wolf King did not grasp its meaning, and continued smiling ingratiatingly. Now, sign this. Claire produced a contract scroll from his spatial ring, placing it before the Wolf King. Unlike Rona, he dared not leave a freshly subdued beast unattended. He needed to secure its life through the contract. The Wolf King hesitated. Signing meant relinquishing his freedom. Freedom is indeed precious, love even more so. Yet, for the sake of life, one may sacrifice both. As Claire's sword occasionally hovered near his neck, the Wolf King soon realized the weight of his decision. What mattered more, freedom or his life? After signing the contract, a bond formed between Claire and the Wolf King, an inequitable contract, wherein a mere thought from Claire could spell the Wolf King's demise. All is well now. Release him, Claire commanded. Hans stood up, freeing the Wolf King from where he lay pinned. Hiss. The moment he emerged, the Wolf King instinctively bared his teeth at Claire, expressing his discontent. In the next instant, he collapsed, wailing a woo. Already harboring thoughts of rebellion? Claire stepped forward, kicking the Wolf King several meters away. After more than 10 seconds of howling, Claire ceased his mental torment over the contract. By then, the Wolf King could no longer rise, gazing at Claire with sheer dread. Beasts must be taught through discipline, so they understand who the true master is. Wait, this is a wolf, not a dog, but then again, dogs are derived from wolves. Claire approached, giving the hefty creature a kick. Do you have a name? Perhaps I shall call you Wealth, as it suits Nafa City quite well. Having experienced Claire's ruthlessness, the Wolf King could only comply, stating, I am Fenrir. I thought you were nameless. What a relief. Claire shrugged, playfully nudging the Wolf King's head with his foot. Now, instruct your pups to behave. No more howling. They shall be trained wolves from now on. The Wolf King barked a few commands to the trapped wolves, who quickly quieted down. Wolves are creatures of strict hierarchy. As long as Claire controlled the Wolf King, the rest would pose little challenge. Satisfied, Claire nodded and called Rona over to tend to the Wolf King's injuries. A bullet had struck him but had not penetrated, remaining lodged in his flesh. The Wolf King had also endured a thunder strike and the mental strain of the contract, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Several hours later, a pack of silvery wolves emerged from the forest, each the size of a calf. Leading them was the Wolf King, whose fur glistened even more brilliantly, now twice the size. Claire lay atop the Wolf King, comfortably nestled in his thick fur, gazing up at the sky. Occasionally, he would tap the Wolf King's head with his sword, admonishing, do not overthink, keep moving. The Wolf King growled softly in protest. I am not overthinking. I have no intention of resisting. I was merely contemplating mating. Contemplating such matters is still overthinking. Your lascivious fantasies are revolting. Think further, and I shall castrate you, Claire warned, tapping the Wolf King's head once more with his sword. The perverse thoughts lurking within the human mind can lead to immediate social demise, let alone the mere existence of the Wolf King from the realm of Warcraft. The Wolf King inhaled deeply, yet the wolf, beneath the human's dominance, was compelled to bow its head, suppressing its grievances deep within. Chapter 63. Dried squid strips. As Claire rode close to Nafa City atop his Wolf King, he observed a merchant caravan poised for battle, anxiously eyeing the approaching pack of wolves. Upon getting nearer, the merchants visibly relaxed upon recognizing Claire, who was mounted on the Wolf King. Claire identified one of them as a manager under Sean's command. "Greetings, my Lord Viscount." The merchant offered a formal bow, yet within, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment at the sight of this Viscount who had tamed a horde of magical beasts. Claire speculated. "Has Sean's supply of iodized salt in the royal capital run dry?" "Indeed, my lord. The young master has instructed us to wait for additional shipments. Once business stabilizes in the capital, we shall return to pay our respects to you." Claire nodded, inquiring, "How extensive has the business expanded now?" "We have established dedicated shops in several major cities within the kingdom. Once the goods arrive, we can commence sales immediately." "Excellent." Claire raised an eyebrow, realizing that his strategies had borne fruit. As the wolf pack entered Nafa City, they attracted a crowd of onlookers. Adults and children alike marveled at the size of these wolves, akin to water buffalo. Claire brandished his great sword and struck the Wolf King gently, instructing it to maintain order among the pack to deter any bold individual from attempting to bite. He then directed the arriving knights to disperse the gathering crowd before leading the wolves to the military camp. The Wolf King did not linger. After ensuring that the pack would obey commands, Claire guided it alongside the merchants to the salt production facility. In recent days, the plant had produced nearly 10 tons of iodized salt, and the carpenters had crafted appropriate salt containers. Summoning Reagan, Claire departed, feeling these minor tasks were no longer his concern. Over the following days, Claire trained alongside the knights in the military camp, with the Wolf King ensuring the pack's compliance. The essence of obedience was refreshingly simple: reward with treats for compliance, and deliver a reprimand for disobedience. With the Wolf King present, the process of taming progressed swiftly. The knights soon became adept at performing various slashing maneuvers while mounted on their wolves. The synergy required for advanced coordination would develop over time. There was no need to rush. For the moment, they could engage in combat while mounted, with the swift wind wolves, being wind-type magical beasts, achieving remarkable speeds. Even with a fully armored knight on their backs, they could sustain a velocity of 30 meters per second, outpacing the running of Hant and others. At last, Claire had resolved one of his most vexing challenges. Additionally, the wind wolves possessed claws and magical attacks, augmenting their combat capabilities. Now, the Viscountcy's strength was finally commensurate with what one would expect from a noble estate. The Wolf King, domesticated within the Viscount's manor, became Claire's exclusive steed. Food was abundant, and given Claire's constant mental connection with the creature, the Wolf King had abandoned any rebellious thoughts. A mere hint of insubordination resulted in a reprimand, and the prospect of a hearty meal was incentive enough to comply. At noon, Claire emerged from his study, stretching lazily. He had just finished reading a tome on magical arrays, pondering how to convert such knowledge into productive outcomes. It was not yet time for lunch, and Reagan had stepped out on business. Since becoming an official, especially with the ongoing construction in Nafa City, Reagan had been exceptionally busy. Claire, not wishing to dwell on this, walked to the kitchen to instruct Yuna to prepare a meal. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he peered through the transparent glass and spotted Yuna crouched in a corner, munching on something. With a playful intent, Claire stealthily approached and suddenly exclaimed, "Yuna, what delightful treat are you sneaking?" "Ah!" Yuna jumped in surprise, not anticipating a voice from behind her. Upon recognizing Claire, she exhaled in relief. "You scared me, young master." Realizing her reaction was overly dramatic, her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly shoved the food into her mouth and clapped her hands. "Young master, are you hungry?" "Yes." Claire nodded. "Please prepare me a meal." "Of course," Yuna replied, a hint of excitement in her tone. "What are you eating?" Claire inquired, gesturing to her still chewing mouth. Yuna hesitated, feeling shy. "Oh, it's nothing special. My mother sent it over. It's just something I'm used to eating. You can sit in the dining room. I'll have lunch ready shortly." Claire chuckled. "Let me have a taste as well." He extended his hand toward her. Yuna hesitated, feeling bashful. "Young master, this is food meant for commoners. You might not like it." She felt it was unworthy of him. "Not at all. I just want a little snack," Claire replied, bemused. "Ah, but it's not substantial, merely some snacks," she protested. Feigning a stern expression, Claire insisted, "Quickly, hand it over, or I shall become cross." Under Claire's mock threat, Yuna slowly retrieved a handful of strip-like snacks and handed them to him. "Here you go, young master." "Dried squid strips?" Claire exclaimed, taking a few and chewing. After a moment, he confirmed, "Indeed, this is dried squid." It was no wonder Yuna had been chewing for so long without swallowing. "Is it tasty?" Yuna gazed at him with eager eyes. "Delicious." Claire nodded. While it could not compare to the finely crafted versions from his past life, it sufficed as an everyday snack. Yuna beamed, offering her handful of squid strips. If it's delicious, then please take more, young master. Claire smiled and took a few more, ensuring to leave some for the young girl. It was indeed delightful, a rare snack not found in the royal capital. Just as he finished speaking, Claire's hand holding the squid strips froze, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Yuna, concerned that Claire had choked on the snack, nudged him. Young master, are you all right? Snapping out of his reverie, Claire's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly asked, Can everyone here make this? Yuna, slightly confused, replied, I suppose so. I've been eating it since I was little. Claire's eyes narrowed. He had discovered yet another avenue for generating income. Although it may not be substantial, it was crucial in providing direct earnings for the female laborers below. The Viscountcy currently required a substantial workforce predominantly composed of adult men. Even the laborers in the salt factory were mostly male, as these jobs were physically demanding. Opportunities for women were scarce, typically limited to farming at home or performing menial tasks within Nafa City to earn a meager income. Let us go. Forget about lunch for now. Take me to meet your mother, Claire declared, grasping Yuna's hand and leading her outside. Yuna was bewildered. Why was this suddenly more important than having a meal? As they stepped outside, Claire called out for the Wolf King, who promptly bounded over from its resting area. Having learned from previous reprimands, it now approached with eagerness. Claire mounted the Wolf King with Yuna, who reached out to stroke its soft fur, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lead the way, we shall visit your home. Chapter 64. Family Workshop. Yuna's residence was nestled within the city of Nafu, and with the swift speed of the Wolf King, they arrived at her home in mere moments. The house, somewhat dilapidated, exuded an air of age, yet Yuna felt no shame. Without hesitation, she leaped from the back of the Wolf King and dashed inside. Brimming with enthusiasm, the Wolf King emitted a low whimper, settling down to yawn in place. Following closely behind, Claire entered Yuna's home, only to find the interior dimly lit. Unlike the magical lamps in the Viscount's residence, the solitary window offered scant illumination, which explained the pervasive gloom. Candles and oil lamps were only lit at night. As Claire ventured further into the house, he began to discern a semblance of light emanating from the central area, where a hollowed ceiling allowed ample sunlight to filter through. This space served as both the kitchen and a storage area for miscellaneous items. Claire's gaze drifted toward Yuna's mother, whom he had previously treated for an ailment. He smiled and nodded in greeting. Your Grace. The joy in her voice surpassed even that of seeing her daughter. Approaching Claire, she expressed her gratitude. Yuna has told me that it was you who saved me during my illness. I have long sought the opportunity to thank you, but I only managed to convey my appreciation through Yuna. Claire waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling matter. Yuna has mentioned that she has been diligently working at the Viscount's estate. Upon hearing Claire's commendation, Yuna lowered her head shyly. The memory of being caught pilfering squid strips from the kitchen still fresh in her mind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yuna's mother repeated these words, her limited vocabulary leaving her at a loss as to how to adequately express her gratitude. Mother, the young master has come to ask you something, Yuna interjected, taking her mother's hand. Your Grace, is there something you require? Please, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist. Claire couldn't help but chuckle at the resolute demeanor of Yuna's mother as he retrieved the squid strips from his pocket. These squid strips are your handiwork, are they not? He inquired. Yuna's mother glanced at Yuna, who wore a puzzled expression, and nodded. Yes. What of it? Is it common for many to prepare squid strips like these? Claire asked. Indeed, when taxes were high, squid was inexpensive, leading many to purchase it to make dried squid as sustenance. While it may not be filling, it is certainly better than having nothing to eat. Squid is quite prevalent in Nafu, is that correct? Indeed, one can typically find it at any fish market. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate the preparation process for me? Claire requested. That should be no problem, though is there a difficulty? No. Simply that we have no squid at home. Claire was taken aback. Isn't your husband a fisherman? How is it that you have no squid? Generally, the catch is sold at the market. Fresh squid spoils quickly. We usually dry it to make squid strips, and what Yuna holds is our last stock. Yuna's mother then began her preparations, extracting the innards from the squid, boiling water, and placing the squid strips within to cook. She meticulously scraped the skin clean, seasoned it with salt and spices, and after a few minutes of marinating, placed it in a hot iron pan to dry. In just over 10 minutes, the squid had shriveled into a compact form. Next, she tore the squid into strips, boiled them again, drained the excess water, and added more seasoning. A plate of squid strips was then presented to Claire. Your Grace, Please try this, Yuna's mother urged. Since it has been grilled. The flavor is not as good as the air-dried version, but it has a nice chewiness. Claire nodded appreciatively and compared it to the squid strips he had received from Yuna. While the differences were subtle, they were discernible upon closer examination. How many days would it take to produce something akin to what Yuna has eaten? Claire inquired. 3 to 4 days, but we do not usually dry them specifically. My husband only dries the excess catch that we cannot consume. After observing the preparation process, Claire gained insight into the production and yield of squid strips. Numerous parts of the squid could be utilized, though the final product would shrink considerably. You may spend more time with your mother. There is no rush, Claire suggested. Reagan, come here. Reagan hurried over. What is it, young master? Post a notice. The Viscount's estate is seeking to purchase a substantial quantity of air-dried squid strips, with a preference for the highest quality. Master, why do you need so much? We cannot consume that many squid strips. Reagan assumed Claire was simply craving them. It is not for consumption. Just ensure it is done. I have my reasons. As for the pricing, the market would establish a fair range, leaving no cause for concern on Claire's part, who had no intention of squandering money. This initiative aimed to provide stable work for women within the Viscount's territory engaged in the production of squid strips. As long as their products met the required standards, he would purchase them, akin to the family workshops of yore. They would handle the production while managing sales, effectively becoming their own employees, albeit shouldering the associated risks. However, Claire held considerable confidence in this culinary venture, primarily due to its delightful flavor and the absence of such delicacies in the capital, ensuring its marketability. Chapter 65. Dare to sell here and build a market. Claire placed his index finger on a corner of the eastern district of the Nafa city map. The architect scratched his head, acknowledging it was feasible, but inquired about the nature of a market. My lord, what exactly is a market? Claire was not surprised. Due to the previous aristocratic monopoly, Nafa City lacked private enterprises. In contrast, other developed cities boasted well-established market systems. If fish were not sold to seafood shops, they would struggle to find buyers. Anyone daring enough to set up a stall would surely be apprehended within 10 minutes. Such was the state of affairs in Nafa City before Claire's arrival. Selling to seafood merchants meant that the bargaining power lay not with the fishermen, but with the shop owners. If you think the price is low, then don't sell. Go and see where else in Nafa City you can sell your goods besides here. Not only fish, but also other commodities like wheat had to be sold to shops owned by the local nobility, contributing to their immense wealth. Do not assume this system is unreasonable. Remember, it was only during the reform and opening up of the 1990s that the country permitted private enterprises. Before that, even setting up a stall could lead to arrest. A marketplace is a designated space where buyers and sellers come together to engage in trade. A place where all subjects can trade freely. Just follow the blueprint I provided, Claire instructed, handing over the plan design. The architect examined the plans, finding them quite simple compared to the complexity of a sewage system. A few days to complete? About 2 days, he replied. Very well, get to work. Claire dismissed the architect and called Reagan over, instructing him to relocate all the shops under his command to the eastern district of Nafa City. The northern district was designated as the industrial zone, and Claire envisioned the eastern district as a trade hub, perfectly suited for those shops. Although the profitability of his shops would significantly decrease once the market was established, Claire had never sought to exploit the impoverished. His target was the wealthy nobility, whose casual expenditures in the royal city far surpassed the combined wealth of all his subjects. Who else would he exploit? Shortly after noon, Reagan reported, Young master, Lord Sean has arrived. Oh, Claire exclaimed, surprised. He quickly stood up. It had been less than a week since his caravan had departed. Where is he now? He is already waiting in the parlor, Reagan replied. I shall go at once. Claire set aside his spellbook and made his way to the parlor. Upon entering, Sean stood up, exclaiming, My lord, it has been a while. Claire approached and gestured, Please, have a seat. He sank into the sofa himself. Sean resumed his seat, his face adorned with a familiar smile, and then produced 7 sheets of paper, laying them before Claire. What is this? Claire inquired, puzzled. These are the deeds for the shops in the royal city and the other 6 major cities. As previously agreed, you shall receive 70% while I take 30. Sean explained. Claire raised an eyebrow, surprised by Sean's acumen. He had only mentioned that the profits from the iodized salt would be divided 70-30 and had not specified the shop's profits. Yet, Sean had included them in the profit division. Nevertheless, Claire did not refuse. He glanced over the documents before storing them in his spatial ring. He would soon be a noble with interests in the royal city. He took the amethyst card in hand, appreciating its feel. He was familiar with Temi Bank, as most of the Griffin family's wealth had been deposited there. The amethyst card was exclusive to those with deposits exceeding 1 million gold coins, and Claire's 32,000 must have been facilitated by Sean's family connections. Has everything gone smoothly in the royal city? Claire asked. Indeed, everything unfolded as you anticipated. Once word spread, the wealthy nobles in the royal city rushed to purchase our iodized salt, driving the price of a single box up to 500 gold coins, which was quite unexpected. Sean replied. With the success of iodized salt in the royal city, other shops had opened successfully as well, selling the 10 tons previously imported. So, are you here to procure more goods? Claire inquired, resting his chin on his hand, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Sean shook his head. There has been an issue. Elaborate, Claire urged. A competing product has emerged in the royal city, also selling iodized salt at a price significantly lower than ours. Posing a threat to our market, Sean explained. Claire's pupils narrowed as he murmured, so soon? He had anticipated that his iodized salt would eventually be replicated by the noble salt merchants, but had not expected them to act so swiftly. Within a month, they had already deciphered the source of his iodized salt. However, it was not surprising. The potential for immense profits could drive them to desperate measures. In a world of magic, they could easily hire a high mage for tens of thousands of gold coins, or even spend hundreds of thousands on a magic engineer to analyze the differences between their salt and his iodized salt, subsequently deducing the necessary ingredients. What does this mean? Nothing significant. You haven't lowered your prices, have you? The price of the iodized salt we received later was reduced from 100 gold coins to around 80, and we have maintained that price range since, Sean replied. What are they charging? 3 to 4 gold coins. They truly dare to sell at that price. The cost for a pound is less than 10 copper coins, Claire chuckled. He predicted that the price would inevitably decline further. Claire estimated the true cost of iodized salt to be around 13 to 14 copper coins. Any higher, and ordinary citizens would find it unaffordable. What should we do? Seeing Claire's calm demeanor eased Sean's anxiety. It's simple. Do you have any contacts in the royal palace? Chapter 66. Comparison. This simplifies matters. Claire retrieved a box of salt from her spatial ring and opened it, pushing it forward. This was freshly produced refined salt. As fine as sand and as white as snow, she explained. Sean dipped his finger in and tasted it, then inquired, what distinguishes it from the iodized salt previously available? There is no significant difference, merely an additional process that grinds the salt even finer, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Claire tapped the table, urging, establish connections within the palace to supply this batch of salt there. The cost is inconsequential. Free supply is acceptable as well. Sean set down the salt and requested, please elaborate. Transform this batch into royal exclusive salt, setting its retail price at 1,000 gold coins. Sean frowned, remarking, ISNT 1,000 gold coins rather exorbitant? Claire chuckled, this salt is not intended for mere sale. If someone wishes to purchase it, then we shall sell it. Ha ha ha. Similarly, many deem iodized salt priced at 70 to 80 gold coins to be costly, yet once compared, the royal exclusive iodized salt is priced at 1,000 gold coins, thus creating a sense of balance and rendering 70 to 80 gold coins more reasonable. First, we elevate our product to royal exclusivity, enhancing its status, thereby distinguishing it from the ordinary iodized salt available outside. Nobles are inclined to pursue items that are unique, as it underscores their distinction from the common folk. Should our iodized salt be affordable to those of lesser status, they would lose interest, believing it unworthy of their noble identity. The title of royal exclusive caters to their vanity, creating a clear distinction between themselves and lesser nobles or commoners. They would undoubtedly refrain from purchasing iodized salt readily available outside, opting only for our establishment's offering. The iodized salt priced at 1,000 gold coins serves not for direct sale, but as a comparative measure. In contrast, the iodized salt priced at 70 to 80 gold coins appears quite reasonable, and they are not averse to spending a little extra. Next, we shall design 2 lower price tiers for iodized salt, targeting the middle and lesser nobility, as well as merchants and petite bourgeoisie within the capital. While they may hesitate to spend 70 to 80 gold coins, a price point of 20 to 30 gold coins would entice them, as it allows them to feel they are purchasing a brand befitting the upper nobility. Similarly, a lower tier priced at 5 to 6 gold coins would appeal to those aspiring to emulate a noble lifestyle. Do not underestimate the efficacy of such strategies. Countless precedents exist from my past life, though Claire's poverty had always thwarted the capitalist schemes. As Sean listened, he nodded, increasingly admiring Claire's acumen. Of course, this alone is insufficient. We must invest in advertising. What kind of advertisement? Claire rapped the table, announcing, the iodized salt from Nafacheng possesses the optimal iodine ratio, aligning perfectly with human dietary needs. Sean's eyes sparkled with excitement. This subtly indicates that the iodized salt sold outside does not offer the best ratio nor satisfy human iodine requirements, correct? Indeed. Distinguishing our iodized salt from others cannot rely solely on price. We must present something uniquely compelling. This is akin to the advertising of air conditioning brands in my former life, where Gree touted its core technology. Such slogans propelled their sales. As the average consumer remained oblivious to the intricacies of core technology, yet instinctively perceived that brand as superior. Likewise, these nobles will not delve into the nuances of iodine ratios. Simply instilling the notion that iodized salt from Nafacheng surpasses that available elsewhere will prompt them to willingly part with their gold, both showcasing their noble status and avoiding the feeling of paying a foolish tax on intelligence. The wooden boxes for the iodized salt must also undergo transformation. The salt inside remains unchanged. No need for alteration. Merely the exterior packaging will suffice. I will instruct the carpenters to create 2 designs for boxes that are less ornate than the previous one, but the royal exclusive box must be crafted by specialized artisans, as the current conditions in Nafacheng do not permit such luxuries. Understood. Sean licked his lips, suggesting, I might as well commission a goldsmith to create a bespoke box. Sean did not anticipate significant sales from the royal exclusive box, yet it was essential to maintain an impressive faade. After absorbing Claire's insights, he felt invigorated, acknowledging that every conversation with her yielded valuable knowledge, one of the reasons for his admiration. By the way, I have a new product to showcase in the store. Sean's interest piqued. What product? Claire gestured for Yuna to present her squid strips on a plate, lamenting that not many had been collected yet, thus requiring her to make do. What is this? Sean asked, puzzled. A seaside delicacy. Give it a try, Claire encouraged. Then I shall not hold back. Sean picked one up and began to savor the flavor of the squid strips. Once he had finished, Claire inquired, how does it taste? Having traveled extensively, Sean had sampled many culinary delights and had a discerning palate. The flavor is delightful. It should sell well, he assessed objectively. What price do you think it should command? Claire asked. Sean pondered for a moment, suggesting perhaps a price of 10 or so copper coins per pound, as that seems to be the standard for similar snacks in the capital. Claire shook her head. No, it should be priced at 5 silver coins per pound. That price seems rather exaggerated, Sean exclaimed in astonishment. Not exaggerated, but just right, Claire replied softly. Have you forgotten who our clientele is? For instance, when shopping at a supermarket, if you see an ice cream priced over 30 coins, regardless of its visual appeal, you would hesitate to spend such an amount. However, if you were dining at a fine restaurant and encountered ice cream at a similar price, you would not object to paying 30 coins for a taste. Is there a difference in value between the two? Not at all. 30 coins remain 30 coins, irrespective of context. Yet, with comparison, if those individuals are willing to spend dozens of gold coins on iodized salt, it indicates they are indifferent to spending an additional 5 silver coins on a taste of squid strips. Comparatively, 5 silver coins is merely a trifling sum next to dozens of gold coins. However, if we position the squid strips against those cheaper snacks outside, where they are priced at 10 or so copper coins, why would anyone pay 5 silver coins for ours? It would be a wonder if we made any sales. Sean, astute and perceptive, grasped Claire's underlying message immediately. This is a bit of my personal ambition, Claire admitted. It is indeed aimed at helping the citizens of Nafacheng increase their income. This endeavor is not about profit for Sean's business. Chapter 67. Rewards. What else is there? Claire inquired, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. Lady Sophia, the Countess of the Auguste family, intends to collaborate with us in selling the items from our shop. Oh, what does she have to offer? Claire expressed her surprise. As a family primarily engaged in commerce, she should be on par with my father and thus not interested in our small ventures. Yet, she has reached out to me, expressing a desire for cooperation. What advantages does she possess? Her shops are scattered throughout the kingdom, and it is said that Temi Bank is among her affiliates. If we were to connect with her, we could significantly reduce our costs and increase our profits. Sean, sensing Claire's confusion, elaborated. If we aspire to establish a shop in every city within the kingdom, it would entail considerable expenses. Therefore, why not collaborate? Claire shrugged. As long as it leads to profit, why not? Sean chuckled. I share your sentiment. But as the major shareholder of the store, I sought your opinion first. In a few days, I shall personally venture to the capital, bringing along our new merchandise. For items like squid strips, I can arrange for their transport without troubling the noble lord. A mysterious smile danced upon Claire's lips, not just squid strips. Sean's eyes widened in surprise. Could there be new products? With a snap of her fingers, Yuna appeared, presenting 2 bowls of soup before Sean. What is this? Try it first and see if you notice any difference, Claire said with a subtle smile. Observing Claire's feigned mystery, Sean took a spoonful of the first bowl, savoring the flavor, yet found it unremarkable. He then dipped the spoon into the second bowl, and upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. Eagerly, he scooped another spoonful into his mouth. It tastes so fresh, Sean exclaimed. At that moment, Claire retrieved a brand new wooden box from her spatial ring and slid it across the table to Sean, introducing it. This is monosodium glutamate. Having already produced iodized salt, Claire certainly would not overlook the creation of this seasoning, which is merely extracted from kelp and not overly labor-intensive. Is this what made the soup so delicious? Indeed. How do you wish to price it? Claire replied nonchalantly. Sean grinned. The same price as iodized salt. After being enlightened by Claire's thoughts, he had transformed into a shrewd merchant adept at capitalizing on the nobility. Why bother with the meager earnings from the poor when one could swiftly reap the wealth of the aristocrats? Very well, but it has yet to be mass-produced. I will ensure to bring it with me to the capital, he affirmed. Sounds perfect. 2 days later, the market in the Eastern District was finally completed, attracting a multitude of onlookers. Claire had previously instructed Reagan to promote the event, yet the crowd remained hesitant, standing outside with no one daring to set up a stall within. Is this truly a market? It feels different from the shops, one murmured. All the shops have relocated here. From now on, if we wish to purchase goods, we must come here, another added. The noble lord has issued an announcement that free trade is permitted here, eliminating the need to sell our goods in shops, where we often receive less for our wares. Someone explained. Is that so? Then why is no one selling? Are you foolish? Let us wait and see. We'll enter once others do. What if something goes wrong? This market is unprecedented in Nafa City. The announcement came from the noble lord. Do you doubt him? Of course, I trust the noble lord, but with him absent, I feel uneasy. Let us wait for others to go first. It's a safer approach. Reagan, observing the crowd hesitating outside the market, felt a pang of frustration. The young master has sacrificed considerable profit for you, yet you remain so timid. It only requires 3 copper coins to set up a stall. Reagan shouted, his voice echoing. Upon hearing that entry required an upfront payment of 3 copper coins, the crowd recoiled further, retreating a few steps. They were reluctant to spend money they had yet to earn. Ultimately, it was Claire's absence that rendered Reagan ineffective. Had she been present, the crowd would have eagerly paid the fee without hesitation. With a pained expression, Reagan quickly instructed his subordinates to fetch the young master from the noble estate. Understood. One responded, hastily mounting a carriage toward the noble estate. Among the crowd stood a woman, hesitating with 2 baskets of produce. As a single mother, she relied on foraging to sell in Nafa City. However, shop prices were consistently low, often leaving her unable to afford a decent meal. Thus, she had eagerly awaited the market's establishment. Yet, now that the day had come, no one dared to enter. Despite her firm belief in the noble lord's policies, she felt intimidated by the multitude, unwilling to be the first to step forward. After scanning the area for a while, she still found no one willing to enter. Unbeknownst to her, the low purchasing prices were deliberately set by Claire, aimed at attracting more individuals to the market. As the crowd continued to murmur, the woman gripped her basket tighter, her knuckles turning white as if to muster the resolve to approach Reagan. She closed her eyes and turned away from the crowd, making her way toward him. Here are 3 copper coins. Her voice was barely a whisper. After handing the coins to Reagan, she hurried inside the market, scarcely daring to listen to the conversations outside. The crowd outside buzzed with chatter. Someone has gone in. Yes, but that doesn't guarantee anyone will buy from her. True. I was about to enter as well, but your words have made me reconsider. It's too early. I prefer to shop at the stores. Me too. Listening to the discussions, the woman lowered her head further, wrestling with whether the 3 copper coins she spent were worth it. Gradually, the chatter outside fell into silence. Yet she remained too afraid to look up, fearing the mocking faces of those who might scorn her naivety, until a gentle voice broke through. How much for this corn? Having kept her head down, she had not noticed the customer approaching, and her inexperience left her flustered. Quickly raising her head, she stammered, "Ah, this corn is 3 for a copper coin. If you buy more, I can give you a few extra." Noble lord. Realization dawned upon her. The reason for the hushed voices was the arrival of the noble lord. "Very well," Claire said casually, picking up 3 ears of corn and producing 3 gleaming gold coins. Placing them in her hand, the onlookers outside gaped at the sight of the 3 gold coins, most of them having never encountered such wealth in their lives. Before they could react, Claire mounted her wolf king and departed, leaving behind a stunned woman and an awestruck crowd. Half a minute after Claire's departure, the crowd finally reacted and rushed toward Reagan. "Lord Reagan, here are my 3 copper coins. I am determined to set up my stall. These are my 3 copper coins. No one shall hinder me. Do you have anything to sell? Then you should enter and set up your stall. I am resolute. I shall occupy a space." Who was it that said to come back after some time? I had every intention of going in, had you not obstructed me. I would have been the first to enter the market and earn the reward from the esteemed Viscount. The market has become lively since Claire's departure. Chapter 68. A heavy burden and a long road. "Good morning, big brother," merrily exclaimed as she skipped into the Viscount's estate, her backpack bouncing on her back. Claire, momentarily distracted from the arcane tome before him, turned his gaze toward Merrily. Since the commencement of the school term, she had been boarding at the institution, and it had been quite some time since he last saw her. A smile graced his lips. "Is school out for the weekend?" Merrily rushed to Claire's side, nodding vigorously. "Yes, today is the weekend, and school is over." Claire rose from his chaise lounge, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What have you learned at school?" "I've learned so much. I can now perform addition and subtraction," Merrily declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "I have a question for you. If you have 3 apples, and there are 4 children in front of you, how can you divide them so that no one feels resentful?" Merrily bit her finger, her brow furrowed in confusion. "This is multiplication and division, right? The teacher said we would learn that next week. I don't know how to do it. Please tell me the answer, big brother." Closing his magical book, Claire replied, "If it were me, I would eat 2 apples and present the remaining 1, saying, 'Whoever wins shall have this apple.'" Merrily tilted her head, a myriad of question marks swirling in her mind. Is that multiplication and division? Claire seized the opportunity to playfully tousle her hair once more. "I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Go play instead." Still bewildered, Merrily placed her backpack on the desk beside Claire. "I'll leave my bag here. I'm going to clean the floor now." Claire made no attempt to stop her, knowing that such a trivial task wouldn't tire her out. He resumed his reading, but was soon distracted by the sound of hooves clattering outside. "Good day, my lord." A voice greeted him. Kron, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and hurriedly dismounted, approaching with a light jog. "Everything is going well. Isn't this what you wished for?" Claire encouraged him. "Yes." Kron nodded enthusiastically, never having imagined that the man he met just the other day would change his fortune. "Please call Merrily out." "Certainly. Farewell, my lord." "Goodbye, big brother." Merrily waved her hands energetically as she departed, and Claire reciprocated the gesture with a smile. After Merrily's exit, Claire had barely turned a few pages when another figure emerged from the Viscount's residence, capturing his attention. "Where are you headed, Una?" Claire casually set his magical book aside. "I'm off," he said, waving cheerfully. Once Una left, Claire lost his desire to continue reading. He stowed the tome in his spatial ring, stretched, and decided to take a stroll. He summoned the Wolf King, who, after days of training, had become quite obedient, rushing to him at the call. As Claire leaned against the Wolf King's back and stepped out of the Viscount's gates, a voice halted him. "My lord, wait a moment." Claire immediately turned to find a familiar woman approaching, though she seemed a bit intimidated by the imposing Wolf King. Nevertheless, she courageously closed the distance. "You're the one from the market yesterday," Claire recalled, and she nodded vigorously, surprised that he remembered her. "What brings you to me?" Claire inquired, slightly taken aback. "Those 3 gold coins are of no consequence to me. You may keep them." However, the woman shook her head adamantly. "When I received those 3 gold coins yesterday, my heart raced. Upon reflection, I realized I could not accept them. Although they would greatly assist me, I fear that if I take them, I might lose the motivation to strive further." Her face brightened with a smile as she continued. "Moreover, after you bought from me, many others came to purchase as well, and I sold everything quickly. I have been waiting here since dawn to return these 3 gold coins to you." "How is the market faring?" Claire asked. "Very well. Thank you, my lord," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she produced 3 silver coins from her pocket. This is what I earned in just 2 days of selling, something I could never have imagined before. Thank you. Thank you, she repeated, tears welling in her eyes. I can finally buy my children the black sugar that everyone else can afford. They are so considerate and never ask for such things, but what child doesn't love sweets? They can only watch and swallow their saliva when others enjoy them. Claire took a deep breath, contemplating whether to consult Reagan about leasing shops in the Eastern District. He wasn't sure if she would understand, but he had already hinted at it, leaving it to her intuition to grasp the opportunity. His plan was to robustly develop the trade zone in the Eastern District, converting most of his shops into wholesale businesses that would supply goods at lower prices to local merchants, while leasing out the storefronts. The first 3 months would be rent-free to encourage private enterprise. This strategy resembled the reform policies of the 1990s in his former life. As long as one followed the trend, profit was inevitable. Thus, he had offered the woman a chance at prosperity, which could extend to all residents of Nafacheng, provided they recognized and seized the opportunity. Currently, Nafacheng was predominantly populated by the impoverished, failing to stimulate the city's growth. The first step was to cultivate a middle class, merchants and skilled professionals, among whom the trade zone in the Eastern District would play a strategic role. Not knowing if she understood, the woman expressed her gratitude profusely before departing the Viscount's estate. As he watched her retreating figure, Claire couldn't help but reflect, despite some achievements. The journey ahead remains arduous and long. Chapter 69. Objective: the capital. After departing from the Viscount's residence, Claire pondered for a moment, realizing there seemed to be nowhere else to go. Given his status, venturing into the marketplace would likely cause a commotion, and the military camp was currently on holiday. Contemplating his options, he decided to visit Rona's hospital to see how the seed he had given her was faring. The Wolf King, while traversing the city, did not dare to sprint too swiftly. Although it wouldn't collide with anyone, it could certainly startle passers-by. Meandering towards the hospital, Claire noticed pedestrians halting their steps to greet him upon sighting his presence. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Viscount. Long live the Viscount." As he approached a bustling area, Claire gradually overheard snippets of their conversations. "Look, that's the Viscount's steed. I'm not blind. The person lying atop is indeed the Viscount himself. Do you think the Viscount is so fatigued that he has fallen asleep? Let us lower our voices. By the way, what are you off to do? Going to night school? Huh. ISNT night school only in the evening? It's broad daylight now. What do you know? These past days I've been diligently studying, and now I can almost recognize and write common phrases in the universal language. The midday session is for arithmetic." I had no idea. I attended night school for a few days but stopped. But what is the use of learning arithmetic? What do you understand? The courses offered by the Viscount are undoubtedly beneficial. I've already mastered the multiplication table. It may come in handy someday. Listening to their exchange, Claire tilted his head slightly, observing the two individuals. Sometimes, it is not about seizing opportunities but rather having the ability to grasp them when they present themselves. Claire's introduction of arithmetic classes was indeed aimed at nurturing the first generation of merchants in Nafa City. He could not lift everyone in his territory as if they were helpless infants. The opportunity was given, and it was up to the individuals below to seize it. The journey to the hospital was not far, and soon, Claire arrived on the scene atop the Wolf King. Dismounting, he pressed his thumb against his index finger, producing a perplexing sound. "By you." The Wolf King looked at Claire with a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning his behavior. "Stay still, don't wander off. If someone bumps into you, just call out." The Wolf King shook his head dismissively and lay down on the ground. As Claire approached the hospital entrance, a man with a bandaged hand emerged. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Viscount." The man quickly acknowledged. Claire nodded in response. "Is your arm healed?" "That's good. Common ailments and injuries are relatively easy to treat. But when it comes to silver knights like Hant, or even bronze knights who can casually wield battle energy, healing becomes significantly more complicated. Their bodies have diverged greatly from those of ordinary folk, necessitating advanced potions for effective treatment. Magicians are no exception." Once the man had walked away, Claire entered the hospital. The interior remained lush with greenery, and upon stepping inside, he felt a refreshing coolness. Rona looked up with wide eyes at Claire standing in the doorway, opened her mouth, and said, "Claire, you." "Thank you. You're welcome," he replied, but she frowned and shook her head in dissatisfaction. Claire quickly established a mental connection. "Are those 3 words what you just learned? What were you about to say?" "I wanted to ask why you came." Claire teased. "I came to see how well you've learned the universal language." Rona's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation, You're mocking me again." She then grabbed a cup from the table and hurled it at him. Claire deftly sidestepped and caught the cup's handle with a fluid motion. For a mage of his mental acuity, it was hardly a challenge. "I've already learned over a dozen words. Just give me some more time, and I'll surely master it." "I came here to see how that seed is growing," Claire stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. "It can now be confirmed as a magical plant, though its growth is exceedingly slow. Follow me, and you shall see." Rona led Claire to the backyard, a small courtyard primarily used for cultivating herbs she had gathered from outside. In the corner, Rona pointed to a tree nearly her height, saying, "This is the tree that sprouted from that black seed. I've tested its leaves and roots, and they possess no special properties. The magic is likely contained within its fruit. Is this what you call slow growth?" Claire marveled at the tree, which stood taller than him. Considering he had given the seed to Rona less than a week ago, "It is quite slow. I use elven magic daily to stimulate its growth. Had it been any other tree, it would have already reached great heights by now, yet it remains a sapling. Wouldn't you agree it's slow?" After Rona's explanation, Claire scrutinized the little tree once more. Its exterior bore no peculiarities, but he could sense the flowing magic within its roots, confirming its nature as a magical plant without a doubt. "When will it bear fruit?" Claire inquired. Rona pondered for a moment, "Perhaps in about 20 days. I cannot ascertain the exact timing." "That is just about right. I need to step out soon." Upon hearing Claire's words, Rona's emotions exhibited a noticeable shift. Claire asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" As soon as he spoke, Claire chuckled inwardly, thinking how this felt akin to a business venture. "What do you mean by running a business?" Rona queried, intrigued. How many words of the universal language do you know? Let me test you. Is there a connection to this?" Rona was still adjusting to the sudden shift in topic. Claire responded promptly, "Of course. The more words you know in the universal language, the better you'll understand what running a business entails. I feel like you're trying to deceive me. Our minds are still connected," Rona said, hands on her hips, standing on tiptoe to confront him. "With your intelligence, could I possibly deceive you?" Rona furrowed her brow, lost in thought. He had a point with her cleverness. It was unlikely she would be easily fooled, yet the emotions conveyed through their mental connection were distinctly askew. Chapter 70. The Magic Academy. Having departed from Nafa City for 2 or 3 days, Claire found himself drawing ever closer to the royal capital. At this moment, he lay comfortably within his carriage, accompanied solely by the Wolf King, who was reluctant to walk and had been unceremoniously kicked off the carriage by Claire. Behind him trailed a procession of carts, all driven by the chosen teamsters from his previous merchant establishment, laden with glutamate, snacks, and wooden boxes. The journey was devoid of any guards, for Claire possessed several 4th-tier magical scrolls within his spatial ring, rendering him unperturbed by the prospect of bandits. Should a high-level sorcerer attempt to rob him, he would simply resign to his misfortune. After all, one who has attained such mastery should not resort to petty thievery. Moreover, the value of his entire caravan scarcely reached a sum of 100,000 gold coins, a paltry amount compared to the exorbitant fees demanded by other sorcerers for such endeavors. As they approached the royal capital, the number of horses and caravans increased, thereby enhancing their safety. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing Claire to sit up abruptly. The driver outside explained in a fluster, "My lord, there is a strange bird in the sky." Claire pulled back the curtain and leaned out, gazing upward. With his keen discernment, he quickly recognized the creature as a luminary bird, the mode of transport for the Magic Academy in the royal capital. Spanning over 200 meters in wingspan, it could effortlessly carry hundreds of passengers. It was said to be a hybrid created by a magus of the Academy, known for its swift speed but lack of offensive capabilities, thus relegated to transport duties. However, such creatures were not affordable for the average individual, and Claire's current financial standing rendered him incapable of maintaining one. Furthermore, the aerial threat posed by such a weak creature was considerable, necessitating the presence of a high-level sorcerer to fend off attacks from other airborne beasts. "Let us proceed without concern," Claire instructed as he lowered the curtain. After nearly half a day of travel, he finally beheld the gates of the royal capital, which loomed like a small mountain, far grander than Nafa City. Upon reaching the gates, Claire dismounted and mounted the Wolf King, as the goods destined for the capital would undergo several layers of scrutiny. He entrusted the task to his subordinates, intending for Sean to send someone to collect the cargo later. The guards stationed at the city gates paid little heed to the Wolf King beneath Claire, as they were accustomed to the sight of nobles riding exotic magical beasts. However, the captain of the guard politely addressed Claire, saying, "Esteemed Lord Viscount, your mount must be subjected to certain regulations to enter the royal capital." Claire nodded in acknowledgement and conveyed to the Wolf King to comply. "Do you see those guards? Their strength is at the silver level, and their captain is a knight of golden rank, capable of cleaving you in two with a single stroke. Thus, exercise caution within the capital and avoid causing trouble, understood?" The Wolf King emitted a low whine before obediently donning a metallic collar designed to release electric magic to incapacitate it should it become aggressive. The royal capital was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was more populous, while the inner city was home to wealthy merchants and nobles, with the outer city hosting a greater number of ordinary residents. Notably, 4 out of 5 churches were located in the outer city, including the principal cathedral of the royal capital, and nearly half of the extensive grounds of the Magic Academy sprawled within the outer city. There were no significant architectural barriers between the two cities. The residents of the royal capital had developed a communal sense of territoriality. Sean's shop was situated within the inner city, and as Claire rode the Wolf King into this area, he immediately sensed the stark contrast between the two cities, akin to stepping from a residential area into a bustling commercial district. It seems I forgot to inquire where Sean's shop is located," Claire mused, scratching his head. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that such a renowned establishment could easily be located with a simple query. His gaze fell upon a girl seemingly waiting for someone ahead. "Excuse me, do you happen to know where I can purchase iodized salt?" As Claire approached, he noticed the girl possessed cat ears, prompting him to think, "A cat girl? Could you kindly inform me where the iodized salt shop is?" He reiterated. The cat girl, noticing Claire's attire, broke into a sweet smile and pointed towards a nearby tavern. "No need to rush. Let us have a drink first, and afterward, I shall personally escort you there." Claire was taken aback. Had he just encountered a tavern baiter upon entering the royal capital? "I'm afraid I cannot drink, as I am not of age," he replied, declining her invitation. "Oh, but dear young master, it will be just the two of us. No one else will know," she said, casting a flirtatious glance at him while leaning forward, revealing ample skin. Claire felt his lips twitch and discreetly kicked the Wolf King to urge it to move on. He had no desire to be ensnared by this half-beast. "I am allergic to alcohol," Claire stated flatly. The cat girl stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. "There are other activities we could engage in besides drinking. One can become intoxicated on juice as well, you know." The Wolf King displayed a fierce demeanor, causing her to retreat a few steps. As Claire's mount, it was keenly aware of its master's disinterest. "Please step aside, or my companion may bite," Claire warned. Realizing she could not ensnare him, the cat girl huffed in frustration, stomping her foot before stepping aside. Watching Claire's retreating figure, she muttered, "It usually works on other young boys. Why is this one so resistant?" The status of half-beasts in the royal capital was not particularly high, often relegated to the role of slaves. Claire had previously heard of a noble who had purchased numerous half-beasts to establish a brothel. Although some had eventually gained a measure of freedom, they typically engaged in menial labor. The cat girl Claire encountered earlier was likely a tavern baiter, enticing unsuspecting patrons into taverns, only for them to discover exorbitant expenses upon settling their bills, often vanishing when the time came for the next step. These baiters were astute in selecting their targets, typically avoiding locals and instead preying on newcomers seeking revelry without a solid foundation. It was evident that the cat girl had viewed Claire as a prime target. Had he been a local, he would hardly have needed to ask for directions. Chapter 71. Relentless enthusiasm. The citizens of the royal capital are quite pragmatic. Ultimately, Claire expended a silver coin to enlist the services of a guide, who led him to the iodine salt shop. As he had previously mentioned to Sean, this was a bustling thoroughfare, adorned with resplendent shops lining the street. The passers-by resembled those in the pedestrian streets of his former life, their attire meticulously curated, distinctly different from that of the common folk. "Young master, are you here to purchase iodine salt?" the guide inquired. To Claire's surprise, the man leaned closer and whispered, "I know of another place where iodine salt is sold. Although its quality may not match that of what you find here, the price is considerably lower." Claire inwardly chuckled. Even the vendors of iodine salt acknowledged that their goods were inferior to those available at his preferred shop. "Oh, where is this iodine salt sold?" he asked. "The iodine salt from Auburn City is available. They have been producing salt for quite some time and have now developed a new type of iodine salt," the man replied. "And what is the price?" "Only 50 silver coins for the same quantity as here," he smiled. Claire scoffed internally, still clinging to the hope that 50 silver coins would suffice. "No, I am not interested in that, he stated, taking a step forward. Please don't leave. The man quickly blocked Claire's path. If I take you there, I can negotiate the price down to around 30 silver coins. Claire mused silently. To drop the price by 20 silver coins so effortlessly indicates that a decline is imminent. I prefer to buy the iodine salt from NAF City. I have no interest in any other, he resolutely responded. The man sighed. Having encountered many like Claire before, a reduction in price only made them more disdainful. He couldn't fathom why anyone would insist on purchasing such expensive iodine salt, while he himself was satisfied with the lower-priced options, though those did not align with his identity as a resident of the inner city. Surely, he could not be seen consuming what the commoners from the outer city consumed. Claire left the Wolf King outside, then pushed open the glass door of the shop and stepped inside. He felt somewhat out of place, as if he didn't recognize anyone. However, a shop attendant approached him. Sir, are you here to buy iodine salt? Before Claire could respond, the man with the small mustache interjected. Let me tell you, there is not a noble in the royal capital I do not know, and I have no recollection of him. He is likely just another pretentious merchant's offspring, able to purchase only the cheapest iodine salt here. You should not bother to ingratiate yourself with him. Just go fetch me a cup of tea. The attendant's lips twitched, but he maintained his politeness. Please wait a moment. I will bring you a drink shortly. Inwardly, he cursed the man, thinking, you've been sitting here all day without purchasing anything, and now you dare to chase away my customer. If not for your title of baron, I would have expelled you long ago. Turning back to Claire, the attendant forced a smile. Do not mind him. Regardless of what type of iodine salt you wish to purchase, you are our esteemed customer. However, Claire's curiosity was piqued. He turned and asked, you say I can only afford iodine salt worth 5 or 6 gold coins. What kind can you afford? The baron with the small mustache looked at Claire disdainfully and replied with a scoff. Humph, I can certainly afford the finest iodine salt. Can you? What is there that I cannot afford? How much is your most expensive iodine salt? The price today is 86 gold coins, the attendant explained. Typically, buyers do not opt for the iodine salt valued over 1,000 gold coins, so the priciest here is the one below that. Very well, I shall have 2 boxes. And one for this gentleman, Claire declared. Upon hearing this, the small mustached baron leapt to his feet in a fury, pointing at Claire and exclaiming, are you trying to humiliate me? Claire shrugged. You may interpret it that way. I'll have you know, I can afford it myself. I don't need you to buy for me. The baron was seething. Claire remained silent, surveying the man before him, particularly the emptiness of his hands, and chuckled softly. The insult was palpable, and the baron could hardly bear it, his face reddening as he stormed forward. The attendant swiftly intervened. Sir, we do not allow fighting in here. Internally, he reveled in the thought of someone finally putting the baron in his place, as he had scared off several other customers. Humph. The baron regained his composure and stroked his meticulously groomed mustache. I shall not lower myself to argue with someone like you. And what sort of person do you consider me? Someone who cannot afford more expensive iodine salt than you? Claire smiled. What do you mean? You think I cannot afford it? You may interpret it that way. Otherwise, why have you sat here for so long without any intention of making a purchase? Do you think this is a free tea shop? I'll tell you, I have plenty of money. Claire took a step back, gesturing towards the iodine salt on the counter, invitingly. Umph, I shall have 3 boxes of your finest iodine salt. The baron bellowed. Although he truly had no need for such extravagance, most barons typically purchased third-tier iodine salt priced at 20 or 30 coins. Nevertheless, as a noble, he could not afford to lose face. Claire's eyes sparkled with amusement. I will take 4 boxes. It's merely a few hundred gold coins, a trivial expense for me. He then cast a challenging glance at the baron. The baron was nearly beside himself with rage. I'll have 5 boxes. Do you truly believe you can outspend me? 6 boxes, Claire replied coolly. I'll take 7. The attendant struggled to contain his laughter as the two engaged in this escalating contest, with the real beneficiary being himself. Today's commission was guaranteed. What is contained in that golden box? Claire feigned ignorance, pointing to the most conspicuous golden box on display. This is the royal exclusive snow salt, priced at 1,000 gold coins, typically purchased only by the grand nobles within the city. Very well, I shall have 1 box of this royal exclusive, Claire said, casting a taunting glance at the small mustached baron. Have you lost your mind? 1,000 gold coins for a mere box of salt? You think it's expensive because you lack the means to afford it? Claire's lips curled into a smirk. Hey, I am a noble as well, a viscount, a genuine viscount. Do you have a fief? I do. He retorted. I'll take 2 boxes. Claire feigned curiosity. And what of your fief? Does it make you any more significant? I'm just a simple country bumpkin. The Baron trembled with indignation. I have been trading in the royal capital for so long. You might not even be wealthier than I. I'll have 3 boxes of snow salt. Having uttered those words, the Baron felt the sting in his conscience. Though 2,000 gold coins were not a crippling loss for him, it would certainly weigh heavily on his heart for quite some time. Had he known Claire was a viscount, he would have refrained from his snide remarks. However, it mattered little. This was the royal capital, not his domain, and he had no leverage over Claire. Claire observed the Baron's expression and deemed it sufficient. Pushing further would result in the Baron disregarding any concern for noble decorum when spending 5,000 gold coins. Very well, you may proceed with the payment. As the moment of payment arrived, the Baron hesitated, beginning to question whether spending 3,000 gold coins was truly worthwhile. Is it so? You were so fierce earlier. Yet now you falter? I suppose I will pay for my 2 boxes of snow salt first. Who said I cannot pay? I have plenty of money. After speaking, he took out a silver card from his spatial ring and handed it to the shopkeeper, deliberately waving it in front of Claire. This was a silver card exclusive to members of the Temi Bank. Feel free to use it. The shopkeeper, smiling brightly, eagerly retrieved the card and swiped it on the magical crystal at the counter, deducting 3,000 gold coins. Then, he handed 3 golden boxes containing snow salt along with the card to the man with the mustache. Sir, here are your goods. Please take them. As the man with the mustache held the 3 boxes of snow salt, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes as he contemplated which influential noble he should curry favor with, for he could not bear to consume them himself. Claire clapped her hands and said, quite impressive. Given that you spent 3,000 gold coins, I shall share a piece of information with you. Typically, when nobles seek to procure such items, they delegate the task to their stewards and would never make the journey themselves just to purchase a simple iodized salt. The mustachioed man's pupils constricted. What do you mean by that? Chapter 72. The Versailles Incident. What do you mean? The man with the little mustache rushed towards Claire, intending to grab him by the collar and demand answers. The shopkeeper attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. However, Claire was far quicker. He easily dodged a cup thrown by Rona, let alone the attack of an ordinary person. With a slight sidestep, he brushed past the man, causing him to stumble. Claire raised an eyebrow and asked, do you not understand what I meant? The little mustache man still wanted to advance, but the shopkeeper quickly blocked his path. Calm down. Fighting is not permitted in our store. Who do you think you are? Let go of me. The little mustache was furious. This shop belongs to the Anser family. Are you sure you want to cause a scene here? The shopkeeper had no choice but to invoke his employer's name. Upon hearing this, the little mustache finally calmed down. Although he considered himself a noble, he knew that if the Anser family were to be adversely affected, they could easily crush him with a mere finger. Breathing heavily, he continued to glare at Claire. You better clarify what you mean. Otherwise, we won't be finished. Claire shrugged helplessly, literally speaking. You came here to seek favor from a great noble, didn't you? However, typically, such high-profile individuals do not come in person. They usually send their stewards. If you truly wish to create a chance encounter, it would be more reliable to visit the finest restaurant in the capital. The little mustache's face turned pale and flushed. He knew that, but was still unable to go there. The top-tier restaurants had minimum spending requirements, and his entire fortune wouldn't even grant him the courage to enter. A single meal could easily equate to his annual income. He had only come to this newly opened shop, selling the unfamiliar product of iodized salt, in hopes of striking it lucky. You have no right to meddle. I have purchased my 3 boxes of salt. Have you bought yours? The little mustache glared at Claire. Claire paused for a moment, hesitating slightly. The little mustache interpreted this hesitation as a sign of weakness and laughed. Are you unable to afford it at all? Where did your bravado go? That is not the case. I simply do not find it worth my money, Claire chuckled. Boasting about your own purchase in front of me? If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have taken your 3,000 gold coins. Seeing Claire laugh only fueled the little mustache's anger. What are you laughing at? Creak. The glass door of the shop swung open as Sean entered, excitedly exclaiming, My lord, you are here. Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could send someone to greet you? The little mustache looked at Sean in surprise. He recognized him as the 3rd son of the Earl Anser and the owner of this shop. Lord Sean. He respectfully bowed in noble fashion. Who are you? Sean asked, puzzled. The little mustache, unfazed by the awkwardness, forced a smile and flattered. Nobles often forget. I am Baron Gustav. Oh, Sean replied dismissively, uncertain if he remembered. He then turned to Claire. My lord, Shall we talk inside? The little mustache was taken aback. He had not expected Claire to receive such treatment from Lord Sean, while he himself was ignored. Although he was not a particularly powerful noble, he held some renown in the capital. Why did this man deserve such respect? Lord Sean, he is merely a border viscount who cannot even afford iodized salt. Why do you treat him with such deference? The little mustache positioned himself between the two, knowing he would not have acted this way under normal circumstances. However, Sean's attitude towards Claire indicated that his identity was anything but ordinary, and he was still infuriated from their previous conversation. Claire casually produced a purple card from his spatial ring and waved it in front of the little mustache, saying softly, "I can afford iodized salt. I just find it unnecessary." The little mustache was speechless. That is a purple crystal card, only issued by the Termi Bank for deposits exceeding 1 million gold coins. At that moment, the little mustache felt a burning sensation on his face. This card was far more prestigious than his own silver card, and just moments ago, he had been boasting in front of Claire. Yet the next second, the little mustache shouted, "I don't believe it. It must be fake. If you are so wealthy, why did you let me win? You cannot afford these priceless iodized salts." Sean frowned and interjected, "The Lord is the ruler of Nafa City, a supplier of these iodized salts. He need not pay for his own goods." The little mustache looked at Claire in disbelief, rendered speechless. "You." Claire merely squinted and smiled, saying softly, "Thank you for your support of our shop's iodized salt. We welcome you to visit again." The little mustache immediately clutched his chest, feeling as if he would spit blood from anger. Sean nodded at the shopkeeper, who quickly understood and supported the nearly fainting little mustache, proclaiming loudly, "You have completed your purchase, right? Allow me to escort you out." The little mustache struggled, wanting to stay a while longer, but was forcibly dragged out of the shop and onto the street. He stood in disbelief at the shop's entrance, his mind in a haze, feeling the sunlight outside was too glaring. Back in the shop, the staff sighed in relief. Although they had heard their boss mention a major shareholder occupying 70% of the store's shares, they had not expected him to be so young. Thankfully, they had not left a bad impression, and they had sold 3 boxes of snow salt today, a significant profit. After leading Claire into the reception room, Sean returned with a cup of red tea, placing it in front of Claire. "Why would you waste time arguing with someone like that, my lord? Even if it generates revenue for the shop, I benefit as well. This transaction earned over 2,000 gold coins." Sean laughed heartily. "Enough of the bickering. I have already arranged for the seasoning and squid strips to be delivered to the capital. You can send someone to collect them." Sean nodded. "No problem. Now that I am in the capital, could you tell me more about Lady Sophia? She is someone from my father's generation, so I do not know much about her personally. However, I am somewhat familiar with her family. As I mentioned before, August and my family are in the business sector, covering a vast range. They are involved in nearly all businesses within the kingdom, mainly in national chain stores. Their family operates shops in nearly every city, selling goods from all over the kingdom. Thus, collaborating with her means we need not incur costs in establishing our own shops. Additionally, there are magic shops, one of the 3 giants of magic stores in the kingdom. The 3 giants of magic shops? Claire noted this detail. If Claire's current iodized salt industry was akin to a small fishing boat, then the opposing entity was a massive fishing vessel of tens of thousands of tons, an entirely different realm of existence. This could not merely be described as wealthy. Yes, the other 2 giants are my father and Prince Albert of the royal family. Claire, was I indicating a desire to inquire about the identities of the other 2? You are impressive. How unexpectedly you are able to indulge in a moment of subtle grandeur. Chapter 73. The perfect woman with a hint of resignation. Sean spread his hands. What can I say? My family has its roots in trade. Both my brothers have ventured into commerce and have successfully amassed their fortunes. They are now striving to establish their careers in several major cities. Your family's predicament seems rather unfortunate, Claire remarked. Not entirely, Sean replied. Fortunately, I crossed paths with you. Otherwise, I would have had to toil for several more years. I have delegated my trading responsibilities to others and am now primarily focused on the iodized salt sector. Once the monosodium glutamate arrives, I anticipate a commendable sales volume. Oh, after all, she is currently the head of their family, and their family's enterprises are quite extensive. In comparison to us, it feels like the chasm between a titan and an ant. I wonder why she has taken such an interest in us, going so far as to personally meet with me. Typically, such matters are delegated to subordinates. Sean was not so arrogant as to believe that her personal involvement stemmed solely from his status. Though his identity as the third son of the Ansar family was impressive, it paled in comparison to hers, at least until he secured his title, which remained uncertain. How old is she? Claire inquired further, her curiosity piqued without any particular motive. Is she truly as stunning as you say? Claire could not help but ask, intrigued by Sean's exaggerated descriptions. It is not merely a question of beauty. She possesses an irresistible allure. Simply put, she is captivating. Sean pressed his lips together, adding, "You will perceive it when you meet her." Claire, envisioning his description, softly murmured, "Is she the type akin to a ripe peach, a charming mature woman? I had no idea you were drawn to such a type. Your description is not inaccurate. The only unfortunate aspect is that she has been married," Sean lamented. "Isn't that rather commonplace? Must it be so dramatic?" Claire exclaimed in surprise. "And what of her capabilities? How adept is she in business? Her prowess is formidable. My father has remarked upon her as a rare commercial genius, a paragon in centuries. Under her stewardship, her family has ascended to new heights, and that nationwide chain of stores is a testament to her efforts, now a vital economic pillar for the August family. Surely such a shrewd woman must possess discerning judgment. Is the Baron she chose truly utterly ineffectual? Indeed he is. There were those who speculated otherwise, perhaps believing she discerned some latent potential in him. However, after more than a decade of marriage, her former husband merely sought her financial support, failing in various ventures, and reportedly indulging in extramarital affairs, which infuriated the nobility who once admired Sophia. Had she not intervened, he might well have faced dire consequences. Sean spoke with palpable disdain. Upon inheriting the title of Countess, she bestowed upon her ex-husband several million gold coins before finalizing their divorce. To this day, she remains unmarried. Sean expressed his regret, recognizing that a woman of her caliber would scorn his affections. Yet he could not help but feel vexed that her former husband had emerged from such a debacle with wealth. Public sentiment regards her as a flawless woman. Save for her questionable taste, Sean jested. What a pity. Had I been born a decade earlier, I might have been her savior. Yet Claire narrowed her eyes. Your words suggest that matters are not so straightforward. How so? Sean inquired, intrigued, for each conversation with Claire seemed to unveil new insights. Allow me to pose a few questions first. What is the line of succession in the August family? Their system resembles that of conventional nobility, adhering to primogeniture. Unlike my family's meritocratic ascent where the strongest claim the highest positions and the rest support them willingly. How many siblings does Sophia have? She ranks third, with 2 elder brothers above her. Was the Baron a husband by marriage or through adoption? Indeed, he was adopted, Sean confirmed, suddenly perceiving a glimmer of understanding through the haze. Are both her brothers deceased? Does that not clarify matters? Sean struggled to grasp the implications, urging, "You have piqued my curiosity, please elaborate. I cannot vouch for the accuracy of my conjectures, so consider this merely a narrative." Claire began. According to the customs among nobles, a married female noble loses her right to inheritance unless all male heirs of her family perish, correct? Sean nodded vigorously, eager for her to continue. Now, reflecting on the inquiries I previously posed, since Sophia's husband was adopted, it implies she never truly left the August family's power center. Therefore, she remains the third heir, intimately involved in family affairs. This is crucial. Had she married outside, securing the title of count would have been arduous. Thus, she sought an adopted spouse to retain her position within the August family. Moreover, by allowing the Baron to tarnish her reputation, she reduces her threat level while secretly garnering support and consolidating power. Coupled with her remarkable business acumen during their decade-plus union, she likely commandeered the majority of the August family's commercial ventures. Yet, this remains insufficient, as she still has 2 senior heirs. Thus, her elder brother met his demise? Sean gasped. Claire nodded in affirmation, continuing, when her brother perished, did the head of the August family also die? Sean's mouth twitched, realizing the head of the family still lived. Less than 6 months after her brother's death, all properties of the August family were transferred to Sophia, marking her ascent as countess. A tumultuous wave surged within Sean, as the seemingly mundane events he had perceived were intertwined with such dramatic undercurrents. If not for Claire's timely insights, he might have continued to regard Sophia as merely unfortunate. Now, Sean found himself questioning whether the former head of the August family had been compelled to relinquish power after Sophia eliminated her brother, and that her second brother had survived only by tacitly allowing her ascension. Thus, my assessment of her is an astute and flawless woman. Claire concluded with a click of her tongue. Impossible. Such matters could never evade everyone's notice. My father has never mentioned them to me, Sean protested, rubbing his temples. Perhaps your father is aware, but refrains from sharing such insights with the younger generation. As I mentioned, this is merely a story. Take it as such, Claire chuckled. Sean pondered this, recognizing the plausibility of her assertion. If Claire's speculations held any truth, then even if his father had known of the underlying truths, he would have remained tight-lipped. Claire patted Sean on the shoulder. If this is indeed true, could it not be seen as fortuitous? It suggests that her relationship with her former husband may have lacked intimacy, leaving you with an opportunity. A shiver ran down Sean's spine. No, your words frighten me. Sean wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly recalling something that made him leap to his feet. No, it cannot be. It seems my elder sister has set her sights on a certain lord, with intentions of incorporating him into our family. Could she be attempting to emulate Countess Sophia? Claire was somewhat speechless. After hearing this tale, Sean had transformed into a startled creature. Do not be so alarmed. Is it not your family that ascends through strength? What does it matter if she seeks a son-in-law? Chapter 74. I have taken a liking to you. Have you arranged a time to meet her? Claire inquired. Not yet, but since you have arrived in the capital, I shall dispatch someone to notify her immediately. We will have results shortly. Upon uttering these words, Sean hesitated, suggesting, perhaps we should reconsider our collaboration. It feels as though we might be the bones left to be devoured. Claire chuckled. We are merely business partners, not heirs to their family. What is there to fear? Besides, her second brother's survival indicates that she is not a mindless killer. A straightforward partnership should pose no threat. True enough. The businesses that have partnered with her over the years seem to be thriving, and I have not heard of any unfortunate incidents. Sean rose, stating, I will go find someone to inform her. You may rest here for a while. Sean worked efficiently. By the afternoon, several carriages had arrived outside the shop, delivering monosodium glutamate and shredded squid, which were quickly arranged on the counter. Vibrant new advertisements proclaiming the merits of monosodium glutamate were also posted outside. This time, there was no need for a newspaper advertisement. The shop's reputation had already spread, and customers seeking iodized salt would naturally be drawn to the newly arrived monosodium glutamate without the need for prior publicity. What is the status? When shall we discuss business? Claire asked. Sean appeared somewhat surprised, replying, she said tonight. So urgent? Claire was taken aback. I find it strange as well. Does she have some ulterior motive? Sean pondered. We shall find out upon arrival. Where is the meeting place? It is at a well-known restaurant in the inner city, which appears to be one of her properties. The time is nearly upon us. Let us tidy ourselves and set forth. Claire arrived at the agreed location a few minutes early, riding in Sean's carriage. The restaurant was situated on a bustling street, its exterior exuding elegance, with warm-toned magical lights illuminating its interior. Please wait here. I will check on our reserved table. Sean instructed. As Claire turned, she noticed a scruffy boy curled up in an alley, a battered bowl before him. He lay on the ground, not begging but gazing at passers-by with an inscrutable expression. Those who walked by cast disdainful and repulsed glances, stepping aside, while a few kind-hearted ladies occasionally tossed him some coins without ever hearing him utter a word of thanks. There are beggars in the capital, Claire mused, quickly coming to terms with the reality. After all, even great metropolises like New York in her previous life had beggars, let alone this foreign realm. Raising an eyebrow, she thought, such audacity. Following Sean inside, they found a window-side table and casually ordered a few dishes as they began to wait. However, their wait was brief. Within 10 minutes, a figure entered through the restaurant's door. Wait outside. I have business to discuss, Sophia instructed her guards. Yes, madam, they replied, dispersing to secure the area around the restaurant. As Sophia stepped in, Claire finally beheld the stunning woman whose beauty had earned Sean such high praise. Tall and elegant, she wore a fitted black dress that exposed her back, the skirt slit at the hips, revealing glimpses of her long, fair legs with each step. While this attire might appear vulgar on another, it radiated sophistication on her, elevating her elegance. Her countenance was captivating, and even Claire, who had encountered many beauties in her past life, found few who could rival her allure. It was not merely superficial beauty. It was an innate charm that could stir a man's heart with the slightest movement. Claire bit her lip, thinking, no wonder Sean holds her in such high regard. Sophia approached, and Claire and Sean rose respectfully. Good day, madam. I am the third son of Count Ansale. My father often praises you, saying that if we possessed even a fraction of your business acumen, he would entrust the family enterprise to us without hesitation. Sean remarked with a noble bow. Sophia nodded slightly. Please send my regards to your father. Then gesturing towards Claire, she continued, this is Lord Claire of the Griffin family, our supplier of iodized salt, holding 70% of our shop's shares. Claire nodded in acknowledgement. A silent greeting exchanged. Sophia smiled warmly. Ah, I see. Quite impressive for one so young. Let us sit and converse. Her voice was enchanting, akin to gentle hands caressing one's chest, and combined with her alluring expression, it intensified her charm. Claire finally understood the nobles of the capital's fascination with her. Just a pretty face, Claire thought, trying to remain unaffected. Once seated, Sophia propped her chin on her hand. Scrutinizing Claire closely and softly remarked, so you are the mastermind behind the iodized salt. I had thought it was this young fellow. Claire smiled faintly. Merely small ventures. Nothing compared to your accomplishments, madam. You bribed the physicians in the capital to promote your product, then created a panic to sell iodized salt at exorbitant prices. This was your idea, wasn't it? Sophia stared intently at Claire. Sean, seated nearby, swallowed nervously. Such dealings were meant to be discreet. How could they be discovered? He discreetly glanced at Claire, gauging her reaction. Claire maintained an expression as calm as still water, neither confirming nor denying. Are we not here to discuss collaboration? Upon hearing Claire's words, Sophia flashed a captivating smile, continuing to gaze at Claire. Very well. Let us discuss business. What is the production cost of your iodized salt? Claire met her gaze fearlessly, responding, 3 gold coins, the higher the selling price, the greater the cost. I also possess a salt production facility. I understand the cost post-iodization, Sophia countered. Then it is merely a few copper coins, Claire stated, revealing a profit margin that was staggering. That represents an astronomical profit margin. Your appetite is quite voracious, Sophia remarked. To forego wealth is foolish, Claire replied nonchalantly. Sean dared not interject, silently attending to his meal. Sophia's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, her chest pressing against the table. Did you also conceive the idea of royal exclusivity? As a noble, one must naturally be loyal to the king and the crown. Offering one's products to the royal family is customary. Sophia's expression grew even more enticing as she licked her lips. I find myself quite taken with you. Chapter 75. Claire's principles. With a perplexed expression, Claire exclaimed, what are you talking about? At that moment, Sophia continued, I have taken a liking to you. Why not come and work under me? After saying this, she winked at Claire and added with a smile, by the way, your expression just now was quite amusing. Did you think I was going to devour you? Claire's lips twitched. This woman was indeed difficult to handle. No. My modest abilities are unlikely to be of any assistance to you, my lady. If you can sell iodine salt, worth merely a handful of copper coins, for hundreds of gold coins, then those who work under me must be utterly incompetent. I already have my own shop, Claire politely declined. How much do you think you can earn from your little shop? Even if you open branches throughout the kingdom, it would only yield 2 to 3 million at most in a year. If you work with me, I can guarantee you an income of over 10 million gold coins annually, and that's just the baseline. If opportunity arises, I can elevate you from a mere viscount to an earl. What do you think of that proposition? Sophia genuinely admired Claire's capabilities. During their earlier conversation, her fondness for him had only grown. She deftly skirted around critical issues and shamelessly fabricated figures about production costs, unabashedly admitting, it's just a handful of copper coins. The most crucial aspect was the acumen in business, the ability to sell something of low value, like iodine salt, at such inflated prices in the capital was vital. If she had someone like him on her side, her endeavors would surely become much easier. Earl? Claire raised an eyebrow, not so much intrigued by the title as he was curious about Sophia's remarkable abilities. Sophia was confident, although she too was merely an earl. The disparities among earls could be astonishing. The influential earls wielded far more power than the Grand Dukes. Our kingdom has faced tensions with neighboring nations. Should war break out, you need not step onto the battlefield. I could secure you an earldom. Sophia initially thought Claire showed interest in her proposition, only to see him shake his head. My current viscountcy is sufficiently vast. I do not require a larger territory at this moment. What are you interested in then? Wealth, women, power? I can provide it all. Claire shook his head slightly. While your conditions are indeed tempting, I have grown accustomed to freedom and prefer not to work under someone else. After being oppressed in my previous life, I have finally risen to become a landowner. You expect me to work again? I would rather not. Moreover, I have my viscountcy to develop, and no amount of money could entice me. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, what a pity. Shorten observed Sophia's beautiful visage, initially admiring it, but recalling Claire's previous stories, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Sophia harbored a desire to destroy what she could not possess? Just as he contemplated warning Claire, Sophia beamed and said, "Let's discuss our collaboration." "We came here to discuss collaboration," Claire replied, laughing. "You possess a salt production factory, correct? You can produce iodine salt?" Sophia nodded slightly, eager to hear Claire's continuation. "Then it's quite simple. You sell your iodine salt directly, and we can display our store's name, claiming it's iodine salt from Nafa City, which will save on shipping costs." Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So your so-called best ratio is just a ruse? I had not considered that." Claire tapped the table, stating, "I require 70% of the profits." As the conversation turned to business, Sophia's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "You know all costs fall on us, and you wish to take 70% of the profits for merely lending your name? That is quite unrealistic." Claire shrugged. "Then you are welcome to create your own store that sells iodine salt as a luxury item, and all profits will be yours." Claire felt confident in his assertion. Sophia had mentioned owning a salt production factory capable of producing iodine salt. If she understood his strategy, it raised the question of why she hadn't established a competing brand. It was clear that she had attempted but failed. Claire's iodine salt had already seized market share, and most consumers were inclined to stick with the first brand they encountered. He had effectively blocked other iodine salt brands from rising, making collaboration far more straightforward than competition. "I am increasingly impressed by you. Are you certain you do not wish to work under me?" Sophia could not resist extending her invitation once more. "I have already expressed my stance on that matter. Let us discuss profit sharing. Would a 30-70 split be acceptable? I may not be in dire need of this money, but business is business. A 30-70 split is out of the question. How about a 40-60 division instead?" Claire raised an eyebrow, recognizing that she was yielding a positive sign. He promptly retrieved a box of monosodium glutamate from his spatial ring. "Our store offers more than just iodine salt. This is the second product. There will be a third. A fourth," Claire stated confidently, though he was aware he was embellishing. Currently, they only had these two products, and whether they would develop more in the future remained uncertain. But isn't storytelling the essence of business? If he could narrate it well, his counterpart would believe in him even more than he believed in himself. Sophia slowly lifted the box of monosodium glutamate. "What is this?" Claire was prepared. He placed the monosodium glutamate into the untouched broth before him, stirred it a few times, and pushed it toward her. "Please, my lady, do have a taste." Sophia hesitated, but Claire quickly discerned her reluctance. He took a spoonful of the broth himself, declaring, "Let me try the flavor first." Sophia shot Claire a playful glance, her tone laced with mild dissatisfaction, reminiscent of a petulant woman. "You are quite considerate, my Lord Viscount." Claire chose to ignore her, smiling innocently. "Please, do try." After Sophia took a sip, she savored the broth, her eyes widening slightly. "You should consider opening a restaurant. All your products are food-related, and it would surely be more profitable than my establishment. How about a 30-70 split for this product?" Claire replied, mimicking her earlier demeanor. "This is quite different from iodine salt. The difficulty in developing it has increased severalfold." Claire's overt implication was that given the challenges, a 30-70 split was reasonable. However, his underlying message was that developing such a product would require substantial investment in both time and money. Thus, collaboration would be more advantageous. Furthermore, Claire had done his research beforehand. Many others who collaborated with Sophia's shops had also agreed to a 30-70 split, so his request was not overly demanding. Well, perhaps it was a bit excessive, considering he hadn't even supplied iodine salt. "My Lord Viscount, are you truly unwilling to compromise?" Sophia inquired in an enticing tone, slightly leaning forward to reveal a generous expanse of skin. Alarmed, Shorten hastily lowered his head, daring not to steal a glance. Claire forcefully restrained her gaze, which instinctively wandered downward, to avoid a moment of humiliation. Deep down, she understood that while the rose before her was undeniably beautiful, it bore thorns. Should she dare to reach out, she would certainly draw blood. Observing the reactions of both individuals, Sophia felt a surge of delight. She relished the art of tantalizing others and savoring their responses. However, she was acutely aware that should she be perceived as a woman of loose morals and commit an indiscreet act, the consequences would be far from favorable. "Madam, you have already stated that business is business and cannot yield." Claire maintained her focus on Sophia's face. "Well, then, let us proceed as you suggest." Sophia replied with a gentle sigh. You are indeed the first of such tender years to negotiate a 3-to-7 split with me. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. You are too kind. I have heard that you possess certain connections at the Magic Academy, and I would like to request your assistance with a matter, Claire said. If I were to assist you, would a 50-50 split be agreeable? Sophia inquired with a playful smile. Chapter 76. She is too clever. Should I assist you? Shall we split the gains evenly? Sophia gazed at Claire with a captivating look. Claire replied, It's really not a significant matter, so I wouldn't want to trouble you, madam. Sophia chuckled. I was merely jesting. But how did you ascertain my connection to the Magic Academy? Did that little rascal inform you? She cast a sidelong glance at Sean, who was still engrossed in his meal, his head bowed. Isn't it rather apparent? Claire spoke softly. Your chain of stores has flourished throughout the kingdom. Your logistical channels must be quite advanced. Every noble in the capital knows that your transportation relies on the Magic Academy's unique phoenix. This creature is exclusive to the Academy and apart from your esteemed August family. No other noble has had the privilege of such a magical being. Moreover, many of the magical items in your stores originate from the Academy, do they not? Is it based on these points alone that you deduce my association with the Academy? Sophia inquired, resting her chin on her hand. Very well. My family does indeed have some ties to it. Now, tell me, what assistance do you seek from me? The Magic Academy offers more than just books. Conversing with the wizards within is a remarkable opportunity for Claire. Sophia scrutinized Claire and then remarked, Aren't you a wizard yourself? With your prowess? Gaining entry into the Academy should not pose a challenge. The admissions for the Royal Capital's Magic Academy have concluded, and I won't be here for long. Which is why I thought to trouble you. Sophia remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Claire for a moment, before suddenly breaking into a grin. Very well. You may report to the Magic Academy tomorrow. Thank you, madam. Claire expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, but you owe me a favor, she replied. Agreed, Claire nodded. It would indeed be a daunting task to find a way into the Academy on his own, especially since Sean had ventured into commerce independently, leaving Claire without familial connections to aid him. Unfamiliar with anyone at the Academy, he had no choice but to seek Sophia's assistance. You are an intriguing individual. Our conversation concludes here. We shall meet again. I look forward to that day, Claire nodded slightly, as Sophia gracefully strode towards the restaurant's entrance. Sean finally ceased his charade and hurriedly followed Claire outside. Upon reaching the door, pedestrians paused, captivated by Sophia's striking presence. No need for an escort. I will have someone deliver the contract to you tomorrow. Sean beamed. It is our honor to collaborate with you, madam. You certainly know how to flatter, Sophia teased. And as Claire stepped outside, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the alley, searching for the figure of the beggar boy. The boy remained, slumped in place, seemingly devoid of the strength to lift his head. Sophia noticed Claire's distraction. What is it? Following his gaze, she spotted the ailing boy and smiled gently. Do you wish to save him? Just another result of the petty gangs below, training children to steal. When caught, if they can no longer thieve, they are discarded here to elicit sympathy and beg. These gangs are often the pawns of certain nobles, which is why they remain unchecked. Claire smirked. How well informed you are. Madam. Sophia laughed. Surely, you do not think I have any ties to those gangs? Not at all, Claire replied, knowing a countess would not stoop to such levels. Merely teasing her. How cheeky, Sophia said, playfully tapping Claire's nose. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Safe travels, madam. Sean echoed. Have a good journey. As Sophia's carriage, accompanied by her retinue of over 20 guards, gradually disappeared from view, Claire and Sean exhaled in relief. Ah, Sean sighed deeply. When Sophia is present, it feels as though a great weight is upon my heart. Claire's reaction was less pronounced, but he too felt a sense of relaxation. My lord. I truly admire your ability to converse so easily with Lady Sophia, Sean remarked. Claire shot him a sidelong glance. Had you been a bit more reliable, I would not have had to manage it alone, while you merely sat there eating. I had to muster the courage. She intimidates me like my father does. I simply couldn't bring myself to speak. Indeed, Claire nodded in agreement, recognizing the significant pressure she exuded. Even though their dialogue felt casual, anyone with experience could sense the authority she radiated, reminiscent of high-ranking officials from his past life, whose prolonged positions naturally emanated a certain gravitas. Nevertheless, it seems Lady Sophia holds you in high regard, Sean teased. Claire rolled his eyes. Would you dare pursue her? I would be devoured whole. A person who has risen to the rank of count would hardly be benevolent, and she is far too astute. What do you mean? In relationships, it's either two fools, or one is clever and the other is not, or one is cleverer than the other. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to coexist. Intriguing. Please elaborate. People can adapt to lesser intellects, but not to superior ones. If two fools unite, they will be blissfully happy. If a wise person pairs with a fool, the wise one can accommodate the fool, leading to a comfortable life. However, two intelligent individuals cannot coexist. Every action is scrutinized, every word deciphered, making life quite difficult. Claire continued, you are clever as well. Would you seek a wife capable of perceiving all your thoughts and standing equal to you? Sean paused, then shook his head. I certainly wouldn't. You make a valid point. After a brief silence, Sean's expression shifted as realization dawned. Wait, are you suggesting you are as clever as Lady Sophia? Sean struggled to accept this notion, for to him, Sophia existed on a plane akin to his father, while Claire, though undoubtedly more capable, was of a similar age to himself. Claire shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. You may interpret it that way. Do not ponder too much. Our carriage has arrived. Let us go. Chapter 77. Save me. Suddenly, Sean glanced out of the window and exclaimed, My lord, the beggar is watching you. Following Sean's pointed finger, Claire observed the beggar, who had previously been lying on the ground, now lifting his head to gaze at him, his eyes filled with a deep yearning for life. Claire squinted slightly, remaining still as he continued to scrutinize the beggar. The beggar, perhaps sensing something profound, looked at Claire with a glimmer of hope. Struggling to move his arms forward, inching along the ground in Claire's direction. Save me, he feebly uttered, his voice a whisper of desperation. Claire maintained his composure, fixated on the beggar as if assessing him. With trembling hands, the beggar managed to prop himself up, revealing that his hands and feet had been severed by a blade, the wounds on his wrists still fresh and unhealed, with tattered clothing barely concealing the injuries beneath. Sean's eyes flickered with concern as he glanced at Claire, who remained inscrutable. Gradually, the beggar used his feeble arms to lift himself further, though his lower body still knelt on the ground. A hint of hope appeared on his face as he continued to crawl towards Claire, mumbling indistinctly, Save me. I do not wish to die. Claire raised an eyebrow. He had discerned the beggar's fervent desire for life in his eyes, reminiscent of a drowning man's desperate gasp for air, a striking and poignant sight that stirred something within Claire's heart. Perhaps this is someone capable of achieving great things, he mused to himself. Once upright, the beggar's movements quickened as he crawled from across the street towards Claire. Yet, before he could cover a distance of a meter, his body collapsed again, the toll of his weakened state overwhelming him. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he wriggled his head like a worm. Inching closer to Claire, Claire's gaze shimmered with admiration. The beggar gasped for breath, yet his determination did not wane, finally reaching the center of the road, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Suddenly, his body halted, and his forehead fell against the ground as he lost control of his body. Unable even to continue crawling, a choked sob escaped him, echoing in the air. At that moment, he lacked the strength to raise his face towards Claire, forced to let his tears flow freely onto the ground. He was bewildered by his own tears. He had not cried when gang members severed his tendons, nor when he realized he would perish that night. Yet here he was, weeping. His body lay paralyzed on the ground, completely immobile. Only the sound of his whimpers filled the air. Please, save me. Even if you were a demon, I would still pledge my loyalty to you. Claire suddenly smiled, turning to Sean and inquiring, Shall we save him? Sean was taken aback, not expecting Claire to pose such a question to him. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Save him? Very well, let us save him. With that, Claire dismounted the carriage and approached the beggar. As Claire drew near, the beggar, whose name was Syrian, felt a wave of relief wash over him, his consciousness beginning to fade. Syrian was not a native of this land. He had fled from another country, witnessing the death of his family along the way, and he had survived alone since the tender age of 11. Deceived into the capital, he was sold to underground gangs, joining one known as the Razor Guild, notorious for using razors to slit the pockets of the wealthy to steal their riches. Initially reluctant to learn the trade, Syrian eventually complied after enduring relentless beatings and days of hunger. His intelligence allowed him to excel quickly, earning a dubious reputation within the guild, but such notoriety held no honor. They were regarded as the lowest of the low, not even considered true members of the Razor Guild. The money they pilfered was surrendered entirely to the guild in exchange for a meager meal each day. Thus, 5 years passed in a haze, and Syrian, now 16, set out one day as usual to steal, fixating on a beautifully dressed noble girl. With his boyish charm, He was adept at winning favor, making it easier to achieve his goals. The Razor Guild ensured he was well dressed. After adjusting his attire, he approached the noble girl, engaging her in conversation that elicited a delighted giggle. Just as he prepared to seize the moment for theft, a noble-looking boy suddenly appeared, kicking him away. "How dare you touch my woman?" he bellowed, brandishing an object to strike Syrian. The boy relentlessly kicked and beat him, and Syrian, feeling guilty, dared not retaliate, scrambling to escape. Yet, he was struck on the thigh by a heavy club, managing to flee amidst mocking laughter. Injured and unable to steal even a penny in the following days, Syrian found himself starving, watching the bread in a bakery from the outside, waiting for his leg to heal. It was during this time that a young lady handed him a piece of bread, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you. You are truly kind." Holding the cheapest black bread, Syrian's heart swelled with joy as he devoured it ravenously. After a few bites, he glanced up to see others exiting the bakery with fragrant white loaves. Suddenly, he halted his chewing. It wasn't that the black bread had lost its taste, but a thought struck him. Is this all my life will amount to? His earlier efforts to steal money had been aimed at genuinely joining the guild. But the beatings had made it clear that the guild members viewed him solely as a tool for profit, one among many. From that day forward, he began to secretly set aside a small portion of the money he received, hiding it away, a flicker of hope for escape from the Razor Guild's grasp and the prospect of a new life. 3 years later, while hiding his money as usual, he discovered guild members engaging in revelry with a prostitute in his secret corner. He was caught, and his stash from 3 long years was unearthed. Syrian knew he would not survive the day. Blood poured from his wounds, and his strength waned. Initially, he could manage some movements, but soon only his head could move as he felt his life ebbing away. All he wished for was one last glance at this unforgiving world. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Claire observing him from the restaurant entrance. Though Claire evoked a strange feeling within him, he paid it no mind. He was on the brink of death. What did it matter? Claire then entered the restaurant to discuss business with Sophia. Soon, fatigue enveloped him, his eyelids too heavy to lift, and his head dropped to the ground. At that moment, Claire and Sophia emerged, their words inaudible to him, yet they roused him from the brink of death. With great effort, Killian lifted his head and beheld Claire, who had taken her seat in the carriage. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was he destined to perish in such a manner? Death, a term so fearsome, haunted him as he recalled the lives of former companions ebbing away before his eyes. "I do not wish to die. I yearn to live. My life ought not to conclude in such a manner." The terror of death ignited within Killian a fervent hope for life. He gazed at Claire, inexplicably drawn towards her, sensing that she possessed the power to save him, and that only she was willing to do so. His previous strange feeling was not in vain. It was indeed his opportunity. "Rescue me." Killian's body surged with renewed vigor, inching towards Claire, yet she remained oblivious to his plight. Nevertheless, he persevered, persistently dragging his frail form in her direction, for it represented his hope for survival. It was then he heard the words, "My lord, the beggar is watching you." Chapter 78. Go ahead and do what you think. In a state of hazy consciousness, Syrian felt himself being lifted onto a carriage. After a prolonged journey, the carriage finally came to a halt. He was then carried into a room, where the murmurs of a man began to reach his ears. "TSK, TSK. Both the tendons in his hands and feet have been severed. Quite troublesome. And this penetrating wound, a shattering fracture, what a deep-seated grudge to harbor. I shall first reattach his tendons." At that moment, Syrian felt excruciating pain radiating from his hands and feet, causing his body to involuntarily convulse. "Oh, it seems there is no anesthetic. Well, it's not as if he can die from it. Let us continue." After the tendons were reconnected, Claire proceeded to pour healing potion onto Syrian's wounds, granting him a sense of solace at last. A warm, radiant light enveloped his body, and it was only then that he truly fell into a deep slumber. Syrian's mind was a blur, and he could not tell how long had passed before his consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he found himself lying on a soft bed in an unfamiliar environment, which left him feeling disoriented. Instinctively, he attempted to move and escape. With a thud, he fell from the bed. Astonished, Syrian gazed at his hands. "My hands have healed." He quickly inspected his legs and other body parts, discovering that all his previous injuries had returned to their original state. This was nothing short of miraculous. Syrian was filled with elation. He had survived. However, a creaking sound at the door interrupted his joy. "You're awake?" Claire asked, standing at the entrance. Syrian recognized him as the man who had saved him the previous day and promptly stood up. Thank you for saving me. I swore that if anyone rescued me, I would be loyal to them for life. Unexpectedly, Claire chuckled softly. You? Loyal to me? Syrian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What extraordinary ability do you possess that sets you apart? There are plenty of thieves around. I do not need another one to pledge loyalty to me. Syrian opened his mouth, but could not find the words. He truly had no special talents. Over the years, aside from thievery, he had learned nothing. His expression grew increasingly awkward. I can serve you. Whatever you need me to do, I will do it. Syrian exclaimed. Do you know how many gold coins were spent to save you yesterday? A level 2 healing scroll cost 500 gold coins. And the healing potion I used was nearly 300. That totals 800 gold coins. Do you believe your life is worth that much? Or, with your current abilities, what could you possibly do for me, even at the cost of your life? Syrian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even his willingness to sacrifice himself would be dismissed, leaving him feeling helpless. I can do anything, he stammered. I am clever and learn quickly. So you mean you currently possess no skills? Syrian fell silent again, increasingly at a loss. Claire knelt before him, gazing into his eyes. Do you know why I saved you? Syrian shook his head, still unclear after the earlier exchange. No, I don't understand. Claire chuckled lightly. I saw a thirst for life in your eyes, akin to someone on the verge of drowning. Yet now, that glint has vanished. You casually speak of offering your life. 800 gold coins meant little to me. Saving you is merely a whim. You need not concern yourself with repaying me. No, I can be of help. Syrian's gaze suddenly hardened. Claire smiled appreciatively. Ah, now that's a better expression. But what can you do for me? Can you read? Can you do arithmetic? Can you manage a city? Or are you a bronze-level knight capable of battling for me? Syrian fell silent. Here, Claire said, producing a revolver from his spatial ring and placing it in Syrian's hands. Go do what you wish. As Syrian felt the weight of the cold metal, he looked up at Claire, puzzled. Oh, let me demonstrate. Claire drew another revolver and fired a shot at the bed where Syrian had been lying. Bang! To Syrian's astonishment, the wooden bed shattered into splinters. One bullet can take down an unsuspecting silver-level warrior. Claire then retrieved a gleaming object from his spatial ring, placing it in Syrian's hand with a smile. I give you 20 bullets. How you use them is up to you. What happened? Shorten burst through the door, startled by the sudden gunfire. Claire waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Now let us escort him out. Confused, Syrian walked out of the shop, gripping the revolver and the 20 gleaming bullets tightly, his mind a whirlwind. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Claire. It seemed he had been given a second chance at life, yet nothing had truly changed. He could not remain by that person's side. But he now held a powerful weapon. Shorten watched as Syrian gradually moved away and asked, My lord, having gone to such lengths to save him, why did you let him go? Syrian instinctively sat down in a nearby alley, his fingers absently rubbing the revolver Claire had given him. Feeling utterly lost, like a child abandoned in the desert, now free from the clutches of the gang. He pondered that selling the weapon could provide enough money for a stable life in another city. I must not continue living this way. With that thought, Syrian looked at the revolver in his hands, recalling Claire's words, Go do what you wish. Suddenly, his expression grew resolute, and an unseen aura shifted around him. Click, click, click. 6 bullets slid into the chamber as he set off towards a familiar destination. The headquarters of the Razor Gang. Huh, you're still alive. A sleazy thug sneered as he spotted Syrian approaching. Your wounds have healed. Did some kind-hearted noblewoman save you? Ha, with that face of yours. You might indeed attract some noble girl's pity. What does that expression mean? All the resentment Syrian had accumulated over the years erupted at that moment, his gaze sharpening instantly. He glared at the thug, causing him to flinch and freeze. Syrian's eyes darkened, filled with murderous intent. Get your filthy hands off me. Ah! The thug screamed as a dagger pierced his arm. Syrian swiftly withdrew it, slashing at the thug's throat, blood gushing forth and splattering across his face. Years of using a razor to steal had honed his knife skills to perfection. Dealing with such lowly scum required no assistance from the weapon Claire had given him. Who dares to cause trouble here? A resounding voice emanated from within the dwelling, as a silver-tier warrior stepped forth, the leader of the Razor Society. Bang! The corpse collapsed to the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence, as all fell into stillness following that deafening sound. Chapter 79. Astral Realm. Sharon handed over a card. It was a student card for the Magic Academy bestowed by Lady Sophia. Claire received it and flicked it lightly. noting that its texture and feel were akin to that of the amethyst card. It bore her colorful portrait and essential information, reminiscent of student cards from her previous life. The efficiency was remarkable. Indeed, the Vice-Dean of the Magic Academy is an esteemed elder of the Augustus family, one of the 6 grand sorcerers in the kingdom. Such trivial matters are swiftly resolved. Claire raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished at this connection. No wonder the exclusive mount, the radiant bird, could be summoned. Her ties to the Magic Academy were profoundly significant. I mustn't linger. I shall proceed to the Magic Academy, Claire stated as she tucked the card away and headed outside. Would you like me to accompany you? No need. I can ride my mount. Claire had not had the opportunity to ride the Wolf King since arriving in the capital. And now, as she ventured to the Magic Academy, she was relieved to avoid a carriage. Honestly, riding the Wolf King was far more comfortable than any carriage could offer. Quite advanced. There's even a machine for identity verification, Claire remarked in admiration, realizing her understanding of this magical world was still somewhat limited. Upon entering the Magic Academy, which occupies the largest area in the capital, Claire was greeted by a verdant expanse of trees. She internally mused, the landscaping is rather commendable. Further in, she spotted a spire-like building and rode the Wolf King towards it. As she approached, she encountered more students. The Magic Academy indeed conformed to her expectations of a magical institution. The students donned robes provided by the Academy, designed to possess some resistance to spells. Many of them were astride their own mounts. Claire had already seen over a dozen dragon mounts, each worth several thousand gold coins outside. In this setting, her Wolf King felt rather unremarkable, surrounded by students riding tamed magical beasts. Of course, there were also figures soaring overhead, utilizing flight spells reserved for advanced wizards. Currently, Claire could only manage levitation spells. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted a student who appeared relatively unoccupied, approaching to inquire, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the library?" Claire's primary motivation for entering the Magic Academy was to explore its magical collection. She had no intention of attending classes, hence Sophia hadn't assigned her a mentor. She was merely granted free access to the Academy and its library. Strictly speaking, she was not considered a student of the Magic Academy. Claire pursed her lips, noting that she had inadvertently approached another girl. However, the girl was quite attractive, her large eyes blinking adorably. "Yes, I wish to go to the library. Could you guide me there?" The pretty girl turned around, and Claire noticed the large stack of papers she was holding, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "You don't even know where the library is? You must be a freshman." Claire nodded. "One could say that. If you're a freshman, join my club." The girl eagerly offered a colorful flyer, which read, Astral Society. Claire recognized the term. It is a widely known concept among wizards, positing that all realms exist within the astral realm, and the world she inhabited was but one of these realms. To access other realms, one must navigate through the guidance of the astral realm. It bore similarities to the concept of the universe and its myriad planets. The astral realm is the universe, while the various realms inhabited by diverse life forms are akin to planets where life has emerged. The astral realm is boundless, and wizards believe that even the hells inhabited by demons constitute a significant realm within it, while the divine realms formed by deities through their powers are also a type of realm. What does the Astral Society primarily engage in? Claire inquired, waving the flyer with interest, as her unique ability to trade with entities from various worlds might be connected to the astral realm. "We explore the astral realm and seek pathways to other worlds," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "How do you know this?" Claire asked, bemused. "How could I not? You're holding an entire stack of flyers that you Haven-T distributed," the girl replied. "Researching the astral realm requires at least a Magus-level wizard. Seeking those capable of exploring the astral realm among freshmen is rather delusional, don't you think? If I don't join, will you still guide me?" Claire sheepishly scratched her head. "Over there." The girl pointed towards a construction to the east. "If you had just joined, I would have accompanied you." Claire thought it unwise to focus on the astral realm so early. It would be prudent to first hone her own abilities. Discussing matters of the astral realm could wait until her strength had sufficiently increased. As she rode the Wolf King towards the library, Claire was suddenly called to a halt by a voice. "Stop. Is there something you need? Why did you refuse Edith's invitation?" A boy exclaimed. "I wish to join your club. Why won't you allow me in? You're out here seeking freshmen who don't know any better. You're not genuinely interested in the astral realm. I merely wish to find fellow wizards who share that interest." Claire observed the exchange with mild amusement, gathering the general flow of events. It appeared to be a tale of unrequited affection. Even if you want tea, let me join your club. I can help you find members. The boy, Belle, insisted. Unnecessary. I'll seek my own members. Those you bring would be coerced into joining. If they're not truly interested in the astral realm, they cannot feel its call. Having lost interest, Claire deemed the emotional drama of these two youngsters unworthy of her attention and prepared to leave. Stop. I've already said. Engaging in anything is better than researching the astral realm. Given your current levels of power, you're too weak to yield any meaningful results. Belle retorted. You claim our power is weak? What about your own strength? Claire shrugged. I assure you, I'm stronger than you. Chapter 80. Summoning Spell Belle. Edith shouted loudly, halting Belle's impending confrontation with Claire. Is it appropriate for a third-year student to bully a newcomer? Belle reluctantly lowered his wand and cast a discontented glance at Claire. Consider yourself fortunate. Claire replied with a light chuckle. That sentiment applies to you as well. Though Claire was a couple of years younger and an intermediate mage like Belle, he was confident in his ability to best him in a duel. After 3 years at the Magic Academy, what did it matter? If hard work alone sufficed, then what place would there be for prodigies? My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue on your way, Edith said, stepping forward and bowing in apology. Claire, not one to hold grudges, smiled slightly, dismissing the matter. It's no trouble, just a trivial incident. However, I am curious as to why you are so eager to explore the astral plane. Edith hesitated, sighing without responding. Are you seeking to venture into other realms? Claire inquired. Yes, Edith nodded. But there is no need to explore the astral plane. It lies above the spirit realm. Only archmages possess the power to traverse it and explore new planes, which are beyond our current reach. There exist numerous alternative routes to other realms, the most stable being through the spirit realm and the shadow plane as transitional dimensions. Edith nodded, acknowledging her awareness of this. However, if it were that easy, I wouldn't be studying the astral plane. Both transitional dimensions require a certain level of power. Without it, entry is impossible, and they are not as swift or convenient as reaching the astral plane. Do not rush, allow me to finish. Besides those two, there are other methods. The first involves seeking out the ancient teleportation arrays left behind by mages of yore. In ancient times, our main plane made contact with numerous others, and many magical races entered our world during that era. Many teleportation arrays were established, and remnants likely remain. If you wish to visit other planes, this could be a simpler approach. Edith, do not believe him. Belle interjected. Those arrays have been lost for over 10,000 years. They are utterly unreliable. Who knows if you would even return once you entered? While he speaks the truth regarding the risks, allow me to propose a second path, faith. By venerating the two deities of the shadow plane, one can receive gifts that enable physical entry into that realm and access to other worlds. However, those deities are not benevolent, and the dangers within the shadow plane rival those of the astral plane. This merely presents an opportunity to traverse other realms. Absolutely not. How can one worship any deities other than the god of light? Belle exclaimed in alarm. Enough. Edith shouted back at him, and Belle fell silent. Claire wore a bemused smile, pondering the irony of a truth-seeking mage who believed in deities. It seemed the Church of Light's influence had grown significantly. Belle opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately muttered, moreover, what he suggests may not even be safe. Our instructors did not cover this in class. There exists a more stable approach, Claire said, resting his chin on his hand. Please, share, Edith replied respectfully. Though the necromantic realm cannot match the astral plane in terms of speed for finding and entering various realms, it is indeed one of the planes most deeply connected to the primary material planes. There, one can discover more spatial rifts formed through contact with other realms. Some of these rifts remain stable for hundreds of years, offering a relatively convenient means to access other planes. However, as time has passed, few aside from those who actively seek knowledge are aware of this method. It is perilous. One might inadvertently summon a realm far more advanced than their own, leading to an invasion. Thus, only archmages currently engage in astral travel to explore various planes for resources before invading them. The Royal Magic Academy now possesses 3 colonies in other realms, dedicated to plundering unique magical materials and mineral resources from those lands. Who are you that you possess such knowledge? Edith asked curiously. I am Claire, merely an ordinary viscount from the town of Nafu. Knowledge must be acquired through one's own efforts. Instructors can impart commonly known information, but some wisdom can only be obtained through personal exploration. As he spoke, Claire cast a meaningful glance at Belle. Regardless, I am grateful to you. Edith bowed deeply to Claire. Afterward, She hastily gathered a large bundle of flyers and hurried off in a specific direction. Watching Edith depart, Claire pressed his lips together, choosing not to delve into the reasons behind her urgency to find other realms. Once she was gone, Belle angrily shouted at Claire, "Why did you share this with her? Do you even comprehend the dangers involved? Is there any endeavor a mage undertakes that lacks peril? At least she has a direction, while you merely trail behind others. Do you truly consider yourself a mage?" Claire scoffed, genuinely looking down upon Belle's type. "Be silent," Belle retorted, drawing his wand again and reciting an incantation. A searing fireball materialized before him as he completed the spell. "Go." With a command, the fireball hurtled toward Claire. Claire's eyes flickered momentarily. He patted the Wolf King's head, and in the next instant, a blade of wind coalesced in the Wolf King's mouth, shooting toward the fireball. The wind blade sliced through the fireball, splitting it in two, still retaining considerable force as it surged toward Belle. Seeing the wind blade approaching, Belle's heart raced, and he hastily rolled to the side to evade it. Just as he prepared to rise, the Wolf King pinned him to the ground with its paw. Claire looked down at him from above. "As I previously stated, anyone who dares to confront me will only invite misfortune. Release me." Belle struggled on the ground. "I demand a duel." Claire gestured for the Wolf King to release him, then waved his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that swept Belle several meters away. Chapter 81. I hold you in great esteem in recent days. Claire had scarcely ventured beyond the threshold of the library at the Magic Academy. Meals were conveniently stored within her spatial ring, allowing her to immerse herself in the pursuit of knowledge without interruption. Only when fatigue set in did she step outside to feed the Wolf King a few morsels of meat. Otherwise, she remained engrossed in her studies. Initially, Claire had intended to search for meditation techniques within the library, yet her explorations yielded no such findings. This was hardly surprising, as the martial arts manuals utilized by Hant and his companions from Nafa City had cost them over 500,000 gold coins. It was unlikely that anything more advanced, such as meditation methods for high-level mages, would be found in the library's collection. Having grasped much of the previously elusive knowledge and familiarized herself with the path to advancing as a high-level mage, Claire redirected her attention to encyclopedic volumes. These tomes were significant in their own right, containing information akin to what she had previously studied regarding the astral realm. As she pulled a book from the shelf, she noted that its content was more akin to notes than a conventional text. This particular row was filled with casual reads, not particularly rich in substance. Yet browsing through them provided a welcome respite for her mind, reminiscent of unwinding after 2 hours of mathematics with a bit of language study. Upon opening the book, Claire exclaimed in astonishment, "A flying ship?" Driven by curiosity, she continued to read. The author drew inspiration from an ancient legend about a magical vessel, which supposedly possessed spatial laws and was powered by a dragon's crystal core, allowing it to traverse various planes with ease. Although unproven, numerous mage journals contained accounts of sightings of this mythical ship. However, the author did not aspire to replicate such a grand vessel. Instead, he aimed to design a simplified version of a flying ship, utilizing magical or monster cores for propulsion, inscribed with flight arrays to enable aerial navigation. The detailed descriptions indicated a profound level of thought, suggesting that this was no mere whim. Claire found herself captivated by the meticulous design of each component of the flying ship. Her eyes lit up. This individual was truly talented. According to the design blueprints, the creation of an airborne vessel seemed entirely plausible. Yet, the concept was excessively idealistic. The energy required to elevate a ship weighing hundreds of tons using flight arrays was monumental. For long-distance travel, at least a level 5 monster core would be necessary. And to defend against aerial beasts, magical cannons would need to be installed, which would further accelerate energy consumption. Moreover, even if such a vessel were constructed, it would serve little purpose. The Magic Academy had no need for it, as its speed paled in comparison to that of flying monsters, and its energy expenditure was far greater, with safety being a significant concern. Flying in the air would render it vulnerable to attacks. The merchant guilds would equally find it unappealing, as the operational costs would exceed any potential profits. What a folly! Despite the impracticalities, Claire found herself intrigued by these eclectic ideas and continued to peruse the pages. Magical bombs had been introduced long ago, but the author's fresh perspective was quite engaging. The more she delved into the text, the more she recognized the nascent signs of technology akin to that of her previous life, where magic served as the core, driving machinery to perform labor. Much like the salt production machine she had crafted, albeit the inventions detailed in the book were far more sophisticated. Claire felt a sudden kinship with this author from another world. Upon finishing the book, she flipped back to the very first page. Whose notes are these? I wonder if there are more works by this individual that could be immensely beneficial to me. Isaac, upon seeing the name, Claire could not help but vocalize it. And as she read further, her pupils widened in disbelief. Fifth-year student of the Royal Capital Magic Academy, Isaac. Claire hurriedly flipped to the last page, where the publication date indicated it was merely 3 months old. Alas, Claire could no longer contain her excitement. She had initially assumed these were the musings of a mage from centuries past, only to discover that this individual was alive and well, residing within the very walls of the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Her exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, yet Claire was oblivious to it. Hastening her steps towards the library's exit, by the lakeside of the Royal Capital Magic Academy, Isaac gazed pensively at the placid surface of the water, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, my mentor insists that my designs are utterly flawed. If I do not adhere to his prescribed direction, I will not graduate. As Isaac spoke, his voice dwindled, and his confidence waned, as though his creations indeed lacked merit, just as his mentor claimed. Perhaps it was time to heed his advice and consider a change in research direction. Isaac silently resolved to abandon those pursuits starting tomorrow. Is there anyone named Isaac here? Claire's voice echoed from the trees. She had gone to great lengths to inquire among several students before locating Isaac's usual haunt. No sooner had she finished speaking than she rode in on the Wolf King, dismounting with an elegance that flowed effortlessly. By the time Isaac registered her presence, Claire was already before him. Are you Isaac? Isaac, somewhat taken aback, felt the force of her presence despite being a high-level mage himself. Yes, I am Isaac. You designed the flying ship? Indeed, it was me. What is it? Do you need something from me? Isaac was still somewhat bewildered. Claire smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder in commendation. I think your designs are remarkable. Really? Isaac's excitement was palpable. It was the first time a mage had praised his designs as useful. Claire made him feel as though he had found a kindred spirit. Others do not recognize the value of your designs, do they? Claire inquired. Yes, Isaac nodded. I hold you in great esteem for your designs. How about you work under my guidance from now on? Chapter 82. It can fly. Isaac took a step back and exclaimed, Wait, hold on. My mind is struggling to comprehend this. What is there to contemplate? Others scoff at your designs, do they not? I genuinely admire your creations. Shouldn't you consider associating with me? Isaac pondered for a moment, resting his chin in thought, and replied, That seems to make some sense, but something feels amiss. But first, who are you? I don't even know your name. Oh, how careless of me. I am Claire, an ordinary field viscount earning millions of gold coins annually. Isaac responded, Is that a boast? Let us not digress. Have you read my book? Indeed, I just finished it an hour ago. I found your design concepts utterly fascinating. So you acknowledge the merit of my work, then? You believe they are valuable? Isaac's tone grew somewhat animated. Not entirely. I appreciate your perspective, but your designs are still rather impractical. Isaac sighed. I see this conversation is going nowhere. Claire continued, You know it as well as I do. Take the flying ship you designed, for instance. Are you not aware of its limited practicality? Isaac sighed again. Of course, I am aware. The energy consumption is excessive, and manufacturing it is unrealistic. Thus, it solely exists within my imagination, but I am simply intrigued by such concepts. You are a genius, Claire remarked, patting his shoulder. Her praise was devoid of insincerity. The initial shock of Isaac's flying ship design had less to do with the design itself and more with the knowledge that it was penned by a student from the royal capital, rather than a renowned archmage from millennia ago. Designing that flying ship requires vast knowledge, intricate magical arrays, and the structural integration of those arrays, along with the enchantments on the hull and the essential magical inscriptions. These are all meticulously documented in the book, indicating that Isaac's knowledge surpasses that of his peers. My mentor and classmates often laud me as a genius, albeit for misapplying my intellect, Isaac admitted, showing no reluctance. You haven't misapplied it. Your thought process merely needs refinement, Claire cryptically stated. This piqued Isaac's curiosity. Do you have any insights? Just a few minor thoughts. Let us discuss them in detail. Claire settled cross-legged. First and foremost, the primary concern in manufacturing your flying ship is energy consumption. If that issue cannot be resolved, the creation of such a vessel is impractical. Indeed, I calculated that a level 5 magical beast core can only sustain the ship's flight for half a month. If it moves, the energy expenditure increases significantly, potentially lasting less than a week. A single level 5 core costs tens of thousands of gold coins. And the range of travel is merely a few thousand kilometers. It hardly seems worthwhile. Isaac, as the designer, was acutely aware of the numerous flaws in his design. And such a heavy vessel could not be sustained without a level 5 core or higher. Have you considered reducing energy consumption? Claire inquired. I have contemplated replacing the level 3 flying arrays with level 2 floating arrays and adding several level 3 explosion arrays for propulsion. However, this did not significantly reduce energy consumption and instead compromised maneuverability. I have already indicated that your reasoning is flawed. Why create a ship at all? The inspiration for my book's introduction stemmed from. Oh, I understand your point now. But if not a ship, then what? Claire smiled slightly. A magical airship. Utilizing lighter-than-air gases to suspend the pod in the air requires no magical arrays. The kinetic energy can be addressed by inscribing a few wind element arrays within the pod, providing it with sufficient thrust, with annual consumption not exceeding a single level 3 magical beast's core. Hot air balloons were only developed in the modern age and the past world, and this realm has not yet embraced similar inventions. Ordinary individuals lack the capability to construct such devices. While skilled mages do not require hot air balloons to ascend, they can soar unaided. Upon hearing Claire's proposal, Isaac furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Your idea seems feasible. However, this merely addresses the energy consumption issue. Maneuverability remains lacking, and speed may not be substantial. The vessel would still be vulnerable to flying magical beasts, and if it were a powered craft, it would be even more susceptible to damage, rendering its practicality questionable." Isaac quickly enumerated several drawbacks. Claire grasped his shoulders, looking intently into his eyes, and stated emphatically, though its practicality may be limited, it can indeed fly. Moreover, the production cost is significantly lower than your flying ship, requiring less than 1,000 gold coins. Isaac paused, excitement blossoming within him. Indeed, it can fly. It is capable of flight. Furthermore, there was now hope for its creation. Unlike the flying ship, which he could sell only to barely afford the framework, this magical airship, albeit a simplified version of the flying ship, represented a tangible aspiration. If only this world were devoid of flying magical beasts, such an airship would be exceedingly desirable. Alas, those creatures possess a formidable territorial instinct. Should this large craft encroach upon their domain, a safe return would be unlikely. Nevertheless, short-distance transport remains viable, as flying beasts are typically absent in human settlements, making it relatively safe to operate. Within mere seconds, Claire devised a method to market the magical airship, though he had no intention of selling it, as it could be easily replicated and hardly warranted the investment of time and resources. What do you think? This has potential, does it not? Claire asked with a smile. I am immensely grateful. Had you not shared this perspective, I would never have considered such an approach. Observing Claire's demeanor, Isaac appeared somewhat hesitant. Although Claire's words resonated deeply with him, uncertainty lingered. What is it? Are you unwilling? Claire inquired, unhurried. Isaac shook his head. No, I simply need time to contemplate. His pursuits, albeit lacking recognition, had allowed him to live comfortably as a high-level mage in the royal capital. If he were to follow this individual, whom he had known for less than 10 minutes, to that city of Nafu, he could only wonder how his fate might change. After hearing Claire's words, Isaac's expression hardened with resolve. Truly, you are someone I have recognized. Come, let me show you a remarkable treasure you will surely adore. With that, Claire retrieved a revolver from his spatial ring